Chu Fan traverses to a foreign realm, activating the branching system. Cultivation? In this lifetime, cultivating is an impossibility. Only by indulging in sleep can I barely sustain my existence. The imperial grade techniques are formidable. First, I shall sleep. Upon awakening, they shall be yours. The unparalleled divine weapon is powerful. More slumber, and when I awaken, it shall be yours. The world-destroying martial arts are impressive. Yet again, I shall sleep, and upon waking, it will be yours. Chu Fan's aspirations are remarkably simple. One day, I shall ensure that across this sky, this earth, and this ancient continent, my progeny shall be found in every corner. Chapter 1. To marry a wife should be thus, an entrance into the soul. Qingzhou. In the Xingyue Empire, Taiping Town, Liu Village. In the small courtyard of a thatched house, festive red cloth is hung, guests fill the seats, and the atmosphere is bustling with excitement. Clad in the outer disciple robe of the Feihe sect, Chu Fan's handsome visage scans the surroundings indifferently, with a hint of helplessness flickering in the depths of his eyes. Today is his day of great joy. To marry Liu Shutong, the village beauty and granddaughter of the village chief, elicits envy from outsiders. Only Chu Fan understands. The reason for this is solely due to the celestial robe he wears. Once upon a time, the men, women, and children of Liu Village would beat and scorn him, their derisive voices never ceasing. This was all because he was the only outsider in Liu Village. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Just half a month ago, Chu Fan was unexpectedly chosen by an immortal, becoming an outer disciple of the Feihe sect, instantly revered as an immortal by all. Yet, this group of fervent villagers before him remains oblivious. Upon arriving at the Feihe sect and receiving his disciple robe, the sect soon faced an assault from a mysterious entity. His nominal master could not attend to him, rising to retaliate, but was instantly defeated by a single blow from the adversary. In a fleeting moment, every disciple of the Feihe zone, including the sect master, met with misfortune. Fortunately, Chu Fan had yet to cultivate and possessed no spiritual energy within, hiding beneath a table, thus narrowly escaping with his life. After a grueling journey, he returned to Liu Village. The villagers were eager to ingratiate themselves with him, and the village chief forcefully betrothed his granddaughter to Chu Fan. Recalling Liu Shutong's exquisite beauty and delicate figure, Chu Fan could hardly refuse. Over the years, Liu Shutong was the only one in the entire Liu Village who occasionally graced him with a smile, illuminating his otherwise dark existence. Chu Xian, I raise a toast to you. The village chief approached Chu Fan, holding a cup of wine, leaning on his cane, his wrinkled visage filled with reverence. It is truly a blessing for my granddaughter to marry you, Chu Xian. With that, he downed the contents of his cup in one gulp. Chu Fan smiled faintly, exchanged pleasantries, and then turned to enter the thatched cottage behind him. By the bedside, Liu Yingtong donned a long crimson robe, her beauty concealed beneath a red veil, her delicate hands nervously rubbing together. Chu Fan's lips curled upwards. Just as he was about to step forward, a melodious voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! System binding successful. Congratulations to the host for activating the branching system. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan erupted with joy. Haha, I knew it. A system is essential for any time traveler, albeit delayed. It has finally arrived. Indeed, Chu Fan was not a native, but rather a traveler from a place called Lanqing. Just when I thought I would lead a mundane life in Liu Village, unexpectedly, I was chosen by an immortal from the Fizong. I believed I was about to embark on the path of cultivation and ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, only for my sect to be annihilated. Such dramatic ups and downs nearly left Chu Fan gasping for breath. Fortunately, although this system seems rather dubious, it does provide me with a golden opportunity. System, what does it mean to expand my branches and leaves? Chu Fan pondered inwardly. The host may seek a celestial companion. By expanding branches and leaves, substantial rewards shall be bestowed. Chu Fan was bewildered. He had read numerous online novels, where one either gained 10,000-fold comprehension or lucrative returns on investments. Yet here, he was being asked to have children? Wasn't this blatantly turning him into an insatiable scoundrel? Thankfully, this was a world that revered martial prowess. In Lanqing, he would surely be reviled by the masses. Before long, Chu Fan gathered his thoughts and stepped forward to lift the red veil from Liu Shutong. Liu Shutong, with her autumn-like, clear eyes, gazed affectionately at Chu Fan, saying, "Husband, are you tired? I shall fetch you a cup of water." Her obedient and bashful demeanor greatly pleased Chu Fan. This is how a wife should be. After finishing the water, Chu Fan looked at the somewhat shy and demure Liu Shutong beside him and gently removed her bright red gown. This night was destined to be sleepless. A sleepless night, indeed. In the morning, Chu Fan gazed at the beauty sleeping in his arms, assuring himself that this was no dream. Indeed, women in this other world are quite open-minded. I almost couldn't handle it. Chu Fan looked down at the bite mark on his chest, murmuring softly, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully expanding branches and leaves. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. Reward: Huangjie Superior Grade Technique, Kaining Lingjue. Reward: Huangjie Superior Grade Martial Skill, Liefengji. By heavens, a direct hit. Chapter 2. Who told you that I am not a celestial being? I never expected to be so formidable. To receive a reward of a high-grade Huangjie technique and martial arts is truly terrifying." Chu Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. Through the description of that short-lived master, he had gained some understanding of the ranks of techniques and martial arts in the Shinshu continent. They are categorized from low to high as follows: Huangjie, Xuangjie, Dijie, Tingjie, Wangjie, Lingjie, and Xinjie. Even the Jinzong techniques and martial arts of the Feihe sect are merely mid-grade Huangjie. What is even more crucial is that the techniques and martial arts awarded by the system do not require cultivation. They directly achieve a level of mastery. With the prospect of charming ladies and receiving rewards, what could be more blissful in life? What the strongest comprehension system? What the investment return system? In the end, it all leads to solitude. With this branching system, it is as if he has been granted permission to pursue women, and whether it be a peerless empress or a royal princess, Chu Fan has no intention of letting any of them escape. Buzz! At that moment, a humming sound erupted, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth. Centered around Chu Fan, it flowed into his body, causing his realm to ascend continuously. From the first level of chi refinement to the third, then to the fifth, 10 years of cultivation surged into his body, and, astonishingly, his realm reached the sixth level of chi refinement. This is equivalent to the cultivation level of an inner disciple of the Feihe sect. It is worth noting that the sect master of the Feihe sect is only at the late stage of the embryonic transformation realm, at the sixth level of chi refinement. Chu Fan is undoubtedly among the strongest in the entirety of Taiping Town. Husband! At that moment, Liu Shutong awakened. The sharp contours of Chu Fan's cold and stern visage, along with the celestial aura radiating from him, captivated Liu Shutong. Gazing at the beauty in his arms, Chu Fan smirked mischievously. "My dear, you were quite wild last night. The so-called beauty's waist is a lethal weapon." Even though Chu Fan is strong and robust, he nearly met his demise under Liu Shutong's fervent movements last night. "How annoying, I'm still in pain." Liu Shutong blushed shyly. Burying her head in Chu Fan's chest, her ears flushed. Bang! Just as Chu Fan intended to indulge once more in earthly pleasures, the door was suddenly kicked open. "Chu Fan, get out here!" Liu Feng was furious. As Liu Shutong's childhood friend, even though he had not yet breached the final barrier of their relationship, everyone knew that Liu Feng had long regarded her as his own. Little did he expect that while merely attending to some business in Taiping Town, he would hear that Chu Fan and Liu Shutong had wed. The overwhelming green hat on his head drove Liu Feng into a frenzy. If it were before, with Chu Fan as a celestial being of the Feihe sect, he could have endured the humiliation. However, after hearing that the Feihe sect had been obliterated by a powerful adversary, leaving none alive, it meant that Chu Fan was no longer a celestial being and had the audacity to don a green hat on him. This was tantamount to courting death. He had originally planned to return and teach Chu Fan a lesson, but the scene before him left Liu Feng utterly dumbfounded. The woman he had claimed was nestled in Chu Fan's embrace, appearing shy and content. "What the hell? Chu Fan, how dare you sleep with my woman? I'll fight you." Liu Feng rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront Chu Fan. Liu Shutong hastily draped a robe over herself. Standing protectively in front of Chu Fan, her brows tightly knitted, she coldly declared, "Liu Feng, If you dare to harm my husband, you shall first step over my corpse. You. Liu Feng was infuriated. The woman he had deemed his own was now in bed with someone else, and she was defending him? Who could tolerate such a situation? Fine, fine, Chu Fan, don't think I'm unaware of the Feihe sect situation. If you are a man, come out and face me in a duel, instead of hiding behind a woman like a coward. Chu Fan donned his clothing and, with a practiced motion, rubbed Liu Shutong's proud figure. My dear, you rest well. I shall go and meet him. In the small courtyard of the thatched cottage, it was already crowded with people. They were not there to catch anyone in the act, but rather to dissuade Liu Feng. Liu Feng, don't act recklessly. Shutong being favored by the Qianxian is her fortune. Yes, if you offend the celestial being, the entire Liu family village may suffer the consequences. Listening to the villagers' pleas, Liu Feng was furious. Uncles and brothers, you have all been deceived by this bastard Chu Fan. The Feihe sect has been annihilated and no longer exists. Chu Fan has only just joined. He has not even begun to cultivate and is as mortal as we are. Upon uttering these words, the crowd fell into shock, especially the village chief, who staggered half a step, tightly grasping Liu Feng's hand, inquiring, Xiao Feng, is what you say true? If Chu Fan is not a celestial being, then did my granddaughter lose her purity for nothing? What a tremendous loss. Village chief, do you not know me? When have I ever deceived you? Liu Feng asserted resolutely. Ha! Chu Fan emerged from the room, a cold smile gracing his lips. Liu Feng, the Feihe sect may indeed be gone, but who told you that I am not a celestial being? Oomph. Liu Feng scoffed. Chu Fan, stop putting on airs. You've only just joined the Feihe sect. How could you possibly be a celestial being? The difficulty of becoming one is immense. He could not believe that Chu Fan, having only just joined the Feihe sect, could manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to become a celestial being. Observing the skeptical gazes around him, Chu Fan's expression remained indifferent. It seems everyone doubts my status as a celestial being. If so, allow me to demonstrate the consequences of incurring the wrath of a celestial. With that, Chu Fan slowly raised his hand, forming a sword gesture, and a dense spiritual energy began to coalesce. Fierce wind finger. With a command, a tempest surged forth, spiraling like a dragon, centering around the tip of Chu Fan's finger, rushing towards Liu Feng. Upon witnessing this, Liu Feng's complexion changed drastically. What? How is this possible? Chapter 3 Husband, I desire you. Suffocating, petrifying, terrifying. The entire scene fell into silence. Such a dreadful whirlwind wreaked havoc, causing the dilapidated walls of the small courtyard to collapse with a thunderous crash. Liu Feng's body was hurled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. His face drained of color as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This cannot be. How can you possibly be a celestial being? Liu Feng could hardly fathom the reality. The Feihe sect had clearly perished, yet Chu Fan, who had only just joined, was still able to tread the path of cultivation. Chu Fan was somewhat astonished. Truly, this was a high-grade Huangjin martial art. Had it not been for the consideration of the many villagers present, he would have unleashed his full strength. That strike could have easily claimed Liu Feng's life. With one hand behind his back, the outer disciple's robe adorned with the embroidered Feihe totem billowed in the wind, and Chu Fan, as cold visage, looked down upon Liu Feng with disdain. I am self-taught, with innate talent. Do I even need to explain myself to you? Bang! He delivered another kick. Liu Feng, with no capacity to retaliate, was sent flying and lost consciousness on the spot. This scene was witnessed by Liu Shutong, who had just finished dressing and stepped out of the room. She felt no concern for Liu Feng. Rather, pride and excitement filled her eyes. Her man is a celestial being. What could be more prideful and exhilarating than this? Thud! The villagers finally came to their senses, kneeling fervently on the ground in devout worship. Welcome, esteemed immortal. Welcome, esteemed immortal. The village chief cast aside his cane. His forehead pressed firmly against the earth, filled with both dread and relief. Thankfully, he had not heeded Liu Feng's slanderous words and confronted Chu Fan. Otherwise, he would likely have met an untimely end by now. Observing the villagers around him, Chu Fan smiled slightly and gestured. There is no need to kneel. You may disperse. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Although they had long known that Chu Fan was an immortal, witnessing him command the winds with a mere gesture was an entirely different experience. It was only after Chu Fan returned to his thatched cottage that they dared arise. Glancing at Liu Feng, who lay in a pool of blood not far away. The villagers took a detour, fearful of associating with him and incurring Chu Fan's displeasure. Inside the cottage, Liu Shutong gazed adoringly at Chu Fan as she massaged his shoulders. "My husband, you were truly magnificent just now." Chu Fan paid her no mind, although he had been rewarded with a decade's worth of cultivation. Reaching the 6th level of Qi, refining, merely marked the initial step into the path of immortality. To survive in this brutal world, one must possess formidable power. If Liu Shutong, an ordinary mortal, could receive a decade's worth of cultivation, one could only imagine the potential rewards for an actual cultivator, alongside even more potent martial techniques. Contemplating this, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Chu Fan's deep-set eyes. There was no longer a need to linger in Liu family village. Liu Shutong, seated beside him, entwined her arm with his, the proud peaks of her figure brushing against him. "My husband, the Feihe sect has been destroyed. What shall we do next?" Chu Fan fell into deep thought. Although he possessed a system that rendered him independent of sect teachings and did not require any techniques to enhance his abilities, his current 6th-level cultivation was insufficient to stand tall among the masses. The pressing matter at hand was to join a more powerful sect, which would also facilitate his acquaintance with other women. "My husband, I heard Liu Feng mention that a sect is recruiting disciples in Taiping Town these days. Would you like to take a look?" "Oh." Liu Shutong's words piqued Chu Fan's interest. "Is the information reliable?" Liu Shutong nodded. "It should be accurate. Liu Feng went to Taiping Town to seek a master at the sect." No wonder. Chu Fan had been curious about Liu Feng's sudden trip to Taiping Town, but it turned out he had been trying to sneakily become an immortal. It seemed the sect had yet to officially commence recruitment. Upon hearing that he had married Liu Shutong, Liu Feng must have hurried back in a panic. Given this, Chu Fan resolved to pay a visit. Regaining his composure, he slowly rose and reached out to touch Liu Shutong's forehead, a gentle flow of light emanating from his fingertip. Liu Shutong trembled, her mind flooded with the obscure technique. Stunned, she exclaimed, "My husband, what is this?" "This is a yellow-grade, upper-tier technique, the remnant shadow spirit art. Try to sense the existence of spiritual energy. Join me in Taiping Town tomorrow." Ding! The host successfully imparted the technique. Liu Shutong's loyalty reached 100, unwavering and steadfast, never to betray. The host successfully bound a celestial partner. The cultivation gains of the celestial partner will feed back to the host. Chu Fan was taken aback. He had merely wished to ascertain whether Liu Shutong possessed spiritual roots and could embark on the path of immortality. To his surprise, he had activated another feature of the system. After binding a celestial partner, even if he did nothing, allowing her to cultivate would continuously enhance his own cultivation. "My husband, can I also become an immortal?" Liu Shutong asked, brimming with excitement. Chu Fan nodded, saying, "Whether you can succeed depends on you. Also, refrain from calling me my husband. Call me darling instead." "Okay, thank you, darling." Liu Shutong leaped into Chu Fan's embrace and planted a passionate kiss on him. Her beautiful face flushed crimson as she whispered in his ear, "Darling, I want you." Chu Fan was not one to remain unperturbed. The surge of spiritual energy shattered Liu Shutong's garments, tossing her onto the bed as he pounced upon her like a ravenous tiger. As night fell, Liu Feng, barely clinging to life, opened his eyes. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, his gaze brimmed with envy and resentment. "Heaven, why are you so unjust?" Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, thin black mist enveloping him as a pair of blood-red eyes materialized, and an eerie voice echoed in Liu Feng's mind. "Do you wish for revenge? I can help you. Who are you?" Chapter 4. Except for that place, his mouth is the toughest. The next morning, Chu Fan wore a grave expression as he observed Liu Shutong, seated cross-legged before him. A flicker of astonishment crossed his features. Although the yellow-grade, upper-tier technique was commendable, it did not guarantee success for everyone. Yet in just a single day, Liu Shutong not only sensed the existence of spiritual energy, but also ascended to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Could it be that Liu Shutong was a rare talent in the path of immortality? Fortunately, I have his system support. Otherwise, I would truly be embarrassed. Chu Fan mu set in wali. Soon, Liu Shutong operated her technique, and the surrounding spiritual energy appeared to transform into shimmering remnants, returning to her essence. Her long eyelashes fluttered as her eyes widened slightly. Upon realizing her cultivation level, joy radiated from her, and she leaped into Chu Fan's arms, sweetly declaring, "Darling, I've reached the third level of qi refining." Chu Fan remained unfazed. As Liu Shutong advanced to the third level, the spiritual energy feedback from the system allowed Chu Fan to simultaneously reach the seventh level of qi refining. The energy flowed through him, and Chu Fan exhaled a deep breath, his brows relaxing. Wonderful. This feature of the system is truly to my liking. Afterward, Chu Fan gathered his thoughts, maintaining a calm demeanor as he nodded nonchalantly. Not bad, just average. While Liu Shutong displayed promise, he could not concede this fact. Otherwise, she might soon think of herself as superior, which would not do. As a man, aside from certain areas, his mouth was the toughest. Liu Shutong playfully tugged at Chu Fan's arm, occasionally brushing against him as she flattered, "Compared to darling, I'm still far behind." "Good to know. Chu Fan, note that? Pack your things. We're heading to Taiping Town." In Taiping Town, along a small path on the eastern outskirts, two figures strolled leisurely. The leading woman, clad in a light blue robe, possessed a cool and serene demeanor, akin to a celestial snow lotus. Her slender waist resembled a willow leaf, easily clasped in a hand. 3,000 strands of hair were casually tied with a piece of light blue silk ribbon, cascading along her alluring curves down to her waist. The ethereal indifference surrounding her made it seem as though she transcended the mundane world. As a direct disciple of the Tianyu sect's leader, Lingyun, with the cultivation of the 8th level of Dan gathering, she was undoubtedly one of the leading figures among the younger generation. This descent from a mountain was on the sect leader's orders to investigate the annihilation of the Feihe sect. Regrettably, despite sensing an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy, it vanished inexplicably upon nearing Taiping Town. Odd. Why can't I lock onto it? Sister Lingyun, the other party must have sensed your approach and fled in advance. Su Gaofei, who stood beside her, flattered with a fawning expression. With narrow, elongated eyes paired with a hawk-like nose, he exuded the unmistakable visage of a treacherous minister, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him, particularly when casting his gaze upon Lingyun. The flicker of malice and fervor that danced within his depths was undeniably sinister. Were he not a disciple of the esteemed Grand Elder of Tianyu sect? Even Lingyun would prefer not to descend the mountain alone with him. "Junior sister, since the other party has fled, we should return to the sect," Su Gaofei suggested. Lingyun shook her head, responding with a calm demeanor. "The sect master has instructed us to recruit disciples in Taiping Town along the way." Su Gaofei was well aware of the sect master's command. Yet, in his eyes, the common folk of Taiping Town were mere lowly peasants, unworthy of becoming his fellow disciples. Tianyu sect, one of the 7 great sects of the Xinhua Empire, was not a place for just anyone to gain entry. "Junior sister, considering this bunch of peasants, it is unlikely any of them possess spiritual roots. There is no need to waste time. With the sect competition approaching, it would be wiser to return to the sect for cultivation." Lingyun's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of apprehension as she replied, "Have you forgotten about Murong Qing?" "Oh." At the mention of Murong Qing, Su Gaofei shuddered. Among the younger generation of the Xinhua Empire's sects, Murong Qing was undoubtedly a prodigious figure. It was said that she was merely a farmer's daughter, unexpectedly discovered by one of the 7 major sects, Tianjin Mountain Villa, where they realized she possessed the rarest innate sword physique. In just 5 years of cultivation, she had reached the nascent soul stage. Although such occurrences were exceedingly rare, who could guarantee that Tianyu sect would not share in such fortune? "Junior sister, Murong Qing is just an anomaly," Su Gaofei asserted. "Senior brother," Lingyun interjected. "You seem quite eager to return to the sect, do you not?" Su Gaofei was momentarily taken aback, hastily waving his hand and smiling. "How could that be? I will follow your lead." With that, Su Gaofei lowered his head, a glint of malice and fervor flashing in his eyes as he secretly mused, "Humph. The McZin-san is almost ready. Once we return to the sect, I will surely have you." The thought of the aloof goddess soon lying in his embrace stirred excitement within him. Unbeknownst to Lingyun, Su Gaofei's thoughts were far from pure. Her beautiful eyes sparked with brilliance as she noticed a man and woman slowly advancing not far ahead. She raised her brows in surprise. In this remote corner of Taiping Town, there are actually cultivators? Su Gaofei suppressed his inner thoughts, his brow furrowing as a murderous intent flickered in his gaze. "Junior sister, could they possibly be?" "Impossible." Lingyun firmly shook her head, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. A cultivator at the 7th level of chi refinement cannot hope to annihilate Fei's sect. At her words, Su Gaofei cast a disdainful glance at the figures ahead before turning away. Meanwhile, Chu Fan had noticed Sealing Yun as well. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and he was captivated by her exquisite beauty and ethereal aura. What a stunning woman, he thought. In comparison, the so-called popular stars of Blue Star paled in insignificance. Liu Shutong glanced at Chu Fan, then at the distant figure of Sealing Yun, seemingly grasping something. Darling, are you smitten with her? Would you like me to investigate? Chapter 5. Darling, they want you again. What did you just say? I said, if you like her, I can look into it for you. Liu Shutong, entwining her arm with Chu Fan's, smiled sweetly. Chu Fan struggled to comprehend the situation. What is this? Assisting my husband in pursuing another woman? And she wears such a blissful expression. What kind of divine operation is this? Initially, he had worried that if he were to pursue other women in the future, Liu Shutong might cause trouble. Although he was not afraid, it would undoubtedly be troublesome. To his astonishment, Liu Shutong appeared to have brainwashed herself, accepting the situation so readily. Could it be due to her 100 loyalty? Chu Fan pondered. With such unwavering loyalty, Liu Shutong would go to any lengths to please him, even if it meant helping him pursue other women. The system truly is formidable. Clearing his throat, Chu Fan collected his thoughts and said, there is no rush. They are likely from the immortal sect. Lu Feng's foolish words hold some truth. Taiping Town is remote, and the appearance of immortal sect members here must be for the purpose of recruiting disciples. As night fell, Chu Fan found in. Liu Shutong entered a state of cultivation once more, her internal spiritual energy steadily rising. At this rate, her breakthrough to the 4th level of chi refinement would not take long. Chu Fan stood by the window, gazing at the twinkling stars and the hazy moon above, a slight smile gracing his lips. With the system's support, he need not toil in arduous training. As long as he continued to branch out, the rewards from the system alone would suffice to elevate his cultivation. Moreover, after binding with his immortal partner, the spiritual energy within him surged continuously. While others might need to seclude themselves for cultivation, Chu Fan only needed to sit back and enjoy the benefits. How could one argue with such fortune? The life of a genius is often lonely. Chu Fan mused whimsically. Suddenly, a humming sound filled the room, interrupting his contemplation. Turning to look, he saw several phantoms swirling around Liu Shutong before merging back into her form. Moments later, Liu Shutong trembled as her cultivation broke through its constraints, reaching the 4th level of chi refinement. Wow, this pace of cultivation is astonishing. Is Liu Shutong truly a rare talent in cultivation? Chu Fan was left speechless. He had attained the 6th level of chi refinement through 10 years of system rewards, while Liu Shutong had reached the 4th level in merely 2 days of practice. This defied all logic. Before long, the spiritual energy in the room began to dissipate as Liu Shutong concealed her aura and slowly opened her eyes. A look of joy crossed her face as she leapt into Chu Fan's embrace, playfully exclaiming, Darling, I have broken through to the 4th level of chi refinement. Oh! Chu Fan endeavored to maintain his composure. The faster Liu Shutong cultivated, the greater the spiritual energy returned to him, thereby enhancing his strength. If possible, he would eagerly wish for her to undergo tribulation and ascend immediately, perhaps even allowing him to attain immortality alongside her. Furthermore, the stronger Liu Shutong's talent, the more she would be valued upon joining the immortal sect, greatly aiding his own prospects of binding with other immortal partners. The chi refinement stage was relatively easy. With continued effort, he must not become overly impatient or proud. Indeed, Liu Shutong cheerfully nodded. Chu Fan was right. The chi refinement stage primarily involved drawing in spiritual energy, refining one's meridians and body, laying the groundwork for future Dan gathering. The cultivation speed was relatively swift, yet Liu Shutong's rapid progress was evidently abnormal. Darling, that at this moment, feeling Chu Fan's warm and sturdy chest, Liu Shutong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as desire stirred within her. What do men most wish to hear? It is when a woman expresses her desire. What do men fear hearing the most? It is when a woman says she wants more. Yet, for Chu Fan, this was far from an issue. With a mischievous grin, he embraced Liu Shutong, drawing her to the bed. In a swift motion, he removed her robe, revealing her snow-white skin, which shimmered beautifully under the moonlight. Liu Shutong's long, slender legs entwined around Chu Fan's waist. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 6. This is not in accordance with the rules, is it? In Taiping Town, the central square was teeming with people, a sea of heads stretching endlessly. Today, Tianyu sect was recruiting disciples. In this desolate place, the presence of the 7 major sects naturally attracted a multitude of onlookers. Anticipation filled the hearts of the crowd, as they fantasized about catching the attention of Tianyu sect, dreaming of one day becoming revered immortals. At this moment, Su Gaofei, clad in a blue and white robe, cast a cold, disdainful gaze upon the throng. To him, these people were merely deluded commoners, hoping for a taste of greatness. Were it not for Si Lingyun's insistence, he would never waste a moment in this wretched place. "Brother Su, let us begin," Si Lingyun's cool and calm voice rang out. Su Gaofei nodded, twisting his wrist to produce a dark blue stone, placing it upon the table. "Silence," he commanded sharply. A formidable aura enveloped his voice, instantly filling the square. People recoiled, some close by even sustaining injuries, spitting blood. Though fear gripped them, the admiration and respect in their eyes were unmistakable. Si Lingyun's brows furrowed slightly, showing her displeasure. Yet she chose not to comment further. Observing the mixture of fear and reverence among the crowd, Su Gaofei nodded in satisfaction. "This is a spirit testing stone, capable of determining whether you possess a spiritual root. If it lights up, you shall become an outer disciple of Tianyu sect." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd surged forward, eager to try their luck. This was their only chance to enter the realm of cultivation. If the stone illuminated, it would signify their escape from their mundane lives, elevating them to the status of exalted immortals. The lifespan of a mortal rarely exceeds 100 years. However, upon entering the qi refining stage, one's life expectancy would extend to 150 years. It is said that legendary beings could live for a millennium. The crowd instinctively formed a long queue, placing their hands on the spirit testing stone with anticipation and excitement. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Chu Fan squinted slightly, observing the spirit testing stone on the table with a calm expression. He had initially thought that Tianyu sect, being one of the 7 major sects of the Xingyue Empire, would have high standards for recruitment. To his surprise, the process seemed quite straightforward. He was certain that he possessed a spiritual root to have been chosen by Feihe's sect, and Liu Shutong was even more assured. "Darling, let us join the queue." "All right." As time passed, the long line in the vast square gradually diminished, yet none of the 999 individuals managed to illuminate the spirit testing stone. At this point, only 3 had barely passed the test, temporarily joining Tianyu sect. Soon, it was Chu Fan and Liu Shutong's turn. Observing Si Lingyun up close, Chu Fan noted that she appeared even more beautiful than the day before, a flicker of joy and admiration unconsciously reflected in his eyes. However, to Su Gaofei, this gaze was unmistakably one of ulterior motives, stirring a subtle malice within him. "You two need not take the test. You may proceed directly." Just as Chu Fan was about to place his hand upon the spirit testing stone, Si Lingyun's cold voice interrupted. Su Gaofei seemed reluctant, his eyes glinting with coldness as he turned to question, "Sister Lingyun, is this not against the rules?" Si Lingyun remained unfazed, responding, "Do you think 2 qi refiners would lack spiritual roots?" Su Gaofei was left speechless. He certainly knew that both Chu Fan and Liu Shutong possessed spiritual roots, yet the disparity in treatment and Chu Fan's gaze irked him greatly. A strong sense of jealousy and narrow-mindedness twisted his thoughts. Anyone who garnered Si Lingyun's attention would become his enemy, and he yearned to eliminate them swiftly. "Brat, should I catch you casting that gaze again, I will end you." A chilling voice echoed in Chu Fan's ear. Chu Fan merely glanced at Su Gaofei, unperturbed, standing quietly by. This demeanor only intensified Su Gaofei's murderous intent. Had it not been for Si Lingyun's presence, he would have surely acted to eradicate this audacious insect that dared to disregard him. 3 hours later, all individuals, including Chu Fan and Liu Shutong, had completed their testing. With only 6 passing, Si Lingyun rose slowly, surveying the 6 before her, stating plainly, "From this moment on, you are all outer disciples of Tianyu sect. Upon returning to the sect, you will undergo further testing to determine your fates." With that, Si Lingyun approached Chu Fan, waving her hand, enveloping him, Liu Shutong, and another in rich spiritual energy. Brother Su, the remaining 3 are in your hands. With her words, Si Lingyun ascended into the air with the 3. Su Gaofei's gaze fixated on Chu Fan beside Si Lingyun, malice swirling in his eyes, cold and unyielding. Brat, it would be wise to know your place, or I shall ensure you regret ever coming into this world. Meanwhile, as the immortal departed, the others in the central square felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, gradually dispersing. Unbeknownst to them, a figure cloaked in black in the corner darkly observed the direction of Chu Fan's departure. Chu Fan, do not think that joining Tianyu sect will grant you immunity. One day, I will personally see to your demise. Chapter 7. Here, my word is law. The Tianyu mountain range, located on the eastern side of the Xinhua Empire, derived its name from the location of the Tianyu sect. Towering peaks stretch for miles. Feiling Peak, the outermost mountain of Tianyu sect, served as the activity area for outer disciples. With a whoosh, several figures descended from the sky. Lingyun, you've returned. A middle-aged figure hurried forward, courteously saluting. Although Elder Zhao was an elder, his status was inferior to that of the sect leader's personal disciples, especially given his cultivation at the 5th level of gathering pills, which paled in comparison to Si Lingyun. Elder Zhao, these individuals are newly joined disciples. I would appreciate your assistance in testing their talents, Si Lingyun stated with a nod. Zhao Guang surveyed Chu Fan and the others, his expression revealing no expectation for their performance. He understood Si Lingyun's mission for descending the mountain and could surmise that these 6 were recruited from the remote corners of Taiping town, naturally lacking interest in them. Lingyun, the sect leader has instructed you to return immediately to the council hall. Elder Zhao said politely. Understood, Si Lingyun replied, disregarding Chu Fan and the others. In a flash, she vanished from sight. After Si Lingyun's departure, Su Gaofei stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Fan, seemingly whispering something to Elder Zhao. Zhao Guan's expression momentarily faltered as he cast a glance at Chu Fan, a glimmer of coldness flickering his eyes before he slowly nodded. Darling, is this the Xianmen? Liu Shutong finally reacted after Su Gaofei departed. Her lively eyes scanned the surroundings in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that she could actually join the Xianmen. Chu Fan nodded, but chose not to elaborate further. Subsequently, Zhao Guan stepped forward, hands clasped behind him, and spoke in a chilling tone, You lot, follow me. Soon, under Zhao Guan's guidance, the 6, including Chu Fan, arrived at the edge of Feiling Peak. Zhao Guan pointed to a massive stone standing precariously at the cliff's edge, declaring, This is the test stone which can determine your aptitude for cultivation. Having said this, he casually indicated one person, commanding, You, place your hand upon it. The chosen individual dared not hesitate, advancing nervously, their trembling palm resting upon the test stone. A low hum resonated, and the test stone emitted a faint glow that quickly faded. While the test stone could not definitively predict a person's future achievements, it could maximally assess their talent level. The brighter the light, the higher the individual's aptitude for cultivation. Years ago, when Si Lingyun had just joined Tianyu sect, the test stone had shone with brilliance for 100 zhong, startling even the reclusive Grand Elder. Thus, she was taken in as a direct disciple by the sect master. In contrast, the individual before them emitted a barely noticeable glow. Although possessing spiritual roots, they would struggle throughout their life to successfully condense their Dan. As expected, Zhao Guan's expression soured upon witnessing this, and he coldly stated, Enough, next. Before long, after the remaining 4 had been tested, Zhao Guan's impatience grew. None of them displayed significant talent. Merely being allowed to stay in the outer sect to chop wood and perform menial tasks was already a great fortune for them. Darling, do your best. When it was Chu Fan's turn, Liu Shutong's eyes sparkled with encouragement. Chu Fan smiled calmly, unconcerned about the brightness of the test stone. With the branching system he possessed, even without innate talent, his cultivation would still soar rapidly. Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to undergo the test. Just as he prepared to place his hand on the test stone, Zhao Guan interjected coldly, Kid, you need not be tested. Why? Chu Fan's brows furrowed slightly as he questioned with displeasure. Zhao Guan scoffed, No need for so much chatter. In the outer sect, my word is law. Later, descend a mountain to hunt a second-tier beast and bring back a beast core, or do not return. Clearly, Su Gaofei's earlier transmission to Zhao Guan was aimed at having him discipline Chu Fan. Regardless of how exceptional Chu Fan's talent might be, without undergoing the test. Neither the sect master nor the elders would be aware of it. Furthermore, although the Xingyue Empire had weak spiritual energy, making it difficult for beasts to cultivate and resulting in low tiers, it did not imply that the Tianyu mountain range lacked beasts. A single second-tier beast could easily obliterate Chu Fan in an instant. At that point, who would care about the life or death of an outer sect disciple? Liu Shutong, filled with indignation, attempted to retort but was stopped by Chu Fan. He was indifferent to whether his talent was high or low. His intention for joining Tianyu sect was to connect with more cultivators and to win over Lingyun. Everything else was inconsequential. Tanger, you go ahead, Chu Fan said. Liu Shutong, fists clenched and looking adorably furious, approached the test stone, shooting a furious glare at Zhao Guan before placing her hand upon it. Moments later. Just as Zhao Guan presumed, Liu Shutong possessed no talent. An unexpected event occurred. A tremendous hum erupted, and a blinding light shot up into the sky, climbing dozens of zhang before gradually settling. Observing the scene before him, Chu Fan's brows furrowed slightly as he quietly advised, "No matter what happens, do not concern yourself with me." The extraordinary phenomenon of the test stone was enough to demonstrate Liu Shutong's exceptional talent. She might very well step directly into the intersect, thereby better assisting Chu Fan in dealing with Lingyun. While she did not entirely grasp Chu Fan's intent, Liu Shutong nodded obediently. Soon enough, the entire Tianyu sect seemed to take notice of the situation as powerful presences rushed from the main peak. Chapter 8. Master and Disciples. Sister Flowers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air filled the atmosphere, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped Fei Ling Peak. Tang Wenlan, the sect master of Tianyu sect, descended from the heavens. Dressed in white, her long, ebony hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching her slender waist. Her stunning visage resembled that of an ethereal fairy. Exuding en enchantinora. The white feather mark between her brows floated like a celestial being. Her captivating eyes sparkled with a serene, uncompetitive demeanor. Such beauty, Chu Fan could not help but marvel inwardly. He had thought Lingyun was the most beautiful woman in Tianyu sect, yet standing beside Tang Wenlan, even her brilliance seemed somewhat overshadowed. Greetings, sect master and grand elder. At this moment, Zhao Guan's demeanor shifted from indifference to one of deference. As he hurriedly approached and bowed, Tang Wenlan paid him no mind. Moments prior, she had been in the assembly hall listening to Lingyun report on the events of their descent. Upon sensing the anomaly at Fei Ling Peak, she had come without hesitation. Who was testing for aptitude just now? Tang Wenlan's voice was clear and melodious, like a lark, yet imbued with authority. Zhao Guan slightly turned his body, pointing at the bewildered Liu Shutong beside him, and said, reporting to the sect master, it was the newly joined outer sect disciple named. His voice abruptly ceased. Zhao Guan had never regarded them highly from the start, thus he had not inquired about her name. Tang Wenlan gracefully stepped forward, her ethereal presence akin to a spring breeze, as she inquired, "What is your name?" Liu Shutong, now realizing that the stunning woman before her was the sect master, felt a pang of inadequacy, despite her own pleasing appearance. "I am Liu Shutong, disciple of the sect master," she said, raising her hand and awkwardly bowing. Tang Wenlan assessed Liu Shutong thoughtfully, nodded in satisfaction, and asked, "Would you like to become my disciple?" At this declaration, the crowd was astounded. Liu Shutong, merely a country girl, had garnered the attention of the sect master of Tianyu sect, even being directly taken in as a disciple. This was akin to ascending to the heavens in a single leap. In that moment, Zhao Guan's heart sank, a wave of trepidation surging within him. Liu Shutong's relationship with Chu Fan was anything but ordinary. Recalling his previous attitude, if Liu Shutong sought to exact retribution on his behalf, it could spell the end of his position as elder, if he were to survive at all. Just then, Su Gaofei's figure appeared from a distance, having not accompanied Lingyun to the assembly hall. Instead, he returned to his cave dwelling, securing the already refined Mishun sand and merging it with the fragrant sandalwood. Coincidentally, he sensed an anomaly with the measurement stone on Fei Ling Peak. Along the way, he fervently prayed that such a high talent would not belong to Chu Fan. Otherwise, despite being the disciple of the Grand Elder, it would be troublesome to confront him openly. Fortunately, upon discovering it was Liu Shutong, Su Gaofei let out a slight sigh of relief. Although they were together, Liu Shutong's remarkable talent meant that it wouldn't be long before she could rival Yun. Chu Fan was merely the lowest-ranking outer disciple of Tianyu sect, entirely on a different level. Are you unwilling? Seeing Liu Shutong in a daze and offering no response, Tang Wenlan furrowed her brows and inquired. Coming back to her senses, Liu Shutong swallowed hard, knelt on the ground, and respectfully said, "Disciple Liu Shutong greets master." Witnessing this, Tang Wenlan's cold demeanor softened slightly, and she nodded in appreciation. Liu Shutong's talent was no less than that of Yun. With a bit of nurturing, she would soon make rapid advancements in her cultivation, becoming a pillar of Tianyu sect. "Rise," Tang Wenlan waved her sleeve, and a gentle breeze lifted Liu Shutong to her feet. "Thank you, master," Liu Shutong expressed her gratitude. At that moment, the Grand Elder Godiju, who had been silently standing to the side, stepped forward to offer his congratulations. "Congratulations, sect master. Such a disciple must have an equally remarkable teacher." His aged face was lined with wrinkles, and his sunken eyes exuded a somber aura. The sinister flicker in his gaze was even more chilling and unsettling than that of Su Gaofei. Tang Wenlan nodded and said, "Let us return to the main hall." With a wave of her hand, dense spiritual energy enveloped Liu Shutong, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Godiju followed closely behind Su Gaofei. Before leaving, Yun cast a glance at Chu Fan, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of pity. As Liu Shutong's talent emerged, it was clear that she and Chu Fan were no longer on the same level, and the gap between them would only widen. Soon, Chu Fan would no longer be worthy of Liu Shutong. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Fan felt no discouragement at all, watching the direction in which everyone departed. A smile graced his lips. With Liu Shutong accepted as a direct disciple by Tang Wenlan and now a junior to Yun, it would facilitate his plans. He estimated that it would not be long before he could completely win over Yun. Perhaps he would even get to experience the camaraderie of a teacher and sister disciples. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Guan stepped forward, his previous indifference replaced by a subtle hint of flattery. "My brother, would you care to test your talent?" Chapter 9. Su Gaofei's Conspiracy. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Turning to look at the beaming Zhao Guan, he asked, "Elder Zhao, weren't you just discouraging me from testing?" "Was I? I believe you must have misunderstood." Zhao Guan feigned a righteous demeanor and replied, "It is the sect's rule that all disciples joining the sect must undergo testing." With a modicum of talent, one could ascend to the rank of outer elder, and Zhao Guan had his methods. His skill in assessing others was already meticulously honed. Liu Shutong's extraordinary talent raised the possibility that Chu Fan might also possess high potential. If Liu Shutong, as a disciple of the sect master, requested him to test Chu Fan's talent, he would have no authority to refuse. To take 1,000 steps back, even if Chu Fan's talent was not remarkable, Liu Shutong's connections would ensure that no one dared to offend him in the near term. As for Su Gaofei's instructions, Zhao Guan was confident he could navigate both sides, pleasing everyone without causing offense. "No need," Chu Fan replied, having lost interest in testing his talent. He waved his hand and said, "Please arrange a quiet place for me." "Elder Zhao." "Certainly," Zhao Guan replied with a smile. His obsequious demeanor elicited envy from the 4 others who had recently joined Tianyu sect. In this era, whether in the mundane world or the realm of immortals, relationships and backgrounds were of utmost importance. Tianyu Peak towered majestically, piercing the clouds. In the grand hall of Tianyu sect, Tang Wenlan, draped in a snow-white robe that concealed her long legs, sat majestically in the main seat, exuding authority. "Lingyun, please continue." "Very well." Lingyun nodded and said, "I suspect the destruction of Feihe sect may be related to Yuan Palace." "Oh." Tang Wenlan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What leads you to this conclusion?" Lingyun explained, "All disciples of Feihe sect's outer sect perished in an instant, showing no signs of resistance or struggle. They bore smiles as if lost in a beautiful dream, while the body of the inner sect elder still retained traces of demonic energy. Only a demonic sect skilled in illusion arts, like Yuan Palace, could achieve this." After speaking, Lingyun lightly tapped her slender fingers, her cold eyes sinking into contemplation as she pondered. Yuan Palace, like Tianyu sect, was one of the 7 major sects of Xingyue Empire. The only distinction was that the disciples of Yuan Palace were practitioners of demonic arts. Due to the constraints imposed by numerous sects, Yuan Palace would not dare to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, nor would they brazenly annihilate another sect unless they were plotting a grand conspiracy. Prepare to go to war against the Empire. Sect Master, I believe this matter requires careful deliberation. Godiju stepped forward, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Yuan Palace's illusion arts are indeed formidable, but they are not unique. This evidence alone is insufficient to definitively link the destruction of Feihe's sect to Yuan Palace. After a brief pause, Godiju continued. With the martial competition of the Xinyu Empire approaching, Yuan Palace is unlikely to act so recklessly. If they were to be caught in a misstep, attracting the attention of the royal family, they would not only be barred from participating in the competition, but also face oppression from the royal family. In such a scenario, their standing among the 7 sects of the empire would be jeopardized, resulting in a loss that outweighs the gain. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenlan nodded slightly. Godiju's points were valid. Yuan Palace had no grievances with Feihe's sect and had no need to take such risks. However, since Feihe's sect fell within Tianyu's sect's jurisdiction, she could not remain indifferent. After a few moments of contemplation, Tang Wenlan slowly rose, exhaling a deep breath, and stated, I shall personally investigate the matter at Feihe's sect. Lingyun, please impart our sect's techniques to your junior sister. We shall discuss other matters upon my return. Lingyun bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Turning to the bewildered Liu Shutong, she smiled and said, Junior sister, come with me. Liu Shutong nodded. All right, senior sister. Outside the grand hall, Lingyun led Liu Shutong toward her cave dwelling. Lingyun junior sister. Su Gaofei hurriedly approached from behind, blocking Lingyun's path. Lingyun asked indifferently, Senior brother Su, is there something you need? Su Gaofei flashed a bright smile, twirling his wrist to reveal an exquisitely crafted, ancient bronze sandalwood box in his palm, saying, This is the Lingxi incense I painstakingly acquired. It can significantly enhance the bond between cultivators and spiritual energy, potentially aiding you in breaking through. Looking at the sandalwood box in Su Gaofei's hand, excitement flickered in Lingyun's beautiful eyes. Her cultivation had been stagnating at the 8th level of Jujin for far too long. If one cannot achieve a timely breakthrough, it would prove quite challenging to attain commendable results in the upcoming sect competition. Senior brother, this is rather concerning, is it not? This could greatly benefit you as well. Remarked Lingyun. Su Gaofei waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. Junior sister, my talent is rather limited. It would be a waste for me to use it. You should take it. Before Lingyun could voice her objections, Su Gaofei swiftly thrust the sandalwood box into her hands. A wave of gratitude surged within Lingyun, and she expressed her thanks. Then I am truly grateful, senior brother. You need not be so polite, junior sister. As Su Gaofei watched Lingyun and Liu Shutong depart, he was captivated by their exquisite figures, their slender waists swaying gracefully, igniting a fervent desire within him. A dragon and 2 phoenixes. It seems the heavens have not been unkind to me, he mused. Once you ignite the sandalwood containing the mesmerizing powder, you shall lose your senses after 3 breaths. At that moment, you too will be entirely at my mercy. Ha ha. Chapter 10. How did I end up being forcefully kissed? Outside the cave dwelling, Su Gaofei rubbed his hands together, his elongated eyes brimming with ardor and anticipation, already envisioning the ensuing passionate encounter. Gaofei, hurry and come see me. Suddenly, he heard Godizu's anxious transmission in his ear. Su Gaofei hesitated, his gaze fixed on the closed door of the cave, a tumultuous conflict brewing within him. He had prepared himself to relish the delights of a dragon and 2 phoenixes, only to be interrupted at the crucial moment. This sensation was akin to finding oneself in a compromising position, yet unable to respond. Hurry and come see me, Godizu urged again, his tone laced with irritation, compelling Su Gaofei to act. He reasoned that since his junior sister would be imparting techniques and guidance for cultivation, she likely would not ignite the sandalwood just yet. There was still time. Resolving this inner turmoil, Su Gaofei's figure flickered as he sped towards Godizu's cave. Within the cave, Lingyun placed the sandalwood box on the table. Turning to the somewhat reserved Liu Shutong, she smiled, radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Junior sister, there is no need to be anxious. I will first impart the techniques of the Tianyu sect to you, and feel free to inquire if anything is unclear. Liu Shutong was astonished. Having just joined the Tianyu sect, she was already receiving such attention, even being taken under the personal tutelage of the sect leader. She still felt as though she were in a dream. Thank you, senior sister, Liu Shutong expressed gratefully. Si Lingyun gently shook her head, raising her delicate hand to form a sword gesture, a stream of luminous energy swiftly entering Liu Shutong's mind. As she absorbed the techniques, excitement surged through Liu Shutong. Yuhua Tianlingju, the supreme technique of the Tianyu sect, a high-grade mystical art, infinitely close to the rank of Earth-level techniques. In comparison, the Canning Lingjue resembled a babbling child, utterly incomparable to the imposing Yuhua Tianlingju. As the latter began to circulate within her, pure spiritual energy coursed through her body, transforming and thoroughly cleansing the impurities within her meridians. A soft hum resonated. Liu Shutong's cultivation naturally broke through to the 5th level of qi refining, leaving Si Lingyun somewhat astonished. A breakthrough? Indeed, your talent is commendable. What Si Lingyun did not realize, however, was that while Liu Shutong's talent was indeed noteworthy, it was limited to the qi refining stage. Once she successfully consolidated her Dan and formally embarked on the path of cultivation, her speed of advancement would significantly decelerate. Compared to ordinary individuals, she would still be considered a genius. Yet when matched against someone like Si Lingyun, the favored daughter of the heavens, she would still fall short by a considerable margin. Senior sister, I've made a breakthrough, Liu Shutong exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Si Lingyun smiled warmly, nodding in encouragement. Well done, keep up the hard work, and you may soon catch up to me. At that moment, Liu Shutong seemed to recall something, raising her head to ask, Senior sister, may I step outside for a moment? Si Lingyun, fully aware of Liu Shutong's intentions, furrowed her brows slightly and spoke earnestly. Senior sister understands that your relationship with that outer sect disciple is quite special. However, you must realize that as your talents become more apparent, you are ultimately from 2 different worlds. Upon hearing this, Liu Shutong appeared somewhat displeased, her gratitude towards Si Lingyun gradually dissipating, replaced by a flicker of anger. Anyone who dared to speak ill of Chu Fan would become her enemy, even if that person was her senior sister. Senior sister, you don't truly understand him. Moreover, he hasn't tea enough. Before Liu Shutong could finish her sentence, Si Lingyun raised her hand to halt her. It might be best to resolve this matter. With a twist of her wrist, a feather appeared. This is a Fei feather. It will grant you temporary flight. Go swiftly and return promptly. Liu Shutong accepted the Fei feather without further ado and turned to leave the cave. Si Lingyun exhaled softly, adjusting her spiritual energy to its optimal state as she ignited the sandalwood beside her, eyes gleaming with anticipation as she entered a meditative state. On Feiyan Peak, Chu Fan felt a tremor throughout his body as his cultivation reached the 8th level of qi refining. His brows furrowed slightly in confusion as he murmured, Liu Shutong has broken through again? Husband. Just as if summoned, Liu Shutong descended gracefully, arriving at the entrance of Chu Fan's cave. Chu Fan smiled faintly and inquired, Didn't you just go to the main peak? Why have you returned? Liu Shutong tucked away the Fei feather and entwined her arm around Chu Fan's, playfully saying, Husband, I missed you. This scene ignited the envy of many outer sect disciples nearby, their jaws clenched and eyes ablaze. Liu Shutong was not only stunning, but her figure was also enchanting, and now she had become the sect leader's personal disciple. They could not fathom how Chu Fan had managed to earn her affections. Particularly, Zhao Guan, not far away, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing Liu Shutong, silently thanking his fortune for not having sabotaged Chu Fan. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Husband, Liu Shutong rose on her toes, whispering in Chu Fan's ear, Si Lingyun has entered a meditative state. So perhaps we could take advantage of this moment. Chu Fan felt a bead of sweat trickle down. This woman was truly ruthless. Without hesitation, she had effectively sold out her senior sister to ensure her husband could pursue another woman. Indeed, I find this quite delightful, he thought. However, Si Lingyun was a formidable expert at the Dan gathering stage, capable of ending him with a mere flick of her wrist. If he dared to be forceful, he might end up with nothing left. Nevertheless, visiting her wouldn't incur any loss. At the very least, it would make him a familiar face. Besides, with Liu Shutong by his side, even if Si Lingyun held no affection for him, she would not resort to violence. All right, Chu Fan nodded in agreement. Liu Shutong beamed sweetly, summoning the Fei feather and taking to the skies with Chu Fan. Upon entering Si Lingyun's cave, Chu Fan was immediately enveloped by a flurry of soft, radiant light. Before he could even comprehend the situation, warm, supple lips pressed against his, a nimble tongue parting his mouth and audaciously entwining with his. Chu Fan's mind exploded in confusion. What on earth? I have been forcefully kissed. Chapter 11. This was your initiative. I cannot be blamed. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the one in his embrace was none other than Si Lingyun herself, though she was no longer the icy beauty who shunned intimacy. Instead, she was completely bare, her body radiating a faint blush, and her large, watery eyes brimmed with emotion. Her delicate, jade-like hands continuously caressed Chu Fan's entire being. Did Si Lingyun harbor a secret affection for him, perhaps even preheating the dish? Chu Fan mused inwardly. Regardless, since the beautiful woman had taken the initiative to present herself, even shedding her clothing, he naturally could not turn her away. Tanjir, you may step outside, he instructed. Husband, I also wish to join, Liu Shutong said, her face flushed, her long legs crossing and uncrossing as if struggling to contain herself. Chu Fan gave her a playful pat on the behind, saying, Be good, I will grant you this next time. For now, go out and keep an eye on things for me. Ensure no one enters. All right, Liu Shutong replied, a hint of regret flickering in her beautiful eyes. How she longed to partake in serving Chu Fan alongside Si Lingyun. After Liu Shutong exited, Chu Fan swiftly lifted the completely bare Si Lingyun into his arms, a wicked smile playing on his lips. This was your initiative. Do not blame me. With that, he tossed Si Lingyun onto the bed and hastily shed his own garments. Diving in, at Chanyu Peak, in the side hall, Su Gaofei cautiously entered, gently closing the door behind him, and approached with utmost respect. Master, he greeted. What were you doing just now? Go Dizu's cold voice echoed, laced with irritation at Su Gaofei's tardiness. Nothing of consequence, Su Gaofei stammered, shaking his head in panic. Oof. Go Dizu scoffed, seemingly seeing through Su Gaofei's unease. Si Lingyun will belong to you eventually, but until your plan succeeds, remain patient. Su Gaofei replied respectfully, Rest assured, Master. I understand. Then, Su Gaofei's brow furrowed slightly as he asked with concern, Master, will the sect leader's visit to the Feihis sect ruins uncover anything? In truth, Go Dizu's and Su Gaofei had long since betrayed Tianyu sect. It was not that Tianyu sect was inadequate, but rather that the conditions offered by Yohuan Hall were too enticing. A group of dead men, what could they possibly uncover? Go Dizu's remarked dismissively. After a brief pause, a glint of cold light flashed in Go Dizu's eyes as he twirled his wrist, revealing a square black flag. Strange runes embroidered on its surface interconnected, resembling a formation, sending shivers down one's spine. However, to be safe, take the Ghost Illusion flag and pay a visit to the Tiankin sect. Tiankin sect? Su Gaofei was momentarily taken aback. The Tiankin sect was located 3,000 miles to the south of the Tianyu mountain range, its strongest members scarcely reaching the 7th level of Dan gathering, their overall strength even inferior to that of the Feihis sect. Receiving the Ghost Illusion flag, Su Gaofei comprehended Go Dizu's intentions. The Ghost Illusion flag could create a mesmerizing formation, enveloping enemies and immersing them in illusions, ultimately leading to their tragic demise. Tang Wenlan had already begun to suspect Yohuan Hall, and she would undoubtedly keep a close watch on its movements. If that were the case, then they could utilize the Ghost Illusion flag to confuse her by orchestrating the downfall of the Tiankin sect. By doing so, the Tiankin sect would perish from illusionary martial techniques without Yohuan Hall having to take action, thereby indirectly clearing any suspicion. Additionally, there was a chance to lure Tang Wenlan to the Tiankin sect and implement their plan ahead of time, achieving two objectives at once. Time is of the essence. You must depart at once, Go Dizu's instructed with a wave of his hand. Master, Su Gaofei hesitated. If he left the sect now and Si Lingyun began her cultivation, igniting the sandalwood incense, it would be disastrous. What? Are you unwilling? Go Dizu's brows knitted together, a subtle pressure emanating from him, causing Su Gaofei to feel a surge of panic. I dare not. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure the task is completed. Su Gaofei bowed respectfully, stowing the Ghost Illusion flag before turning to leave the side hall. He planned to find an excuse to retrieve the sandalwood incense before Si Lingyun commenced her cultivation, postponing the matter for later. At that moment, a resounding hum echoed. A terrifying and dense spiritual energy surged skyward, causing the entire Tianyu Peak to tremble slightly. Go Dizu's brow furrowed as he darkly intoned, Has someone broken through to the Dan gathering and formed an infant? Chapter 12. Your thing is pressing against me. In Sealing Yun's cave, chaos reigned. As if a great battle had transpired. Disheveled bedding, shattered cushions, and even sandalwood incense scattered across the floor. Chu Fan lay sprawled on the bed, gazing at the perfect form of Sealing Yun in his arms, gently kneading her proud peaks, savoring the moment. He had never anticipated that the seemingly icy goddess would exhibit such wildness, akin to being under the influence, rivaling even Liu Shutong, especially her slender waist, which nearly made Chu Fan surrender instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully branching out. Reward: 50 years of cultivation. Reward: Earth Tier Mid-Grade Technique, Xianbing Tiangong. Reward: Special Martial Technique, Absolute Restraint. 3 times? Oh my goodness! Chu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. The rewards were indeed bountiful. Sealing Yun, being the celestial beauty she was, not only excelled in bed, but also granted him 5 times the cultivation rewards compared to Liu Shutong. Furthermore, the Earth Tier Mid-Grade Technique was a rarity even within the entire Xingyue Empire. Earlier on his way here, Chu Fan had inquired of Liu Shutong why her cultivation had broken through a level shortly after leaving. He eventually learned that it was due to her practicing the Tianyu sect's foundational technique, the Xian Tier Upper Grade Yuhua Tianling Ju, even the strongest technique of Tianyu sect. One of the 7 great sects of the Xingyue Empire was merely upper grade Xian Tier. One can imagine how rare and powerful an Earth Tier mid-grade technique truly was. What does this special martial technique entail? Chu Fan pondered internally. It can completely seal and restrain cultivators not exceeding 2 realms above the host. The system's response left Chu Fan utterly astounded. This meant that, with his current 8th level of Qi gathering, he could effortlessly seal cultivators at the 8th level of Dan gathering. This was simply outrageous. At that moment, a buzzing sound resonated, and the vast cave filled with dense spiritual energy, swirling in from all directions and spiraling into Chu Fan's body. He felt a tremor throughout his being as the barriers within him offered no resistance, rapidly ascending in cultivation. Qi gathering 9th level, Dan gathering 1st level, Dan gathering 3rd level. In an instant, a robust spiritual energy converged in Chu Fan's dantian, forming a resplendent golden Dan. Mysterious patterns adorned its surface, glowing with golden radiance, bursting forth from the dantian and circulating throughout his body, ultimately returning to the dantian. His realm began to rise once more. Dan gathering 4th level, Dan gathering 5th level. 50 years of cultivation propelled Chu Fan's realm to the 6th level of Dan gathering before gradually coming to a halt, having crossed an entire major realm. Chu Fan exhaled a deep breath, rising to stretch his limbs before soaring into the air. Following the formation of the Golden Dan, a cultivator could tread upon the void. Chu Fan had not anticipated that he would reach the Dan gathering realm in such a short span of time. What celestial prodigy! What monstrous talent! In his presence, they were all mere juniors. Letcher, face my sword. Suddenly, an icy voice pierced through the air behind him, followed by a fierce sword intent converging into a lethal strike that rushed toward him. Chu Fan dared not take it lightly. Fierce wind finger. He raised his hand and formed a sword gesture, summoning a tempest. Although a portion of the attack was mitigated, the remaining sword energy still forced her back several steps. You scoundrel! I will kill you. At this moment, Sealing Yun wished fervently to tear Chu Fan into pieces. How could a mere talentless villager rob her of her dignity? She was filled with despair. Absolute binding. With a command, Chu Fan waved his hand, and a terrifying pressure materialized, transforming into an immense net that ensnared Sealing Yun. Following this, Chu Fan swiftly advanced, disarming Sealing Yun of her sword. He then turned her around and held her in his embrace, raising his palm and delivering a resounding slap to her elevated backside. The sharp sound resonated in the air, feeling a fiery sting on her rear. Sealing Yun blushed profusely and struggled incessantly. You scoundrel! Let me go! Slap! Slap! Chu Fan paid no heed, continuing his relentless strikes, leaving distinct handprints on her snow-white skin. You shameless wretch! I will surely kill you. If you have the guts, let me go. I will tear you apart. After a brief period, Chu Fan's palm grew sore. The crimson imprints on Si Lingyun's rear appeared etched into her skin, glaringly red and painfully evident. At this moment, Si Lingyun began to relent. Her animated eyes glistened with tears, trickling down her stunning cheeks. I was wrong. Please, I beg you, stop hitting me. The system's reward of absolute binding could completely seal a cultivator's internal energy, rendering them as ordinary as any commoner. Thus, Si Lingyun, at this moment, was no different from an average person and could not withstand the painful stings. Call me husband. Husband. With tear-filled eyes, Si Lingyun, although unsure of the meaning, plaintively cried out. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Remember, if you ever dare to disrespect your husband again, be prepared for another round of punishment. Do you understand? I understand. After enduring the torment for a while, Si Lingyun's psychological defenses as a proud daughter of heaven completely crumbled. At that moment, she resembled a little wife who had erred and was being taught a lesson by her husband, utterly adorable. Just then, Si Lingyun felt an unusual sensation in her lower abdomen, her cheeks suddenly flushing crimson. With glistening eyes, she gazed at Chu Fan and shyly murmured, "Your thing is pressing against me." Chapter 13. You cannot enter. Cough, cough. Chu Fan cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He slowly rose and donned his scattered robe, concealing the hardened weapon beneath. Looking at Si Lingyun, who appeared bashful with flushed cheeks, Chu Fan waved his hand, retracting the binding. Once freed, Si Lingyun swiftly clothed herself. Channeling her energy, she alleviated the fiery pain in her rear. Her exquisite face was still tinged with a rosy hue, and her gaze towards Chu Fan was laced with resentment and latent hostility. Simultaneously, Si Lingyun noticed that Chu Fan's cultivation had unexpectedly reached the 6th level of Judan. She distinctly recalled that just a short while ago, Chu Fan's realm was merely at the level of Chigai. Had he deliberately concealed his cultivation? Who exactly was he? What was his purpose in hiding his strength to join Tianyuzong? Si Lingyun pondered, recalling how Chu Fan had sealed her so effortlessly only solidified her suspicions. At that moment, Chu Fan approached, interrupting her thoughts. In light of your fervent efforts earlier, I bestow upon you an opportunity. Opportunity? Si Lingyun was momentarily taken aback. Before she could react, Chu Fan formed a sword gesture, and a streak of light instantly pierced her mind. The chilling sensation made her shiver involuntarily. Mysterious and profound cultivation formulas materialized in her consciousness, rendering Si Lingyun unable to maintain her composure. Instinctively, she began to circulate the techniques. The energy imbued with a frigid essence flowed through her body, cleansing her meridians and refining her physique. Bang! Following that, a faint thud erupted. Si Lingyun's flawless form levitated in midair, surrounded by an intensely cold aura as snowflakes cascaded around her. Her cultivation level ascended unobstructed. The golden core swirling within her dantian rapidly expanded, and with the emergence of fine cracks, it shattered. A semi-transparent petite version of Si Lingyun appeared, her eyes gently closed. Seated within the dantian, fingers weaving through the seals of the technique. What the hell? Did she just break through to the condensation of the infant stage? That was too damn easy. Chu Fan was utterly astonished. Truly, it was a ground-level technique, effortlessly purifying the impurities within Si Lingyun and facilitating the transformation of her energy. Ding! Host successfully imparts technique. Si Lingyun's loyalty at 70, developing feelings and admiration. Host has successfully bound a celestial partner. The cultivation benefits received by the celestial partner will feed back to the host. As the system's voice faded, Chu Fan felt a tremor throughout his body, and his cultivation once again broke through, reaching the 7th level of Judan. Outside the cave, sensing the aura of the condensation of the infant stage, numerous inner disciples and elder stewards gathered. Is this Si Shiji's cave? Has she broken through to the condensation of the infant stage? A genius, a prodigy. Is she not on par with that Murong Qing'er from Tianjin Mountain Manor? Isn't Lingyun's realm at the 8th level of Judan? How could she leap directly into the condensation of the infant stage? At this moment, Go Dezhu and Xu Gaofei also arrived. Observing the dense spiritual energy emanating from the cave, Xu Gaofei's expression darkened, his small eyes darting about. Strange, what is happening? If Si Lingyun's cultivation has broken through, it must mean that the sandalwood incense has been ignited. Since the Mishin San has taken effect, Si Lingyun shouldn't be unaffected. How could she possibly break through? Zhu Gaofei pondered darkly. If that were the case, Si Lingyun must have discovered the effects of the Mishan San. Now that she had broken through to the condensation of the infant stage, she was qualified to assume the position of an elder in Tianyuzong. Once Tang Wenlan returned, if Si Lingyun disclosed the situation regarding the Mishan San, even with her master being the Grand Elder, she would find it impossible to protect herself. Realizing this, Xu Gaofei suppressed his inner turmoil and whispered, "Master, the matter you instructed is time-sensitive. I shall depart immediately." Godazhu nodded, saying nothing more. His focus was entirely on the cave ahead. Si Lingyun's breakthrough to the condensation of the infant stage was not favorable for him, although it was merely the first level of condensation of the infant. The difference between Jiu Dan and condensation of the infant was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. A slight misstep could jeopardize his plans. It seemed that his scheme would indeed need to be expedited. Godazhu silently mused. He then stepped forward, his aged eyes glinting with a fierce intent, aiming to forcefully breach the cave. However, outside the cave, Liu Shutong stood her ground fearlessly, blocking his way. "Sister is in seclusion. No one is allowed to enter." "Step aside." A fierce shout erupted. Godazhu's pressure, emanating from the 7th level of condensation of the infant, surged forth, pushing Liu Shutong back several steps, causing her to spit blood from her mouth. Liu Shutong gritted her teeth, enduring the pain and fear within, and declared, "You cannot enter." Chapter 14. Slay this old dog to avenge you. Inside the cave, the body of Si Lingyun descended gently, her elongated eyelashes fluttering as her eyes slightly opened. She could scarcely believe it. She had effortlessly stepped into the realm of Ningying. "So, how do you find this fortuitous opportunity?" Chu Fan inquired, a smile dancing on his lips. Si Lingyun turned to face him. Although this roguish man had taken her innocence, she found that she did not harbor much animosity towards him. His sharply defined, austere features coupled with a warm smile evoked a sense of fondness within her. Especially his earlier fervor left her with an insatiable feeling, a lingering taste that was hard to forget. How could I feel this way? Am I inherently frivolous? Impossible. Just an illusion. It must be an illusion. Si Lingyun shook her head, banishing the indescribable images from her mind, struggling to suppress her inner embarrassment. She feigned calmness and asked Chu Fan, "Who exactly are you? Why do you possess earth-tier cultivation techniques?" Chu Fan shrugged and replied, "That is not for you to concern yourself with. All you need to remember is that I will be your husband from now on. As long as you serve me well, I will have an abundance of celestial-tier techniques at my disposal." Upon hearing this, Si Lingyun couldn't help but scoff. Celestial-tier techniques were legendary. Not only were they rare in the Xingyue Empire, but they were also exceedingly scarce throughout the entire Xinyu continent. You have an abundance, yet you boast without even drafting a rough outline. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the cave, interrupting Si Lingyun's thoughts. Exhaling a breath of frustration, she regained her composure and turned to head outside. "I shall say this once more. Step aside. Otherwise, you shall die." Godazhu trembled as a formidable pressure descended from above. His dark eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Liu Shutong, who stood defiantly with her arms outstretched in resistance. Had it not been for the consideration of Tang Wenlan's status as a direct disciple, he could have easily slain her. In that moment, Liu Shutong, disregarding her internal injuries, mobilized her spiritual energy to withstand the terrifying pressure. Chu Fan had instructed that no one was to enter the cave before he emerged, not even the esteemed elder of Tianyu sect. "Elder, do you truly wish to enter my cave?" Just as Godazhu was losing patience and preparing to take action, a cool voice rang out. Si Lingyun, clad in an ice-blue gown, gracefully approached, surrounded by swirling snowflakes that seemed ethereal. The dense spiritual energy radiating from her was even purer than Godazhu's. How is this possible? Godazhu's pale brows knitted together, his expression grave as he murmured. The pure spiritual energy emanating from Si Lingyun was evidently not that of the Yuhua Tianlingju. Could it be that she had cultivated an even more formidable technique? Impossible. This thought barely crossed his mind before he ruthlessly dispelled it. The Yuhua Tianlingju was already a top-tier profound technique. To ascend further would require Earth tier. He did not believe that Si Lingyun possessed such extraordinary fortune to acquire Earth tier techniques. "Si Lingyun, Yuyist. I am merely concerned for your safety," Godazhu said, concealing his thoughts with a facade of concern. "Is that so?" Si Lingyun raised an elegant brow, her tone frosty. I have already broken through to the Ningying realm. What danger could there possibly be? Your well-being is, of course, the best news, Go Dezhu replied without elaborating further, diverting the conversation. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Chu Fan emerging from the cave, instantly igniting his murderous intent. The pressure of Ningying's seventh layer surged forth again, targeting Chu Fan directly. Si Lingyun similarly expanded her aura, forming a protective barrier before Chu Fan, admonishing, Elder, do you truly intend to harm a fellow sect member? Oomph. Go Dezhu scoffed. According to the rules of Tianyu sect, outer disciples are forbidden from stepping onto Tianyu Peak. As the elder, I have the authority to execute him. Despite Go Daiju's overwhelming pressure, Si Lingyun, though slightly weaker in cultivation, responded with fierce determination. Whether inner or outer disciples, they're all members of Tianyu sect. As the elder, what is your intention in indiscriminately suppressing them? Si Lingyun's words resonated with many disciples present. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, her status was immensely prestigious. Yet, she was willing to confront the elder for the sake of an outer disciple. Such courage was indeed rare. Go Dezhu was seething with rage. He did not necessarily want to kill Chu Fan. He merely sought an excuse to vent his frustrations and find a way to retreat. However, Si Lingyun seemed unwilling to offer him that escape. This left him in a precarious position, caught between the desire to act and the repercussions of doing so. Chu Fan remained unfazed by Go Dezhu's murderous intent and fury. He stepped forward to Liu Shutong, gently wiping the blood from her mouth. This scene, witnessed by Si Lingyun, inexplicably stirred a pang of jealousy within her. It seemed she wished Chu Fan's gentle demeanor was directed toward her instead. Does it still hurt? Liu Shutong smiled sweetly, shaking her head slowly. No, dear husband, I'm fine. Chu Fan tenderly stroked Liu Shutong's head and declared, Good, I shall go slay this old dog for you. Avenging your pain. How dare he injure my celestial partner? Just as Chu Fan prepared to unleash his absolute restraint and publicly dispatch Go Dezhu, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 15. I am pregnant with his child. A powerful pressure descended effortlessly, dispersing the tension between Go Dezhu and Si Lingyun. We greet the sect leader. The surrounding disciples and elders bowed in unison. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Tang Wenlan descended from the heavens, her countenance radiating authority without anger. Lingyun, do not be disrespectful. The elder is merely upholding the sect's dignity. He does not wish to harm fellow disciples. Otherwise, I will not stand idly by. Upon hearing this, Si Lingyun straightened, showing no hint of apology as she addressed Go Dezhu flatly. Elder, if I have offended you, I hope you will not take offense. Go Dezhu waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. Since Tang Wenlan has intervened, I shall naturally step down. Moreover, his words, while ostensibly reprimanding Si Lingyun, were subtly a warning to himself. Had he truly acted upon his impulse, Tang Wenlan would not have hesitated to punish him, regardless of his status as elder. The plan could not be delayed any longer, Go Dezhu thought to himself. Soon after, as Go Dezhu departed, Si Lingyun approached Tang Wenlan respectfully and bowed. Master. Tang Wenlan not that up Yoving. Indeed, I did not expect you to break through to the Ningying realm so swiftly. She had been nurturing Si Lingyun as her successor. A young cultivator of the Ningying realm was a rare gem throughout the entire Xingyue Empire. Suddenly, Tang Wenlan seemed to sense something, her gaze locking onto Si Lingyun, a flicker of murderous intent crossing her beautiful eyes. The pressure surged, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, creating an atmosphere akin to the end of days, suffocating those present. Lingyun, come with me. With that, Tang Wenlan's eyes glinted with heightened menace as she turned to Chu Fan and commanded, You come too. Chu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness within. It was evident to him why Tang Wenlan was so enraged. He shrugged his shoulders and reassured the worried Liu Shutong beside him, saying, Do not fret, my dear. I shall return shortly. Focus on your cultivation. Upon entering the grand assembly hall, a terrifying pressure descended upon him, almost suffocating his very being. The gathered spiritual energy was laced with a menacing intent. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise without a trace. Master, what is the meaning of this? Si Lingyun exclaimed anxiously, instinctively channeling her spiritual energy to shield Chu Fan from the oppressive force emanating from the peak of the condensation embryo stage. However, her efforts proved futile. Tang Wenlan scoffed, her beautiful eyes glinting with unmistakable malice as she coldly inquired, Is it you who has tarnished Lingyun's virtue? As a formidable figure at the 9th level of the condensation embryo realm, she could discern that Lingyun was no longer a maiden. The disappointment of her promising disciple being defiled by an unworthy outer sect disciple was intolerable. She refrained from killing Chu Fan, which was already a concession to Lingyun. Indeed, Chu Fan, undaunted, nodded with a calm demeanor. He possessed his own trump card. Not only had he sullied your disciple's purity, but should he feel sufficiently provoked, he could ensnare even her maidenhood. Very well. Tong Wenlan's murderous intent surged uncontrollably as she remarked, I commend your audacity. Though I know not what despicable means you employed, your fate is sealed. Death awaits you. Just as Tong Wenlan prepared to strike down Chu Fan, Lingyun, with glistening tears in her expressive eyes, stepped forward with agility to stand before him. With arms outstretched, tears streamed down her cheeks as she locked eyes with Tong Wenlan. Master, if you wish to kill him, you must first take my life. Tong Wenlan's fury reached a boiling point. Her painstakingly nurtured successor stood in opposition to her for the sake of a man. This ignited a firestorm of rage within her, a desire to obliterate Chu Fan entirely. Begone, she shouted in a fit of anger, sweeping her sleeve to forcibly push Lingyun aside and sealing her in place. With a twist of her wrist, spiritual energy coalesced into a gleaming sword aimed at Chu Fan. In an instant, Lingyun cried out, Master, I am with child. Upon hearing this, Tong Wenlan was struck with profound shock, her spiritual sword gradually dissipating. What did you say? I carry his child, master. If you kill him, then I too shall perish. Lingyun declared with unwavering conviction. At that moment, as her cultivation surged to the peak of the condensation embryo stage, she felt a distinct awareness of the life growing within her. Tong Wenlan's wrath flared, her delicate hands trembling. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet no words formed. After a brief pause, Tong Wenlan appeared drained of strength, slumping into her seat, and coldly ordered, Leave my sight. Chu Fan, unfazed, slowly approached Lingyun, gently wiping the tears from her eyes, and said softly, Do not cry, my dear. Pay no heed to that old witch. I shall take you away from here. Do not say anything more. Lingyun hurriedly covered Chu Fan's mouth, fearing his words would further incite Tong Wenlan's ire. Beloved, you must leave first. Allow me to soothe my master before I seek you out. Seeing Lingyun's vulnerable demeanor tugged at Chu Fan's heartstrings. Yet he understood that in her heart, Tong Wenlan held significant weight. If he remained, their relationship would not improve. Thus, he turned to the fuming Tong Wenlan seated upon the throne. His brow furrowed as he coldly stated, I warn you, should a single hair be harmed on Yun'er, I shall bring ruin upon the entire Tianyu zone. This declaration was nothing short of commanding. Lingyun felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Chu Fan, merely a practitioner at the gathering pill stage, was willing to confront an entire sect for her sake. What more could a wife desire? Yet, Tong Wenlan's eyes blazed with fury, her murderous aura rising rapidly as she longed to flay Chu Fan alive. Alas, he did not afford her the opportunity to unleash her wrath and strode directly out of the hall. Lingyun, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, approached Tong Wenlan and knelt before her. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Tong Wenlan recognized that anger was not the solution and, suppressing her inner turmoil, inquired, Now, tell me, what transpired? Based on her understanding of Lingyun, she knew her disciple would not easily become entangled with a man she had only met once. There had to be more to the story. As expected, Lingyun furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes glimmering with fierce intent as she clenched her fists, declaring, It was Xu Gaofei. He infused the sandalwood offered to me with a mind-altering powder, causing me to fall victim while cultivating. In that instant, Tong Wenlan's murderous intent was palpable, causing the temperature in the air to plummet as if a frigid abyss had descended. The mind-altering powder was a vile concoction, and if not purged in time, it could lead to the collapse of one's dantian, ultimately resulting in the loss of spiritual energy and a descent into mortality. In the worst cases, it could even threaten one's life. If it were true that Chu Fan had taken advantage of the situation, he had at least saved Lingyun's life. But Xu Gaofei's actions were clearly nefarious, driven by selfish desires, entirely disregarding Lingyun's safety. It was tantamount to courting death. Tong Wenlan roared in fury, her thoughts racing as she instantly enveloped the entirety of Tianyu Peak with her peak condensation embryo stage spiritual sense, yet found no trace of Xu Gaofei. He is not within the sect. Afterward, Tong Wenlan stifled her murderous intent and turned her gaze to see Ling Yun's flat abdomen, speaking earnestly. What are your plans moving forward? See Ling Yun caressed her abdomen, and a maternal radiance illuminated her previously frosty visage as she spoke gently yet resolutely. I shall carry this child to term. Tong Wenlan's brows knitted tightly as she cautioned. Think carefully. No man is without faults. What if he were to abandon you in the future? Si Ling Yun shook her head with conviction. I trust him. He will not. Tong Wenlan sighed deeply, lamenting, oh, how foolish. In her youth, she too had once been deeply infatuated with a man, only to be met with ruthless betrayal. She could hardly believe that her cherished disciple was now treading the same path. She could only hope for a different outcome. Ling Yun, my talentless disciple. The offspring's potential will hardly be remarkable. He may squander your entire life. Master, he is not without talent. With that, Si Ling Yun recounted the events that transpired during their battle. Tong Wenlan's exquisite features betrayed her astonishment, as if she could scarcely believe her ears. Particularly when Si Ling Yun activated her internal technique, allowing the pure spiritual energy from the Xuan Bing Tianxin Dian to radiate. Her shock only deepened. Indeed, a ground-tier technique. He casually imparted a mid-grade ground-tier technique to you? Tong Wenlan uttered in disbelief. Si Ling Yun nodded. Did you not notice? In such a short time, he progressed from the Qi refinement stage to the gathering pill stage. The disciple harbored doubts, suspecting that the Jiu Danjing was not his true cultivation level, and he was likely not an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Tong Wenlan furrowed her delicate brows like willow leaves, raising her hand to caress her exquisite chin. Deep in contemplation, Si Ling Yun's analysis was indeed quite rational. Would an ordinary person casually gift Earth-level techniques? Could an average individual achieve a breakthrough across an entire major realm in such a short time? Various signs indicated that Chu Fan's identity was extraordinary. Could he possibly be a disciple of a hidden sect out on a journey? Chapter 17. Your husband wouldn't harbor jealousy towards me, would he? Hidden sects possess strength that can be deemed otherworldly. It is not merely the insignificant Tianyu zone that would appear as ants before them. Even the entirety of the Xingyue Empire would be but a trifling matter in their eyes. Perhaps only such colossal entities could casually produce Earth-level techniques. No wonder he remained unfazed under my murderous intent earlier. His identity is not simple, and he likely has formidable guardians protecting him. His assertion that the entire Tianyu zone would be buried with him was certainly not an empty threat. He undoubtedly possesses the capability. Thinking of this, Tong Wenlan felt a wave of apprehension wash over her, her heart racing with fear and unease. Glancing at Si Ling Yun, who was still kneeling on the ground, Tong Wenlan hurriedly rose to assist her, expressing concern. Ling Yun, why are you still kneeling? Quickly get up. My murderous intent from earlier did not disturb the fetus, did it? Huh? Si Ling Yun, seated in a chair, looked at Tong Wenlan in confusion. Was this truly her mentor? Just a moment ago, she had urged her to terminate the child, and now she was worried about disturbing the fetus? Moreover, given that she had just conceived, how could there be any fetus to disturb? Did her mentor actually believe her words? Si Ling Yun pondered inwardly. She was uncertain about Chu Fan's identity. She merely sought to concoct an excuse to protect him. To her surprise, Tong Wenlan actually believed her. Ling Yun, do you think your husband harbors any jealousy towards me? It seemed unlikely. Clearly, she needed to find a way to change his impression of her. Otherwise, the Tianyu zone would surely be in peril. Meanwhile, Chu Fan departed from the council hall, intending to seek Liu Shutong for some tender moments, only to discover that she was already in seclusion for cultivation. How obedient. She simply followed the directive to cultivate. With a resigned shake of his head, he leapt into the air, soaring towards Failing Peak. Once upon a time, before his transmigration, Chu Fan had dreamed of the day he could fly with a sword, relishing in the thrill of vengeance and heroism. Little did he expect that such a dream would materialize so swiftly. Little brother, you have returned. As soon as Chu Fan landed, he spotted Zhao Guan approaching with a fawning expression. His obsequious demeanor was so exaggerated that even his own father would not receive such deference. Chu Fan inquired, Elder Zhao, do you seek me for something? Zhao Guan beamed widely, replying, oh, it's nothing. I merely have an item I wish to present to you. With a flick of his wrist, a delicate wooden box materialized in his hand, which he cheerfully extended towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Upon opening the box, he discovered a piece of dark metal, approximately 3 inches long and 1 8/10 inches wide, resembling a broken sword. What is this? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. Zhao Guan glanced around, lowering his voice mysteriously. I am not entirely certain. Chu Fan was speechless. How could one feign mystery over something they did not understand? He had anticipated it to be a rare treasure. Zhao Guan explained. This metal is impervious to water and fire, and it does not absorb spiritual energy. It is certainly not an ordinary object. Keeping it with me would be a waste. Perhaps, little brother, you possess a profound destiny and can uncover its secrets. Chu Fan found himself at a loss. You are an elder of the Tianyu Zone, yet you are gifting an item to an outer disciple and are being so courteous? If word of this got out, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Guan had his own motives. Just moments ago, he had heard about the happenings at Tianyu Peak. Ling Yun not only shared a room with Chu Fan, but also dared to confront the Grand Elder for his sake. Furthermore, Chu Fan had been summoned by Tong Wanlan to the council hall and returned so quickly, indicating a significant shift in his status. Due to the limitations of his talent, Zhao Guan had nearly reached the ceiling of the 5th realm of Judon. As the Tianyu Zone grew stronger, many disciples surpassed him in strength. If he did not act soon, he would likely be replaced as an outer elder. Thus, Zhao Guan decided to take a gamble. If he could foster a good relationship with Chu Fan, perhaps he could earn a few favorable words from him in front of Ling Yun or the sect leader. Ultimately, as long as he could maintain his position as an outer elder, he would be content. Over the years, he had also gifted other disciples. Some inner disciples were either overly principled or indifferent to monetary incentives, merely a bunch of seasoned schemers. It was rare to encounter a newly initiated disciple with some background, and Zhao Guan was determined to seize the opportunity. At this moment, Chu Fan toyed with a 3-inch broken sword, his brow slightly furrowing. For reasons unknown, he felt that this broken sword was extraordinary. Moreover, it did not seem to be as Zhao Guan described. It absorbed spiritual energy rather than repelling it. Chu Fan continuously infused spiritual energy into it, only to find it consumed and assimilated, as if it were an insatiable abyss. Suddenly, a faint and melodious ringing of a sword echoed. Chapter 18. If you expect me to take the initiative, you are sorely mistaken. The dark broken sword floated in midair, swirling for a while before seemingly locking onto a target and directly entering Chu Fan's dantian. Chu Fan was taken aback, instinctively attempting to expel the 3-inch broken sword from his body. However, it felt as if it were bound to him, orbiting rhythmically around the golden core within his dantian. More crucially, after the 3-inch broken sword entered his body, the faint aura it emanated could obscure perception and conceal his realm. This meant that unless observed with the naked eye, even if Chu Fan stood before an enemy, they would remain oblivious to his presence. This item was indeed a treasure. Chu Fan was filled with elation. Meanwhile, Zhao Guan stood dumbfounded. Over the years, he had tried countless methods, yet he had never managed to induce even a flicker of response from the 3-inch broken sword. Yet Chu Fan had merely toyed with it for a moment before it willingly bonded with him. The ability to obscure perception and conceal realm was undoubtedly a requisite artifact for subterfuge and cunning. Zhao Guan felt a twinge of regret. Little brother, this thing, Elder Zhao, you saw for yourself. It chose to recognize me as its master. Chu Fan shrugged. You wish to reclaim something you have given away? I think you are dreaming. Zhao Guan sighed with resignation, forced to accept the situation, and complimented, Little brother, your destiny is indeed profound. You are truly exceptional. Chu Fan rolled his eyes, asking, Elder Zhao, you wouldn't be bestowing gifts upon me without an ulterior motive, would you? Not at all. Zhao Guan quickly waved his hands, stating, I simply feel a connection with you, wishing to befriend you. Not a soul would believe such a claim. Since he was not forthcoming, Chu Fan saw no reason to press further. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to explore the mountain. Watching Chu Fan stride away with purpose, Zhao Guan remained rooted in place, having expected. Chu Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment upon receiving the items, prompting him to question himself repeatedly. While he would have articulated his desires openly, it would not have seemed so awkward or passive. To his surprise, however, C'est fan chose tout de fit convention. At that moment, as he descended the mountain, he whistled cheerfully, grinning broadly. If you expect me to take the initiative, dream on. At the foot of Failing Peak, the towering trees obscured the sky, and the occasional roar of a demonic beast sent shivers down one's spine. He pondered whether his current level, Jiu Danqi Zhong, would suffice to contend with a late-stage second-tier demonic beast. Since becoming an immortal cultivator, his only battle had been with Liu Feng, and the incident involving Si Ling Yun was hardly worth mentioning. This lack of experience left Chu Fan uncertain of his true capabilities. A late-stage, second-tier demonic beast was comparable to a human cultivator at the peak of Judan, making it an ideal target for practice. Just as he intended to extend his spiritual awareness to locate a demonic beast, an aged figure descended from the sky, landing gracefully beside a large tree. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, concealing his presence with a 3-inch broken sword from his dantian, observing quietly. What business did this old dog have here? At that moment, Go Dezhu wore a grim expression, gazing intently at the horizon, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, a whoosh sounded as Xu Gaofei descended and respectfully saluted. Master, no survivors were left? None, Xu Gaofei replied with certainty. With his cultivation at Jiudan Liuzhong, aided by the Guei Huanqi, the Tiansan sect was merely an ant in comparison. Excellent, Go Dezhu nodded with satisfaction, his voice dripping with menace. You will accompany me to the main hall shortly to report on the Tiansan sect matter. Upon hearing this, Xu Gaofei hesitated slightly. Master, I feel my realm is unstable and wish to enter seclusion to break through. Nonsense. When Si Lingyan broke through, she surely understood the allure contained within the sandalwood. At this juncture, I do not wish to fall into a trap. It was prudent to leave the Tianyu sect first and return after Go Dezhu's plan had successfully unfolded. Although Go Dezhu felt a flicker of doubt, he refrained from pressing the matter further. Subsequently, Go Dezhu gestured, and a communication spirit stone appeared, within which he murmured something. His eyes filled with malice. Tong Wenlan, what belongs to me must be returned. After Go Dezhu departed, Chu Fan crossed his arms, his sharp gaze flickering with cold, killing intent. It seemed this old dog was far from settled, while Tong Wenlan held a considerable opinion of him. She was still Si Ling Yun's master. Moreover, in a not-so-distant future, she might even become his wife, thus he could not afford to remain indifferent. Go Dezhu's willingness to annihilate a sect indicated a grand conspiracy at play. Although Tong Wenlan possessed commendable strength, Go Dezhu's confidence hinted that the peak of the Ningying realm might not suffice to counter this scheme. Fortunately, he still had 2 uses left of his absolute binding technique, a safeguard for his life. Tong Wenlan, you owe me a favor. Chapter 19, Old Dog. I'll take you down sooner or later. At Tianyu Peak, in the conference hall, Tong Wenlan rested her hands on her knees, circulating her spiritual energy, which radiated a chilling aura. Clearly, Si Lingyan had imparted the Xuan Bing Tianxin Dian to her. Unfortunately, Tong Wenlan's physique seemed ill-suited for its cultivation. The dense, cold energy failed to merge with her own spiritual energy, even inducing a repulsion. Unless she completely dispelled her cultivation and returned to being an ordinary person, she would have no chance of starting anew. As a master at Ningying Jiuzhong, such a step was out of the question. Alas, it seems this technique is not meant for me, she sighed, exhaling a breath of frustration. Earth-tier techniques are rare and coveted. To finally encounter one only to find it unattainable feels akin to a breathtaking beauty before me, yet forever out of reach. Rising, Tong Wenlan smiled. Ling Yun, this technique is formidable. It won't be long before your cultivation surpasses mine. Si Lingyan also felt a pang of regret, as Tong Wenlan regarded her as kin, hoping fervently that she too could cultivate an earth-tier technique to enhance her strength. Master, at that moment, Go Dezhu's hurried voice echoed as he entered the hall, his aged visage reflecting grave concern. I have just received news. The Tiansan sect has been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Tong Wenlan's brows knitted tightly, her exquisite features radiating authority and anger as she demanded, who did this? Go Dezhu shook his head. It remains unknown at present, but they all perished due to illusionary martial techniques. Tong Wenlan paused. Yohuan Dian? That should not be the case, Go Dezhu denied. Following the incident at Fei Hazong, I dispatched numerous observers to monitor Yohuan Dian. They are currently focused on preparing for the sect competition in half a month, making it unlikely they were involved. As he spoke, Tong Wenlan's delicate brows furrowed even deeper, recalling the oddities observed at Fei Hezone. A thick shadow seemed to loom in her heart. Go Dezhu continued, Master, the Tiansan sect was just destroyed. There are likely some clues remaining. I am willing to accompany you to investigate and unearth the true culprit. Seated in her commanding position, Tong Wenlan waved her hand dismissively. Elder, you handle this investigation. I trust you. Go Dezhu appeared somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Tong Wenlan's indifference, as this was not in her nature. As the leader of Tianyu's sect, one would expect her to be furious at the destruction of sects within her jurisdiction. Why was she so calm? Is there a problem, Elder? Tong Wenlan inquired, a sly glint in her eye. Go Dezhu trembled slightly. It felt as though she could see right through him, sending chills down his spine. Master, the opponent's methods are exceedingly sophisticated. They are likely not ordinary foes. Your keen insight would undoubtedly lead to the discovery of clues. Thus, it would be best for you to personally investigate. As his words fell, Go Dezhu bent slightly, awaiting Tong Wenlan's response. Should she remain unyielding, his subsequent plans would likely face significant obstacles. Fortunately, Tong Wenlan's lips curved into a slight smile as she slowly rose. In that case, I will accompany the elder. Meanwhile, Lingyan seemed to sense something amiss. Her brows furrowed as she whispered, Master, be wary of deception. Tong Wenlan remained unconcerned, replying casually, Lingyun, inform Chu Fan to join us. She was well aware of Go Dezhu's ulterior motives. Her agreement stemmed from her unwavering confidence in her own strength. The peak of the Ningning realm was not something an average person could contend with. Additionally, there was Chu Fan. If he could accompany them, there was a chance to ease the tension between them. More importantly, if any danger arose, the powerful entity lurking behind Chu Fan would not remain indifferent. No need to notify. I'm already aware. Just then, a teasing smile graced Chu Fan's lips as he strode into the hall, unperturbed. Impudence. This is a sacred domain. Who permitted your entry? Go Dezhu bellowed in anger. A formidable pressure erupted, manifesting a fierce killing strike aimed directly at Chu Fan. Yet, Chu Fan remained unperturbed, as if this terrifying assault were not directed at him. Just as the attack was about to make contact, Tang Wenlan waved her sleeve, channeling her substantial spiritual energy to form a resilient barrier for protection. Elder, do you truly intend to harm a fellow sect member? Tang Wenlan's icy inquiry sent a tremor through Go Dezhun's heart. He hastily retreated a step, raising his hand in salute. I dare not. But this outer disciple has repeatedly violated sect rules and deserves punishment. Tang Wenlan responded, Chu Fan is an inner disciple of Tianyu sect. How could he be said to violate sect rules? Go Dezhun fell silent. After all, Chu Fan had only recently joined the sect. When had he become an inner disciple? Tang Wenlan cast a warning glare at Go Dezhun and stepped closer, addressing Chu Fan. Chu Fan, would you be willing to accompany us to Tianquan? She endeavored to maintain her authoritative demeanor while infusing her tone with an air of negotiation, fearful of inciting Chu Fan's displeasure. The sudden shift in Tang Wenlan's attitude left Chu Fan perplexed. What was amiss with this woman? Why was her demeanor so inconsistent? Nevertheless, since Tang Wenlan was extending an olive branch, and considering her position as the sect leader, it was only proper to reciprocate. I shall heed the sect leader's arrangements, he declared, then strode directly to Lingyun's side, nonchalantly taking her delicate hand. Lingyun shivered, her exquisite face tinged with a faint blush, shyly lowering her gaze. Chu Fan, with his thick skin, felt no embarrassment. He glanced at the sullen-faced Go Dezhun, internally vowing, you old dog, one day I shall put an end to you. Chapter 20. Your hidden card, could it be me? Tianquan lay silent, with countless disciples sprawled across the ground, life extinguished yet faces adorned with smiles. Tang Wenlan surveyed the surroundings, her brows furrowing as she murmured, indeed, it is an illusionary martial technique. Lingyun, with her stunning beauty, inquired with concern, Master, is it the Hall of Illusions? Tang Wenlan shook her head, withholding a response. She bent down, her dense spiritual energy enveloping the corpse before her. And, as she sensed it, her anger became increasingly apparent. Just as suspected, like Fei's sect, the souls had been forcibly extracted. Not long ago, Tang Wenlan had personally visited Fei's sect to investigate, discovering that both outer disciples and inner elders had their souls forcibly removed. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator perishes, the soul lingers within the body for a time before entering reincarnation. Even in reincarnation, some remnants of spiritual energy usually remain on the corpse. Yet, neither Fei He sect nor the current Tian Kinmen exhibited any trace of soul energy on the disciples' corpses, indicating that their souls had been forcibly extracted at the moment of death. After a brief pause, Tang Wenlan slowly rose, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Go Dezhan, questioning, "With Tian Kinmen's demise, do you have nothing to say, elder?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering, she already knows? Go Dezhan's pale brows knitted tightly, a malevolent glint flashing in his eyes as he feigned calmness. Sect leader. What do you mean by that? Tang Wenlan coldly chuckled. Some matters lose their significance when stated too plainly. Go Dezhan, recognizing that Tang Wenlan had seen through everything, allowed his facade to drop, asking, "How did you discover this?" Tang Wenlan shrugged, her brows furrowed, and replied nonchalantly, "Does it matter? Tian Kinmen is merely a third-rate sect." Go Dezhan, a formidable expert of the seventh stage of the spirit-nurturing realm, had repeatedly requested Tang Wenlan's company to Tian Kinmen. There could be no doubt of ulterior motives behind such insistence. Moreover, to this day, Tang Wenlan had received no news regarding Tian Kinmen's destruction. That Go Dezhan could learn of it first was highly suspicious. More importantly, Tang Wenlan had previously used her spiritual sense to probe the sect, discovering that Su Gaofei was not within the Tianyu mountain range. Given his cultivation at the sixth stage of the pill-gathering realm, using certain means to obliterate Tian Kinmen should not be overly difficult. Go Dezhan sneered. That old fool was right. You are indeed sharp-witted. However, he should never have passed the sect leader position that rightfully belongs to me to you. At this point, Go Dezhan's spiritual energy surged, forming several lethal strikes, poised for action. Today, this shall be your grave. I will show that old fool that under my leadership, Tianyu sect can grow even stronger. In an instant, a terrifying aura engulfed the heavens, enveloping the surroundings in a bizarre, prison-like confinement. Tang Wenlan's beautiful eyes glimmered with cold light. She had not anticipated that Go Dezhan was so obsessed with the position of sect leader that he had descended into madness. Why go to such lengths? You are not my opponent. Ha ha ha. Go Dezhan laughed maniacally, his aged visage twisted into a grotesque expression. If I am not your match, then what of them? With a whoosh, two figures clad in black robes, exuding malevolent energy, suddenly materialized. Tang Wenlan's expression turned grave as she instinctively raised her hand to shield Si Lingyun behind her, warily eyeing the figures ahead. The two individuals before her were none other than Yu Ying, the second elder of the Hall of Illusions, and Yohu, the third elder. Both were formidable experts at the eighth stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. If they joined forces, even Tang Wenlan, at the peak of a nascent soul stage, would likely find herself at a disadvantage. Tang's sect leader, Yu Ying, stepped forward, his gaunt, pallid face appraising Tang Wenlan's flawless figure with ill intent. Those who are wise know how to choose wisely. If you lead Tianyu sect to submit to the Hall of Illusions, I may spare your life. Moreover, if you desire, I can assist you in dealing with this traitor. Instantly, Go Dezhan's expression changed to one of panic as he incredulously stared at Yu Ying, asking cautiously, "Elder Yu, what do you mean by that?" Yu Ying paid him no mind, clearly favoring the young and talented sect leader over a decrepit elder. Tang sect leader, consider your options. There is no need to waste time. Tang Wenlan sneered dismissively, her wrist twisting to reveal a cold, gleaming sword, firmly grasped in her hand. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with a sharp light as she coldly declared, "You may come at me together, since I dare to come. I naturally have my own cards to play." Upon hearing this, Go Dezhan's heart sank. He understood Tang Wenlan well, if she made such a statement. It was certain she held confidence. A chilling laugh escaped Yohu's lips as he licked his parched lips with a crimson tongue, ominously stating, "Then I shall see just what your hidden card truly is." With a swift motion, Yohu transformed into a shadow, coalescing into a ferocious tiger demon. Charging directly at Tang Wenlan, Yu Ying furrowed his brows. Seeing that negotiation was futile, he too transformed into a dark shadow, following closely behind. Tang Wenlan tightly gripped her sword, stepping back with her right leg, bracing for the impending confrontation. She glanced at Chu Fan beside her, ambiguously stating, "Chu Fan, whether we can leave alive depends on you." Tang Wenlan approached fearlessly, engaging in a fierce battle with Yu Ying and Yohu. Chu Fan was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Your trump card? Could it possibly be me? Chapter 21. Just the right strength, bewilderment without harm. Young man, are you ready to face your demise? At this moment, Go Dezhan's gaze fixed upon Chu Fan. A fierce killing intent radiating from him as he approached step by step. If you wish to move against him, you must first eliminate me. Ling Yun swiftly stepped forward, brandishing her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Chu Fan, an aura of icy chill rapidly escalating around her. Oof. Go Dezhan scoffed dismissively, stating, even if you break through to the Ning-Ing realm before me, you remain but an ant. Bang! With a flick of his hand, a powerful attack erupted instantaneously, forcing Ling Yun back several paces. The disparity between the first and seventh levels of Ning-Ing was insurmountable. Ling Yun's internal energy stirred restlessly. Were it not for the exceptionally thick energy from the Earth Grade technique, this strike could have severely injured her. How are you? Are you all right? Chu Fan inquired with genuine concern. Ling Yun shook her head, gripping her sword tightly, her expression resolute. Dear, you must leave first. Chu Fan smiled calmly, reaching out to gently stroke Ling Yun's head, tenderly saying, Go assist your master. I shall deal with this old dog. What? Ling Yun was somewhat astonished. Go Dezhan was a 7th level Ning-Ing practitioner, and she herself was no match for him, let alone Chu Fan, who was at the 7th level of Judan. Rest assured, he is merely an old dog. Trust in your husband. Seeing Chu Fan's unwavering attitude, Ling Yun said no more, slowly nodding, and cautioned, Be careful, dear. With that, her figure flickered as she moved to assist Tang Wenlan. Although her cultivation was not high, with the substantial energy provided by the Xianbing Tiangong, she could barely share the burden. Young man, for some unknown reason, I find you quite displeasing. Go Dezhan looked at Chu Fan mockingly, disdainfully stating, In your next life, do not choose the wrong side. Whoosh. Accompanied by a sound of air being split, Go Dezhan clawed towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, unfazed. Slowly raising his hand, he gently grasped, silently invoking, absolute binding. Buzz. An overwhelming pressure surged through the heavens and earth, manifesting numerous ropes that coalesced into a cage, ensnaring Go Dezhan within. Thud. Deprived of energy, Go Dezhan fell to the ground, rendered as ordinary as a mortal. Stifled, petrified, terrified, the scene before the distant fighters left them utterly astonished. A mere 7th level Ju Dan youth managed to suppress a 7th level Ning-Ing master with a mere flick of the wrist. This was simply preposterous. Tang Wenlan observed, glancing around, and her conviction in her theory deepened. It must be a powerful figure lurking in the shadows, capable of so effortlessly subduing a 7th level Ning-Ing cultivator, their strength unfathomable. Terrifying indeed. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Go Dezhan exclaimed in disbelief. Desperately attempting to summon the energy within his dantian, it proved utterly futile. It was as if he had never cultivated energy, nor had he ever embarked on the path of immortality. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Chu Fan delivered a powerful blow that sent Go Dezhan flying, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. His body crashed heavily to the ground, his head spinning, stars dancing before his eyes. This slap was perfectly measured, bewildering yet not injurious. Otherwise, with Chu Fan's 7th level Judan strength, he could have easily crushed Go Dezhan at that moment. Chu Fan stood with one hand behind his back, striding forward. He stepped on Go Dezhan's chest, looking down with disdain. I've long proclaimed, I will eventually rid this world of you, old dog. Crack! A shattering sound echoed as Go Dezhan's ribcage fractured, a torrent of blood gushing forth. His aged eyes were filled with regret and indignation. When did you say that? Before he could finish his sentence, Go Dezhan met his end. Chu Fan straightened, dusting off his hands, and scoffed. Should I have to inform you of what I merely thought? Chapter 22. The Terrifying Broken Sword. Not far away, the battle raged on. Bang! A dull thud erupted as Tang Wenlan was forced back several steps. Her exquisite visage bore signs of fatigue, her brows knitted, her internal energy somewhat agitated. The attack methods of the Yohuan Hall were exceedingly bizarre. Reality and illusion intertwined, making it nearly impossible to discern which strike was genuine, leaving one utterly defenseless. Although assisted by Ling Yun, The strength of a first-level Ning Ying was insufficient to confront the lethal moves of an 8th-level cultivator. Tang Wenlan, I offer you one more chance. Surrender, and you may live. Never. Tang Wenlan shouted angrily, twisting her wrist as energy enveloped her sword blade, swinging it forth. Tianyu sword slash. A flurry of feathers filled the air, transforming into countless sword blades that converged, forming a fierce attack that howled forth. Observing this, Yu Ying's gaunt face revealed sneer. Exchanging a glance with Yohu, they subtly nodded. Their figures flickered, surrounded by an eerie black mist infused with a scarlet blood aura. Yuan secret technique, Yuan tian mo sha. In an instant, the heavens darkened and thick demonic energy surged skyward, coalescing into a bloodthirsty demon, wielding a crimson blade and clad in armor. Its ghastly visage bore no flesh, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted as the demon swung its wicked blade, effortlessly dispersing the Tianyu sword slash. Following this, its blood-red eyes fixed upon Tang Wenlan, its powerful arm raised high, the blade imbued with demonic energy crashing down. Tang Wenlan's expression grew grave. Even knowing this demon was an illusion, she could not afford to be careless before the descending blade. With a swift motion, she pushed Si Lingyun away, raising her sword horizontally across her chest, utilizing the energy of the 9th-level Ning Ying to withstand the cataclysmic assault. Boom! A tremendous explosion stirred a thick cloud of dust, obscuring the view of the onlookers. When the dust settled, a stark trace of blood lingered at the corner of Tang Wenlan's mouth as she fixed her gaze intently on the towering demon, bracing herself. Meanwhile, Chu Fan swiftly stepped forward, intercepting Si Lingyun, who was about to launch an attack, shielding her behind him. Twisting his wrist, he formed a sword finger, and the winds held around them. Gale finger. With a commanding shout, energy stirred the very winds and clouds, converging into a fierce gale that surged toward the massive demon. Unfortunately, the Gale Finger was merely a yellow-tier martial skill, insufficient to inflict substantial damage. The limitations of a yellow-tier martial skill left Chu Fan feeling utterly helpless. Tang Wenlan, prepare to meet your end. At this moment, Yohu, concealed within the demon, roared, manipulating the demon's blade, aiming to slay the injured Tang Wenlan on the spot. Chu Fan's brows furrowed tightly. He raised his hand, ready to invoke absolute binding one final time. No matter what, he could not allow Tang Wenlan to perish before his very eyes. However, just as Chu Fan prepared to act, a series of sword cries resonated from within his dantian. Clang! Before he could react, the clear sound of the sword echoed. A 3-inch obsidian blade suddenly erupted from Chu Fan's dantian, soaring towards the colossal demonic creature. With a swift thrust, the blade effortlessly pierced through the dantian of the Yohu. As the dantian shattered, the demonic energy surrounding Yohu began to dissipate rapidly, causing the towering beast to sway precariously before ultimately vanishing. Tang Wenlan's eyes sparkled with intensity. Seizing the opportunity, she darted forward, her sword once again brandished as she unleashed the Tianyu sword slash. No, Yu Ying, save me. Stripped of its demonic energy, Yohu was utterly defenseless against this profound technique. The plea for rescue was left unvoiced as it was slain on the spot, its body plummeting like a kite severed from its string. Yohu. On one side, Yu Ying was taken aback, horrified. The tragic demise of Yohu disrupted the Yohuan's secret technique, indirectly affecting the demonic energy within him, leading to a chaotic aura. Tang Wenlan wasted no time. Having dispatched Yohu, she pivoted her sword, intending to deliver the same fate to Yu Ying. Yu Ying barely evaded Tang Wenlan's sword strike, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his expression dark and menacing. Tang Wenlan, this grudge is noted by the Yohuan Palace. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished, fleeing from the Tiancan's sect's grounds. Tang Wenlan did not pursue. Her own condition was far from optimal. Recklessly chasing after him could lead to an ambush, a risk not worth taking. Once she confirmed that Yu Ying's presence had completely vanished, she let out a deep sigh of relief, staggering slightly. Her sword plunged into the ground, barely supporting her weight. Si Lingyun rushed to her side, offering assistance and expressing concern. Master, are you all right? Tang Wenlan shook her head, her gaze shifting to the impassive Chu Fan beside her, her lips moving softly. Thank you. Chu Fan paid her no heed, although he appeared calm on the surface. His heart was filled with astonishment as he sensed the obsidian blade returning to his dantian, swirling around the golden core. He fell into contemplation. The 3-inch blade, gifted to him by Zhao Guan, was anything but ordinary. It effortlessly penetrated the defenses of a practitioner at the 8th level of the Ningying stage. A truly terrifying feat. Moments later, Chu Fan collected his thoughts and gestured. "Do you need to tend to your wounds first?" "No need," Tang Wenlan replied, wiping the blood from her lips and surveying the surroundings with a grave expression. "We should not linger here. Let us return to the sect." At Tianyu Peak, as Tang Wenlan and the others landed, an elderly figure approached swiftly, his face displaying anger. "Sect Master, Second Elder, what is the matter?" The second elder of Tianyu sect, Feng Xiuda, raised his hand in greeting. Just now, an attendant from the martial arts pavilion reported that Su Gaofei, under the guise of a core disciple, borrowed a substantial number of martial arts techniques and injured several disciples. Chapter 23. The actions powerful and forceful. Tang Wenlan's beautiful brows furrowed, her stunning eyes shimmering with intense, killing intent. Godeju's betrayal of the sect was clear. As his disciple, Su Gaofei could not possibly be unaware. Moreover, even if he were innocent, his actions towards Si Lingyun alone warranted execution at Tang Wenlan's hands. Second Elder, issue a command. Godeju has defected to the Youhuan Palace and has been slain by me. Su Gaofei has betrayed the sect. Any who encounter him shall be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiuda was utterly shocked. He could hardly fathom that Godeju, the esteemed Grand Elder, would betray the Tianyu sect. Tang Wenlan paid no attention to Feng Xiuda's astonishment. She turned to Si Lingyun, instructing, "Lingyun, please take Chu Fan for a tour. I must visit the back mountain." Si Lingyun respectfully nodded. "Yes, master." After Tang Wenlan departed, Si Lingyun, under the watchful eyes of many, linked arms with Chu Fan and smiled sweetly. "Dear, where would you like to go?" Chu Fan smirked, reaching out to give Si Lingyun's shapely figure a playful pinch. "To your cave dwelling." Si Lingyun was momentarily taken aback, then blushed, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. This scene left the surrounding disciples astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. "What? Am I seeing things?" Senior sister, Si, was actually groped? And she seemed to enjoy it? Who is this guy? How dare he compete with me for senior sister? I must confront him. Go ahead. His aura is merely at the 7th level of the gathering pill stage. I might support you in words, but today as sun shines bright. At Tianyu Peak, the back mountain, in the forbidden cave dwelling, it was dim yet exceptionally dry. At the farthest end, numerous spirit tablets were placed, honoring the predecessors of Tianyu's sect who had passed on. After all, even cultivators do not possess eternal life. One day, they will return to dust. On the stone bed within the cave, Gu Zhengqing, clad in a navy blue robe, had white brows cascading to the corners of his eyes, his aged visage etched with deep wrinkles. As the supreme elder of Tianyu sect at the 3rd level of the Yuan Shun stage, he exuded an immense, invisible pressure. However, it was evident that Gu Zhengqing's lifespan was dwindling, surrounded by an aura of impending demise and desolation. Tang Wenlan approached, respectfully saluting, "Master." Gu Zhengqing's eyes slightly opened, his voice tinged with anger as he inquired, "Who harmed you?" With his Yuan Shun stage prowess, he could clearly sense Tang Wenlan's injuries. Tang Wenlan's brows knitted together as she replied, "The Youhuan Palace." "The Youhuan Palace?" Gu Zhengqing's brow furrowed, and a profound killing intent and wariness flickered in his eyes. Although both Tianyu sect and Youhuan Palace were among the 7 great sects, their true strength and depth differed vastly. Could it be that the Youhuan Palace disregarded the stellar moon laws and attacked Tianyu sect? Not quite. Tang Wenlan slowly shook her head and recounted the events that had transpired. After a few moments, Gu Zhengqing rose, the fury and killing intent in his expression unmistakable. I was right. Godeju's disposition is unfit for great achievements." After a brief pause, Gu Zhengqing adjusted his white brows and asked, "The Chu Fan you mentioned, are you certain he is a disciple of a hidden sect?" Tang Wenlan nodded. "Previously, I merely suspected, but now I can nearly confirm it." Gu Zhengqing slightly nodded. To seal a practitioner at the 7th level of the Ningying stage with a mere flick of his hand is indeed remarkable. Even I could not easily accomplish such a feat. He must have formidable support behind him. At this moment, Tang Wenlan seemed to remember something, puzzled. "However, The martial technique he employed during the battle appeared to be merely of yellow rank. Why would someone capable of effortlessly using earth-rank techniques practice yellow-rank martial arts? I cannot comprehend. Gu Jingqing pondered for a moment, his weathered eyes gleaming with insight, and replied steadily, sometimes, what the eyes perceive may not be the truth. Disciples of hidden sects cannot possibly practice low-ranked martial arts. That yellow-rank technique is likely extraordinary. Did you not say he also summoned a treasure that easily pierced the defenses of a practitioner at the 8th level of the Ningying stage? Tang Wenlan affirmed, indeed. Recalling earlier, the obsidian blade that erupted from Chu Fan's body, its menacing aura instilled within her a deep sense of apprehension. Had Chu Fan's intentions been directed at her, she had no doubt her fate would not have been much better than that of Yohu. You mentioned earlier that Ling Yun had tampered with his flesh and blood? That is correct. Gu Zhongqing's brow brimmed with hope as he remarked, perhaps the opportunity that belongs to my Tianyu sect is about to arrive. Chu Fan's identity is undoubtedly extraordinary. If we seize this chance, the Tianyu sect may soon soar to great heights. After speaking, Gu Zhongqing's eyes flickered with curiosity, and he inquired, have you attempted to sense the powerful presence behind Chu Fan? No, Tang Wenlan replied, shaking her head. I feared that my actions might provoke the mighty, so I have refrained from trying. Gu Zhongqing nodded slowly. Although he shared her concerns, his curiosity compelled him to extend his spiritual awareness, enveloping the entire Tianyu Peak. Soon, while he failed to detect any powerful presence, he was met with an odd sound that made him feel a sense of bewilderment. This Chu Fan truly possesses remarkable vitality. He mused. Tang Wenlan, perplexed, asked, Master, what have you sensed? Gu Zhongqing waved his hand and chose not to elaborate, further deepening Tang Wenlan's confusion. As his consciousness stirred and his spiritual energy expanded, images of Si Ling Yun's cave dwelling emerged in his mind, instantly flushing Tang Wenlan's cheeks with embarrassment, prompting her to withdraw her spiritual awareness. Yet, the sight of Chu Fan, bare and exuding strength, unexpectedly elicited a hint of anticipation within her. Meanwhile, in Si Ling Yun's cave dwelling, chaos reigned. On the spacious bed lay Chu Fan in a T position, flanked by the bare forms of Si Ling Yun and Liu Shutong. Liu Shutong's complexion was flushed, embodying an enchanting allure. Her delicate fingers traced circles on Chu Fan's chest as she gazed at him with glistening eyes, saying, Darling, you were incredible just now. The fervor of their earlier encounter left her craving more, even causing her to instinctively squeeze her legs together at the mere thought. A smile graced Chu Fan's lips as he turned to Si Ling Yun, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Yinner, how do you feel? Chapter 24. Were you not satisfied with our earlier fervor? Si Ling Yun hung her head, her stunning features tinged with shyness, unable to meet Chu Fan's gaze. As the proud daughter of the Tianyu sect, she initially struggled to accept sharing him with another. However, witnessing the fervent display between Chu Fan and Liu Shutong had rendered her unable to resist and led her to decisively join in. Well, is that so? Chu Fan teased with a mischievous glint in his eyes. You were quite wild just now. Are you not pleased? At his words, Si Ling Yun's embarrassment deepened, a rosy hue creeping up her cheeks, even coloring her ears. She hastily changed the subject. Darling, will you participate in the sect's martial competition in half a month? The sect's martial competition? Chu Fan Budin Get Papa. What is that? Si Ling Yun explained. It is a contest held by the Xingyue royal family for cultivators, occurring once every 50 years, divided into 2 phases. The first phase allows all sects within the Xingyue realm to participate, and the first-place winner can challenge the 7 great sects. If victorious, they will replace one of the 7 great sects. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's lips curled upward. Such a competition indeed seemed quite humane. It not only instilled a sense of urgency among the 7 great sects, but also provided opportunities for others. The principle of survival of the fittest was clearly masterfully employed by the Xingyue royal family. What about the second phase? The second phase involves the formal competition among the 7 great sects. Si Ling Yun continued. At that time, there will be separate arenas for both the gathering pill and the condensing infant stages. Chu Fan nodded slightly. Given his current level, breaking through to the condensing infant stage in half a month seemed improbable, unless he managed to defeat Tang Wenlan. Are there rewards for the victors? Certainly. Si Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with hope as she replied. The winning sect will receive royal support and resources, and individuals will gain the opportunity to enter the Xingyue's secret realm. Chu Fan blinked in confusion. Xingyue's secret realm? Ling Yun rested her head on Chu Fan's arm, elaborating. The Xingyue's secret realm is the foundation of the Xingyue Empire's royal family. It is said to be the cave dwelling of the founding emperor of Xingyue, filled with countless opportunities, and there are rumors of individuals obtaining high-grade earth treasures within. As she spoke, anticipation shimmered in Ling Yun's beautiful eyes, revealing her eagerness to enter. Yinner, what was the Tianyu sect's rank in the last martial competition? Fifth, Ling Yun admitted with a hint of shame. Fifth, Chu Fan's expression darkened. Doesn't that mean you were second to last? How dismal. Although sect competitions do not wholly reflect a sect's strength or heritage, the levels of its disciples can indicate the sect's future potential. The overall strength of the Tianyu sect ranks in the lower middle tier among the 7 great sects of the Xingyue Empire. While the earth-grade treasures are of little consequence, the Xingyue's secret realm is worth considering. Chu Fan pondered in silence. In the Youhuan Valley, a dense miasma shrouded the area, obstructing any attempts to enter. Within the Youhuan Hall, a deliberative chamber, a figure clad in black robes stumbled in, clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hall Master, he gasped. At the main seat, Li Yin, donned in a black gold robe embroidered with 9 skulls, exuded an eerie aura that sent chills down the spine, especially with his pallid, emaciated face. What transpired? Where's Yu-Hu? A chilling, sinister voice echoed. The shadowy figure knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting, Yu-Hu has perished. Perished? Li Yin's brows furrowed, a suffocating aura of demonic energy enveloping the hall. The atmosphere grew thick with dread and confusion. How could Yu-Hu, a cultivator at the 8th layer of the condensing infant stage, fall so easily? Li Yin demanded, what on earth happened? Soon, the shadowy figure recounted the events of the battle. Li Yin's bony fingers drummed rhythmically on the throne as his eyes glinted with a terrifying, eerie intent. An extraordinary treasure that can easily penetrate the dantian of an 8th layer condensing infant cultivator? How intriguing. In stark contrast to Yu-Hu's tragic demise, Li Yin appeared far more intrigued by Chu Fan's 3-inch broken sword. After a brief pause, he inquired, have the items been collected? Indeed, the shadowy figure said as he revealed a dark orb emanating an ominous aura. The soul energy of the Tian sect's disciples is all contained here. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Rising slowly, he grasped the dark orb, inspecting it closely before tossing it to a young man standing nearby. Huaisha, you have half a month. Train diligently. Li Huaisha accepted the dark orb, a ghastly smile creeping across his pale and delicate features as he nodded slowly, saying nothing further. At that moment, Li Yin settled back into his seat, casting his gaze toward a phantom figure beside him. 4th Elder, how was the disciple you took in? The 4th Elder of the Youhuan Hall, Yu Gui, grinned wickedly, replying respectfully, rest assured, Hall Master, everything is proceeding smoothly. Li Yin nodded. When the time comes, ensure he collaborates with Huaisha. Once we enter the Xingyue secret realm, I will reward you generously. Yu Gui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bowed deeply. Thank you, Hall Master. Leaning against the throne, Li Yin's gaze narrowed, a fierce glint radiating from his eyes, his sinister expression filled with pride and malevolence. Before long, the Xingyue Empire shall undoubtedly kneel at the feet of my Youhuan Hall. Ha ha! Chapter 25. How I envy you. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Under the enhancement of the Earth Step cultivation method, Ling Yun successfully ascended to the 2nd level of the Ning-Ing realm. Each move she executed was imbued with the essence of absolute zero, capable of merging with the Tianyu sword strike, showcasing formidable power. Liu Shutong also successfully condensed her golden elixir, entering the realm of Judan. With the system's feedback, Chu Fan's cultivation level soared to the 9th level of Judan, merely a step away from breaking through to Ning-Ing. At the Tianyu sect's discussion hall, Tang Wenlan remained clad in her pristine white robe, adorned with vividly embroidered feathers. Elder, the sect is temporarily entrusted to you. On one side, Feng Xiuda raised his hand in a respectful gesture, his expression resolute. Rest assured, sect master. With Go Dizhu expelled, Feng Xiuda, the longtime second-in-command, was finally promoted to elder. The sect's martial competition was about to commence. Tang Wenlan personally led the team to Xingyue Imperial City, leaving Feng Xiuda to manage the sect, determined to make a good impression. In this grand competition, Tianyu sect sent 4 participants, in addition to Chu Fan, Si Lingyun, and Liu Shutong. There was also Feng Xiuda's disciple, Chu Yujia. At the 4th level of Judan, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of one well-versed in literature. Of course, Liu Shutong's participation at the 1st level of Judan was evidently a favor granted because of Chu Fan, allowing her to join this excursion. Soon, Tang Wenlan scanned the group, raised her hand, and declared, "Let us depart." As they soared into the sky amidst the adoring gazes of numerous disciples of Tianyu sect, Liu Shutong grasped Chu Fan's hand tightly, expressing her anxiety. "Husband, I feel a bit nervous." Chu Fan reassured her, "Do not worry. Just think of it as a trip to the countryside." Liu Shutong tilted her head in confusion. What is a trip to the countryside? After a moment's thought, Chu Fan smiled and explained, "It means visiting a distant place to relax and unwind." Liu Shutong obediently nodded. Beside them, Si Lingyun covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "Husband, Xingyue City is the heart of the empire, a core area. How can you refer to it as a rural area? Be careful, or the royal family might surround you." Hearing Si Lingyun's playful remark, Chu Fan raised an eyebrow and playfully wrapped an arm around her slender waist, giving her a gentle squeeze. "Little girl, how dare you threaten your husband? It seems I must teach you a lesson tonight." Si Lingyun's face flushed crimson. Stealing a glance at the front, she whispered, "Husband, our master is still present." Unfazed, Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to fear? If she wishes, she can join us. I wouldn't mind." Upon hearing this, Tang Wenlan nearly stumbled, almost losing control of her spiritual energy. If Chu Fan were an ordinary disciple, she would have swiftly unsheathed her sword. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, instead of feeling repulsed by Chu Fan's teasing, Tang Wenlan felt a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps tonight, she could explore his room? No, that would be too unrestrained. She would wait for him to invite her again. Oh dear, as the sect master of Tianyu, how could I entertain such thoughts? This is mortifying. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Tang Wenlan's enchanting visage flushed with warmth. Even the ethereal feather mark between her brows took on a faint blush. Hurriedly, she accelerated forward, observing Tang Wenlan's unusual behavior. Si Lingyun muttered to herself in confusion, "What is wrong with our master?" Chu Fan shrugged. Perhaps she is a bit impatient. As he spoke, Chu Fan opened his arms, embracing both Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong, relishing in the fortune of having them close. At that moment, Chu Yujia exhaled deeply, incessantly pinching the flesh of his thighs, his gaze shifting to the skies on either side, silently admonishing himself. What is seen must not be viewed. What is heard must not be heard. I am a righteous gentleman, devoted to love. I must not be led astray. Oh, how I envy them. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Chu Fan and the others, a figure, Su Gaofei, surfaced stealthily among the mountains they had just passed. Gazing at the flirtation between Chu Fan and the others, malevolence and venom were palpable in his eyes. Damn you, Chu Fan, just wait. Once a prodigious disciple of Tianyu sect, second only to Si Lingyun, he was now a hunted fugitive, consumed by hatred that distorted his character. Witnessing his goddess in Chu Fan's embrace only heightened his fury. "One day, I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons, leaving you without a burial place." Su Gaofi Vao et Daka. Just as he planned to leave Xingyue Empire in search of vengeance, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, as if triggered by some mechanism. A massive black hole appeared beneath him, swiftly swallowing him whole before sealing shut, as if nothing had ever occurred. Chapter 26. Husband, do you also find her beautiful? Xingyue Imperial City, located at the heart of the Xingyue Empire, sprawled across tens of thousands of hectares, bustling with life. Towering city walls rose majestically into the clouds, resembling a colossal dragon winding its way through the landscape, awe-inspiring in its grandeur. Outside the city gates, Tang Wenlan and her companions descended from the sky, gazing at the fortress before them. Ahead lies Xingyue City. Let us enter. As the imperial city of the Xingyue Empire, regardless of one's status or cultivation level, all were required to enter on foot. Once inside, Chu Fan surveyed his surroundings, his eyes wide with astonishment. The streets, wide enough for 100 carriages, were lined with countless stalls selling an array of dazzling goods. Surrounding shops offered everything from cultivation techniques to martial skills and magical artifacts. At that moment, A few figures clad in black robes ahead cast watchful eyes upon them. Chu Fan's brows furrowed slightly. Members of the Yuhuan Hall? Tang Wenlan nodded slightly, saying, "The Yuhuan Hall has become our enemy. We must exercise extreme caution during this competition." Ling Yun positioned herself protectively in front of Chu Fan, her internal chill rising as she gravely remarked, "Are they planning to make a move?" "Not likely." Tang Wenlan shook her head. "Fighting is prohibited within Xingyue Imperial City. They wouldn't dare." Indeed, the Yuhuan Hall members merely cast provocative glances at Tianyu's sect before turning away. Chu Fan's gaze lingered on a figure at the rear of the Yuhuan Hall, his brow furrowing as a flicker of familiarity crossed his mind. "Strange, this person seems familiar. Have I seen them before?" After a few moments, Chu Fan reined in his thoughts and turned to Tang Wenlan. "Sect Master, have the matters regarding Feihe's sect and Tian can sect been reported to the royal family?" "No," Tang Wenlan replied with a gentle shake of her head, a hint of seriousness clouding her brow. "Without substantial evidence, it would be futile to report. Moreover, the royal family is likely preoccupied with the internal strife over the throne and may not pay us any heed." Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. A struggle for the throne? Even in the realm of cultivators, such turmoil existed? Tang Wenlan did not elaborate further, waving her hand. "Let us go. We must reach the martial competition venue, as the first phase is nearing its conclusion. Generally, the initial phase of the sect competition would be conducted beforehand, and the long-standing 7 major sects of the Xingyue Empire would appear just as the first phase was about to conclude. At the center square of Xingyue, the crowd was so dense that it was nearly impossible to navigate through. There are so many people. Liu Shutong felt an inexplicable tension, tightly gripping Chu Fan's hand. Chu Fan was equally astonished. The Xingyue sect competition was unexpectedly held openly in the center of the plaza, allowing others to observe. Before long, under Tang Wenlan's guidance, they entered the inner resting area through a special passage. Looking around, there were a total of 8 resting areas within the plaza, 7 of which were exclusively occupied by the 7 major sections. The remaining one was shared by other sections. On the inner arena, the battle between 2 8th-level Gathering Dan cultivators was nearing its conclusion. With a loud crash, one figure was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the platform. Tang Wenlan furrowed her brow and sighed, stating that it seemed the representatives of the 7 major sects will be changing this year. Ling Yun gazed at the arrogant figure on the arena and inquired, "Master, what is the background of this Tian sect? I don't seem to have heard of it." Tang Wenlan shook her head, replying, "I am not certain. I only know of Tian Palace, but Tian sect is unfamiliar to me." Chu Fan asked, "Is Tian Palace one of the 7 major sects of Xingyue?" "No." Tang Wenlan shook her head once more. "The 7 major sects of Xingyue are Tai Chu sect, Tianjin Mountain Manor, Yuhuan Palace, Xingxiang Tower, Tianyu sect, Zhenwu Mountain, and Lihu sect. However, it seems that Lihu sect may soon be replaced by Tian sect. Although Lihu sect is one of the 7 major sects of the Xingyue Empire, its strength is the weakest among them. The most powerful member, the sect leader Ding Yanfei, is merely at the 8th level of condensing infancy. In contrast, Tian sect boasts not only the recently victorious 8th level Gathering Dan disciple, but also an elder at the 9th level of condensing infancy in the observation area. This indicates that Tian sect's overall strength has far surpassed that of Lihu sect." Chu Fan sat to the side, indifferent to these matters. For him, it made little difference which 7 sects were part of the Xingyue Empire. What truly mattered was finding a swift way to win over Tang Wenlan. "She's so beautiful." At that moment, Liu Shutong's voice rang out, filled with admiration and surprise. Chu Fan gazed at Tang Wenlan standing before him, bathed in sunlight. Her stunningly cold visage resembled a snow lotus atop Tian Shan, possessing a captivating allure. "Indeed, she is quite beautiful," Chu Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Liu Shutong asked, "Darling, do you think she is beautiful too?" Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Liu Shutong was not referring to Tang Wenlan. Following her gaze to the figure that had just entered the resting area, he was instantly astounded by her grace and poise. Wow, a goddess! Chapter 27. Just a scoundrel, unfamiliar. The woman wore a flowing robe, her complexion strikingly beautiful and cool. Her eyes were like deep pools, and her skin, delicate and fair like sculpted jade, exuded an air of heroism in her every gesture. Especially noteworthy was the azure sword on her back, its sword intent radiating outward, perceptible even from 100 meters away. How could such an exquisite woman exist in this world? Chu Fan marveled. Tang Wenlan's brow furrowed, her expression grave as she declared. Her name is Murong Qing'er, the greatest talent of Tian Jian Mountain Manor in a millennium. Chu Fan was taken aback. He glanced at Si Lingyun beside him and asked, "The greatest talent? Is she more formidable than Yun'er?" Si Lingyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she nestled against Chu Fan, her expression filled with joy. It seemed that being compared to Murong Qing'er was an honor in Chu Fan's eyes. Murong Qing'er was originally a peasant girl whose family had been slain by bandits, igniting a fiery vengeance that inadvertently activated her innate sword intent. At that moment, she was discovered by members of Tian Jian Mountain Manor, who sought revenge for her and brought her back to the sect. It is said that when Murong Qing'er tested her talents, the light from her innate sword intent surged upward like a sword piercing the heavens, severing the sky. Dang Wenlan et Lai. Chu Fan was utterly astonished, gazing at Murong Qing'er. To sever the heavens with sword intent? What does that even mean? Liu Shutong's considerable talent had already caught the attention of Tianyu's sect, and compared to that, Murong Qing'er was on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, it seemed that Murong Qing'er had also noticed Chu Fan's gaze. Their eyes met, and her deep, cold eyes flashed with a silver glint of sword intent, her brows furrowing in disdain. Clearly, Murong Qing'er instinctively regarded Chu Fan as a dandy from her sect, and her favor towards him plummeted to a negative value. Beside her, the Grand Elder of Tian Jian Mountain Manor, Jian Leshan, noticed Murong Qing'er's unusual reaction and asked Chen, "What's the matter?" Murong Qing'er gently shook her head, replying, "Uncle Master, it's nothing." Jian Leshan spoke earnestly, "Qing'er, although you are an innate sword body, do not be complacent. Whether we can reclaim our glory depends on you." Murong Qing'er nodded, her determination evident despite her silence. Just then, with a sound like the breaking of air, several figures descended from the sky, landing steadily on the observation platform. At the forefront stood an elder with white hair and beard, his wrinkled cheeks tinged with a healthy flush. Clad in a blue robe adorned with a crescent moon emblem on his chest, he exuded an unapproachable aura that commanded respect. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are they from the royal family?" Tang Wenlan nodded, responding, "Tang Luotian, the second elder of the royal family. The young man on the left is the second prince of the empire, Yu Qiming." Chu Fan turned to look. Yu Qiming wore a deep blue robe, his chest similarly emblazoned with a crescent moon, accompanied by 3 stars. His handsome yet youthful face bore an innocent and clear gaze as he surveyed his surroundings. Although he appeared relatively young, he had already reached the first level of condensing infancy, a testament to his royal lineage. "What about the middle-aged man on the right?" Chu Fan asked again. Tang Wenlan's brows furrowed, her eyes betraying her disdain and hatred as she coldly replied, "Just a scoundrel. I do not recognize him." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a flicker of interest. He glanced at the middle-aged man on the observation platform, a slight smile curving his lips as he mused that it seemed there was a story between these two. At that moment, Tang Luotian took a step forward, his voice, aged yet resonant with spiritual energy, echoed throughout the plaza. "The first stage of the Xingyue sect competition has concluded. Taiyin sect emerges victorious. Will they challenge the 7 major sects?" Chapter 28. Not interested. I am very busy. With that, the leader of Taiyin sect, Bai Cheng, stepped forward slowly. Clad in a gray robe, his demeanor brimming with arrogance and disdain. His 9th-level condensing infancy realm, combined with his grim expression, evoked both trepidation and displeasure. Bai Cheng did not respond to Tang Luotian's words, but instead turned his gaze toward the direction of Li Hua's sect, sneering, "Taiyin sect challenges Li Hua's sect." This statement immediately drew the attention of the entire audience as they turned to look. It had been centuries since the ranks of the 7 major sects of the Xingyue Empire had remained unchanged. To think that someone would dare to challenge the authority of the 7 major sects. Just as everyone assumed that Li Hua's sect would be furious and eager to retaliate against Taiyin's sect, an astonishing scene unfolded. The face of the leader of Li Hua's zone, Ding Yanfei, was filled with helplessness, his eyes intermingled with unwillingness and desolation as he astonishingly declared, "Li Hua's zone concedes." Choked, petrified, alarmed, Li Hua's zone unexpectedly surrendered without a fight, voluntarily withdrawing from the ranks of the 7 great sects. Ding Yanfei did not wish for such an outcome. As one of the 7 great sects of the empire, Their authority was not to be challenged. However, the strength exhibited by Tai Yin was beyond what Liu Shutong could contend with. With his cultivation at the 8th level of Ning Ying, he was indeed no match for Bai Cheng. Rather than harboring impotent rage, it was far wiser to graciously acknowledge defeat. In the next sect competition, Liu Shutong would undoubtedly rejoin the ranks of the 7 great sects. Ding Yanfei clenched his fists, his tone filled with unwavering resolve. Regrettably, Bai Cheng of Tai Yin showed no concern, his eyes revealing an even more pronounced disdain and scorn. Since Liu Shutong concedes, I, as the second elder of Xingyu Empire, hereby announce, Tai Yin is promoted to become one of the 7 great sects of Xingyu Empire. With Tang Luotian's announcement, the crowd finally regained their senses, confirming what they had just witnessed. Following this, Tang Luotian continued. The second stage of the Xingyu sect competition begins. Please send forth representatives from each sect to draw lots. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenlan turned and asked, Who among you will draw lots? At this moment, Chu Fan lounged comfortably on a large chair, with Liu Yun and Liu Shutong nestled on either side. From time to time, they would pick a peeled grape and place it in Chu Fan's mouth, truly enjoying a regal treatment. Tang Wenlan was left speechless. This treatment made it difficult to discern who the true leader of Tian Yuzong was. Chu Fan waved his hand, saying, I'm not interested. I'm quite busy. Tang Wenlan rolled her eyes. Busy doing what? At that moment, Chu Yujia slowly stood up, a wry smile on his face, saying, It seems I'm the only one with nothing to do. I shall go. Casting an envious glance at Chu Fan, Chu Yujia helplessly made his way to the observation platform. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, Yu Qiming lounged with his legs crossed, idly surveying the surroundings. His peripheral vision catching sight of Chu Fan. Both Liu Shutong and Liu Yun possessed extraordinary beauty. To have even one of such heavenly beauties was a stroke of fortune. Yet, Chu Fan had the audacity to embrace both? What a remarkable individual. Even I, the second prince of the empire, have never enjoyed such treatment. Impressive. I must find an opportunity to meet this master. Perhaps I can learn a thing or two about courting. Yu Qiming mused internally. The middle-aged man beside him also noticed his gaze and inquired with a bright smile, Second prince, what are you looking at? A flicker of disdain passed through Yu Qiming's eyes as he waved his hand, completely disregarding the inquiry. The middle-aged man seemed accustomed to Yu Qiming's indifference and turned his attention to the resting area of Tian Yuzong. Upon seeing Tang Wenlan, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flash of peculiar expression in his eyes. Tang Wenlan also noticed the gaze directed at her, and her exquisite features instantly expressed disgust, as if she harbored a deep-seated grudge. This scene did not escape Chu Fan's keen observation. He regarded the two with an amused glint in his eyes and chuckled. How intriguing. Before long, Chu Yujia returned with an odd expression, holding a jade slip in his hand. Tang Wenlan's heart sank, a foreboding feeling rising within her as she tentatively asked, Your expression. You didn't draw Tian Jian Mountain Manor, did you? Although Tian Jian Mountain Manor had fallen from its peak as the foremost sect for certain reasons, its offensive capability remained the strongest. To say nothing of Mu Rongqing'er alone, it was unlikely that Tian Yuzong could match her. Chu Yujia shook his head and replied, Not that. Hearing that it was not Tian Jian Mountain Manor, Tang Wenlan breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out to accept the jade slip Chu Yujia offered. However, when she saw the sect inscribed on the slip, she was immediately engulfed in frustration. Even though her character was typically peaceful and unperturbed, she could not help but exclaim in fury, What the hell? You may not have drawn Tian Jian Mountain Manor, but you drew the number 1 Tai Chu Zone. What does that mean? Chapter 29. Is this the talent of the heirs of hidden sects? The first battle, Tian Yuzong versus Tai Chu Zone. Both sides are to send forth practitioners at the Judan realm for the competition, with the victor advancing to the next round. Whoosh. The moment Tang Luotian's voice fell, a sound of slicing air rang out. A young figure stood proudly upon the arena, one hand behind his back, gazing defiantly at the heavens, exuding an air of arrogance. Chu Fan, reclining in a chair, watched the arena with a calm smile, remarking, I did not expect to be the vanguard. The disciple of Tai Chu Zong possessed a cultivation level of Judan at the 9th stage. Neither Chu Yujia nor Liu Shutong could possibly match him. Thus, he had no choice but to take the field himself. Tang Wenlan solemnly cautioned, Tai Chu Zong is exceptionally powerful. You must be extremely careful. Chu Fan stood up, stretching lazily. Nodding slowly, he casually strolled onto the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Tai Chu Zong, inner sect disciple. Ho Bowen, please enlighten me. Ho Bowen raised his hand in a bow. Though he appeared humble, his words betrayed a distinct air of disdain and pride, glaringly evident. As the most powerful sect of Xingyu Empire, he had the right to be proud. Chu Fan replied calmly, Tian Yuzong, inner sect disciple, Chu Fan. Ho Bowen sneered coldly, saying, encountering me, consider yourself unfortunate. With that, he twisted his wrist, and a gleaming sword emerged. Ho Bowen leapt forward with incredible speed. The spiritual energy of the world began to surge, enveloping the blade, clearly intending to defeat Chu Fan in a single strike. The Fu Bomo. With a commanding shout, the sword, imbued with potent spiritual energy, rose high and locked onto Chu Fan's form, crashing down. The sword energy rampaged, coalescing into a gigantic fist, seemingly intent on shattering the heavens, an awe-inspiring force. Upon witnessing this, Chu Fan's expression turned grave. His body trembled as he attempted to evade the attack while forming a sword gesture. Lai Fengji, a howling tempest converged, swirling the winds of heaven and earth. And under Chu Fan's control, it formed a tornado to confront Tai Chu Zong's martial technique. Trivial skills. Ho Bowen scoffed, his spiritual energy erupting as it surged into the colossal fist, effortlessly dispelling the raging winds. Truly, the number one sect lived up to its name. Although Lai Fengji was merely a yellow-grade martial technique, it was not something just anyone could easily counter. As the massive fist descended, Chu Fan's sword brow furrowed. He once again formed the sword gesture, his eyes flashing cold light as the 3-inch broken sword within his dantian spread its sword intent. Lai Fengji, the tornado, re-emerged. Ho Bowen's eyes brimmed with contempt. In his view, Chu Fan was clearly out of tricks. A mere yellow-grade martial technique, which evidently had no effect, was to be cast again. It was simply laughable. However, this new tornado seemed to harbor an extraordinary momentum, easily tearing apart the immense sword energy fist. Countless wind blades materialized, enveloping Ho Bowen's form. How could this be? Ho Bowen's expression drastically changed as he instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. The spiritual energy within him seemed to be locked down, and the elements surrounding him were not merely tempestuous winds, but myriad sword blades. A moment's carelessness would lead to disaster. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated as Lai Fengji perfectly struck Ho Bowen's body. The body was sent flying several meters. The spiritual energy within him stirred restlessly, and bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How infuriating! With a curse, Ho Bowen disregarded his injuries and prepared to launch another attack. As a disciple of Tai Chu Zong, his inner pride would not allow him to accept defeat. Failure was not an option. Unfortunately, before he could execute his strike, Chu Fan swiftly advanced, his sword aimed with a fierce blade of wind at Ho Bowen's neck. A mere half-inch closer would suffice to pierce his throat effortlessly. You have lost, a nonchalant voice declared, filling Ho Bowen with unwillingness and astonishment. He could hardly believe it. He had lost so quickly. Letting out a deep breath of frustration, he sheathed his sword and left the arena with a bitter smile. Chu Fan also turned, heading straight back to the resting area. Liu Shutong approached, linking her arm with Chu Fan's, and said sweetly, Darling, you were incredible. Chu Fan laughed heartily. Haha, you should know who your husband is. Tong Wenlan observed in surprise. In such a short span of time, Chu Fan had grown to this extent. He was indeed extraordinary, especially with that last move, Li Fengzi, which left her feeling a twinge of fear, as if she had been sealed by the heavenly Tao. Was this the talent of a hidden sex heir? Her master had indeed been right. This was no ordinary Huang-level martial skill. Tong Wenlan mused inwardly. In truth, the potency of Li Fengzi stemmed from Chu Fan's integration of the sword intent from the 3-inch broken sword, harnessing its fierce sword energy and ability to sever all ties. He had disrupted Ho Bowen's connection with his spiritual energy. Otherwise, no matter how strong Li Fengzi was, it would merely be Huang level. Defeating Tai Chu Zong's martial arts would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. The next battle, Yohuan Jian versus Xingxiang Lo. Both sides have sent out Juden cultivators for the martial contest. The victor will advance to the next round. Chapter 30. Did you ever expect we would meet again? Whoosh whoosh. The sound of air breaking echoed as two figures simultaneously took to the arena. Chu Fan gazed at the figure clad in black robes, emanating demonic energy, with a slight furrow of his brow. This individual bore a somewhat familiar presence. Alas, the wide black robe obscured their features, making it impossible to discern their true appearance. It seemed this would be a fierce battle. Su Yujie remarked upon seeing the two similarly ranked individuals on the stage. Although Yuhuan Dian consisted entirely of demonic cultivators, known for their ruthless and bizarre techniques, Xingxiang Lo was not to be underestimated. In terms of sect heritage, Xingxiang Lo even surpassed Tianyu Zong, especially adept at harnessing the power of star constellations to launch attacks, particularly at night. Their power increased exponentially. Boom! Before the disciple of Xingxiang Lo could finish speaking, a muffled sound erupted, and an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The disciple of Yuhuan Dian flashed forward, raising a hand to deliver a palm strike that sent their opponent flying off the stage. Blood spewed forth, and their complexion turned ashen. A trace of demonic energy invaded their meridians, causing chaos within their spiritual energy, resulting in severe injury on the spot. Stunned, petrified, awestruck, the entire venue fell into silence, all present wearing expressions of disbelief. They never anticipated the strength of the Yuhuan Dian disciple to be so formidable, effortlessly defeating their opponent with a single strike. Even Tianjin Shanzhuang felt an unusual sense of gravity in the air. Jin Yueshan cautioned, "Qing'er, be careful of Yuhuan Dian once the Juden battles commence." Murong Qing'er cast a dispassionate glance at the descending disciple from Yuhuan Dian, showing little concern. Slightly tilting her head, her cold gaze locked onto a young man in the resting area of Yuhuan Dian. Possessing an innate sword body, she could distinctly sense a profound threat emanating from him. In the Tianyu Zong resting area, Su Yujie was left speechless, his face darkened with frustration. Was this truly a facepalm moment? After making predictions, the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Tong Wenlan furrowed her brows, gravely stating, "Yuhuan Dian has come prepared. We must all be cautious." Liu Shutong, recalling the earlier Yuhuan Dian disciple, queried softly, "Darling, did you feel he seemed somewhat familiar?" For some reason, she felt as if she had seen him somewhere before, yet could not place it. At her words, Chu Fan paused momentarily. He too had sensed a similar feeling, initially attributing it to a mere illusion, but now, even Liu Shutong echoed his thoughts. It seemed they had only one mutual acquaintance. Hell, what a twist of fate. How interesting. As twilight descended, the battles among the Juden cultivators approached their conclusion. To everyone's astonishment, the sect that secured the top 3 positions was neither Tianjin Shanzhuang nor Yuhuan Dian, but rather Tianmen. The previously mentioned disciple had concealed their prowess, triumphing in 2 consecutive matches at the 9th layer of Juden, forcefully entering the top 3. On the Tianyu Zong side, Su Yujie experienced 1 victory and 1 loss. Currently holding the 6th position, Liu Shutong had given her all, only to lose in her first match against a disciple from Jinwushan, Chu Fan. As long as you win 1 more match, you will secure a spot in the top 3. Tong Wenlan said excitedly. The elder had indeed been correct. Chu Fan's emergence signified the rise of Tianyu Zong. Chu Fan nodded slightly, slowly rising, his expression indifferent as he gazed toward Yuhuan Dian, his piercing eyes radiating a desire for battle. This fight would be against Yuhuan Dian. Their disciples had taken the stage twice, each time defeating their opponents with a single strike, demonstrating undeniable strength. Yet, to Chu Fan, it was of little concern, for he still held his trump cards. On the arena, the disciple from Yuhuan Dian, clad in black robes, had long awaited his arrival. Fixating on the approaching Chu Fan, the malice and fury in his eyes were unmistakable. With a grin, he remarked, "Ha, Chu Fan, did you ever expect we would meet again?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fan displayed no surprise, casually digging at his ear with a hand, his demeanor utterly nonchalant. "Indeed, it has been a while, Liu Feng." Chapter 31. You foolish fool. You simpleton. Hith hith. Liu Feng laughed coldly, showing no shock at being recognized by Chu Fan. He removed the black robe from his head, revealing a pale, sinister visage. His narrow eyes brimmed with resentment and murderous intent as he gazed at Chu Fan, wishing he could devour him alive. "Chu Fan, the insults you have directed at me will be repaid tenfold today." With that, Liu Feng's dark gaze shifted to the resting area where Liu Shutong was seated. With malice, he threatened, And that wretched Liu Shutong. I will make her watch as I torment you to death, piece by piece. Chu Fan, however, was unfazed. He shrugged dismissively, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Initially, I thought I might grant you a swift end out of our past acquaintance. However, since you dare insult the woman I care for, there is no longer any need for mercy." Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha! Chu Fan, you still fail to grasp the situation." He raised his palm, the thick demonic energy surging around him, intensifying with each passing moment. "Do you still think I am the same Liu Feng as before?" Whoosh! With a sharp sound piercing the air, Liu Feng leapt forward with remarkable speed. "Iling Huanzhang," he commanded, and in an instant, his figure was upon them. Raising his hand to form a palm, he manifested countless illusions, leaving onlookers utterly baffled as to which hand was the true source. Chu Fan's brows furrowed slightly. The reason Liu Feng had effortlessly triumphed over his opponents in consecutive battles lay in this very skill. Not only did it confuse adversaries, but the dark energy it emanated could also cause temporary disorientation among cultivators. Caught off guard, even Chu Fan felt a fleeting moment of bewilderment. In that electrifying instant, the 3-inch broken sword within his dantian erupted with a resonant hum, restoring his clarity. He circulated his internal energy, enhancing his legs with the Lai Fengji technique, multiplying his speed several-fold. With a subtle shift of his body, he barely evaded the bizarre attack. Lai Fengji, whoosh, a whirlwind coalesced, merging wind blades with the fierce aura of the 3-inch broken sword, roaring past. It not only easily pierced through Liu Feng's martial technique, but also locked onto his true form with an unstoppable momentum. With a dull thud, the Lai Fengji pierced Liu Feng's left arm, causing blood to gush forth. Damn it! Liu Feng's face darkened with shock. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Chu Fan's attack, which even disregarded the confusion of Iling Huanzhang, glancing at his pierced left arm. Liu Feng held little concern. The dark energy surged within him, an eerie aura spreading forth, instantaneously mending his arm. This sight left even Chu Fan somewhat puzzled. Despite Liu Feng being merely at the 7th level of Judan, he not only withstood a blow from Lai Fengji, but also exhibited such remarkable regenerative capabilities. "Chu Fan, I must admit, I underestimated you." Liu Feng's voice dripped with menace. The dark energy within him surged rapidly, his tattered black robes billowing in the wind. "However, you're still no match for me. Allow me to demonstrate the might of Yo Huan Dian, Luosha Gui Huan." In an instant, dark energy enveloped the entire arena, shrouding the already dim world in deeper shadows. Liu Feng seemed to transform into a demonic overlord, hovering in midair with blood-red eyes, looking down upon Chu Fan. "Chu Fan, D." As a sinister voice echoed, myriad demonic shadows materialized, opening their gaping maws as they surged toward Chu Fan. Chu Fan surveyed his surroundings, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Initially worried that using the 3-inch broken sword might draw attention, especially with the elders of various sects and even members of the royal family present, he understood that if they grew greedy, he and Tian Yuzong would be utterly defenseless. The principle of an innocent man suffers from being in possession of a treasure was clear to him. However, with Liu Feng's martial technique obscuring the spectator's view, he felt no need to squander such a fortunate opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, the 3-inch broken sword glimmered with a dark radiance, floating above his palm. "Go," he uttered lightly, as if imbued with sentience. The 3-inch broken sword danced through the shrouded darkness of the demonic energy, its cold light flashing. In an instant, the myriad demonic shadows dissipated. Liu Feng's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "What? How is this possible?" Before he could finish his words, the 3-inch broken sword had dispatched the surrounding shadows and redirected its blade toward Liu Feng, capable of easily piercing through the dantian of an 8th-level Ninging cultivator. Liu Feng stood no chance. Gritting his teeth, he faced the imminent threat of death, disregarding the backlash from his martial technique, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he hastily dodged the sword strike. Though it did not strike a vital point, Liu Feng's left arm, with blood gushing forth, was brutally severed. Chu Fan stepped forward, unrelenting, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap that left Liu Feng dazed. "Chu Fan, you smack, smack, smack!" Chu Fan offered Liu Feng no chance to speak, gripping his neck and ignoring the blood streaming from his wounded shoulder, delivering relentless slaps. Meanwhile, he muttered, "You fool. You simpleton. I won't stop until I leave you unrecognizable." Or, "My name isn't Chu." In the rest area of Tian Yuzong, Liu Shutong paced anxiously. Her expressive eyes filled with concern. Husband. She was unaware of why Liu Feng had become a disciple of Yohuan Dian and why his cultivation was so formidable. Yet she knew that with Liu Feng's vengeful nature, he would seize any opportunity to harm Chu Fan. Si Lingyun was equally troubled, her delicate hands gripping the hem of her robe as her internal ice energy surged. She had resolved that if anything were to befall Chu Fan, even if it meant her own demise, she would drag Liu Feng down with her. "Do not worry, he will be fine." At that moment, Tang Wenlan's assured voice broke through. Though the attacks from Yohuan Dian were treacherous, Chu Fan was the heir of a hidden sect. A mere disciple at the 7th level of Jiu Dan posed no real threat. Moreover, if Chu Fan were truly in danger, the mighty beings lurking in the shadows would not stand idly by. Those capable of easily sealing an 8th level Ning cultivator could, if angered, bring the entire Xing Yu Empire to ruin in an instant. Meanwhile, Yopa, clad in black, observed the arena with drooping eyelids, his wrinkled face betraying a hint of gravity and concern. As the Grand Elder of Yohuan Dian, he did not genuinely care for the mortal life of the 4th Elder's unexpected protege. Rather, if Liu Feng were to perish, they would be unable to enter the Xing secret realm, thwarting their plans. Of course, he did not believe Chu Fan could slay Liu Feng. Luosha Gui Huan was a high-grade martial technique of the Xian tier. It was already impressive for a mere 9th level Judan cultivator like Chu Fan to endure for so long. To one side, Li Huaisha, arms crossed and eyes slightly widened, emotionlessly glanced at the arena before closing them once more. For him, Chu Fan held no significance. His sole adversary from beginning to end was Mu Rongqing, heir of Tian Jin Mountain Villa. Others were but ants. Huaisha, once you enter the Xing Yu secret realm and find that item, remember to let Liu Feng strike first. Yopa cautioned earnestly. Li Huaisha remained unmoved, nodding slightly without further comment. Boom! With a resounding crash, the enveloping dark energy around the arena dissipated in an instant, revealing 2 figures. There stood Liu Feng, pallid and collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes devoid of life, his internal vitality alarmingly weak. In stark contrast, Chu Fan stood calmly to one side, his right foot planted on Liu Feng's chest, disdainfully remarking, "Ah, you truly cannot withstand a beating." Just as Chu Fan crushed Liu Feng's ribcage, preparing to finish him off, Yopa's expression shifted slightly. He raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying wave of dark energy that forced Chu Fan back several paces. In a swift motion, he appeared on the arena, seizing the barely conscious Liu Feng, his sinister gaze locking onto Chu Fan. "This match we concede." Chu Fan looked on, somewhat perplexed. Gazing at the retreating figure of Yu Ba, Jian Mei furrowed his brow, his expression grave. The esteemed Yohuan Dian actually placed such importance on Liu Feng. There must be some hidden scheme at play. At this moment, Tang Wenlan rushed to the arena, shielding Chu Fan behind her, and inquired, "Are you all right?" Chu Fan gently shook his head. After casting one last glance at the uncertain fate of Liu Feng, he collected his thoughts and turned to leave. "Darling, you were amazing. Darling, I knew you would win." Liu Shutong and Si Lingyun stepped forward simultaneously, linking their arms with Chu Fan. With a hearty laugh, Chu Fan unabashedly placed his hands on the backsides of both women, giving them a vigorous squeeze. Tang Wenlan beside them could only shake her head in disbelief. Unfazed by her reaction, Chu Fan raised an eyebrow at Tang Wenlan and said, "Shall I make room for you?" Tang Wenlan rolled her eyes. Just as she was about to respond, a friendly yet expectant voice called from behind, "Excuse me, my friend, may I have the pleasure of knowing you?" Chapter 33, Bold, Astute, and Unashamed. Turning around, they saw Yu Qiming, adorned in resplendent robes, sauntering toward them. His youthful and handsome visage bore a gentle smile, and his clear, innocent eyes reflected a college student's simplicity. "Ah, it is His Highness the Second Prince." "I beg your pardon," Chu Fan said, raising his hand in a respectful gesture. Although he was uncertain of Yu Qiming's intentions, he understood the necessary decorum owed to a prince. Yu Qiming waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "Brother, no need for formality. Just call me Qiming." Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. The second prince of the Xingyue Empire was surprisingly approachable. Did he truly admire my earlier display of prowess? Chu Fan mused. However, this thought was swiftly banished from his mind. In Chu Fan's eyes, Liu Feng was nothing more than an insignificant insect, hardly worthy of royal attention. Noticing Chu Fan's wariness, Yu Qiming stepped closer and casually draped an arm over his shoulder as if they were long-lost brothers. Brother, since you've already made it to the top 3, why not accompany me for a stroll? No buts, Yu Qiming interrupted. The battle at the Ning-Ing realm will take some time. Let's go. Without giving Chu Fan a chance to refuse, he grasped his arm and led him outside. Liu Shutong seemed eager to follow, but was halted by Tang Wenlan. Though Yu Qiming was a prince, he was inherently innocent and held little interest in cultivation. He cared not for royal power or the throne. While his enthusiasm for Chu Fan was perplexing, it likely posed no threat. Could it be that the royal family had learned of Chu Fan's true identity? That seemed unlikely. If they had, it would not be Yu Qiming who sought him out. Tang Wenlan pondered internally. At that moment, she caught sight of a figure approaching in the distance, causing her brows to knit in concern. The disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. In Xingyue City, Yu Qiming enthusiastically introduced Chu Fan to the inner workings of the imperial city. Chu Fan shook his head in exasperation. Breaking free from Yu Qiming's grip, he asked with curiosity, Second Prince, what is it that you truly seek from me? Speak plainly. Yu Qiming surveyed his surroundings, grinned widely, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, and declared, if I told you I wish to become your disciple, would you believe me? Become my disciple? You must be mistaken. Chu Fan exclaimed in disbelief. Yu Qiming was a cultivator at the first level of Ning-Ing. How could he possibly seek a teacher in someone of the Judan realm? If the royal family were to discover this, would it not drag him off to face the consequences? I am not mistaken, Yu Qiming insisted, waving his hands. I want you to teach me how to win over the most exquisite beauties, to embrace them left and right. Chu Fan was taken aback. No wonder he sought a teacher. It was not for matters of strength, but rather for matters of the heart. Recalling his earlier moment, he had indeed been lounging in a chair, surrounded by Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong, reveling in a blissful union. Little did he know that Yu Qiming had taken note and felt envious. You are a prince. Surely you can have any woman you desire without needing my guidance. Chu Fan remarked. The esteemed second prince of Xingyue, with his illustrious status, could summon countless beauties at a mere wave of his hand. Why would he seek counsel from someone like Chu Fan? It's not the same, Yu Qiming replied, his innocent eyes gleaming with admiration. Those are mere superficial beauties. They cannot be compared. He understood that with his power and status, acquiring anything was trivial. However, it was evident that Chu Fan's achievements were not merely the result of his identity or strength. Not to mention, Si Lingyun was a genuine Ning-Ing realm cultivator, renowned for her talent. A woman of such caliber would never yield to a man far beneath her in capability. Yet, Chu Fan had managed to do so, proving he was no ordinary man. Observing Chu Fan's silence, Yu Qiming assured him, rest assured, as long as you are willing to teach me, everything will be negotiable. With that, he pulled Chu Fan into a nearby shop, exclaiming, bring out your finest treasures. In the face of the second prince's command, the shopkeeper dared not hesitate. He retreated into the inner chamber and emerged with 2 magical artifacts and a pill, along with 3 booklets resembling instruction manuals. Earth-grade. Chu Fan gaped in astonishment at the items laid before him. 2 Earth-grade magical artifacts. It was known that even the highest-tier artifacts of the Tianyu sect were only of the mid-grade Xian tier. Truly, the Xingyue Imperial City was a place of hidden talents. Yu Qiming seemed unfazed. With a wave of his hand, a storage bag appeared, containing thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, which he used to purchase the 3 items without a second thought. Turning to Chu Fan, he said, consider these as a token of my apprenticeship. Chu Fan was left speechless. He had not anticipated that even in this otherworldly realm, financial prowess held sway. With the items presented before him, he had no reason to decline. With a casual flourish, he accepted the 3 treasures, placing them behind his back, and feigned solemnity as he proclaimed, since you are so earnest, I shall impart to you the fundamental principles of wooing women. The principle was simple. Be bold, be astute, and be unashamed. Chapter 34. The Gigolo. Yu Qiming was momentarily taken aback. His eyes appeared bewildered, and he muttered the words as if they were foreign. Stepping closer, Chu Fan elaborated. To be bold means to possess courage and ambition, to dare to dream and act. Do not allow the strength or status of another to intimidate you. Have the audacity to pursue your desires without fear. Yu Qiming nodded, as though a door to a new world had swung open, and admiration shone ever brighter in his gaze. As for being astute, even the mightiest of women harbor a trace of tenderness within. You must care for her deeply, addressing her needs with meticulous attention, discovering that soft spot to touch her heart. Anticipate her desires, resolving her troubles before she utters a word, shielding her from the storms of life. After a brief pause, Chu Fan continued, and as for being unashamed, that is even easier to comprehend. Imagine, if you will, a scenario where the strength of your counterpart far surpasses your own. After boldly expressing your affection, you are met with a callous rejection. Yet, what does it matter? You stand to lose nothing. You can always try again. As long as you possess the courage to be unabashed, they cannot truly harm you. And one day, you may indeed win their heart. As these words echoed, Yu Qiming's clear and innocent eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, the art of wooing is profound. And this entry-level mantra is no exception. Chu Fan could only shake his head in exasperation. Is this the naivety of a child raised in an ivory tower? How utterly innocent. Once you fully comprehend this introductory mantra, I shall teach you more. With a nod filled with anticipation, Yu Qiming agreed. Before long, Chu Fan and Yu Qiming walked arm in arm, resembling longtime brothers, back to the lounge area. Si Lingyun approached, inquiring, "Darling, you're back. Chu Fan not dead?" His wrist twisting to reveal a pendant emanating a cerulean glow, containing exceptionally pure spiritual energy. Upon seeing it, Si Lingyun's agile eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Darling, what is this?" Chu Fan replied with a serene smile. "This is the Ice Spirit Pendant, a low-grade Earth-tier treasure, perfect for you." Earth-tier treasure. Si Lingyun was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Chu Fan would return with such a valuable item. It is known that an Earth-tier treasure can alter the tide of battle and even save one's life in critical moments. With Si Lingyun's cultivation at the second level of the nurturing infant stage, coupled with this Earth-tier treasure, she might even rival cultivators of the third or fourth levels. "Gome, let me put on for you." Chu Fan gently adorned Si Lingyun's neck with the Ice Spirit Pendant. The exquisite pendant, resembling a droplet of water, cascaded gracefully against her fair, swan-like neck. The perfect collarbone accentuated its beauty, enhancing her already lustrous skin. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Yes, quite lovely. Si Lingyun's cheeks flushed. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, she stepped forward and pressed her lips firmly against Chu Fan's. "Thank you, darling." Chu Fan affectionately stroked Si Lingyun's cheek, saying, "The Ice Spirit Pendant contains a technique for instant combat. It may come in handy soon." Si Lingyun gently touched the cool pendant on her neck, nodding in blissful agreement. Soon after, Chu Fan noticed Liu Shutong, who appeared somewhat dejected, and waved her over. "Tong, are you two have a gift?" "Huh? I have one too." Liu Shutong was overjoyed. Initially, seeing Si Lingyun receive a gift, especially an Earth-tier treasure, had filled her with envy. But upon hearing that she too would receive a present, her earlier discontent vanished. A delicate wooden box appeared in Chu Fan's palm. As he gently opened it, a pure, fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing a white elixir within. This is a third-tier elixir, the Spirit Fusion Pill, which can significantly enhance a cultivator's internal spiritual energy and bolster their cultivation, Chu Fan explained. Gazing at the elixir Chu Fan offered, Liu Shutong was ecstatic. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Chu Fan's neck, boldly bestowing upon him a fervent kiss, her nimble tongue exploring. This scene filled Yu Qiming with envy and deepened his admiration for Chu Fan. The effects of these two gifts seemed perfectly tailored for Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong. The Ice Spirit Pendant, infused with icy spiritual energy, perfectly complemented Si Lingyun's cultivation method, promising to greatly enhance her power. Meanwhile, Liu Shutong's limited strength meant that even a treasure would not yield its full potential. Thus, the Spirit Fusion Pill would not only elevate her cultivation, but also solidify her foundation. It was evident that Chu Fan had already considered whom to bestow these gifts upon. Could this be the meticulousness mentioned in the art of wooing? Yu Qiming pondered. Shortly thereafter, Chu Fan, savoring the moment, reluctantly released Liu Shutong. Were it not for their surroundings, he might have indulged in her further. At that moment, Chu Yujie stepped forward, his face filled with anticipation, asking, "Junior brother Qin, do I have a gift too?" Chu Fan glanced at him, choosing to ignore his inquiry, and instead asked, "Where's your master?" Chu Yujie was left speechless, clearly dismayed by the obvious favoritism. Was it merely a kiss? If you gifted me something, perhaps I would reciprocate. No one paid heed to Chu Yujie's internal musings. Ling Yun pointed towards Tang Wenlan in the distance, stating, "Darling, someone came looking for your master earlier, wanting to speak with her." Oh. Chu Fan raised his brows, turning to observe. Indeed, a middle-aged figure stood before Tang Wenlan, the very individual who had previously appeared alongside Yu Qiming and others. Chu Fan's expression turned serious as he murmured, "This man does not seem to be of good character." Yu Qiming took a step forward, his eyes filled with disdain, declaring, "His name is Wei Shungjin, just a freeloader." Chapter 35. How about I offer myself? Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. That name certainly has character. Yu Qiming's description held merit. This man's complexion was quite fair. Chu Fan inquired, "What is his background?" Yu Qiming replied, "Strictly speaking, he should be my brother-in-law." Oh. Chu Fan raised his brows, chuckling. "So he is a royal relative?" Yu Qiming's gaze flickered with contempt as he remarked, "He was once a lone cultivator, but somehow managed to ensnare my naive elder sister. This fellow has no real talent. His ability to live off others is remarkable. If you find him displeasing, feel free to take action. I will bear the consequences." Chu Fan nodded slightly. Yu Qiming's loyalty was commendable, indicating he harbored no fondness for his brother-in-law. The look exchanged between Tang Wenlan and Wei Xingjin suggested a history between them. Whether you are a sanitary napkin or a panty liner, if you dare to compete with me for a woman, I shall not hesitate to deal with you. Chu Fan thought to himself, a cold smirk forming in his mind. Just then, Wei Xingjin's fair and handsome face broke into a smug grin as he extended his hand, seemingly attempting to take liberties with Tang Wenlan. "Wenlan, yield to me. I promise to make amends for the past." With his current status as the prince consort of the Xingyue Empire, he indeed had the audacity to make such a claim. After many years, seeing Tang Wenlan again, he noted her increased maturity and allure, particularly her slender waist and stunning beauty, which ensnared his senses. How could such a beauty slip through his grasp? Wei Xingjin's heart brimmed with malevolence. "Let go of me." Tang Wenlan furrowed her brows, her voice icy with disdain. Years ago, she and Wei Xingjin had been a pair of star-crossed lovers, adventuring together. Although Wei Xingjin's talent was lacking and his cultivation far beneath her own, she had never looked down on him. Whenever she discovered rare treasures, she would prioritize his use of them. However, during one of their expeditions, they had unexpectedly encountered the crown princess of the Xingyue Empire. Though the princess's appearance was nothing to boast about, upon discovering the identity of the other party, Wei Xingjin immediately launched an ardent pursuit, ultimately succeeding in marrying into the royal family. Tang Wenlan, cast aside mercilessly, returned to her sect, disheartened. She secluded herself for intensive cultivation, significantly enhancing her prowess, and ultimately ascended to the position of sect leader. This explains why Tang Wenlan harbored such disdain for men. In her eyes, they were all heartless, capable of abandoning their beloved without hesitation when faced with personal gain. "Wenlan, I advise you to recognize your circumstances." As Tang Wenlan evaded his grasp, a cold glint flickered in Wei Xingjin's eyes. "Otherwise, I can easily leverage my connections to prevent the disciples of Tian Yuzong from entering the Xingyue secret realm." Upon hearing this, Tang Wenlan froze. Her intelligent eyes filled with conflict. As the leader of Tian Yuzong, her greatest ambition was to witness the rise of her sect. If Tian Yuzong were to become a target of the royal family, it would not be long before it fell into obscurity. Wei Xingjin smiled wickedly. "So, what do you think? Will you consider my proposal?" His unwelcome hand gently clasped Tang Wenlan's wrist, the delicate sensation igniting a fervor within him. Just as Tang Wenlan clenched her teeth, seemingly on the brink of making a significant decision, a derisive voice broke through, like a savior, filling her heart with unexpected joy. "Which fool left their pants unfastened to let you out?" At that moment, Chu Fan strolled forward, standing beside Tang Wenlan, and casually wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Tang Wenlan shuddered, shaking off Wei Xingjin's hand, only to find herself held even tighter by Chu Fan. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, accentuating her stunning beauty. Chu Fan scrutinized Wei Xingjin, openly mocking him. "You're not bad-looking, No wonder you can play the kept boy. What did you say? Wei Xingjin, seemingly provoked, roared in indignation. You're asking for death, kid. Chu Fan remained unperturbed, his contempt deepening as he retorted, Oh, are you getting angry? With such a temper, how will you serve a wealthy woman? You. Wei Xingjin was infuriated, his aura rapidly escalating as he attempted to suppress Chu Fan with his formidable presence. How dare a mere disciple of Tian Yuzong speak to him in such a manner? It appeared that Tian Yuzong did not regard the royal family seriously. If that was the case, then their existence was unnecessary. As the words left his mouth, Tang Wenlon braced herself, prepared to retaliate, yet Chu Fan remained indifferent, his hand still on her waist, unwilling to relinquish this rare opportunity. Feeling the warmth of her body, he occasionally tightened his grip. How audacious! Who gave you the authority to represent the royal family? At that moment, Yu Qiming approached briskly, his youthful yet regal countenance radiating authority. Though he held little interest in the throne, his innate imperial bearing was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. Just as Wei Xingjin prepared to unleash a tirade, he turned to see Yu Qiming and became as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant, a deep-seated resentment and trepidation flickering in his eyes. The royal son-in-law was ultimately an outsider. Even if Yu Qiming was not the crown prince, he was not someone Wei Xingjin could confront. Ah Qiming, this disciple of the sect has insulted the royal family and deserves death. Oh, Yu Qiming raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to Chu Fan, teasingly stating, So, are you planning to harm my brother? Brother? Wei Xingjin was taken aback. How could a mere disciple of Tian Yuzong be a brother to the second prince of Xingyue? Yu Qiming took a step forward, asserting, according to your logic, should I not also be deemed disrespectful to the royal family? Shall I be executed as well? Wei Xingjin hastily suppressed his aura, not daring to meet Yu Qiming's gaze directly. I dare not. Oomph. Yu Qiming snorted in anger. If you dare not, then be off with you. Wei Xingjin's face fell, glaring resentfully at Chu Fan before awkwardly retreating from the Xingyue square. Subsequently, Tang Wenlon took a step back, freeing herself from Chu Fan's grasp, the flush on her cheeks still vivid. Thank you. Chu Fan smiled gently, stepping closer until he was merely an inch away from Tang Wenlon. He could clearly hear the rapid beating of her heart, akin to a startled rabbit. Is a mere thank you sufficient? What would you prefer? Perhaps a pledge of your devotion? Chapter 36. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Tang Wenlon's cheeks flushed crimson, her delicate fingers fidgeting with the hem of her garment, her heart racing. The same frivolous words stirred no revulsion within her. Instead, they sparked a flicker of anticipation. For reasons unknown, since encountering Chu Fan, her previously calm demeanor seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. Perhaps, becoming the successor of a hidden sect was a fortuitous opportunity for her. Enough jesting, she resolved, ready to acquiesce, when Chu Fan's voice interrupted her thoughts. Tang Wenlon's enchanting visage momentarily faltered, a fleeting disappointment crossing her features. Chu Fan said to Li Juke, as the leader of Tian Yuzong, it was unlikely she would publicly affirm a relationship with a disciple in such a setting. He understood the art of allure and retreat. This is for you. With a flick of his wrist, a beautifully crafted ancient ring appeared in his palm. This is the Songyun ring, a low-grade earth-tier artifact, inscribed with a small defensive formation. When activated in a critical moment, it can withstand a full-force strike from a Yuanshan cultivator. Perfect for you. Tang Wenlon was utterly astonished. The strongest artifact of Tian Yuzong was merely of the mid-grade Xian tier, yet Chu Fan had unhesitatingly gifted her a low-grade earth-tier treasure. He had given gifts to Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong, which she could understand, as they were his celestial partners. But what was she to him? Could it be that he has feelings for me? Tang Wenlon pondered, her previously faded blush returning with fervor. Chu Fan gently placed the Songyun ring on her finger, saying, Take it. It is merely a low-grade artifact. It is hardly appropriate for the esteemed leader of Tian Yuzong to lack even a low-grade treasure. Tang Wenlon felt a swell of emotion within her. Gazing at the ancient Songyun ring adorning her fair, slender finger, a flicker of determination crossed her eyes, as if she had made a significant decision. Not far away, Yu Qiming stood gaping, giving Chu Fan a thumbs up, his admiration evident. Master is truly remarkable, daring to pursue his own sect leader. What a bold and shameless endeavor. Before long, Yu Qiming returned to the observation platform. Chu Fan remained reclined on the spacious lounge chair. relishing the grapes fed to him by Liu Shutong. At that moment, Chu Fan seemed to recall something, inquiring, "The top three for the gathering of Pills battle should be Tianmen, Tianyuzong, and Tianjin Mountain Manor, right?" Tianmen was the first sect to secure a spot among the top three. Having defeated Liu Feng, Chu Fan had also entered the top three. With the combat prowess of the sword cultivators from Tianjin Mountain Manor, securing the final spot would pose no challenge at all. However, Liu Shutong's response left Chu Fan utterly astonished. Not so. The third spot belongs to Liu Feng. What? A startled Chu Fan abruptly stood up, his expression brimming with disbelief, nearly choking on the grape in his mouth. He glanced upward at the resting area of the Yu Huan Dian, where Liu Feng appeared unperturbed, standing quietly. Even his left arm, which had been severed by a 3-inch broken sword, seemed to have healed completely, as if it had never been broken. Simultaneously, upon sensing Chu Fan's gaze, Liu Feng's eyes were filled with resentment and murderous intent, exuding a palpable challenge. Did he not lose? Chu Fan inquired. Tang Wenlan stepped forward and explained, Yu Huan Dian has one more opportunity. They must have employed some secret method to restore their cultivation. Moreover, Tianjin Mountain Villa did not participate in the battle for the Judan realm, so Liu Feng triumphed over Xingxiang Liu and successfully advanced. Chu Fan's brows furrowed tightly. Given Liu Feng's talents, it was hard to believe that Yu Huan Dian would go to such lengths to rescue him. What exactly? Was Yu Huan Dian scheming? Chu Fan muttered in confusion. Tang Wenlan shook her head, saying, "What conspiracy Yu Huan Dian harbors remains unknown. But if their Ning-Ing realm disciples win again, it may pose a threat to you. The enmity between Yu Huan Dian and Tian Yuzong has already been established. Should the Ning-Ing disciples of Yu Huan Dian also prevail and enter the Xingyu secret realm, they will undoubtedly target you. Even if Chu Fan was a descendant of a hidden sect, he might not stand a chance against the Ning-Ing realm. That's inconsequential." Chu Fan remarked with a calm smile, shrugging. What if Yu Huan Dian encounters that genius from Tianjin Mountain Villa? Chapter 37. Can't you say something nice? After a few moments, the draw for the Ning-Ing realm battle commenced. As Si Lingyun was preoccupied with giving Chu Fan a massage, she sent Chu Yujia to draw lots instead. Before leaving, Chu Yujia, with a reluctant expression, said, "If I draw Tianjin Mountain Villa, don't blame me." Fortunately, Chu Yujia's ominous words did not come to pass. Although Tian Yuzong still led the charge, their opponent was not Tianjin Mountain Villa, but Zhenwu Mountain, whose disciple was a practitioner of the second level of Ning-Ing, with Si Lingyun's earth-tier cultivation technique and the enhancement of the ice spirit pendant. Defeating the opponent at the same level should not pose much of a problem. "Dear, I'm off. Go ahead, just perform normally. I believe in you." Si Lingyun nodded resolutely, her figure flashing as she took to the arena. Her exquisite features bore a hint of gravity as she faced the Zhenwu Mountain disciple, whose robust physique exuded an unspoken pressure, particularly his well-defined muscles, each inch pulsating with rich spiritual energy. The Ning-Ing battle differed from the Judan realm. Each sect could only send one disciple to compete. Tian sect's withdrawal from the Ning-Ing battle left the remaining 6 sects with only a single chance. Should Si Lingyun lose this match, she would be entirely barred from the Xingyu secret realm. Watch out! Just as Si Lingyun pondered, the disciple from Zhenwu Mountain bellowed, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual energy that surged toward her. Si Lingyun's figure flickered as she evaded engagement, continuously increasing the distance. Zhenwu Mountain excelled in close combat. Each punch encapsulated the mysteries of heaven and earth, capable of unleashing tremendous power. Once the opponent closed in, even attempting to unleash martial skills would become a luxury. Si Lingyun was well aware of this predicament. Her stunning features furrowed in concentration as she twirled her sword, attempting to repel her opponent. However, the adversary seemed to have anticipated her intentions, using his formidable physical defense to deny her any opportunity. Si Lingyun found herself at a loss. Unable to execute martial techniques, relying solely on spiritual energy collision would soon lead her to a disadvantage. "Give up. You are no match for me," the disciple from Zhenwu Mountain taunted. Not only did he aim to suppress Si Lingyun in battle, but he also sought to utterly dismantle her psychological defenses. Unfortunately, he had severely underestimated Si Lingyun. With the support of the earth-tier cultivation technique, the spiritual energy she wielded contained an icy essence. This chill subtly hindered the opponent's movements, slowing his pace. Seizing the moment, Si Lingyun swiftly retreated, creating distance before raising her sword high, her eyes gleaming with determination. Tian Yu's sword slash. With a command, the sword blade expanded several folds, coalescing the power of heaven and earth, attempting to descend upon her foe to deliver a decisive blow. Faced with Si Lingyun's sword slash, the Zhenwu mountain disciple's rugged visage turned grave, yet he did not evade. He leapt forward, disregarding the sword strike, rushing towards Si Lingyun at full speed. He intended to close the distance and endure the blow, using his own injury to force Si Lingyun off the arena. As the opponent's figure drew ever closer, Si Lingyun remained unflustered. A sly smile crept upon her lips, as if she had anticipated his actions all along. Below the arena, Chu Yujia's expression shifted, sighing alas. Sister Si is about to lose. Tang Wenlan also appeared somewhat anxious. In contrast, Chu Fan remained unconcerned, shooting Chu Yujia a disdainful glare. Can't you say something nice? Boom! As the words fell, a thunderous sound erupted. The sword slash crashed down, cleaving the arena in two, with the resulting dust cloud obscuring the spectator's view. Soon, as the dust settled, the scene on the arena left everyone astonished. Chapter 38. Si Lingyun victorious. What the hell? What just happened? When did Tian Yuzong start practicing ice martial techniques? Why did I not sense the spiritual energy fluctuations of the martial skills being unleashed by the disciples of Tian Yuzong just now? Tian Yuzong is on the rise. Disciples from both Judan and Ning-ing realms are advancing. At this moment on the arena, the Zhenwu mountain disciple had turned into a statue of ice, devoid of any combat capability. His robust body remained in a fighting stance, his fist, as large as a sandbag, mere inches from Si Lingyun. Most onlookers could not discern what had transpired, but Chu Fan understood all too well. This terrifying ice attack was not a martial skill executed by Si Lingyun, but rather the power of the ice spirit pendant. As an earth-tier treasure, it contained martial skills that ordinary practitioners could not withstand. It did not require the practitioner's own spiritual energy to operate. Merely a thought was sufficient to unleash it effortlessly, catching the opponent off guard. However, this martial skill could not be used indiscriminately. After its activation, a certain period of accumulation was necessary to gather sufficient spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to unleash it again. In the observation area, Tang Luotian also discerned how Si Lingyun secured her victory. The sect competition did not prohibit the use of treasures, so Si Lingyun's actions could not be deemed against the rules. Although somewhat cunning, treasures were indeed part of one's strength. Tang Luotian murmured to himself. Beside him, Yu Qiming was immensely thrilled, his admiration for Chu Fan intensifying. He had long suspected this, which was why he had gifted the ice spirit pendant to Si Lingyun in advance. Could it be that he had predicted my search for him? Upon this realization, Yu Qiming felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. This was beyond human capability. Before long, Yu Qiming collected his thoughts and urged Tang Luotian, second elder, announce the results. Tang Luotian nodded slightly, observing the excitement on Yu Qiming's face, and inquired, "The Tianyu sect has triumphed. Are you quite pleased, Your Highness?" "Of course," Yu Qiming proclaimed, raising his chin. "The Tianyu sect is my brother's sect. Naturally, I am delighted." Tang Luotian was momentarily taken aback. His deep-set eyes glanced at the jubilant Tang Wenlan not far away, and he softly asked, "Tang Wenlan is your brother?" Yu Qiming, exasperated, replied, "Do you think that is possible?" Tang Luotian smiled faintly, raising his hand to groom the beard on his chin. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, his eyes sparkled, and he whispered, "Did Your Highness just leave to win over the Tianyu sect? Could it be that you have come to a realization?" "Not quite." Yu Qiming waved his hand dismissively. "I still have little interest in the throne." Observing Yu Qiming's apathetic demeanor, Tang Luotian felt a pang of frustration. Being part of the royal family, many matters were beyond one's control. Some things could not be relinquished without consequence. The emperor, having reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, had lost interest in governing the state, and abdicating was only a matter of time. Within the royal court, there were numerous ministers who supported Yu Qiming, yet he himself remained unfazed. Once the throne fell into the hands of the first prince, given his disposition, even if Yu Qiming renounced the throne, it would be difficult for him to ensure his own safety. At that point, the entire faction of the second prince's supporters would face calamity as well. Tang Luotian's lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately held his tongue, stepping forward to announce the outcome. In the first battle, the Tianyu sect has emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Si Lingyun appeared somewhat dazed. Slowly descending from the stage, she approached Chu Fan, her eyes glistening with tears, and asked, "Darling, did I win?" "Indeed, you have." Chu Fan embraced her, patting her back affirmatively. Si Lingyun was utterly exhilarated, seemingly surprised that she had truly achieved victory. Tang Wenlan was equally thrilled, more convinced than ever of Gu Zhengqing's words. Chu Fan's presence was a harbinger of the Tianyu sect's resurgence. Just then, Chu Yuja beamed brightly and stepped forward to congratulate her, saying, "Sister Si, I knew without a doubt that you would win." Chu Fan rolled his eyes, disdainfully retorting, "Who was it that said Yunner would lose just moments ago?" Chu Yuja's expression turned awkward as he quickly turned his head away, feigning anger. "Who said that? How utterly ignorant." After a few moments, the arena was nearly restored, and Tang Luotian stepped forward to examine the drawing results in his hand, seemingly astonished. In the next battle, Tianjin Mountain Manor faces Youhuan Palace. Chapter 39. Beautiful women always elicit unconditional support. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Both Youhuan Palace and Tianjin Mountain Manor were among the frontrunners in this year's sect martial competition. Regardless of whom they faced, these two sects had a strong chance of advancing directly, yet they unexpectedly clashed with each other. "How intriguing," Chu Fan remarked with eager anticipation. Si Lingyun, equally delighted, linked her arm with Chu Fan's and declared, "Youhuan Palace is doomed now." She believed that the disciples of Youhuan Palace at the Ningying stage could not possibly contend with Murong Qing'er. However, Tang Wenlan's brows furrowed in concern, her arms crossed defiantly. "I fear that may not be the case." Si Lingyun, perplexed, asked, "Master, are you suggesting that Youhuan Palace will win? How could that be?" Murong Qing'er was a once-in-a-millennium genius from Tianjin Mountain Manor, possessing the legendary innate sword body and an extraordinary understanding of the sword path. Coupled with the sect's techniques and sword arts, ordinary cultivators could hardly withstand the piercing sword intent. Though Youhuan Palace's tactics were indeed elusive in the face of absolute power, all cunning strategies would be in vain. Do not forget the fate of Fei's sect and Tian Kanmin. Tang Wenlan's voice was grave. The downfall of those two sects is inextricably linked to Youhuan Palace. Their audacity indicates they must possess some hidden trump card we are unaware of. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded slightly. Tang Wenlan was correct. Both Fei's sect and Tian Kanmin had met their demise directly or indirectly at the hands of Youhuan Palace. There must be some conspiracy afoot. It seemed Tianjin Mountain Manor was in for trouble this time. Meanwhile, Li Huaisha slowly rose, draped in a black robe that made him resemble the Reaper of the Night. Especially with his pallid, feminine visage and eerie smile, he was truly unsettling. "Huaisha, do not let your guard down," Yu Bai cautioned, her brow furrowed. Youhuan Palace indeed has hidden cards, but against the mightiest sword cultivator, there remains an element of risk. Should they lose, Youhuan Palace's plans would suffer a significant setback, and they could not withstand it. Li Huaisha nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. In a flash, he vanished, enveloped in thick black smoke, appearing on the stage. On the opposite side, Murong Qing'er, with her sword on her back, gracefully landed on the martial platform, her flowing ink robe exuding an air of heroism. Tianyan Mountain Manua, Murong Qing'er. The eerie laughter of Li Huaisha echoed ominously. "I am eager to see what abilities this once-in-a-millennium sword cultivator possesses." A resonating hum filled the air as Li Huaisha trembled imperceptibly, releasing a terrifying demonic aura that surged skyward. The atmosphere was thick with a rich bloodlust, easily shrouding the entire arena and obscuring the spectator's vision. Resetsu, ghost illusion. The same martial technique, yet its potency was entirely different. The technique unleashed by Li Huaisha at the Ningying 5th stage was far beyond what Lu Feng could compare. Gazing at the surrounding darkness devoid of starlight, Murong Qing'er furrowed her brow, her palm gradually turning. As she formed a sword gesture, a crisp voice rang out. "Arise!" With a clang, the sword at her back was drawn, its clear ringing sounding like a bell, gleaming with a cold light. Murong Qing'er, holding the sword, floated in midair. Gazing at the swirling demonic shadows, her icy eyes betrayed no fear. With a flick of her wrist, a fierce sword strike erupted, descending from above. Dragon sword slash. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the arena. The formidable silhouette of a colossal dragon emerged, instantly dispersing the surrounding demonic energy. The massive dragon's tail swung majestically, soaring into the sky. Its piercing eyes glimmered with intensity, shifting its form to dive down from the heavens. Witnessing this, Li Huaisha slightly bent his body, raising his hand into a claw, preparing for the impending clash. As the dragon's spectral form approached, Li Huaisha raised his hand, effortlessly intercepting it with just his palm. A resounding boom echoed. Li Huaisha was forced back several steps, his claws tightening as he crushed the dragon's illusion, dispersing it entirely. Murong Qing'er frowned, seemingly surprised that Li Huaisha possessed such formidable strength, able to shatter her sword strike with bare hands. In the following moment, Li Huaisha did not allow her to continue her sword techniques. With a powerful leap, he surged forward, and their figures collided violently, entangled in a fierce struggle. Below, Chu Fan reclined on a chair, his sharp gaze fixated intently on the battle unfolding in the arena. Is this the battle between genius warriors? In comparison, the recent fight in the Judon realm resembled mere child-esque play, dull and unremarkable. Liu Shutong held a peeled grape, feeding it to Chu Fan, and inquired, "Darling, who do you think will win?" "Murong Qing'er," Chu Fan declared with utmost conviction. Liu Shutong, puzzled, asked why. With a subtle smile, Chu Fan replied, "Beauty always inspires unwavering support." Boom! At that moment, a resounding explosion erupted once more. Li Huaisha unleashed a torrent of blood-red light from his claws, forcing Murong Qing'er back several paces. Standing tall, a ghostly smile graced his pale lips as he ominously declared, "The Tianjin Villa is truly extraordinary, but in this battle, you are destined to lose." Instantly, Murong Qing'er gripped her sword tightly, her exquisite features etched with seriousness, not daring to underestimate her opponent. She sensed a transformation within Li Huaisha's demonic energy, seemingly merging with some force of nature. Just as she prepared to intervene, Li Huaisha made his move. The chapter titled Forbidden Techniques, the Wraith Demon Sovereign, commenced with a profound hum. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy swept through the air, obscuring the heavens. Such a terrifying demonic presence left even Tang Luotian on the spectator platform astonished. Such powerful demonic energy, the Tianjin Villa could very well face ruin. Beside him, Yu Qiming was equally taken aback, gazing at the all-encompassing demonic mist that seemed to devour the sky, as if no living being could survive its wrath. Elder Second, do you still believe the Yuan Hall will prevail? Tang Luotian shook his head, saying although the Tianjin Villa has been replaced as the foremost sect by Taichu sect, their offensive capabilities are undeniable. Moreover, Murong Qing'er possesses an innate sword body protected by the celestial sword path, making her defeat far from easy. After a brief pause, Tang Luotian fixed his gaze on the bizarre demonic energy, gravely stating, "However, what do you mean by however?" Yu Qiming pressed, "Tang Luotian et lai." This peculiar demonic energy seems to harbor the essence of vengeful spirits. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiming shrugged casually. "Isn't it normal for the Yuan Hall, being a sect of demonic practitioners, to employ techniques infused with the essence of vengeful spirits?" Tang Luotian's brows furrowed slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Chu Fan rose to his feet, his attention riveted on the surging demonic energy, the 3-inch broken sword within his dantian trembling incessantly, stirring with an undeniable urge to manifest and subdue the overwhelming demonic presence. What could this demonic energy possibly be? Simultaneously, on the arena, Murong Qing'er furrowed her brows, her striking features marred by a grave expression. Moments ago, she had exerted all her might to unleash a sword strike aimed at shattering the encroaching demonic energy. It proved futile. The surrounding demonic mist seemed to consume all spiritual essence, rendering her sword's power ineffective. Li Huaisha's figure materialized, hovering in midair, looking down upon Murong Qing'er with a condescending gaze. A once-in-a-millennium sword cultivator? Merely a trifle. Today, I shall show you the might of the Yuan Hall. With that, Li Huaisha's arms trembled, condensing pure demonic energy to conjure two phantom images of demon sovereigns. Towering and with blood-red eyes, they wielded colossal blades, surrounded by an eerie aura of vengeful spirits. Vengeful spirit demon sovereigns. Attack, he commanded. Instantly, the two phantoms locked onto Mu Rong Qinger, closing in to strike her down. Vengeful spirit demon sovereigns. Yuan Hall, you have quite the audacity. Mu Rong Qinger rebuked. The vengeful spirit demon sovereign is a forbidden technique. To harness the demonic energy, to forge such phantoms requires the souls of at least 1,000 wronged souls. This meant that the two attacking phantoms had been formed from the slaughter of 2,000 innocent cultivators by the Yuan Hall. As Mu Rong Qinger dodged the assaults of the vengeful spirit demon sovereigns, she demanded, "You were responsible for the downfall of Feihe's sect, weren't you?" Although Feihe's sect fell outside the jurisdiction of the Tianjin Villa, its annihilation was a significant matter, one that the Tianjin Villa had observed, albeit with little concern. Li Huaisha laughed maniacally. "Ha, and so what?" Mu Rong Qinger replied coldly. "Are you not afraid of the repercussions? If word of the Yuan Hall practicing forbidden techniques gets out, it will surely provoke an onslaught from all sects in the Xinyu Empire. Even a royal family would dispatch experts to hunt you down. At that point, no matter how strong the Yuan Hall is, destruction awaits." Li Huaisha remained unfazed, sneering. Where's your evidence?" Mu Rong Qinger furrowed her brows, falling silent. Indeed, Li Huaisha's demonic barrier obscured all vision and spiritual perception, leaving no means to ascertain what transpired within. Even if she managed to escape, without evidence, her claims would be meaningless. Mu Rong Qinger, given your extraordinary talent, I can offer you a chance. Li Huaisha proclaimat triumphantly. As long as you submit to the Yuan Hall, I will spare your life, and even assist you in condensing your sword heart. With a thud, as soon as he finished speaking, Mu Rong Qinger forced back the two vengeful spirit demon sovereigns with a strike of her sword. Her aura is surging, the blade in her hand gleaming with a fierce, cold light. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her resolute and determined gaze shone brightly. In your dreams, Yuan Hall is not worthy of my submission. In an instant, Mu Rong Qinger trembled, the spiritual energy within her erupting. Centering on the sword in her hand, she condensed the essence of the celestial sword path. In the blink of an eye, the sword transformed dramatically. Chilling light radiated outward as ethereal dragon shadows swirled around. The sword energy enveloped the surroundings. Even the vengeful spirit demon sovereigns hesitated to approach. Under the sword path, all crooked and malevolent ways are but illusions. Celestial dragon slash. In the Star Moon Plaza, the oppressive demonic energy continued to shroud the heavens, obscuring any trace of stars. All eyes were fixed on the central arena. Curiosity piqued regarding who would ultimately emerge victorious. The most anxious of all was Jinla Mountain. The Tianjin Villa had not dispatched any Judan disciple for this grand competition. If Mu Rong Qinger were to lose, it would signify that the Tianjin Villa would be completely cut off from the Star Moon Secret Realm. This was not merely a loss of opportunity. It would be a significant blow to their reputation, one they could hardly bear. In the Tianyu sect's resting area, Chu Fan reclined on a lounge chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. Under his suppression, the 3-inch broken sword in his dantian finally relinquished its urge to manifest and subdue the demonic energy. Mu Rong Qinger must be facing a formidable challenge, he murmured. Given the offensive power of the Tianjin Villa, she should have easily shattered the enveloping demonic energy. Yet even now, her figure remained unseen, a testament to the battle's difficulty. At the same time, Chu Fan was immensely curious about the hidden cards possessed by the Yuan Hall that could hold Mu Rong Qinger at bay. At that moment, Tang Wenlan's voice interrupted Chu Fan's contemplation. Chu Fan turned to look and inquired, "What is it?" Tang Wenlan, with her breathtaking beauty tinged with gravity, replied, "If the Yuan Hall wins, then the Tianyu sect will forfeit their chance to enter the Xinyu secret realm." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was taken aback, while the nearby Si Lingyun blinked her bewildered eyes, filled with confusion. The Xinyu secret realm is replete with countless opportunities. The Tianyu sect had only recently managed to promote 2 disciples, which would undoubtedly be a monumental piece of news for the sect. How could Tang Wenlan, as the sect leader, even consider relinquishing it? Chu Fan offered a calm smile, seemingly perceiving Tang Wenlan's underlying concern. and said, "Are you worried that Yuan Hall will target me? Whether it is Yuan Hall or Liu Feng, they would relish the opportunity to devour me alive. Once they seized the chance, they would stop at nothing, even sacrificing their own lives to honor the Yohu." However, Chu Fan remained unconcerned. Once he entered the Xingyue secret realm, even if Li Huaisha did not seek him out, he would take the initiative to strike. With the formidable power of the 3-inch broken sword, a mere 5th level of the Ningying stage would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Moreover, he still possessed the opportunity to invoke absolute binding. Compared to the rise of the sect, I care even less for your safety. This statement carried a hint of ambiguity. After speaking, Tang Wenlan felt a tinge of awkwardness, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow and teasingly gazed at Tang Wenlan. "Are you reluctant to part with me?" Facing Chu Fan's penetrating gaze, Tang Wenlan suppressed the fluttering of her heart and feigned calmness, saying, "No. I simply do not wish for the sect's disciples to fall for no reason." Chu Fan merely curled his lips into a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, in the resting area of Yuan Hall, Yu Bai's aged and somber eyes fixated on the arena, a slight smirk gracing his lips. To him, Li Huaisha's use of the magical barrier to obscure the vision of the crowd undoubtedly indicated the employment of forbidden techniques. Given this, despite Murong Qing'er's astonishing talent, it was impossible for her to break through the encirclement, let alone emerge victorious. Although there was a risk of exposure, all of this was worth it for the future foundation of Yuan Hall. "Elder, the young master will not lose, will he?" Liu Feng asked with a hint of worry. His concern did not stem from a genuine interest in whether Li Huaisha would win, but rather from the thought that should Li Huaisha lose, it would help him eliminate Chu Fan once they entered the Xingyue secret realm. "Do you seek death?" Yu Bai's cold, hoarse voice echoed, accompanied by rising demonic energy. A terrifying pressure descended, forcing Liu Feng to kneel on the ground. "I do not dare." Liu Feng, drenched in sweat, his pallid face filled with fear, trembled uncontrollably. "Humph." Yu Bai snorted in anger, stating, with Huaisha's strength, "What is a mere Murong Qing'er? I have complete confidence in Li Huaisha. It is not merely a 5th-level sword cultivator that can survive under the assault of 2 vengeful spirit demon lords." Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the ages. The phantom of a divine dragon soared through the skies, its sharp claws locking onto the 2 vengeful spirit demon lords, cold sword energy erupting forth. Boom, boom. With 2 explosive sounds, the vengeful spirit demon lord phantoms shattered in an instant. The resulting shockwave radiated outward, effortlessly dispersing the enveloping demonic energy. What? How is this possible? Yu Bai was left speechless. He could hardly believe that Murong Qing'er's strength was so formidable that she could slay 2 vengeful spirit demon lords. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, prostrate on the ground, trembled incessantly. He never anticipated that his ominous words would ring true. If targeted by Yu Bai, he could be killed in an instant. At this moment on the arena, Li Huaisha, clad in a tattered black robe, bore the marks of battle, blood staining the corner of his mouth. His hands trembled continuously, and the demonic energy within him was nearly depleted. His pallid and ghastly face reflected disbelief as his cold eyes fixed on the spirited Murong Qing. The divine dragon phantom that spiraled through the skies remained steadfast. Should Murong Qing'er issue a command, it would be enough to devour him in an instant. With this thought, Li Huaisha let out a deep sigh and shook his head, saying, as expected of a congenital sword body, "I concede this battle." Li Huaisha refrained from uttering any harsh words, as though the loss were not his own. In a flash, he decisively exited the arena. Upon witnessing this, Murong Qing'er released a deep sigh of relief, the divine dragon phantom above her gradually dissipating. She sheathed her sword and, relying on her extraordinary willpower, managed to return to the resting area with great difficulty. Jian Leshan, beaming with joy, hurried forward. "Qing'er, are you all right?" Murong Qing'er shook her head, her face pale. Her lively eyes darkened, and she fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 42. Nothing planned for tonight. Care to listen to some melodies? On the observation platform, Tang Luotian remarked solemnly, "The Tianjin Village truly excels." With his prowess, he could discern that Murong Qing'er was merely a facade of strength. That one move, the Dragon Roar Sword Slash, had already reached the mid-tier of the Earth-grade martial techniques. Earth-grade martial techniques contain a hint of the Tao's essence. Unless one reaches the Yuan-Ing stage and merges with the heavens and earth, forcibly executing it with the cultivation of the Ning-Ying stage is tantamount to courting death. If only Li Huaisha could hold on a little longer, the victor of this battle would undoubtedly be Yuan Hall. Of course, Li Huaisha's condition was not optimal either. His internal organs were likely suffering from backlash. If he did not promptly heal his injuries and expel the invading sword energy, he could easily be left with lifelong ailments that would hinder his cultivation. Yu Qiming slowly rose. He was quite pleased with Tianjin Villa's victory. After all, no one wished to see a peerless beauty like Murong Qing'er lose to a feminine demon cultivator. All right, the situation is clear. I shall take my leave. Yu Qiming shrugged and turned to depart. The subsequent battle would pit Taichu's sect against the Xingxiang Tower. As the foremost of the 7 sects of Xingyu, it posed little challenge for Taichu's sect to secure a win. Observing Yu Qiming's departing figure, Tang Luotian shook his head helplessly. In the resting area of Yuan Hall, each step Li Huaisha took was met with the backlash of demonic energy and residual sword energy, gnawing at his internal organs. His already pallid face now appeared even more devoid of color, extremely frail. Yu Bai hurried forward with concern, asking, Huaisha, are you all right? I am fine. Li Huaisha shook his head, a hint of unwillingness gleaming in his eyes. The next phase of the plan relies on Lu Feng. Yu Bai glanced at the kneeling Lu Feng, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. It was all this ravenous mouth's fault. Otherwise, Li Huaisha might not have lost. Were it not for the upcoming plan, Yu Bai would have undoubtedly eliminated him on the spot. Elder, I will return to the sect now. All right. Yu Bai nodded, not obstructing him. Since Yuan Hall's plans had yet to succeed, he naturally needed to remain in the Xingyue royal city. After all, with Lu Feng alone, issues could easily arise. Unbeknownst to anyone, just before Li Huaisha left the square, his delicate gaze swept over to a point not far ahead on the right. That place was precisely the direction of the Taiyin sect. Bai Cheng's gaze was fixed upon Li Huaisha. Yet beneath the surface of his eyes flickered a hint of dissatisfaction and disdain. In the rest area of Tian Yuzong, Chu Fan watched as Mu Rongqing was escorted away by Jian Lishan, exhaling a deep breath. This move was formidable. Tang Wenlan nodded and remarked that a Ning-Ying cultivator employing earth-level martial skills had clearly exceeded the limits of what their body could withstand. She was evidently taking a gamble. Should she fail, her fate would likely be dire. Indeed, when Mu Rongqing resolved to execute this technique, she had already made up her mind. Failure meant sacrificing herself. Chu Fan slightly nodded, his gaze sharpening, as his yearning for advanced martial skills intensified. Brother, at that moment, Yu Qiming approached with a gentle smile, casually placing his hand on Chu Fan's shoulder in a familiar manner. Tonight is free. Would you care to accompany me to the brothel for some music? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a wave of embarrassment. His peripheral vision caught the peculiar stares from Si Ling Yun and Liu Shutong, prompting him to take a step back. Your Highness, please refrain from jesting. I am a respectable person and do not frequent such establishments. Yu Qiming rolled his eyes, clearly dismissing Chu Fan's words, as if he did not believe them in the slightest. Where's your mind wandering, Brother Chu? Who isn't respectable? It's merely a casual visit. Not interested. Chu Fan waved his hand. I'm quite exhausted today and will retire to rest, conserving my energy for tomorrow night's entrance into the Xingyue secret realm. Seeing Chu Fan's resolute stance, Yu Qiming ceased further persuasion. Nodding, he smiled. Very well. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow evening. Good. As he watched Yu Qiming's retreating figure, a smile crept onto Chu Fan's lips. It seemed rather pleasant to befriend a second prince like Yu Qiming. He remained unaware of the contemplative expression on Tang Wenlan's face at that moment. Moments later, the martial competition of Xingyue's zone concluded, with Taichu Zong achieving an overwhelming victory against Xingxiang Lu. The entourage of Tian Yuzong also arrived at the inn. As Chu Fan stepped into the room, Si Ling Yun and Liu Shutong followed closely behind, evidently intending to share his company for the night. Chu Yujie, with eyes reddened, could hardly contain himself. Had he not been outmatched by Chu Fan, he would have surely confronted him directly. Do not see, do not hear inappropriate matters, he muttered to himself, indulging excessively. He lamented his own condition. I am healthy and long-lived. He turned and entered the adjacent room, promptly shutting the door. Chu Fan raised his arms. embracing Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong, and smiled at Tang Wenlan, saying, "Sect Master, good night." Just as he was about to close the door, Tang Wenlan, gritting her teeth, was flushed with a rosy hue, stepping forward and saying, "Wait." Chu Fan turned and asked, "What is it?" Tang Wenlan exhaled softly. "Lingyun, Shutong, please step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with Chu Fan." Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong exchanged glances. Though reluctant, they naturally complied with their master's request. Chu Fan approached the table, poured himself a cup of tea, took a gentle sip, and inquired, "Sect Master, what would you like to say?" At this, Tang Wenlan remained silent. Her fair complexion flushed deeply, and with a wave of her hand, a barrier of spiritual energy swiftly enveloped the entire room. Chu Fan raised his brow in confusion, questioning, "What does this mean?" In the next moment, the scene before him left Chu Fan utterly astonished, causing him to spit out his tea. Tang Wenlan slowly raised her hand, shedding her long robe to reveal skin as smooth as jade. "Chu Fan, did you not suggest that I dedicate myself to you?" "I agree," he stammered. Chapter 43. Lan'er. I shall be tender. What on earth is happening? The stunning sect master is offering herself? Chu Fan's heart raced with disbelief. He had never anticipated that his offhand jest would be taken seriously. However, given the alluring beauty before him, he found no reason to refuse. At this moment, Tang Wenlan had completely discarded her robe, her exquisite features flushed with shyness, her skin radiant and translucent, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her heart racing like a startled deer. In truth, her decision was not a fleeting impulse, but a thoroughly considered choice. Upon encountering Wei Shungjin once more, she realized how poor her judgment had been regarding men in the past. He had only sought to possess her, coveting her beauty and form. In contrast, Chu Fan, though somewhat frivolous in speech, exhibited no malicious intent in his gaze. He demonstrated bravery in perilous moments, willing to stand up for her, even gifting her an earth-level treasure. His principled refusal of Yu Qi Ming's invitation to a brothel proved that Chu Fan was no ordinary individual. Charming yet principled, affectionate yet not frivolous. Coupled with the mysterious background of a hidden sect heir, such an extraordinary man was a rare find. At that instant, Chu Fan's body trembled, his robe shattering as he took a bold step forward, enveloping Tang Wenlan in his embrace. Caressing her soft skin, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Lan'er, I shall be gentle." The two, ignited by passion, embarked on an intense encounter. Meanwhile, in the inner city of Xingyue, within the Long Princess's palace, a similarly fervent clash unfolded. Wei Shungjin lay bare upon the bed, cradling the Long Princess of the Xingyue Empire, Yu Yi, in his arms. Her figure was unremarkable, and her appearance was difficult to describe. Beneath her thick brows, her small green bean-like eyes darted about. As her hands roamed over Wei Shungjin's body, seemingly reluctant to cease, Wei Shungjin attempted to intervene, suppressing his inner revulsion. "Yi, have you considered what we discussed?" Yi frowned slightly, sitting up. The excess flesh around her waist resembled a multitude of life preservers, jostling against one another. "You aren't harboring resentment because of love, are you? Aiming to target Tian Yuzong? How could that be?" Wei Xingjin hastily retorted, "Yi, my heart is steadfast to you. I have long ended things with her. It was that wretched Tang Wenlan who clung to me. From the beginning to the end, my heart has only belonged to you. The disciples of Tian Yuzong are insolent and disrespectful toward the royal family, which is why I wish to teach them a lesson." Observing Wei Shungjin's serious demeanor, Yi suppressed her doubts and nodded in satisfaction, lying back in his embrace. Yet, she remained oblivious to the deep-seated disdain that flickered in Wei Shungjin's eyes, vanishing in an instant. "Husband, I know you wish to defend my honor, but we cannot act against Tian Yuzong just yet." "Why not?" Wei Shungjin queried, perplexed. "A mere Tian Yuzong should lack any formidable backing, right?" Yi explained, "The current situation is delicate. My father plans to abdicate and enter seclusion, leaving the heir apparent uncertain. My elder brother advises against provoking conflicts for now. We shall wait until he secures the throne to act." Upon hearing this, Wei Shungjin felt a tinge of dissatisfaction but dared not voice it. He was well aware of the measures employed by the crown prince of Xingyue. Any who dared defy his wishes would find death a luxury. "Alas, since my elder brother has spoken, there is no other choice but to comply." Yet, the thought of that scoundrel's insult towards you stirs my anger, Wei Xingjin declared with righteous fervor. Yu Rui's eyes shimmered with profound emotion as she embraced Wei Xingjin's neck and whispered, though Tianyu's sect cannot be moved, a single disciple poses no issue. Wei Xingjin's eyes glimmered with hope as he inquired, what do you mean? Yu Rui let out a chilling smile, raising her hand in a blade-like gesture to lightly slice at her neck, murmuring, tomorrow night, in Xinyue, secret realm, shall be his burial ground. Upon hearing Yu Rui's intention, Wei Xingjin was filled with excitement, exclaiming, excellent, let it be so. The thought of Chu Fan's impending demise thrilled him immensely. Once Chu Fan was slain, Tang Wenlan would undoubtedly be heartbroken, allowing him to draw closer and evoke memories of their past. Perhaps he could completely win Tang Wenlan over. With this in mind, Wei Xingjin's already exhausted physical state began to stir subtly. However, in Yu Rui's eyes, Wei Xingjin's reaction was evidently due to her presence in his embrace. Thus, she turned over and mounted Wei Xingjin, eager for another round of battle. Wei Xingjin shuddered, struggling to free himself from Yu Rui, who felt as heavy as a tank. Before descending from the bed and cheerfully proposing, Rui, it is rather late. I shall have the kitchen prepare something for you. Without allowing Yu Rui a chance to retort, he swiftly exited the chamber. Standing beneath the pavilion outside the chamber, he gazed up at the darkened moon obscured by clouds, his eyes glinting with malice. Tang Wenlan, you wretched woman, I shall make you kneel before me and beg. Chapter 44, Thunder Law, 5 Thunders Burning Heaven. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully branching out. Reward, a century of cultivation. Reward, Earth Tier Low-Grade Technique, Zao Hua Di Tianjing. Reward, Earth Tier High-Grade Martial Skill, 5 Thunders Burning Heaven Palm. The following noon, the melodious voice of the system disrupted Chu Fan from his slumber. Still in A position, he found himself cradling an extraordinarily beautiful woman. The only difference was that Chu Fan had inexplicably slept with his sect leader. Truly deserving of her title, she had rewarded him with a heavenly tier technique. Chu Fan couldn't help but marvel at this. Heavenly tier techniques are among the finest in the entire Qingzhou. More crucially, the system rewarded Zao Hua Di Tianjing seemed to contain the emperor's fortune, invisibly accelerating his training speed. Subsequently, Chu Fan focused on the Earth-tier high-grade martial skill awarded by the system. The cryptic incantation and the method of channeling the power of lightning were deeply etched in his mind, leaving him astonished. The 5 Thunders Burning Heaven Palm was, indeed, a technique of the Thunder Law. Chu Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. On the Xinshu continent, there existed countless martial skills across various systems and attributes. However, the Thunder Law was among the most extraordinary. Even on the vast Xinshu continent, the Thunder Law was a rare existence, not something just anyone could cultivate successfully. In other words, the Earth-tier high-grade 5 Thunders Burning Heaven Palm could rival heavenly tier martial skills and could even be employed to slay foes of higher rank. What Chu Fan currently lacked most was a powerful martial skill. Although the 3-inch broken sword was potent, it easily incited the greed of formidable beings, making it impractical for casual use. Now, with the 5 Thunders Burning Heaven Palm, Chu Fan's strength would see a substantial increase. Buzz! The air was filled with a humming sound as the spiritual energy of the world began to rapidly converge around Chu Fan, forming a vortex centered on him. Chu Fan slightly closed his eyes, his pores opened wide, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. His realm began to ascend rapidly. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound echoed as the golden core within Chu Fan's dantian shattered, and a translucent petite primordial infant began to coalesce. The 3-inch broken sword that circled around him erupted with a series of sword cries, seemingly quite exhilarated. Congealing the infant 1, congealing the infant 2, congealing the infant 3. In the briefest of moments, Chu Fan's cultivation reached the 4th stage of primordial infant congealment. After breaking the golden core and congealing the infant, he distinctly felt the elevation of his realm slowing considerably. A century of cultivation had only allowed him to break through to the 4th stage. Little did he know, for most cultivators, such a breakthrough was indeed a miraculous occurrence. Cultivation does not adhere to the passage of time. 100 years can pass in the blink of an eye. Many individuals, even after cultivating for hundreds of years, cannot achieve the breakthrough speed that Chu Fan had attained. With his current cultivation, bolstered by the 5 thunders burning heaven palm and the 3-inch broken sword, he would dare to confront even the pinnacle of primordial infant cultivators. Huff! Chu Fan's eyes fluttered open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing as he exhaled a deep breath. With a slight smile, he gazed at Tang Wenlan, still lost in her dreams, and couldn't resist placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. The tingling sensation on her forehead made Tang Wenlan's long lashes flutter as she slowly opened her expressive eyes. Meeting the affectionate gaze of Chu Fan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Recalling the madness of the previous night, Tang Wenlan buried her head in Chu Fan's embrace, unable to bear making eye contact. Awake? Chu Fan's magnetic voice rang out, to which Tang Wenlan shyly nodded. Chu Fan raised his hand and playfully patted Tang Wenlan's rear, gently saying, "Get up, or else Yun'er and her companions might burst in." Tang Wenlan's body trembled as she reluctantly left Chu Fan's embrace, donning her scattered garments. Chu Fan eye smack. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Fan dashed forward and gave her rear a firm slap. "Call me husband." Tang Wenlan's exquisite face, still blushing, became even more vibrant as she lowered her head and murmured, "Husband." Obedient. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction, pouring a cup of tea and asking, "What were you about to say?" Tang Wenlan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she declared, "I wanted to say, my realm's bottleneck seems to be loosening." "Oh." Chu Fan raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Does this mean you are close to breaking through to the primordial spirit realm?" If Tang Wenlan could reach the primordial spirit realm, it would be monumental news for Tianyu sect. Tang Wenlan's brows furrowed slightly as she sighed. "It is not that simple. Countless cultivators spend their entire lives without crossing this threshold." She merely felt her bottleneck loosening a bit. To truly break through would likely require hundreds of years of seclusion. At that moment, Chu Fan stepped forward with a grin, saying, "Given your fervent performance last night, I shall lend you a hand." The first half of his statement left Tang Wenlan utterly bashful, while the latter half left her perplexed, unsure of Chu Fan's meaning. Without further explanation, Chu Fan slowly raised his palm and formed a sword gesture. A ray of flowing light instantly pierced into Tang Wenlan's brow. A snow-white feather mark shimmered, and the intricate incantation of the technique was inscribed in her mind, subtly enhancing the spiritual energy within her meridians. Chapter 45. I don't mind sharing her. Tang Wenlan's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Invincible technique. How could she have anticipated that Chu Fan possessed a heavenly tier technique and so readily imparted it to her? Chu Fan smiled gently. "So, with this technique, breaking through the bottleneck should not be difficult?" Tang Wenlan, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, nodded emphatically, expressing, "Indeed, the might of the Tianjia cultivation method is not merely reflected in its rank. It represents a terrifying force capable of instigating a profound transformation of the spiritual energy within a cultivator's body. Even the royal family of the Xingyue Empire only practices a mid-grade earth-level technique." Chu Fan urged, "Hurry and cultivate. I shall protect you." Tang Wenlan nodded in eager anticipation. In the Xingyue Palace, Yu Qifei sat regally on the main seat, adorned in a flowing robe of stars and moons, with celestial bodies encircling him, casting a disdainful gaze upon the heavens. His cold demeanor caused the temperature within the grand hall to plummet sharply. As the eldest prince of the Xingyue Empire, he was ostensibly next in line to inherit the throne according to the royal succession rules. However, the emperor of Xingyue had not declared him the successor. Instead, he had permitted Yu Qiming to compete fairly with him. This situation left him quite displeased. "Your Highness, there is no need for such concern." Elder Wu Zhulian stepped forward, stating, "It is evident that Yu Qiming has relinquished his claim to the throne. During this time, the majority of the empire's ministers have rallied to your side, and even the eldest princess supports you. I believe that once the Xingyue secret realm concludes, the emperor will announce your ascension to the throne." As these words settled, Yu Qifei slowly rose, his shrewd eyes glimmering with cunning. He was inherently suspicious, even if Yu Qiming did not display an urgent desire for the throne. He could not easily trust that his opponent would concede. Until the successor was confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt, he could not afford to be complacent. Before long, Yu Qiming collected his thoughts and inquired, "What is sex?" Wu Zhulian's pale brow furrowed as he replied, "The Taichu sect has confirmed its support for you, while the Tianjin Mountain Manor remains neutral. As for the Ohuan Palace, they have yet to provide a definitive response, and their recent actions have been rather unusual. Yu Qiming frowned slightly. Unusual? Wu Zhulian pondered. Indeed, there have been unfamiliar visitors to Yohuan Palace recently. It is uncertain what they are scheming. A sinister expression crossed Yu Qifei's face. Although it was improbable that Yu Qiming could win over Yohuan Palace, he had to remain vigilant. Investigate thoroughly. Understood. Suddenly, a deafening hum resonated, with spiritual energy surging skyward. Wu Zhulian turned to look, astonished. Someone within the imperial city has broken through to the Yuanying realm. Yu Qifei commanded. Elder, ascertain who it is. You know what to do. Wu Zhulian nodded and vanished in a flash. Masters of the Yuanshan realm are regarded as top-tier combatants throughout the Xingyue Empire, as long as he had sufficient support from Yuanshan realm experts. Even the emperor would hesitate to act recklessly. Otherwise, Yu Qiming would not shy away from fratricide. Within an inn, Liu Shutong stood at the door of her room, occasionally glancing at the tightly shut door ahead, her expression laced with puzzlement. Senior sister, what could the master possibly have to discuss with my husband for an entire night? Last night, Liu Shutong had intended to wait briefly at the door before entering to Sir Chu Fan. After waiting in vain, she had reluctantly returned to her room to consume the Rongling Dan and strive for a breakthrough. After a full night of cultivation, bolstered by the third-grade Rongling Dan, her realm surged to the fourth level of the Gathering Dan stage. She had hoped to boast to Chu Fan, only to discover that Tang Wenlan still had not exited his room. Si Lingyun, sensing the shimmering barrier outside, chuckled. It seems your husband has successfully won over the master. Liu Shutong was taken aback. Won over the master? Si Lingyun smiled enigmatically. Liu Shutong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Senior sister, are you suggesting that they? Si Lingyun nodded confidently, refraining from further elaboration. Although she had not anticipated that Tang Wenlan would willingly become Chu Fan's partner, she was not surprised, considering Chu Fan's extraordinary charm and prowess. Even the sect master would likely find it challenging to resist his allure. The master should have foreseen this. Why did you need to send us away? Liu Shutong murmured, expressing regret. I wouldn't have minded serving my husband alongside her last night. Si Lingyun shook her head with a smile, though she too had no objections. The fact that it was Tang Wenlan's first time made it evident that she felt shy about being candid with him. Si Lingyun, seated on a nearby chair, sipped her tea and glanced around, inquiring, where is Chu Yujia? Why is he absent so early? Liu Shutong waved her hand dismissively. I saw him earlier. He mentioned he had nothing to do today and went out for a stroll, though I'm unsure where he went. Si Lingyun's brow furrowed slightly. This was, after all, the Xingyue Imperial City, a place filled with hidden dangers. Should he offend a powerful figure, even the Tianyu sect might find it difficult to withstand their wrath. Send him a message to return promptly and not to wander off. All right, Liu Shutong nodded, preparing to retrieve a communication stone, when suddenly an astonishing wave of spiritual energy surged from a room behind them. A deafening hum erupted, and spiritual energy shot up into the sky, the forceful air current pushing the two women back several steps. Liu Shutong, bewildered, asked, what is happening? Si Lingyun's eyes widened with shock and delight. Could it be that the master has broken through? Chapter 46. What if we try again? Ding. The host has successfully imparted the cultivation method. The loyalty of Tang Wenlan, the sect master of Tianyu sect, has reached 90, unwavering and deeply devoted. The host has successfully bound a partner. The cultivation gains of the partner will feed back to the host. Chu Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Tang Wenlan had successfully broken through her shackles, ascending to the Yuanshan realm. The feedback from the system also allowed his own realm to effortlessly rise to the fifth level of the gathering infant stage. To his astonishment, Tang Wenlan's initial loyalty was as high as 90. Could this illustrate the difference between active and passive loyalty? It is worth noting that when Si Lingyun had first bound to him, her loyalty was only 70, and it had only increased to 90 through Chu Fan's diligent efforts over time. Regrettably, it still fell short of Liu Shutong's perfect 100 loyalty, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Chu Fan collected his thoughts, seated to one side. With a subtle mental command, he utilized the ability of the San Siwen Duanjian to conceal his realm at the 9th level of the Gathering Dance stage. Sipping his tea, he observed Tang Wenlan, who had successfully transcended her previous limitations. Her stunning visage radiated authority, and the aura of the Yuanshan realm subtly emanated, instilling reverence in those who beheld her. Before long, Tang Wenlan retracted her spiritual energy, her long lashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. Gazing at the adoring Chu Fan before her, her cheeks flushed slightly. She stood and, with a tender movement, settled herself upon Chu Fan's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering, "Husband, I have broken through," feeling the softness of her legs. Chu Fan's thoughts wandered, and his hand began to explore her slender waist. "To celebrate your breakthrough, shall we indulge once more?" Tang Wenlan, with a flirtatious glance, shyly nodded in agreement. Just as Chu Fan prepared to proceed, a sudden sound of air splitting broke through. Tang Wenlan turned her head toward the door, her brows furrowing. "Husband, a master of the Yuanshan realm is approaching." Chu Fan nodded slightly. "Let's go and see." Tang Wenlan agreed, reluctantly leaving the room. Outside the door, Wu Zheng, with one hand behind his back, descended from the heavens. The instinctive pressure he exuded filled Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong with a sense of impending danger. Observing the two before him, a fleeting expression of astonishment and gloom crossed his brow. "Tian Yuzong, has Tang Wenlan broken through?" As the Grand Elder of the Xingyue Empire, Wu Zhulian was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the sects within the realm. Given Tang Wenlan's innate talent, it would take her at least a century to reach the Yuanshan realm. Furthermore, Tian Yuzong was merely a mid-tier sect among the 7 great sects, often relegated to a supporting role in every sect competition. However, this time disciples from both major realms within the sect had advanced, and even the sect leader had broken through to the Yuanshan realm. Could it be that Tian Yuzong had encountered some fortuitous opportunity? The thought ignited a deep-seated greed and fervor within Wu Zhulian's gaze. He stepped forward, casting his oppressive aura, and coldly commanded, "Stand aside." Si Lingyun furrowed her delicate brows and raised her hand in a gesture of greeting. "Our master is currently in closed-door cultivation. I hope the esteemed elder can wait a moment." "Oomph." Wu Zhulian snorted in anger. "Does a mere sect leader have the right to make me wait?" With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a startling wave of energy that forced Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong back. Just as he prepared to force his way in, a warm voice accompanied by a gentle pressure emanated from behind him, putting Wu Zhulian on high alert. "Grand Elder, is it wise to intrude upon someone else's closed-door cultivation?" Turning to look, he found Tang Luotian had appeared, his gentle spiritual energy stabilizing Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he regarded Wu Zhulian. Although he was merely the 2nd elder of the empire, his cultivation was not significantly inferior to Wu Zhulian's. Thus he held no fear of the latter. Wu Zhulian's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "Tang Luotian, do you intend to stop me? Do not forget your position." Stepping forward, Tang Luotian waved his hand with a smile. "The Grand Elder has misunderstood. It is just that your eagerness to enter raises questions. Are you perhaps planning something? Or is your intrusion today sanctioned by the Crown Prince?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding onlookers gasped in shock, instinctively retreating a step, fearing for their own safety. The Crown Prince was notoriously suspicious, relentlessly gathering powerful allies for the throne, and disapproval would surely lead to dire consequences. This had become an unspoken secret within the Xingyue imperial city. Yet, no one had anticipated that Tang Luotian would speak so candidly in front of everyone. Wu Zhulian's expression was dark as thunder. His urgency to enter stemmed from a desire to inquire about Tian Yuzong's stance. If Tang Wenlan did not support the Crown Prince, then both she and Tian Yuzong would no longer have any reason to exist. Given Yu Qifei's character, if they could not be allies, they would inevitably become enemies, and it would be prudent to eliminate them swiftly. More importantly, Wu Zhulian sought to discover the nature of the opportunity Tian Yuzong had encountered, intending to claim it for himself. After a moment of silence, Wu Zhulian's eyes flared with anger as he warned, "Tang Luotian, step aside or do not blame me for my rudeness." Unfazed, Tang Luotian replied coldly, "I would very much like to see how the Grand Elder intends to be rude." Chapter 47. Those who know me, it is l'honneur. The profound spiritual energy surged forth, casting a terrifying pressure in all directions. At this tense juncture, Tang Wenlan emerged from the room. Dressed in a snow-white robe, she resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, captivating all who beheld her. Especially after her ascension to the Yuanshan realm, her ethereal quality and the regal aura radiating from her evoked a sense of reverence. Gazing at the two men before her, Tang Wenlan smiled softly and raised her hand in greeting. Esteemed elders, why the fury? A shadow of regret flickered in Wu Zhulian's eyes. With Tang Wenlan's appearance, he could not act openly. Suppressing his oppressive aura, he adopted a condescending tone. I have come to inquire about Tian Yuzong's stance regarding the new emperor. Upon hearing this, every gaze turned toward her, eager to discern Tian Yuzong's decision. Tang Wenlan remained unperturbed, a slight smile gracing her lips. Tian Yuzong has no particular opinion. As a sect of the Xingyue Empire, we will follow the royal directives, that is all. Wu Zhulian's expression darkened further. Tian Yuzong had made it clear they wished to remain aloof, neither participating nor taking sides. If they were alone, he would undoubtedly strike decisively, using his overwhelming power to force Tang Wenlan into submission, or even to slay her. However, with Tang Luotian watching closely and other sects observing nearby, he could not afford to act. Wu Zhulian coldly huffed. It would be wise to remember your words today. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving Tang Wenlan to breathe a sigh of relief. If Wu Zhulian had demanded a definitive answer, it would have posed a significant problem. Regaining her composure, Tang Wenlan turned to Tang Luotian and asked, Esteemed elder, are you also here to inquire about Tian Yuzong's opinion? Not at all, Tang Luotian replied with a warm smile. Waving his hand, I am merely here to congratulate sect leader Tang on her ascension to the Yuanshan realm. With that, Tang Luotian took his leave. As long as Tian Yuzong did not support the crown prince, they would not be considered enemies in Tang Luotian's eyes. Moreover, given the unusual bond between Chu Fan and Yu Qiming, even if Tian Yuzong wished to choose sides, they would likely prioritize the second prince. He had no need to complicate matters by inquiring further at this juncture. Watching Tang Luotian depart, Tang Wenlan's beautiful eyes sparkled with insight as she mused. The fate of the new emperor remains uncertain. At that moment, Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong hurried forward, expressing their concern. Master, are you unscathed? I am fine, Tang Wenlan replied, shaking her head. A fleeting thought crossed her mind as she glanced back toward the room, her ears growing slightly warm. Lingyun, please fetch a men's robe. A men's robe? Si Lingyun paused, but quickly grasped the implication, casting a suggestive glance at Tang Wenlan before turning to leave the inn. Inside the room, Chu Fan sat leisurely in a chair, clad only in his bare skin. Sipping tea, Liu Shutong stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders with her delicate hands, her gaze occasionally drifting toward his lap. Tang Wenlan sat to the side. Although she had experienced ecstasy, the allure of that steel-like instrument lingered in her thoughts. Lanner, is the Xingyue royal family currently in turmoil? Chu Fan's voice broke the spell of her reverie. The sweet address made Tang Wenlan blush slightly as she nodded and replied, Indeed, there is some unrest. The crown prince is ambitious and desperate for the throne. He ruthlessly eliminates anyone from opposing factions at the first opportunity. Chu Fan took a sip of tea, his brow furrowing slightly. So, the likelihood of the new emperor being the crown prince is quite high. After all, Chu Fan was an outsider who had traversed time. He was not particularly familiar with the crown prince Yu Qifei's situation. However, given Yu Qiming's indifferent attitude toward the throne, it was clear he did not intend to contest it. Thus, it seemed the throne would inevitably fall to Yu Qifei. Not necessarily, Tang Wenlan replied. While the second prince may not aspire to the throne, he still has considerable support. According to recent whispers, it appears that the Xingyue emperor is inclined to pass his position to the second prince. However, he harbors concerns regarding potential unrest within the empire, which is why he has refrained from announcing a definitive successor. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan nodded slightly. The Tianyu sect has consistently maintained a stance of neutrality. Yet, with Tang Wenlan arriving at the Yuanshan realm and having just declined an invitation from the Wuzhou alliance, it is certain that they harbor discontent. Should Yu Qifei ascend as the new emperor of Xingyue, it would be quite disadvantageous for the Tianyu sect. Given these circumstances, Chu Fan is open to considering the support of Yu Qiming for the position of Xingyue emperor. At the very least, his relationship with Yu Qiming is relatively amicable, and in the long run, it would undoubtedly benefit the development of the Tianyu sect. Unfortunately, Yu Qiming is solely focused on romantic pursuits and lacks formidable cultivation, making it difficult for him to compete with Yu Qifei. Tang Wenlan seemed to see through Chu Fan's thoughts and remarked, Darling, are you inclined to support the second prince? Chu Fan's lips curled into a smile as he drew Tang Wenlan closer, embracing her and playfully massaging her prominent curves. Those who know me know you, Lanner. The delightful sensation made Tang Wenlan shiver, her body languidly melting into his strong embrace, her arms entwined around his neck, savoring the comforting massage. However, the Tianyu sect's influence is limited, and even if they were to lend support, they cannot overtly take sides. This matter requires careful deliberation, Chu Fan mused. Tang Wenlan, flushed from Chu Fan's ministrations, was barely aware of his words, her long legs restlessly crossing and uncrossing. Meanwhile, Liu Shutong, standing behind them, had already begun to eagerly shed her garments. Just then, Ling Yun entered with a long robe for men. "Darling," she began, but upon witnessing the scene before her, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly approached, forgetting the robe in her hands. Faced with the eagerness of the three women, Chu Fan gathered his thoughts and opened his arms to embrace them all. Just as he was preparing for an intimate encounter, a hurried voice from outside interrupted. "Master, I have urgent news. I've uncovered a plot from the Youhuan Palace." Upon hearing this, the fervor within the group was doused as if cold water had been poured over them. Chu Fan forced a bitter smile, kissing each of the three women on the cheek and playfully patting their behinds, saying, "Behave, the matter at hand is crucial." The three women nodded obediently, their faces flushed. Chu Fan donned the robe, a blend of azure and white, cinched at the waist with a belt that shimmered with a golden hue. His resolute and handsome visage radiated an air of formidable confidence, enhancing his allure. The three women, upon witnessing this, felt their hearts flutter anew, the earlier excitement rekindling. As Chu Fan opened a door, he saw Chu Yujie standing at the entrance of the adjacent room. "What did you mean by that earlier statement?" he inquired. Chu Yujie paused, momentarily taken aback, glancing at Tang Wenlan, whose face still bore traces of blush, and asked, "Master, are you feeling warm?" Tang Wenlan's embarrassment deepened, a hint of awkwardness flashing in her eyes. Chu Fan facepalmed, lightly smacking the back of Chu Yujie's head. "Don't ask unnecessary questions. Just speak. All right?" Chu Yujie nodded gravely. "I was just thinking of taking a stroll, and you won't believe who I encountered." Chu Fan took a sip of tea and replied, "People from the Youhuan Palace?" Chu Yujie looked stunned. "How did you know?" Chu Fan sighed. "Did you not just say it yourself? You uncovered a plot from the Youhuan Palace. Was it not obvious?" He pondered how someone with such intellect could have reached the Ju Dan realm. Well, Chu Yujie stammered, "It's not just the Youhuan Palace, but also the Taiyuan sect." The Taiyuan sect? Chu Fan was taken aback. The Taiyuan sect had only recently ascended to become one of the 7 major sects. How could they possibly have connections with the Youhuan Palace so soon? Could it be that the Taiyuan sect has the Youhuan Palace's backing? And then what? He pressed. "That's all." Chu Yujie replied innocently. "Is that too little?" His clear eyes carried a naive expression, reminiscent of a contemporary university student. Chu Fan set down his teacup and sighed heavily. "Perhaps we should consider expelling him from the sect. He drags our reputation down." Tang Wenlan, serious in tone, added, "It's worth considering." Que Yuji paniqued, stepping back and waving his hands. No, it's mainly because they have entered a brothel. I am a gentleman and would never set foot in such a place." In truth, Chu Yujie had initially intended to visit the brothel to experience local customs. The alluring dancers and the enchanting courtesans playing musical instruments held a potent temptation. However, he lacked sufficient spirit stones, rendering him unable to indulge. More importantly, the Youhuan Palace and the Taiyuan sect had cast a soundproof barrier, and his current strength was insufficient to break through it. By the way, Chu Yujie suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes sparkling. "There's something peculiar. The Youhuan Palace seems to treat the Taiyuan sect with great respect." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was left speechless, scoffing, "You must be mistaken. The Youhuan Palace is led by the elder Yuba, a master at the Yuanshan 5th layer, while the strongest member of the Taiyuan sect is merely at the Ju Ing 9th layer. They are not even in the same league. Could a Yuanshan expert truly show respect to a Ju Ing practitioner? Indeed, Chu Yujie insisted, thumping his chest. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. They were not only respectful, but appeared somewhat fearful." Noticing Chu Yujie's serious demeanor, Chu Fan sensed something unusual. Could it be that the Taiyuan sect was concealing their true strength? At that moment, the astute Tang Wenlan seemed to have an epiphany. Her brows furrowed as she said, "I have a possible theory." Chu Fan turned to her and inquired, "What is it?" Tang Wenlan took a deep breath and said, "Do you remember the Taiyuan palace I mentioned earlier?" Chu Fan reflected for a moment and nodded. Are you suggesting that the Taiyin sect has some connection to the Taiyin palace? With a grave expression, Tang Wenlan pondered. If there is indeed a connection, it would be utterly terrifying. For the Taiyin palace is not a sect of the Xingyue Empire, but rather of the Yinyang Empire. Chu Fan was utterly astonished. Though he was a transmigrator, he possessed some understanding of the imperial distribution within the Qingzhou realm. The Qingzhou domain is characterized by the tripartite division of power among the Xingyue Empire, the Yinyang Empire, and the most formidable, the Yinyang Empire. Although the Xingyue Empire and the Yinyang Empire share a border, they are separated by the Wugui Forest and have little interaction. Imperial sects would not casually cross borders. Chu Fan asked, are you suggesting that this Taiyin sect could be a facade for the Taiyin palace? Tang Wenlan nodded. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Chu Fan stroked his chin, deep in thought. If Tang Wenlan's conjecture were correct, the Taiyin palace dispatched individuals disguised as members of the Taiyin sect to participate in a martial competition of the Xingyue sect, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Furthermore, with the involvement of the Yuhuan Hall, any claim of a lack of conspiracy would be met with skepticism. The situations of the Yinyang Empire and the Xingyue Empire are markedly different. In the Xingyue Empire, the royal family governs the sects within its territory, while the Yinyang Empire is controlled entirely by the sections. This implies that every action taken by the Taiyin palace reflects the stance of half of the Yinyang Empire. Tang Wenlan spoke with startling insight. At that moment, Si Lingyun's beautiful eyes flickered with worry as she inquired, could it be that the Yinyang Empire intends to attack the Xingyue Empire? Highly unlikely, Tang Wenlan replied with a shake of her head. The balance in Qingzhou has remained unchanged for a millennium. Even if the Yinyang Empire harbored such intentions, they would not dare to act. The Yinyang Empire would never allow the Yinyang Empire to encroach upon the Xingyue Empire. If the stability of the region were disrupted, chaos would surely ensue in Qingzhou. After a brief pause, Tang Wenlan continued. Moreover, even if the Taiyin palace were ambitious, the Taiyang palace would undoubtedly intervene. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan became even more bewildered. What exactly was this Taiyang palace? Subsequently, through Tang Wenlan's elaboration, Chu Fan gained some understanding of the Yinyang Empire. The Yinyang Empire is rumored to have been founded by the first master of the Yinyang Palace. In a remarkably short span, its strength surpassed that of the Xingyue Empire, becoming second only to the Yinyang Empire. However, as its territory expanded and the first master passed away, internal strife arose within the Yinyang Palace. Some factions believe that the Yinyang Empire possessed the capability to annex the Xingyue Empire and stand alongside the Yinyang Empire. They even speculated that, when the time was right, they might directly obliterate the Yinyang Empire and gain complete control over the Qingzhou realm. Conversely, another faction argued that once war commenced, the Yinyang Empire would inevitably intervene, leaving the Yinyang Empire besieged on all sides. Even if the Yinyang Empire successfully absorbed the Xingyue Empire, it would lose a significant portion of its territory, a colossal price that they could not bear. Thus, both factions argued for millennia without convincing the other to relinquish their ambitions. Consequently, the Yinyang Palace fragmented, splitting into the Taiyin Palace and the Taiyang Palace, with the current masters of both factions jointly assuming the role of sovereign, governing the entire Yinyang Empire. This explains why Tang Wenlan remarked that the actions of the Taiyin Palace could represent the will of half the Yinyang Empire. Chu Fan asked so. The Taiyin Palace belongs to the more radical faction, always seeking to annex the Xingyue Empire? Tang Wenlan nodded in affirmation without further comment. Chu Fan's eyes wandered as he murmured, in that case, the Taiyin Palace is evidently planning a different approach. The others appeared puzzled. Slowly rising, Chu Fan declared, to deceive the heavens and cross the ocean, to secretly navigate the hidden path. On the surface, if the Taiyin Palace were to instigate conflict, they would not only face opposition from the Taiyang Palace, but also be caught between the Xingyue and Yinyang forces. Therefore, the Taiyin Palace disguising itself to enter the Xingyue Empire and forming some sort of alliance with the Yuhuan Hall would enable them to leverage the advantages of the local sects to overthrow the rule of the Xingyue royal family, thereby covertly controlling the Xingyue Empire. Ultimately, they could use the power of the Xingyue Empire to counterattack the Taiyang Palace, unifying the control of the Yinyang Empire. Even if the Yinyang Empire discovered this plot, it would be too late. The combined strength of the two empires would pose a significant challenge, making it difficult for even the Yinyang Empire to respond effectively. Ultimately, The Taiyin Palace might indeed have the potential to dominate the entire Qingzhou realm. What a grand game it is. After hearing Chu Fan's analysis, the individuals in the room were left astounded. Liu Shutong blinked her bright eyes and suggested, "Should we notify the royal family?" Chu Fan offered a bitter smile and shrugged. "Who would believe it? This is all based on my analysis, with no evidence to support it. Moreover, the ambitions of the Taiyin Palace are evidently more complex than merely becoming one of the 7 great sections. Tonight's Xingyue's secret realm may well be their true objective, though I have yet to discern the specifics of their conspiracy." At that moment, Tang Wenlan suddenly recalled something, smiling as she looked at Chu Fan. "There is someone who might believe it." Chu Fan inquired, "Are you referring to Yu Qiming?" Although Yu Qiming is somewhat naive, being from the imperial family, he is certainly not a fool. If he could witness the collusion between the Yohuan Hall and the Taiyin sect firsthand, he might make the connection himself. At that point, if Yu Qiming reported directly to the Xingyue sovereign, it could potentially thwart the plans of the Taiyin Palace. Chu Fan murmured to himself, "It seems I need to find an opportunity to have a good conversation with Yu Qiming." Just then, Chu Fan sensed an incoming presence at the inn and smiled knowingly, saying, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Chapter 50. There's an annoying person who has yet to arrive. "Brother, I'll come and fetch you." A hearty voice echoed as Yu Qiming, clad in a cloud-white robe and wearing a crown, boldly entered. Upon seeing the 3 stunning beauties standing beside Chu Fan, he froze momentarily, envy evident in his eyes. "I hope I haven't interrupted anything," he said. Chu Fan smiled nonchalantly and waved his hand. "Not at all." Yu Qiming let out a sigh of relief, stating, "That's a relief. I was worried I might have come too early and become a nuisance." Chu Fan took a half-step forward and casually glanced at the nearby Chu Yujia, remarking, "No worries. There's already someone causing a disturbance." Yu Qiming turned to look and only then noticed Chu Yujia standing beside him, awkwardly apologizing. "Oh, my apologies, I didn't see you there." Chu Yujia was left speechless. It was utterly humiliating to be ignored when he was standing right there. He thought to himself, "I can endure this, but not forever." The second prince chuckled. "I was just joking. You're not unimportant. Please, continue your conversation." Chu Yujia forced a smile, bowing respectfully as he exited the room. There was no other choice. He wanted to express his frustration, but given that the other party was the second prince of the Xingyue Empire, he wouldn't dare. Yu Qiming said, "Brother, the time is almost upon us. Let us be on our way." Chu Fan nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." Shortly thereafter, under Yu Qiming's guidance, the group swiftly entered the inner city of Xingyue, gazing upon the majestic and solemn palace ahead, surrounded by pure spiritual energy fluctuations. It resembled a natural barrier that separated heaven and earth. Yu Qiming explained, "The entrance to the Xingyue secret realm is located within this palace courtyard." With a flick of his wrist and a special hand gesture, a gap appeared in the barrier, allowing them to enter. Inside the palace, the layout was not filled with numerous chambers. 4 towering artificial hills stood at the corners of the courtyard, while the center featured a flat altar, imbued with mystery. Yu Qiming elaborated, "To activate the Xingyue secret realm, for Yuanshan realm practitioners must cooperate, using the Xingyue Ling to harness the power of the 9 heavens Xianyue star to open the passage." Chu Fan nodded slightly, understanding that the reason for entering the Xingyue secret realm at night was to utilize the power of the Xianyue star. At the same time, a hint of astonishment crossed his gaze. Truly, the Xingyue royal family is formidable. Even the Taichu sect or the Tianjin villa likely do not possess 4 Yuanshan realm experts. Chu Fan inquired, "Second prince, are only the 6 winners of the martial competition allowed to enter the Xingyue secret realm?" Yu Qiming shook his head and explained, "No. In addition to you, the royal family will also send people to enter." Chu Fan turned his gaze to Yu Qiming and inquired, "What about you? Will you go in?" "Of course." Yu Qiming lifted his chin, patting Chu Fan on the shoulder. "I will go in and protect you." At these words, Chu Fan felt a flush of embarrassment. His current realm was concealed beneath the 3-inch broken sword, hidden within the 9th layer of the Ju dance stage. Thus, others were unaware of his true cultivation level. Given Yu Qiming's first layer of Ning-Ying, it was uncertain who would be protecting whom. Just then, the barrier outside the palace rippled once more, and several figures slowly entered. Chu Fan turned to look, and individuals from Tian Jianmao Manor, Yuhuan Palace, Taichu sect, and Taiyin sect made their appearances. After a day's recuperation, although Murong Qinger's injuries had eased somewhat, The spiritual energy depletion caused by forcefully executing Earth-level martial arts had not yet fully recovered. Liu Feng followed closely behind, casting a resentful glance at Chu Fan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Walking behind him was Liang Mingjie, a disciple of Taiyin's sect. At the 9th layer of Judan, he had previously defeated all disciples from the various sects, earning the qualification to challenge the 7 major sects, ultimately securing a spot in the Xingyu secret realm. At this moment, Chu Fan's sharp gaze fell upon Bai Feng beside him. If the other party was indeed from Taiyin Gong, their reckless entry into the Xingyu secret realm undoubtedly held ulterior motives. Moreover, this 9th layer of Ning Ying was certainly not his true cultivation level. At the back was Pan Ziming from Tai Chu sect at the 3rd layer of Ning Ying. Tianjin Mountain Manor had defeated Yu Huan Palace, leaving Tai Chu sect without opponents, thus benefiting greatly. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking air resonated as 4 elderly figures descended from the sky, landing atop the rockeries surrounding the courtyard. Chu Fan looked up. Apart from Tang Luotian and Wu Zhe, whom he had previously encountered at the inn, the 2 individuals beside them also possessed the strength of Yuan Shun. The fact that the Xingyu royal family had maintained their dominion over the empire for so long was largely due to the contributions of these 4 individuals. Chu Fan murmured with some anticipation, "Is it about to begin?" Yu Qiming surveyed his surroundings, frowning slightly, as a flicker of disdain passed through his innocent eyes. There's still one annoying person who hasn't arrived. Chapter 51, Basic Skills, Low Profile. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, looking at Yu Qiming with confusion, unable to discern who he was referring to. Buzz. Accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, the defensive barrier rippled once again. Turning to look, a young figure stepped forward, clad in a starry robe adorned with embroidered constellations, wearing a crown and a jade pendant at his waist. His pale face bore a somber expression as his slender eyes scanned the surroundings. At the 7th layer of Ning Ying, he emanated a faint pressure, exuding the authority of a superior. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Everyone raised their hands in salute and bowed. Only then did Chu Fan realize that the person before him was none other than the Crown Prince of the Xingyu Empire, Yu Qi Fei. It must be said that the spiritual energy contained within Yu Qi Fei, along with the pressure he exuded, indeed made him appear more regal than Yu Qiming. However, the arrogance and disdain that occasionally flickered in his eyes left Chu Fan feeling quite displeased. What a pretentious fellow. Yu Qiming muttered under his breath without reservation. Although his voice was not loud, all present were cultivators and naturally heard him clearly. Yu Qi Fei frowned slightly, casting a glance at Yu Qiming, with a flash of murderous intent passing through his eyes. This chilling aura also enveloped Chu Fan and the others nearby. Chu Fan could only smile wryly. "Brother, even if you can't stand him and want to curse him, you shouldn't say it out loud. Aren't you putting me in a difficult position?" Yet, Yu Qiming remained unfazed. He turned to Chu Fan and said, "Brother, isn't this guy quite annoying?" Chu Fan was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to respond, his gaze suddenly caught sight of several figures following Yu Qi Fei, his brow furrowing. Indeed, very annoying. What Chu Fan referred to was not Yu Qi Fei, but rather Wei Xingjin, who trailed behind him. His sneaky demeanor and malicious intent made one want to step forward and slap him twice. Yu Qiming also noticed Chu Fan's gaze. After taking a glance, he leaned in and whispered, "Watch out for the 2 behind that pretty boy." Chu Fan focused his attention. Wei Xingjin was flanked by 2 burly men, both identical in appearance, and at the 4th layer of Ningying. Chu Fan inquired, "Who are they?" Yu Qiming pondered for a moment before replying, "Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, a pair of twins, are under the command of my foolish elder sister. They probably mean you know good this time in the secret realm." At this moment, Wei Xingjin shot a glance at Chu Fan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He was evidently instructing Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao beside him on something. Chu Fan shrugged nonchalantly and said, "It doesn't matter. If those 2 don't come to provoke me, that's fine. But if they truly lack vision, they shouldn't blame me for not being polite." Tang Wenlan's delicate brows were tightly knit. She had heard Yu Qiming's words clearly. The murderous gazes from Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao were obvious to anyone. Given Chu Fan's current cultivation level, even with Si Lingyun and Yu Qiming by his side, he might not be a match for the 2. "Chu Fan, why not? It's fine." Chu Fan interrupted before she could finish. He secretly squeezed Tang Wenlan's slender hand, softly reassuring her, "Trust your husband. They are merely insignificant ants." Tang Wenlan's cheeks flushed slightly as she slowly nodded. Yu Qiming's youthful and handsome face displayed astonishment. His eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Chu Fan. Brother, impressive. You've already managed to take down the sect master in such a short time? It had barely been a day, yet Chu Fan had indeed subdued the sect master of Tianyu's sect, and he was obediently following orders. Truly worthy of being the master of wooing women. Yu Qiming's admiration for Chu Fan surged like a torrent, unending. Chu Fan's lips curled slightly as he transmitted basic skills. Low profile. At this moment, Yu Qifei stood at the central altar, his cold expression directed at Yu Qiming. Speaking darkly, stopped the chatter and began. Yu Qiming curled his lips, slowly stepping forward. With a flick of his wrist, a crescent-shaped jade token appeared, shimmering with streams of light. He placed it into the recess on the altar and nodded to Tang Luotian beside him. Tang Luotian and the others understood, unleashing their spiritual energy, forming special hand seals to summon the power of the 9 heavens and the Xianyue stars, converging it onto the token. Boom! With a muffled sound, dense spiritual energy spread out, and rippling light enveloped the entire altar. Yu Qiming returned to Chu Fan's side and whispered, "Once you enter the Xingyu secret realm, you will be teleported randomly. Be extremely cautious." Chu Fan nodded slightly, casting a glance at the token radiating rippling light on the altar, saying, "I had thought the Xingyu token would be in Yu Qifei's possession. It must be said that the Emperor of Xingyu indeed intended to pass the throne to Yu Qiming. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such an important token to him for safekeeping." It was no wonder Yu Qifei felt such immense pressure. Yu Qiming grinned at the already open passage ahead. Basic skills, low profile. Though he did not understand the meaning of this phrase, it felt quite impressive. Chu Fan was left speechless. Gently grasping the delicate hand of Si Lingyun, I softly uttered, "Yinner, let us proceed inside." Chapter 52. Liu Feng, where are you? I miss you. As I entered the secret realm, Chu Fan surveyed his surroundings, murmuring, "Is this truly the Xingyu secret realm?" I had envisioned the Xingyu secret realm as a paradise shrouded in a luminous halo of countless stars, akin to an ethereal wonderland. However, the reality was starkly different. It was a desolate wasteland, enveloped in dimness, with innumerable pathways resembling a labyrinth, overwhelming to the senses. More critically, I had entered hand in hand with Si Lingyun. Yet we were forcibly separated, leaving me uncertain of my current location. Si Lingyun, a mere practitioner at the second level of the Ning-Ing stage, would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with individuals like Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, even with the aid of the Ice Spirit Pendant and Earth-level techniques. Furthermore, the internal atmosphere of the Xingyu secret realm exerted a peculiar pressure, hindering any long-distance spiritual perception. It appeared that I had no choice but to rely on luck. Murmuring to myself, I fixed my gaze upon a path to my left and stepped forward. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed from a shadowy corner nearby. A flash of white light surged towards my face. Caught off guard, I instinctively dodged, narrowly evading the sudden onslaught. Upon closer inspection, I discovered 3 fox demonic beasts, their fur as white as snow and eyes a menacing crimson, baring their teeth at me. 3rd-level demonic beasts. Alarm surged within me as I sensed their presence. To encounter such formidable foes upon merely entering the Xingyu secret realm, and 3 of them at that, was astonishing. They were equivalent to 3 practitioners at the Ning-Ing stage. Undoubtedly, if Liu Feng were present, fleeing would be his only option. A low, eerie growl sent chills down my spine as the trio of beasts leapt forward, their sharp claws glinting ominously. Perfect. I shall test my martial skills on you. I slightly bent my body, raising my palm, as arcs of lightning coalesced around it, resonating with thunderous roars. 5 thunder burning heaven palm. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and thunderbolts coalesced. A massive bolt of lightning descended from above, infused with the fire capable of incinerating all. The lightning struck the leading fox demonic beast, causing its body to explode, scattering its innards across the ground. The remaining 2 beasts hesitated, their tiny eyes flickering with fear. Yet they bared their bloodied fangs and charged at me once more. Alas, before they could advance, they were entirely consumed by the surrounding flames, reduced to mere ashes. I stood in stunned silence. This power is astounding. I had not anticipated such might from an Earth-level technique. No wonder Mu Rongqing was able to forcibly shatter the demonic energy of Li Huaisha and inflict heavy damage using earth-level techniques. Yeah, I found myself puzzled. After employing her technique, Mu Rongqing had collapsed from exhaustion, whereas I, despite some depletion of my spiritual energy, was far from fainting. In fact, I could execute the 5 thunder-burning heaven palm once more. Is it possible that my earth-level technique is a mere facade? I murmured to myself. Though I did not comprehend the intricacies, the ease with which I had slain third-level demonic beasts attested to its formidable power. It appeared I must seek verification from a fellow practitioner. With that thought, a mischievous smile crept across my lips. Liu Feng, where are you? I miss you. I then retracted my spiritual energy and prepared to continue my journey. However, as I passed the ashes of the fox demonic beasts, I felt something beneath my foot. Stepping back, I glanced down to find an oddly shaped key embossed with a star and moon motif, shimmering with a golden hue. Ah, an equipment drop? I examined it closely, yet sensed no trace of spiritual energy, as if it were merely an ordinary key. Unable to discern any more, I casually pocketed it and moved on. Meanwhile, in another desolate expanse of the wasteland, Yu Qiming had inexplicably been transported alongside Sealing Yun. Before they could exchange pleasantries, they sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from a nearby location, exuding an extraordinarily pure essence. They exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. To their astonishment, fortune had smiled upon them, presenting an opportunity so swiftly. Without hesitation, they swiftly darted towards the source of the spiritual energy. Turning a corner, they beheld an unremarkable earthen wall, pockmarked and devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, the spiritual fluctuations emanating from within were undeniably genuine. Sealing Yun pondered aloud. Could it be a concealed door? With a flick of her wrist, she condensed her spiritual energy into a blade and struck with a resounding blow. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending a cloud of dust swirling. As the dust settled, the wall revealed a hidden chamber beyond, resembling a room with bare walls surrounding a wooden table. Atop the table lay an exquisite sandalwood box. Yu Qiming raised an eyebrow, smiling. It seems we are quite fortunate. Sealing Yun shifted half a step to maintain a safe distance from Yu Qiming. Although she did not suspect him of harboring greed or the intent to harm, it was wise to remain cautious. Yu Qiming, sensing her wariness, took a few steps back, gesturing gallantly. Daoist C, this discovery is yours. Please feel free to open it. At his words, Sealing Yun exhaled softly, stepping forward. Her right hand gripped the blade, radiating with spiraling brilliance, while her left hand hovered above the wooden box. Just as she was about to open it, Yu Qiming's expression turned grave, his voice low. Be cautious, someone approaches. Chapter 53. Brother, can you not see me? Indeed. No sooner had Yu Qiming spoken than Liang Mingjie stealthily appeared at the entrance, his gaze fixated on the wooden box beside Sealing Yun, a deep greed glimmering in his eyes. Yu Qiming stepped forward, his spiritual energy surging as he fixed his gaze upon Liang Mingjie. Do you wish to steal it? Liang Mingjie's expression was conflicted. To outsiders, he appeared to be a mere 9th-level disciple of the Taiying sect, clearly no match for practitioners of the Ning-Ing stage. In truth, however, he concealed his true power, having attained the 4th level of the Ning-Ing stage. Even facing 2 opponents, he felt confident in his ability to defeat both Yu Qiming and Sealing Yun. Yet, Yu Qiming's identity was too significant. If he could not eliminate him completely, any leaks of information could very well cost him his life within the Xingyue Imperial City. Moreover, he was uncertain of the treasure concealed within the box beside Sealing Yun, questioning whether it was worth the risk. Seeing Liang Mingjie remain silent, Sealing Yun rotated her blade, poised to strike at any moment. Yu Qiming wasted no time, raising his hand to unleash a wave of spiritual energy that struck the wall beside Liang Mingjie as a warning. Leave or face death. After all, the Taiying sect was one of the newly established 7 major sects of the Xingyue Empire. As the second prince of the empire, he was reluctant to resort to violence against the disciples of the sect within the realm unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps this was the distinction that set him apart from Yu Qifei. In the face of Yu Qiming's warning, Liang Mingjie steeled his heart, allowing the spiritual energy within him to surge as he contemplated seizing the opportunity. At that critical moment, a distinct presence emerged not far away, instantly restoring Liang Mingjie's rationality. prompting him to hastily retract his spiritual energy. Although he was unaware of the newcomer's identity, should he be discovered having slain the Xingyue prince, a grim fate awaited him. He could not take that risk. The second prince has misunderstood. I merely happened to pass by and interrupted. Liang Mingjie flashed a brilliant smile and decisively turned to leave. Observing this, Yu Qiming did not lower his guard. The sharp aura within him continued to swirl. Yet, in the next breath, Chu Fan's figure appeared at the entrance, eliciting a profound sigh of relief and a knowing smile from both. "Hubby!" Si Lingyun exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling as she rushed forward and embraced Chu Fan. He gently patted her back, concern lacing his voice as he asked, "Yinner, are you all right?" Si Lingyun shook her head, replying, "I'm fine." To the side, Yu Qiming offered a bitter smile, saying, "Brother, can you not see me?" Chu Fan politely greeted him, inquiring a moment ago, "I sensed another presence. Who was it?" Yu Qiming responded, "It was from the Taiyin sect." Taiyin sect? Chu Fan's brows furrowed slightly. Ever since he suspected that the Taiyin sect was connected to the Taiyin palace of the Yin-Yang Empire, a sense of vigilance and wariness had filled his heart. He left just like that? What else could he do? Yu Qiming's words were laced with a hint of arrogance and disdain. With him, does he dare to commit murder and pillage? Chu Fan replied gravely, "This Taiyin sect is not to be underestimated. Caution is advisable." He refrained from voicing his analysis and suspicions, as without any evidence, it would serve little purpose to speak recklessly. Regaining his composure, Chu Fan's gaze fell upon a wooden box, and he smiled, saying, "You are fortunate. What lies within? We don't know yet," Si Lingyun replied, stepping forward cautiously to open the box, revealing a porcelain vial inside. Yu Qiming approached and picked up the note beside the vial, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Brother, your opportunity has arrived." Chu Fan, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Yu Qiming pointed to the porcelain vial in Si Lingyun's hand, explaining, "This is a third-grade pill, the Ning Ing Dan. It can assist cultivators in the gathering pill realm to break through to the Ning Ing stage. With it, you could effortlessly ascend to that level." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan nodded slightly, his expression remaining neutral, devoid of any visible joy. His realm had already surpassed that stage. The Ning Ing Dan held little significance for him. "Hubby, do you want to take it here?" Si Lingyun asked, her face beaming with delight as she handed him the Ning Ing Dan. Chu Fan shook his head, saying, "Let us wait until we're outside." He then stored the pill away, glancing around as he declared, "Let us move on." In the winding, dim corridor, the three of them walked for a considerable time, surrounded by a faint, oppressive aura, with no traces of spiritual energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, capturing their attention. Occasionally, a sharp sword energy intertwined with a subtle fragrance enveloped them, arousing their curiosity. What formidable sword intent? Could it be that a sword-type treasure has emerged? Yu Qiming speculated. Chu Fan remained silent, but as he approached the light, the surroundings widened significantly. Upon exiting the shadowy corridor, it felt as though they had entered another realm. A space as vast as the Xingyue Square. In the center stood a towering tree, its trunk piercing the clouds like a sword. The fierce sword intent emanated from this majestic tree. Si Lingyun inquired curiously, "What kind of tree is this? It's so strange." Yu Qiming examined it closely, suddenly astonished, exclaiming, "This tree seems to boom." Before he could finish, a tremendous collision echoed from ahead, and the faint dust drew their attention, prompting them to glance sideways. "It seems someone has arrived before us." Chapter 54. Elder brother, have you forgotten your own strength? Beneath the tree, Murong Qing'er wielded her sword, the sharp sword intent radiating from her. She focused intently on the two burly figures before her, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, her striking brows furrowing in determination. Under normal circumstances, with her cultivation at the 5th level of the Ning Ing stage, combined with the formidable attack power of a sword cultivator, she would have no fear of the two. However, that was not the case today. Having forcefully executed a ground-level martial skill yesterday, her spiritual energy was depleted and had yet to fully recover, preventing her from unleashing her maximum potential, thus granting the two an opportunity. "Murong Qing'er, if you leave now, we can spare your life." "No way." Murong Qing'er shouted furiously, her legs launching her forward in a sudden leap. Faced with her fierce sword energy, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao did not dare to underestimate her. They bent slightly, adopting a cautious stance. "You long sword slash." A thunderous roar resonated as the ethereal image of a dragon appeared, its massive jaws descending upon them from the heavens. Her innate sword body provided her with an understanding of the sword path that surpassed ordinary individuals. This sword slash, imbued with apocalyptic sword intent, stirred the very heavens and earth, forcing the two back several steps. However, disregarding the depletion of her spiritual energy, she unleashed another powerful martial skill, causing a trickle of blood to seep from her lips. Zhang Hu's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly declared, "She's injured. Now is our chance. Give it everything." Understanding immediately, Zhang Bao sprang into action. The two launched a coordinated assault against Murong Qing'er, flanking her from both sides. Just as she prepared to counterattack, the two figures became ethereal, vanishing into thin air, their presence entirely erased. Murong Qing'er's expression turned serious. The scant spiritual energy remaining within her made it impossible to engage in a prolonged battle. The crucial factor was that as twins, they not only excelled in cooperative techniques, but also shared a mental connection. Their displayed strength was far beyond the mere fourth level of the Ning stage. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air pierced the silence as two figures appeared without warning above Murong Qing'er's head, converging their spiritual energy into one point and launching a rapid assault. Beast Emperor's Ghost Flash. The terrifying roar of the monstrous beasts echoed, shaking the very heavens and earth, capable of momentarily stunning one's consciousness. Behind them, ethereal images of tiger and leopard beasts coalesced, merging into the phantom of the Beast Emperor. A colossal fist descended from the sky, harnessing the forces of nature as if it sought to obliterate the very earth. Not good. Murong Qing'er felt a jolt of dread in her heart, instinctively attempting to evade. Yet it was too late. The immense Beast Emperor phantom sealed off the surrounding space, leaving her no room to escape. She could only brace herself for impact. She crossed her sword before her chest, her brows knitted tightly, her resolute eyes shimmering with fierce determination. Yulong Barrier. The phantom of the divine dragon coalesced again, not to launch an attack, but to swirl protectively around Murong Qing'er, forming a defensive barrier. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and terrifying shockwaves spread outward. In no time, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Murong Qing'er leaned on her sword for support, the blood at the corner of her mouth starkly visible. The power of this attack was indeed terrifying, although she had managed to defend against it with great difficulty. Her internal injuries had worsened, nearly robbing her of the ability to fight. Kill. Seeing Murong Qing'er gravely wounded, the two adversaries had no intention of holding back, charging forward once more, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Not far away, Chu Fan noticed Murong Qing'er on the brink of being slain amid the smoke and was instantly alarmed. This is bad. I must help. With that thought, he took a swift step forward, unleashing the spiritual energy within him. Yu Qiming was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Help whom?" Chu Fan, exasperated, turned and shouted, "Isn't it obvious?" Yu Qiming felt somewhat helpless. After all, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao were members of the royal family. Asking the second prince of the Xingyue Empire to attack his own people seemed rather unreasonable. Furthermore, he thought, "Brother, have you forgotten your own strength?" A practitioner at the 9th level of gathering pills, attempting to withstand the combined attacks of two practitioners at the 4th level of condensing infants is tantamount to courting death. Despite his internal doubts, Yu Qiming did not hesitate in his actions. He darted forward, his wrist twisting to reveal a shimmering azure orb that instantly formed a resilient barrier. Boom! With a resounding crash, the attacks from the two were perfectly mitigated by this barrier. The Yuqin Pearl? It is the second prince. Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao clearly recognized Yu Qiming's treasure, their expressions turning serious. Meanwhile, Chu Fan sensed the defensive barrier around them, his sharp gaze reflecting a hint of astonishment. As expected of the second prince of Xingyue, the defensive barrier radiating from this orb would likely be impenetrable even to a master at the spirit realm for a considerable time. "Are you all right?" Chu Fan gathered his thoughts and approached Murong Qing'er to inquire. She glanced at him, an unusual expression shimmering in her beautiful eyes. She had never anticipated that, in such a life-and-death situation, it would be the playboy Chu Fan, merely at the 9th level of gathering pills, who would save her. Murong Qing'er replied coolly, "I'm fine," as she attempted to rise, using her sword for support. The damage to her meridians and the depletion of her spiritual energy caused excruciating pain to surge within her, and she grimaced, collapsing to the ground. Turning her gaze to the fruit shimmering with sword light atop the large tree behind her, she felt a profound sense of unwillingness. Given her current condition, attempting to harvest the sword heart fruit was akin to an impossible task. In the presence of such a wondrous treasure, she did not believe that Chu Fan could maintain his composure and refrain from competing with her for it. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Fan was entirely unfamiliar with the sword heart fruit, and, even if he were, it would hold no significance for him. It would be better to give it to Murong Qing'er to first establish a rapport, and then seek an opportunity to claim it later. Oh, what a lively scene. At that moment, a figure emerged from the nearby passage. It was Wei Ziming, a disciple of the Taichu sect at the 3rd level of condensing infants. He too noticed the sword heart fruit in the tree, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Yu Qiming ignored Wei Ziming, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing sternly at Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, reprimanding them. What? Do you still wish to take action against me? The two exchanged glances, their eyes locking on a Chu Fan with a chilling intent. Second Prince, we are ordered to kill Chu Fan. If you leave, we guarantee we will not obstruct you. Yu Qiming's cold laughter echoed. Huh, to kill my brother? You are quite bold. I stand right here. If you can break through the defense of the Yuqian Pearl, I will relinquish my position as prince to you. Zhang Hu's face contorted in conflict. The command had come directly from Princess Yurui, demanding the assassination of Chu Fan at any cost. With Yu Qiming intervening, the identity of the imperial prince made the situation rather complicated for them. Beside him, Zhang Bao's rugged face twisted into a sinister and malevolent expression as he whispered, Brother, let us make our move. Zhang Hu was taken aback. What? Are you out of your mind? Yu Qiming is the 2nd prince of the Xingyue Empire. Attacking him would be tantamount to rebellion, a crime punishable by death. Zhang Bao's spiritual energy surged as he replied, Do not forget, the position of a new emperor has yet to be fully determined. If we can quietly eliminate Yu Qiming, no one will pose a threat to the crown prince. With those words, Zhang Bao glanced knowingly at Wei Ziming beside him, adding, moreover, the current situation is favorable for us. Such an opportunity is rare. Zhang Hu also cast a look, suddenly understanding, his heart wavering. Murong Qing'er was gravely injured and had completely lost her fighting capability. Only Si Lingyun and Yu Qiming remained, and they were no match for the two of them. As for Chu Fan, a practitioner at the 9th level of gathering pills, they chose to disregard him entirely. Damn it, let us do it, Zhang Hu bellowed, finally making his decision, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He stepped forward, fixing his icy gaze on Yu Qiming as he coldly stated, 2nd Prince, do not blame us for being ruthless. If you do not perish, the crown prince will not be able to ascend to the throne smoothly. So you must bear this injustice. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiming appeared somewhat stunned. He had not expected that Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao would truly dare to act against him. Yu Qiming let out a cold laugh, saying, Ha, I admire your courage. But first, let us see if you can breach the defenses of the Yuqian Pearl. Zhang Hu surveyed the azure barrier before him and remarked, The defense of the Yuqian Pearl must have a time limit, right? At most, it can endure for the length of a stick of incense before it automatically dissipates, and it cannot be used again for a short time. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiming's heart sank. He had not anticipated that these two would know the specifics regarding the Yuqian Pearl. The Yuqian Pearl was a rare treasure personally bestowed upon him by the Emperor of Xingyue as a mid-grade, Earth-tier artifact. It could unleash an astonishing defensive barrier capable of withstanding the full force of a practitioner at the late stage of the spirit realm. But, as the two had said, the defensive barrier could only last for half an hour at most, and it would require at least until the following day to cast it again. At this moment, Chu Fan stepped forward and quietly asked, Is what they said true? Yu Qiming slowly nodded. Chu Fan, feeling helpless, scoffed. So you were just spouting bravado earlier? Yu Qiming awkwardly scratched his head, offering a wry smile. I was just trying to put on a brave front, but it didn't quite work out. Seriously. Chu Fan's lips moved slightly, utterly at a loss for words, as he raised a friendly finger towards Yu Qiming. Then, Yu Qiming turned his attention to the injured Murong Qing'er and asked, Can you still fight? Murong Qing'er exhaled a breath of turbid air, nodded, and remained silent. Though gravely wounded, if given a stick of incense to recuperate, she could manage to fight, and escaping from this place would still be feasible. Receiving her affirmation, Yu Qiming felt a slight sense of relief. He gazed at Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao ahead, stating, "We have 4 people on our side, while you only have 2. Since you seem unaware of your own mortality, the moment the defense of the Yutian Pearl dissipates will be your demise." As his words fell, the 2 faced him fearlessly. Zhang Hu cast a dismissive glance at Chu Fan, his gaze filled with contempt as he remarked, He counts as a person?" Chu Fan furrowed his brows. Turning to Si Ling Yun and Yu Qiming, he inquired, "Am I being looked down upon?" Yu Qiming nodded sincerely and replied, "It seems so." Damn! Chu Fan's anger surged. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Zhang Hu flashed a devilish smile and astonishingly remarked, "Moreover, who said there are only 2 of us?" Yu Qiming was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying you can conjure another person out of thin air?" As the words fell, neither Zhang Hu nor Zhang Bao spoke. The silent figure standing nearby stepped forward, a proud smile gracing his face, and declared, "What they mean is, it's me." Chapter 56. Do you really wish to die? Turning to look, Wei Ziming wore a smile that was both mocking and cunning. Yu Qiming, infuriated, shouted, "Wei Ziming, do you wish to die?" As the foremost sect among the 7 great sects of Xingyue, how could its disciples brazenly express their desire to assassinate the second prince? Wei Ziming shrugged and said, "There is no choice. Our factions differ. For the sake of the first prince's ascension, it must be done." Yu Qiming clenched his teeth, his anger escalating. The Taichu sect had aligned with Yu Qifei, yet he remained blissfully unaware of this. In this scenario, with Wei Ziming's cultivation at the 3rd level of Ningying, he could easily turn the tide, placing them at a severe disadvantage. As time slipped away, the defensive barrier formed by the Yutian Pearl was on the verge of dissipating, leaving Yu Qiming in a state of panic. "Brothers, we need to split up and run. As long as one of us can escape, the first prince's plot will not succeed. If the Xingyue Emperor finds out, even if I perish, the throne will not easily fall into Yu Qifei's hands." Chu Fan, scratching his ear, queried in confusion, "Run? Why do we need to run?" Yu Qiming turned to him, his eyes shifting with determination, and said, "Are you suggesting we perish together, refusing to yield?" Chu Fan rolled his eyes and slapped the back of Yu Qiming's head, exasperated. "Do you really want to die?" This scene left Si Ling Yun and Murong Qing'er in shock. Yu Qiming was a prince of Xingyue, poised to potentially become the emperor, yet Chu Fan, a mere disciple, dared to strike him on the head? Had the world gone mad? Yu Qiming, unfazed, rubbed the back of his head and asked, "What do you mean then?" Chu Fan salet sao, gazing at the dissipating barrier and pondered, "Soon, you and Yun'er will launch a joint assault on Wei Ziming." Yu Qiming was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the still injured Murong Qing'er and remarked, "In her current condition, she won't be able to restrain Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, right?" Chu Fan smiled nonchalantly and replied, "I never said to send her to block them." Yu Qiming was bewildered, with so few of them present. If Murong Qing'er did not intervene, who else would step in? Chu Fan astonishingly declared, "Those 2 are targeting me. It is naturally my responsibility to deal with them." Upon hearing this, both Yu Qiming and Murong Qing'er were astounded. With a cultivation level of the 9th stage of Gathering Dan, facing 2 opponents at the 4th stage of Ning Ying was tantamount to courting death. Only Si Ling Yun remained silent. Though she harbored concerns, she trusted Chu Fan. His confidence implied he had a plan. Yu Qiming gravely said, "Brother, this is not the time for bravado." Chu Fan waved his hand and insisted, "It is settled then. Withdraw the Yutian Pearl as defense." Seeing Chu Fan's resolute demeanor, Yu Qiming ceased further objections. The protective barrier of the Yutian Pearl was on the brink of collapse. Even without an active withdrawal, it would disintegrate in 10 breaths. In an instant, the barrier vanished, and 2 piercing sounds echoed. Yu Qiming and Si Ling Yun moved in a flash, their spiritual energy surging forth as they ruthlessly charged at Wei Ziming. Caught off guard, Wei Ziming's expression shifted slightly, instinctively attempting to evade. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao seemed equally surprised that Yu Qiming dared to take the initiative, and their target was not themselves. "Let us take out Murong Qing'er first, then we can assist." They agreed in unison. Just as they prepared to attack Murong Qing'er, Chu Fan beckoned to them, his eyes filled with disdain. "Hey, you 2 big fools, wasn't Wei Shongjin supposed to send you to kill me?" Hearing this, the 2 turned to look at him. After sizing him up, they dismissed him entirely and continued their charge toward Murong Qing'er. To them, Chu Fan's 9th level Gathering Dan cultivation was no different from that of an ant. If they allowed Murong Qing'er to recover, the tide of battle could easily shift, and they could not afford the consequences of failure. Observing their disregard for him, Chu Fan felt exasperated. He slowly raised his hand as flickers of lightning danced around him. How dare you ignore me? Do you think I'm an easy target? With a powerful strike, the sky erupted with thunderclouds, bolts as thick as arms surged down. In the blink of an eye, the lightning struck Zhang Bao, his robust form exploding, meeting a fate no better than that of the previous fox demon. Regrettably, no equipment dropped. Murong Qing'er, with her strikingly beautiful visage, was filled with astonishment. Chu Fan could wield lightning techniques, and the power of this technique far surpassed her Tian Gangyu Long Zhan Tian Xiao. How could one at the 9th level of Gathering Dan execute Earth-tier martial skills without any backlash? How is this possible? A bold hypothesis formed in her mind. Could he have been concealing his true strength, actually being a master of the Yuanshan realm? Zhang Bao. Zhang Hu's eyes widened, filled with rage as he bellowed at the sky. Just moments ago, Zhang Bao had absorbed most of the lightning's impact for him, leaving him only slightly injured. However, as twin brothers with a deep bond, Zhang Hu felt the pain of Zhang Bao's demise acutely. You bastard, I will kill you. Zhang Hu's rugged face twisted in fury, his spiritual energy erupting as he recklessly charged at Chu Fan. Facing the frenzied Zhang Hu, Chu Fan remained unfazed. He raised his hand once more, the terrifying power of lightning surging forth, and the stormy clouds began to gather again. 5 Thunder Destruction Palm. With a thunderous roar, powerful bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. Although Zhang Hu managed to evade the strike with great difficulty, the searing flames quickly ensnared him. Zhang Hu's anguished cries echoed as he slowly turned to ash, dissipating into the winds. How dare you look down on me? Chu Fan remained indifferent, clapping his hands with a hint of regret. The power was commendable, but your aim was lacking. You still need to practice more. Eliminating 2 4th-level Ning cultivators was as effortless as squashing mere ants for him. Chu Fan's nonchalant demeanor shattered Murong Qing'er's understanding of the world. Who was he truly? She pondered in disbelief. Possessing such formidable lightning techniques and executing Earth-tier martial skills with ease to slay 2 4th-level Ning cultivators. Was this something achievable by one at the 9th level of Gathering Dan? Chu Fan paid no heed to Murong Qing'er's thoughts, directing his gaze towards the battle ahead, remaining uninvolved. Though Wei Ziming is at the 3rd level of Ningying, he finds himself at a disadvantage under the combined assault of Yu Qiming and Si Lingyun. The reason lies in the fact that Wei Ziming has observed Chu Fan's recent actions with keen clarity. Although Chu Fan has yet to make a move, Wei Ziming cannot afford to be careless. He frequently glances at the sky, fearful that the thunderclouds might gather once more, leaving him oblivious to his impending doom. Trash! Take this! Yu Qiming roared, twisting his wrist as a pitch-black, 2-foot-long 7-section short cudgel materialized in his hand. With a hum, Yu Qiming's arm trembled violently, causing the dark cudgel to emit a resonant buzz that left Wei Ziming momentarily dazed. Following this, Yu Qiming lunged forward, gripping the cudgel with both hands and striking fiercely. I will crush you. The terrifying force propelled Wei Ziming back several dozen meters, and he coughed up blood, his complexion turning ghastly pale. Chu Fan looked on in astonishment, muttering, indeed, as expected of the royal 2nd generation, so extravagant. The dark cudgel in Yu Qiming's hand was evidently a mid-grade earthly treasure, with astonishing offensive power. No wonder Yu Qiming felt such immense pressure. Yu Qiming was pampered beyond belief, effortlessly wielding an otherworldly treasure of mid-grade earthly quality. At that moment, Si Lingyun was not idle either. Her delicate figure darted forward swiftly. The ice spirit pendant emanated a chilling aura, effortlessly encasing Wei Ziming in ice, rendering him a mere statue. Yu Qiming followed suit, using the dark cudgel to deliver a devastating blow, reducing Wei Ziming to mere fragments. Chu Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly, shaking his head, so bloody, so violent. It was as if he had forgotten who had just unleashed the thunderous magic that had torn Zhang Bao's intestines apart. After dispatching their foe, Yu Qiming was filled with exhilaration. Sheathed weapons, he hastened to Chu Fan's side, filled with admiration, and exclaimed, "Brother, you hide your skills so well." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, laughing, keep a low profile, just basic operations." Sealing Yun returned to Chu Fan's side, contemplating her husband's handsome demeanor, strategic mind, and formidable strength. She felt a profound sense of happiness. Before long, Yu Qiming looked up at the jianxin fruit on the tree. Nudging Chu Fan with his elbow, he whispered, "Brother, it's your turn to shine." Chu Fan smiled now Win Li, just as he prepared to speak. The 3-inch broken sword within his dantian emitted a faint sword hum, as if sensing danger. Chu Fan furrowed his brow. His piercing gaze swept the surroundings, locking onto the rear side of a large tree, as lightning surged around his palm. "Will you come out willingly, or shall I coax you out with thunder?" Chapter 58, Jianxin Ancient Tree, Jianxin Fruit. As the words fell, all eyes turned toward the front. Under the oppressive aura of the secret realm and the sharp sword intent emanating from the tree, they failed to perceive any presence. Just as they thought Chu Fan had misjudged, a whoosh echoed, and a strange figure swiftly darted toward the shadowy passage. Yu Qiming gasped in shock. "What the heck? Is there really someone there?" Chu Fan relaxed his palm, retracting his internal energy, and pondered. "It is a member of the Taiyin sect." The figure concealed behind the tree was indeed Liang Mingjie of the Taiyin sect. However, he dared not reveal himself easily. He had witnessed Chu Fan annihilating Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao in their entirety. With his own strength, he could not withstand such apocalyptic, thunderous magic. Thus, he would not reveal himself until his plans were fully realized. At that moment, Murong Qing'er furrowed her brow, casting a surprised glance at Chu Fan. Even she had not sensed anyone nearby, yet Chu Fan seemed to perceive everything with clarity. She was certain that Chu Fan's identity was anything but ordinary, and his cultivation level could not simply be that of the 9th level of Jujin. Yu Qiming, somewhat perplexed, murmured, "Why is he fleeing? We do not devour humans." The Taiyin sect had just ascended to become one of the 7 major sects of Xingyue and had not yet submitted to Yu Qifei. Thus, they were not enemies. Even if there had been some misunderstanding due to the Ningying Dan, it shouldn't lead to such a hasty retreat. Chu Fan shook his head, opting not to elaborate. The Taiyin sect schemes had yet to fully surface. Discussing it further would be futile at this juncture. Soon after, Chu Fan gazed at the towering tree before him and inquired, "Qiming, what is the origin of this tree?" Yu Qiming smiled, glancing at Murong Qing'er beside him, and said, "Taoist Murong should be more knowledgeable, right?" Murong Qing'er stepped forward, her spirited gaze fixated on the tree, her lips moving as she spoke. "This is the Jianxin Ancient Tree." "Jianxin Ancient Tree?" Chu Fan asked curiously. "Is it rare?" Murong Qing'er nodded, explaining, "Within the borders of the Xingyue Empire, there are only 2. The other being in the forbidden grounds at the back of Tianjian Mountain Manor. The Jianxin Ancient Tree can bear the Jianxin fruit, which, when consumed by sword cultivators, enables them to condense their Jianxin." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan raised his hand to stroke his chin, nodding slightly. For sword cultivators, condensing the Jianxin is a crucial path. Only by successfully condensing the Jianxin can one truly be regarded as a sword cultivator in every sense. Both their cultivation levels and the profundities of swordsmanship would be significantly enhanced. Thus, the Jianxin fruit is an invaluable treasure for them. Wait a moment. Chu Fan appeared to recall something, inquiring, "Since Tianjin Mountain Manor also possesses a Jianxin Ancient Tree, why would you take such risks?" Murong Qing'er had nearly lost her life for the Jianxin fruit before her, had it not been for Chu Fan and the others' timely arrival. She would have long since succumbed to reincarnation. Murong Qing'er wore a somewhat forlorn expression. With a deep exhale, she sighed. "The Jianxin Ancient Tree at Tianjin Mountain Manor has not borne Jianxin fruit for several hundred years." Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Why is that?" Murong Qing'er shook her head, unwilling to elaborate further. Yu Qiming stepped forward, stating, "Allow me to explain. The Jianxin fruit blossoms every 20 years, bears fruit every 30 years, and takes another 50 years to mature. The nutrients accumulated over a century in the Jianxin fruit can lead to the Jianxin Ancient Tree's energy gradually dwindling. If the nutrients are not replenished in a timely manner, the Jianxin Ancient Tree will cease to bear Jianxin fruit to ensure its own survival." After this explanation, Chu Fan began to understand. The Jianxin Ancient Tree at Tianjin Mountain Manor likely lacked sufficient nutrients, preventing it from continuing to bear Jianxin fruit. This was why Murong Qing'er would go to such lengths to obtain the Jianxin fruit before her. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Taiyu sect had surpassed Tianjin Mountain Manor, taking its place as the foremost among the 7 sections. Si Lingyun stepped forward, gently grasping Murong Qing'er's hand, offering comforting words. Sister Qing'er, do not worry. This Jinshin fruit is meant for you. Murong Qing'er shivered slightly. Since embarking on the path of immortality, her heart had only been filled with a thirst for immense power, and she had never experienced emotions. She firmly believed that only strength could resolve all issues. If she had possessed her current power back then, her kin in the village would not have been slaughtered by bandits. To her surprise, Si Lingyun's comforting words seemed to forcibly illuminate a glimmer of light within the depths of Murong Qing'er's heart. Before the otherworldly treasure, remaining unmoved is something only the extraordinary could achieve. Although the Jinshin fruit held little value for them, trading it with sword cultivators would result in even mid-grade, earthly treasures being exchanged without hesitation. You are right, Chu Fan replied with a serene smile, confidently stating, is it not just the Jinshin fruit? I shall go and pluck it for you. This is indeed a splendid opportunity for performance. If one could win over the frigid beauty, Murong Qing'er, who is also a congenital sword body, would it not be exhilarating? Just as Chu Fan soared into the air, his palm about to touch the Jinshin Gua, Murong Qing'er's expression changed dramatically. Do not touch it. Before her words could fade away, Chu Fan's hand had already made contact with the Jinshin Gua, and a fierce sword chi instantaneously pierced into his body. The sword chi, containing the profound mysteries of the heavenly sword path, wreaked havoc upon Chu Fan's meridians. His sword-like brows knitted tightly. The Jinshin Gua, indeed a treasure nurtured over a century, could unleash such a formidable sword intent. If one were not a sword cultivator, daring to pluck the Jinshin Gua would result in having their meridians shattered and meeting their demise on the spot. This was also the reason for Murong Qing'er's alarm. However, for Chu Fan, this rampant sword chi was of little consequence. With a clang, sensing the invading sword chi within him, the 3-inch broken sword in his dantian erupted with resonant sword cries. A purer and more potent sword chi surged forth, effortlessly dispelling the sword intent emanating from the Jinshin Gua. Astonishingly, the Jinshin Gua seemed to detach willingly, as if recognizing its master, and was grasped firmly in Chu Fan's hand. Pleased with himself, Chu Fan mused, this 3-inch broken sword is indeed quite useful. It can conceal its aura, hide its realm, and is invincible, sweeping all before it. The 3-inch broken sword seemed to possess omnipotent qualities. Had it not been for Zhao Guan's lack of discernment in gifting this treasure to Chu Fan, he might never have possessed such a rare artifact. This made Chu Fan consider forming a brotherly bond with Zhao Guan. Before long, Chu Fan, holding the Jinshin Gua, descended slowly and casually handed it to Murong Qing'er. Smiling, here, this is for you. Murong Qing'er instinctively accepted the Jinshin Gua, examining it carefully before looking up at Chu Fan with great confusion, inquiring, are you all right? Chu Fan shook his head, responding, I'm fine. Murong Qing'er felt an immense shock within. Was it not said that only sword cultivators, possessing fierce sword chi within, could pluck the Jinshin Gua unscathed? Could it be that Chu Fan's true identity was that of a sword cultivator? This is the Jinshin Gua, and you're just giving it to me? Why not? Chu Fan replied with a grin. It is merely a Jinshin Gua. If you desire it, I would offer you anything. Countless thoughts raced through Murong Qing'er's mind. Although his words seemed somewhat frivolous, she felt no aversion deep down, grasping the Jinshin Gua tightly. Its genuine sword intent stirred a sense of emotion within her. Chu Fan remarked, with the Jinshin Gua, you should be able to recover from your injuries, right? We shall guard you. Murong Qing'er nodded. She approached the Jinshin ancient tree, sat cross-legged, and placed the Jinshin Gua before her. Her strikingly beautiful visage emanated a solemn aura as she regulated her breath. The sword techniques within her surged, and spiritual energy ascended. Meanwhile, Chu Fan and the others sat nearby on ground. Si Lingyun obediently knelt behind Chu Fan, gently massaging his shoulders, eliciting envious glances from Yu Qiming. Feeling Yu Qiming's gaze upon him, Chu Fan inquired, what are you looking at? Yu Qiming shook his head, gathering his thoughts, and asked seriously, elder brother, have you concealed your cultivation? In response, Chu Fan answered succinctly, indeed. Yu Qiming was taken aback. Such a straightforward and decisive answer left him momentarily at a loss for words. Then what is your true cultivation level? Chu Fan did not reply directly. Instead, he smiled lightly and patted Yu Qiming's shoulder, countering, first, answer me a question. Yu Qiming said, "Go ahead." Chu Fan asked, "Do you wish to become the Yixing U.S. sovereign?" Yu Qiming's brows furrowed slightly, and his previously innocent countenance darkened with contemplation. This question had been posed to him multiple times by Tang Luotian and others. Yet, he had no interest in the position of the Qing U.S. sovereign, especially with its accompanying scheming and power struggles. Pursuing women, enjoying wine, and living a life of indulgence, that was his ideal existence. Once he aspired to compete for the position of the Qing U.S. sovereign, he would first have to face the prospect of fratricidal conflict. "Elder brother, do you intend to force me?" "No one is forcing you," Chu Fan replied calmly. "From the beginning, no one wished to compel you to do something you do not enjoy. Your father, the emperor, intended to pass the throne to you, but it has been delayed because of your reluctance. Tang Luotian and the others continue to support you because you have not shown desire. Thus they remain dormant. But have you considered whether your evasion is fair to them?" After a brief pause, observing the conflicted expression on Yu Qiming's face, Chu Fan continued, "If Yu Qifei becomes the sovereign, the first thing he will do is to unleash a massacre. With your father as protection, he may not dare to kill you. But what about Tang Luotian? What about those who support you? Is it not shameful to let so many bear the consequences of your cowardice and avoidance?" At the climax of his speech, Chu Fan abruptly rose, his handsome and resolute face filled with severity. Even Si Lingyun, behind him, was taken aback. She had never seen Chu Fan in such a manner, and the instinctive pressure he exuded captivated her even more. It was no wonder Chu Fan's words were so intense. As a time traveler, he was all too aware of the historical conflicts for thrones, the fratricidal strife. The mortal realm was no different, and even more so in the world of cultivation. When a celestial being is enraged, rivers of blood may flow for 1,000 miles. Given Yu Qifei's character, should he truly seize the imperial power, sects, including Tianyu sect, would face utter catastrophe. Yu Qiming's lips moved slightly, as if he wished to argue, but he could not find the words. He certainly understood the truth of what Chu Fan said. However, acting against his heart and pursuing a path he did not cherish would bring him lifelong torment. After a short while, Yu Qiming gradually rose, exhaling a deep breath, and said, "Elder brother, may I take some time to think?" Chu Fan recognized the need for patience. Nodding, he approached to offer comfort. "Take your time. What you face may not be solely Yu Qifei." Yu Qiming, perplexed, looked up at Chu Fan. "What do you mean?" Just as Chu Fan was about to speak, a sudden sound of sword cries resounded. Clang! A fierce sword chi surged into the heavens, enveloping the world. Mu Rong Qing'er floated midair, the Jinshin Gua transforming into a stream of light that surged into her dantian. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a sound akin to a heartbeat, Chu Fan exclaimed, "She is about to condense her sword heart." After a few breaths, the clear and melodious sword cries reverberated across the skies. A powerful sword intent emanated from Mu Rong Qing'er, her azure robe fluttering in the wind, her enchanting visage exuding an aura of heroism. The sword intent rose, and spiritual energy erupted. Mu Rong Qing'er's realm began to break through continuously, unstoppable as a raging tide. From the 6th level of condensed embryo to the 7th level of condensed embryo, in the blink of an eye, Mu Rong Qing'er reached the 8th level of condensed embryo. A phantom blade of sword energy coalesced behind her, as if she had transformed into a sword, becoming one with it. Chu Fan could not help but marvel. Is this the true power of the congenital sword body? Through the augmentation of the system, he could swiftly elevate his cultivation realm. However, upon reaching the condensed embryo stage, even a century of cultivation would only allow one to break through to the 4th level. Mu Rong Qing merely condensed her sword heart and, in a fleeting moment, directly attained the 8th level of condensed embryo, a feat truly astounding. Yu Qiming nodded, elucidating. The innate sword body is a rare constitution that appears once in a millennium. It is said that the first master of the Tianjin villa possessed this innate sword body, wielding his blade to suppress an entire era. Chu Fan nodded slightly. Meanwhile, on the side, Si Lingyun furrowed her brows, gazing intently at Mu Rong Qing'er suspended in the air, her eyes glimmering with brilliance. In comparison, she, the proud daughter of Tianyu sect, felt like an ant in contrast. Chu Fan was already capable of effortlessly annihilating a 4th level condensed embryo cultivator, while she had barely reached the 2nd level. rendering her unable to assist him in critical moments. Her inner pride forbade her from becoming merely a decorative vase. Before long, the sword intent in the heavens and earth gradually receded, and Murong Qing's figure slowly descended. Her long eyelashes fluttered, her eyes slightly opened, and the sword light flashed past, causing one's heart to quiver. Chu Fan grinned and stepped forward to congratulate her. Qing'er, congratulations. The intimate address did not evoke disdain or aversion from Murong Qing'er. Rather, she appeared quite pleased to accept it. Were it not for Chu Fan, she would have not only failed to condense her sword heart, but would likely have long since entered the cycle reincarnation. Thank you, Murong Qing'er expressed gratefully. Chu Fan waved his hand and turned his gaze toward the ancient sword heart tree ahead, an audacious idea suddenly illuminating his mind. What do you think about us relocating this ancient tree? Chu Fan's thought was simple. Since the ancient sword heart tree of Tianjin Villa could not bear the sword heart fruit, they might as well transport this tree capable of doing so back. The people of Tianjin Villa would undoubtedly be immensely grateful and would have no way to repay them. Murong Qing'er would surely be moved to tears and perhaps even offer herself in gratitude. At that time, not only would Chu Fan have the backing of Tianjin Villa, but he would also be able to embrace a beautiful woman, achieving a splendid dual benefit, just as Chu Fan was lost in his fantasies. Those beside him regarded him with expressions akin to that of observing a fool. Yu Qiming chuckled wryly. Brother, stop joking. How could we possibly move such a large ancient tree? Sealing Yun added, even if we could move it, the ancient sword heart tree would lose its vitality from being uprooted for too long. Chu Fan considered this and nodded in agreement. He then turned to Murong Qing'er and inquired, is there any way to restore the ancient sword heart tree? Murong Qing'er blinked her bright eyes, pondering carefully before shaking her head helplessly. The ancient sword heart tree was born of heaven and earth. Ordinary items could not rejuvenate it. Perhaps there was a method, but Murong Qing'er did not know, and they would have to wait until they left the Xingyue secret realm to inquire back at their sect. With a calm smile, Chu Fan patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I will find a way to assist you. A fleeting glimmer of emotion crossed Murong Qing'er's eyes before vanishing. Soon after, the group determined that there were no extraordinary treasures nearby and stepped into the dark passage ahead. Chu Fan was the last to walk, and just as he prepared to follow the others into the passage, the 3-inch broken sword in his dantian suddenly emitted a sword cry, uncontrollably leaving his body and swirling around the ancient sword heart tree. Eventually, as if it had discovered something, a flash of sword light sliced through a branch of the ancient sword heart tree, observing the branch brought back by the 3-inch broken sword. Chu Fan was puzzled. What do you intend to do with this? The 3-inch broken sword continued to tremble, as if wishing to convey something to Chu Fan. But he could not comprehend it. In desperation, Chu Fan turned his wrist, stowing away the green glowing branch imbued with sword intent, and proceeded into the passage. An hour later, a glimmer of light appeared ahead in the dim passage, accompanied by an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy. Yu Qiming raised his brows slightly and remarked, we should be nearing the core area of the secret realm. Chu Fan nodded, saying nothing further. At this moment, besides their group, Liang Mingjie of Taichu sect and Lu Feng of Youhuan Palace were still unaccounted for. The possibility of some hidden conspiracy between these two made Chu Fan feel uneasy. Subsequently, as the group exited the dark passage, the scene that unfolded before them left them utterly astonished. What was happening? A thought of heaven, a thought of hell. Chapter 61. A spectacle unfolds. Before them stood a magnificent palace, flanked by several stone pillars engraved with star and moon totems, radiating beams of light. Between the pillars stood 2 platforms, each 3 zhang high, atop which rested a wooden box. The left box exuded pure spiritual energy, harboring an exceptionally powerful sword intent, occasionally accompanied by the sound of sword cries. The right box emanated a sinister demonic aura, enveloped in black smoke, mixed with a foul, bloody scent. Directly in front of the grand hall was a stone door, unremarkable and devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, appearing merely as an ornament. Chu Fan's sword-like brows furrowed slightly as he cautioned, everyone, be careful. His keen eyes glinted with cold light as he cautiously surveyed the stone platforms on either side. The formidable treasures hinted at unknown dangers, especially with Liang Mingjie and Lu Feng currently missing, casting a shadow of unease over Chu Fan. Yu Kaiming was indifferent to the treasures within the wooden boxes. As the second prince of the Xingyue Empire, he possessed numerous extraordinary items. Regardless of how powerful the treasures within these two boxes might be, they could not possibly reach the heavenly tier. Si Lingyun stood obediently behind Chu Fan, her lively eyes scanning the wooden boxes on the stone platforms. Although she was somewhat intrigued, she made no move. Only Murong Qing'er, her delicate brows furrowed, had fiery brilliance flickering in her eyes. The sword intent emanating from the left box made her sword heart tremble, as if something was beckoning her. Just as she could no longer contain her urge to approach, a chilling and eerie voice emerged from behind the stone pillar, instantly putting the group on high alert. "You all are really slow. If you hadn't come, I would have had difficulty opening this treasure." Turning around, Liang Mingjie and Lu Feng unexpectedly stepped out from behind the stone pillars, their faces bearing sinister expressions. Yu Qiming was about to step forward to say something when Chu Fan raised his hand to stop him. At the ancient sword heart tree, Liang Mingjie had not even mustered the courage to show himself, yet now he was so brazen. There must be a scheme at play. Chu Fan scrutinized the two, pondering. "There are only the two of you. Do you not fear we might kill you and seize your goods?" "Ha ha ha." Liang Mingjie laughed recklessly. "Fear? Of course I do. The scene of you controlling thunder to obliterate the world still lingers in my mind. With your strength, I am no match for you, let alone Murong Qing'er, who has already condensed her sword heart. However, with treasures before them, the capable would claim them. Wouldn't you agree?" Liang Mingjie proclaimed arrogantly. Yu Qiming's eyes gleamed with disdain as he retorted. "The capable claim them? Just you?" In the eyes of Yu Qiming, practitioners of the Jiu, Dan, Jiuchong realm appeared as insignificant as ants. However, Chu Fan was an exception. Liang Mingjie flashed a wicked smile, declaring, "Indeed, it is I." As his words fell, Liang Mingjie's eyes sparkled with intensity, and his entire being trembled as the spiritual energy within him erupted, propelling him to the fourth level of the Ning-Ing realm. Ning-Ing fourth level. Yu Qiming was taken aback, a wave of confusion washing over him. If Liang Mingjie was indeed a practitioner of the fourth level, why conceal his prowess during the sect's martial competition? Even participating in the Ning-Ing battle with such strength would greatly increase his chances of victory, showcasing the sect's might. To the side, Chu Fan seemed to see through Yu Qiming's doubts and smiled lightly. Their sole aim is to enter the Xingyue secret realm. Everything else is of little consequence. To outsiders, the Taiyin sect appeared to be a nascent force newly risen within the Xingyue Empire. If they displayed excessive strength, they would easily attract the attention of other sects, potentially leading to investigations. Should they be discovered by rival sects or the royal family, their carefully laid plans would be doomed. Murong Qing'er, with her spirited demeanor, expressed disdain. Even at the Ning-Ing fourth level, what use is that? If it were the Yuanshan fourth level, they would indeed be unable to contend, facing only a dead end. But at the Ning-Ing fourth level, they stand no chance against us. With a smirk, Liang Mingjie stepped forward, slowly raising his hand, stating, "Perhaps the Ning-Ing fourth level is not high, but it is more than enough to kill you." With that, a peculiar humming sound resonated as Liang Mingjie clenched his fist. Underneath Chu Fan and the others, a Taiyin pattern suddenly materialized, shimmering with a unique radiance and spinning continuously. Murong Qing'er furrowed her brows, fingers poised to summon her sword for a counterattack. However, before she could channel her spiritual energy, she realized the Taiyin pattern seemed to form a grand array, sealing their spiritual energy and rendering them unable to mobilize. "This is bad. This array can seal spiritual energy," Murong Qing'er thought, instinctively attempting to break free from the array, but it was too late. A natural barrier surrounded them, not only sealing their spiritual energy, but also trapping them within. Liang Mingjie boasted, "This is the Taiyin Grand Array. Your spiritual energy is sealed. And now you are reduced to mere qi refinement strength, correct? With such power, attempting to break through the Taiyin Grand Array is nothing short of a fool's dream." Chu Fan maintained a stoic expression. No wonder Liang Mingjie had the audacity to step forward. He had set a trap in advance. This Taiyin Grand Array was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, the highest strength among them was merely at the fifth level of qi refinement, making it impossible to shatter the array by brute force. Observing Liang Mingjie's arrogant demeanor, Murong Qing'er pondered, I can utilize my sword heart to unleash a strike momentarily. However, afterward, I may enter a state of weakness. Given your strength, you should be able to kill him, right? As she spoke, Murong Qing'er prepared to channel her internal sword heart. Chu Fan raised his hand to stop her, saying, There's no rush. Let's play along with their game and enjoy the good show. Everyone looked on in confusion. A good show? Without elaborating further, Chu Fan sat down on the ground, watching Liang Mingjie with a bored expression, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Liang Mingjie, his expression darkened, questioned, What do you mean by that? Chu Fan shrugged and replied, Since we cannot break the array anyway, it's better to rest and observe this rare treasure. In response to Chu Fan's nonchalant demeanor, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into Liang Mingjie's heart. Lu Feng shot a fierce glare at Chu Fan, muttering with malice, My lord, why not kill them now to prevent future troubles? His primary reason for entering the Xingyue's secret realm, aside from assisting Liang Mingjie in obtaining the treasure as ordered by the Grand Elder, was his deep-seated desire to eliminate Chu Fan. After all, no matter how powerful the treasure, it would not be his to claim. It was better to kill Chu Fan and rid himself of this obsession. Liang Mingjie frowned slightly, glancing at Chu Fan before shaking his head slowly. There's no rush. Let us secure the treasure first. Lu Feng felt discontent but dared not voice it. Chu Fan remained unfazed, his mind troubled by a lingering question. Even if the Taiyin sect aimed to support the Yuhuan Palace and gradually take control of the royal family through the Xingyue local sects, what then was Lu Feng's role in this? Why would the Yuhuan Palace expend such effort to assist Lu Feng in enhancing his cultivation and restoring his severed arm? There was undoubtedly a hidden agenda. If Liang Mingjie were to strike first, Chu Fan would have no choice but to retaliate. Though this array was impressive to him, it was as fragile as a wheat stalk, easily pierced through. Yu Qiming, filled with countless doubts, whispered, Brother, what exactly is this good show you speak of? Chu Fan gestured for Yu Qiming to look ahead, saying, It will soon unfold. At that moment, Liang Mingjie, surrounded by spiritual energy, chose not to approach the elevated platform, radiating a sharp sword intent on the left, but instead ascended the platform on the right. His eyes ablaze with fervor. He opened a wooden chest before him. A terrifying and eerie stench of blood surged forth, enveloping the entire hall in a crimson haze. Gazing at the irregular stone, drenched in blood, Liang Mingjie erupted into wild laughter. Blood Demon Stone, ha! It truly is the Blood Demon Stone. The Taiyin Palace had risked their lives to participate in the Xingyue sect martial competition and enter the Xingyue secret realm solely for this Blood Demon Stone. At that moment, Yu Qiming also reacted, his face a mix of astonishment and caution. It's actually the Blood Demon Stone? Chu Fan inquired, Do you know of it? Yu Qiming nodded, explaining, The Blood Demon Stone is said to form only in places of extreme bloodshed after a millennium of sedimentation. It can manipulate the minds of practitioners, compelling even the controlled to proceed to death without hesitation. After a brief pause, Yu Qiming's brow furrowed as he continued. However, to subdue the Blood Demon Stone, one must offer the flesh and blood of a practitioner's soul, purifying the stone's exterior of its bloody aura through sacrifice. Upon hearing this, a flash of insight struck Chu Fan, and he instantly understood. No wonder the Yuhuan Palace had expended such great resources to assist Lu Feng. They intended to treat him as a living blood vessel, compelling him to sacrifice his life to obtain the Blood Demon Stone. Once the Taiyin Palace seized the Blood Demon Stone, they would undoubtedly use its properties to control the lord of the Taiyang Palace. Consequently, the Taiyang Palace would effectively fall under their dominion, along with the entire Yinyang Empire, coupled with the Yuhuan Palace acting as an insider. After overthrowing the Xingyue royal family, the strength of the Yinyang Palace would reach unprecedented heights. It seemed that Lu Feng was in for a calamity. Murong Qing'er whispered, a smirk gracing her lips. With her intelligence, she could certainly predict Liang Mingjie's next move. Among the gathered, the only one she could forcefully suppress with her strength was Lu Feng, who stood at the 7th level of Jiudan. Naturally, Chu Fan and the others' conversation was overheard by Lu Feng, who finally grasped why he had been urged to assist Liang Mingjie with all his might before entering the Xingyue's secret realm. With this realization, Lu Feng shuddered, instinctively attempting to turn and flee. Regrettably, the elusive Xue Ma Shi is not easily found, and how could Liang Mingjie possibly allow the sacrificial offering to escape so effortlessly? With a swift motion of his hand, the terrifying pressure of the Ningning realm erupted, completely sealing Lu Feng's body. "No, you cannot do this." Lu Feng's frantic cries echoed as he struggled in vain. A chilling smile crept across Liang Mingjia's face as he remarked, "This is your destiny. Did no one inform you?" Having said that, he seized Lu Feng by the neck and brought him before the Xue Ma Shi, guiding Lu Feng's hand towards the bloodthirsty stone. Lu Feng fought desperately, his expression morphing into one of utter terror. He turned to Chu Fan, who was within the Taiyin Great Array, and shouted, "Chu Fan, save me. For the sake of our past acquaintance, spare my life." Chu Fan rose slowly, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "Lu Feng, have you lost your wits? Do you truly believe I would come to your aid?" Lu Feng's eyes darted desperately. As his hand neared the Xue Ma Shi, he snarled, "If you save me, I will reveal a secret." Unfazed, Chu Fan glanced at Liang Mingjie and boldly stated, "You refer to the Taiyin sect's conspiracy? Or perhaps that the Taiyin sect is not truly a part of the Xingyue sect?" In an instant, shock enveloped the crowd. Yue Qiming turned incredulously to his elder brother. "What does this mean?" Chu Fan offered no reply, his gaze fixed on Liang Mingjie as he continued, "Should I address you as a disciple of the Taiyin sect or the Taiyin palace?" At that moment, Liang Mingjie trembled, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance. He had not anticipated that Chu Fan was already aware of his identity, even the existence of the Taiyin palace. Why had he not disclosed this sooner? Meanwhile, Yue Qiming, filled with astonishment, regarded Liang Mingjie with suspicion. "Brother, you cannot be serious. As the second prince of the Xingyue Empire, I have certainly heard of the Taiyin palace. If Liang Mingjie is indeed a disciple of the Taiyin palace, it would signify that the Yinyang Empire's sect has infiltrated the Xingyue Empire. Should they acquire the Xue Ma Shi, they could manipulate anyone without detection. At that point, even one's closest kin could be under the Taiyin palace's control. For the Xingyue Empire, it would be a cataclysmic disaster." "Do you believe yes?" Chu Fan replied calmly. "The Taiyin palace operates in such secrecy to obtain the Xue Ma Shi, thereby controlling the master of the Taiyang palace. Before long, they will completely dominate the Yinyang Empire, and the Xingyue Empire will face grave peril." As he concluded, Chu Fan cast a knowing glance at Liang Mingjie, inquiring, "Am I correct in my assertions?" The atmosphere turned peculiar. After a moment of silence, Liang Mingjie exhaled sharply and conceded, "I must admit, you are quite astute. However, even if you have guessed correctly, what does it matter? Before long, the entire Xingyue Empire will fall under the control of the Taiyin palace." Ha ha ha. With a maniacal laugh, Liang Mingjie disregarded Lu Feng's resistance and placed his hand upon the Xue Ma Shi. In an instant, the Xue Ma Shi seemed to sense the fresh blood, emanating an unparalleled force of absorption that engulfed Lu Feng. Liang Mingjie stepped back, observing quietly. At that moment, Lu Feng's expression became vacant, his eyes void of life. The blood and spiritual energy within him began to be inexorably devoured by the Xue Ma Shi, and his body visibly began to wither, thanks to the enhancement of a Yo Gui secret technique. Lu Feng's Dantian fervently absorbed the spiritual energy from the surroundings to recover from his losses. Alas, this meager replenishment was insufficient to counteract the Xue Ma Shi's insatiable hunger for blood. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that the Xue Ma Shi could be satiated. At this juncture, the solemn Murong Qing seemed to piece together the implications, stating, "No wonder Li Huaisha was willing to summon the Wu Lian Mazuan. It must have been to access the Xingyue's secret realm and assist Liang Mingjie in acquiring the Xue Ma Shi." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan appeared perplexed, asking, "What is the Wu Lian Mazuan?" With Murong Qing explanation, Chu Fan finally understood. It made sense why the Yo Huan Palace took such risks to annihilate the Fei He sect and Tiansan sect. It was to provide Li Huaisha with an additional trump card. Yue Qiming also connected the dots, recalling that during the confrontation between Li Huaisha and Murong Qing, Tong Luotian had mentioned that the demonic energy emanating from the arena contained a hint of vengeful spirit energy. Now it seemed that it was indeed the result of over 2,000 wrong souls being unleashed. With narrowed eyes, Yue Qiming exuded a cold light, contemplating. The Yo Huan Palace has become unnecessary. Moments later, Lu Feng was reduced to a mere husk, his life extinguished. After absorbing sufficient blood energy, the Xue Ma Shi slowly floated into the air, exuding a dense aura of blood. Liang Mingjie swiftly approached, grasping the Xue Ma Shi in his hand. Yue Qiming, filled with concern, warned, "This is dire. If we cannot stop Liang Mingjie, and he manages to escape the Xingyue imperial city, the consequences will be unimaginable." Turning to Murong Qing'er, he inquired, "Friend Murong, can a sword heart truly break through this array?" Murong Qing'er nodded. "It should be feasible. There should be no major issues. Patience is key." Chu Fan, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "You are destined to be the future sovereign of the Xingyue. Maintain your composure." Yet, Yue Qiming appeared to want to say more, only to be silenced by Chu Fan's gesture. At this moment, emboldened by his possession of the Xue Ma Shi, Liang Mingjie descended from the three-zhang high platform, standing outside the Taiyin Great Array and casting a derisive challenge towards Chu Fan. "Chu Fan, rest assured, I shall not kill you." Liang Mingjie gripped the Xue Ma Shi tightly as bloodlight flickered. To manipulate it should prove to be quite entertaining. With the Xue Ma Shi under his control, he intended to seize Chu Fan's thunderous abilities, propelling his own power to unprecedented heights. Chu Fan remained composed, shrugging with a mocking smile. "Have you ever heard the saying? The villain perishes due to excessive chatter." Liang Mingjie paused, then reacted with fury. "You dare label me a villain? What else would you be?" Chu Fan retorted with a sardonic smile, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Do you truly believe this pathetic array can confine me?" Liang Mingjie dismissed Chu Fan's words, scoffing, "You, with your mere fifth layer of qi cultivation, dare to speak so boldly?" Chu Fan chuckled coldly, raising his hand to form a sword gesture, stating flatly, "Fifth layer of qi cultivation is more than sufficient to slay you." As the final words faded, the sound of a clear sword chime resonated. The obsidian 3-inch broken sword shot forth with an unmatched momentum, racing towards Liang Mingjie. "What?" Liang Mingjie's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively attempted to evade. But it was too late. The 3-inch broken sword pierced through his dantian with lightning speed, causing his profound spiritual energy to dissipate rapidly. Liang Mingjie spat blood, his face turning an ashen white, staggering back a step before collapsing to the ground. Impossible. This cannot be. He could hardly believe that Chu Fan, with his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, could wield a treasure and effortlessly defeat him. To one side, Murong Qing'er raised her delicate brows, her eyes filled with astonishment as she gazed at Chu Fan. No wonder he could easily pluck the Jinshin fruit without sustaining any injury. The source of his power must be this 3-inch broken sword before her. Furthermore, at the moment the dark broken sword erupted with energy, the Jinshin she had just condensed trembled incessantly, nearly collapsing. This was sufficient proof of the extraordinary origin of this broken sword. Chu Fan paid no heed to Murong Qing'er's thoughts. With Liang Mingjie gravely injured, the Taiyin Grand Array, sealing them, gradually lost its effectiveness. Chu Fan, with one hand behind his back, strode forward, looking down at Liang Mingjie, whose cultivation had been entirely dissipated, and mocked. "I told you, villains perish due to excessive chatter." With a dull sound, the 3-inch broken sword swiftly slashed through Liang Mingjie's throat, ending his life on the spot. Sheathing the broken sword, Chu Fan bent down to pick up the blood demon stone that had rolled to the ground. Examining it, the terrifying aura of bloodlust and the intoxicating scent of madness sent a shiver through him. No wonder the Taiyin Palace dared to venture into the Xingyue's secret realm. This blood demon stone was indeed formidable. Merely a glance at it caused a ripple in his consciousness. Fortunately, the 3-inch broken sword seemed to sense something and subtly emanated a sword aura that instantly suppressed the stone's ominous essence. Yu Qiming stepped forward, his expression grave as he inquired, "Brother, when did you realize the Taiyin Palace's conspiracy?" Chu Fan replied with a calm smile. "I was aware before entering the Xingyue's secret realm." Yu Qiming was taken aback. "Then why didn't you tell me?" Chu Fan stated, "If I told you, would you believe me?" Yu Qiming's lips moved slightly, unsure how to respond. Indeed, before witnessing it with his own eyes, he found it hard to believe that the Yin-Yang sect was actually the Taiyin Palace. He could hardly fathom that the Yuhuan Hall had collaborated with the Taiyin Palace to overthrow the control of the Xingyue royal family. Chu Fan placed a reassuring hand on Yu Qiming's shoulder, pondering, "Do you now understand why I wish for you to become the Xingyue emperor?" Though Yu Qifei was adept in political maneuvers and ruthless in his methods, this very trait led to his arrogance. He would not believe that the Yin-Yang Empire had the audacity to disguise themselves and infiltrate the Xingyue Empire, let alone the royal secret realm. Thus, his inherently suspicious and blindly arrogant nature rendered him unfit for the role of Xingyue Emperor. Having said that, observing Yu Qiming's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor, Chu Fan smiled lightly, shifting the topic. What do you plan to do with the blood demon stone? Yu Qiming glanced at it, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his eyes returned to a naive state. He waved his hand, saying, "Brother, just keep it." "Are you certain?" Chu Fan asked. "The blood demon stone can silently control anyone. Are you not afraid I might wreak havoc upon the Empire?" Yu Qiming's clear eyes bore into Chu Fan's. After a few moments, he asked in a calm tone, "Would you?" This left Chu Fan at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Yu Qiming's unwavering trust in him. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he were not facing Yu Qiming, but rather the true new emperor of Xingyue. In truth, Yu Qiming harbored his own thoughts. With Chu Fan's displayed talent and strength, he could not possibly remain content in the Xingyue Empire forever, rather than allowing the blood demon stone to linger within the royal family, risking exposure and inciting conflict with the Yin-Yang Empire and various sects. It would be wiser to let Chu Fan take the blood demon stone away from the Xingyue Empire. This way, not only could it divert the Yin-Yang Empire's attention, but it would also allow Chu Fan to share in the enmity directed at the Xingyue Empire. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Qiming had already begun to develop a preliminary mindset of an emperor, though he had yet to realize it. Subsequently, Chu Fan stowed the blood demon stone away and turned his gaze towards the high platform on the left, smiling. "Qing'er, aren't you going to take a look?" Murong Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. The wooden box on the three-zhang high platform contained an extraordinarily sharp and powerful sword aura, undoubtedly housing a formidable sword. Had it been earlier, she would have claimed it without hesitation, for among everyone present, she was the only sword cultivator capable of unleashing its full potential. However, the situation had changed. Chu Fan, being a half-sword cultivator himself, wielded the 3-inch broken sword with far greater prowess than she could. Seriousness crept into Murong Qing'er's voice as she asked, "You don't want it?" Chu Fan shrugged, replying, "Do you think I need it? Even if it were a low-grade, earthly treasure, it likely wouldn't surpass the utility of the 3-inch broken sword, so I am not interested." Murong Qing'er nodded slowly. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she glanced at Chu Fan before turning towards the three-zhang high platform, standing before the wooden box. She exhaled deeply and delicately lifted her jade-like hand to gradually open it. Clang! In an instant, the sound of the sword echoed. A blade gleaming with a chilling light shot up into the sky, spiraling upward. Astonishing sword aura surged forth, forcefully pushing Murong Qing'er back 3 zhang from the platform. Chapter 65, Qinqing Longyin Sword. The sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length. Its blade, forged from mysterious iron, was as thin as a cicada's wing, radiating a faint cold light. At the hilt, a golden dragon was intricately carved, exuding an air of grandeur. The blade erupted from the dragon's mouth, and the mere dispersal of its fierce sword aura seemed capable of tearing apart the fabric of space itself. A superior low-grade, earthly sword. Murong Qing'er's eyes sparkled as her jianxin trembled incessantly, filled with fervent thoughts. This sword seemed as though it had been tailor-made for her. The commanding dragon-carved hilt and the razor-thin, cold, gleaming blade made her eager to wield it. Whoosh! Just then, it appeared that the sword sensed Murong Qing'er's fervor, spiraling around before attempting to escape the confines of the box. Noticing this, Murong Qing'er immediately ceased her hesitation, focusing her sword fingers. The blade behind her unsheathed with a flourish, gripped tightly in her hand, as her jianxin erupted with sword intent, striving to suppress the blade. However, as the two sword intents clashed, Murong Qing'er was once again forced back. The blade in her hand trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing above it before ultimately shattering into pieces. Murong Qing'er gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? In their first confrontation, she found herself at an absolute disadvantage, suffering defeat. Even her own low-grade, earthly sword had been shattered by the opponent's sword intent, reduced to mere ordinary material. This was utterly terrifying. Si Lingyun covered her mouth in astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. A low-grade, earthly sword was utterly powerless against the opponent's attack. It was simply inconceivable. Even a heavenly grade sword would likely struggle to achieve such a feat. Suddenly, Yu Qiming seemed to recall something, his clear eyes shimmering with excitement. Qinsheng Longyin, it is indeed the Qinsheng Longyin sword. To one side, Chu Fan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Qiming, do you recognize this sword? Yu Qiming nodded, his words startling all present. This sword is named Qinsheng Longyin, an ancestral blade. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Yu Qiming's ancestor? That would be the inaugural sovereign of the Xingyue Empire, wouldn't it? The fact that his sword remained within the Xingyue secret realm explained the formidable sword intent it exuded. It was rumored that the Qinsheng Longyin sword transcended the heavenly tier. How could it possibly be merely of the earthly tier's upper grade? Yu Qiming found himself puzzled. Chu Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, could it be that prolonged sealing caused its rank to diminish? Yu Qiming nodded in agreement. That is indeed possible. Although its rank has fallen to that of the earthly tier's upper grade, the resounding sword intent within it still lingers. No wonder Murong Qing'er's blade was shattered so effortlessly. At that moment, Murong Qing'er was channeling her sword heart, spreading pure sword intent in an attempt to subdue the Qinsheng Longyin sword. Regrettably, the sword seemed to disdain her efforts. It floated silently in the air, the subtle essence of swordsmanship forming invisible shackles that bound Murong Qing'er. Si Lingyun, feeling anxious, urged, darling, think of something. Qing'er is about to give in. Chu Fan could only manage a bitter smile. After all, Murong Qing'er was a genuine sword cultivator, having condensed her sword heart to the 8th level of the embryonic stage. If she could not subdue the Qinsheng Longyin sword, what could he possibly do? Suddenly, a sharp sword cry pierced the air. The 3-inch broken sword within Chu Fan's dantian seemed to sense its master's thoughts and detached itself. It spiraled around before slowly approaching the Qinsheng Longyin sword. It was as if a superior presence had manifested, and the mere aura it exuded caused the sword's essence to crumble instantly. In fact, the Qinsheng Longyin sword emitted a faint sound of lament, as if pleading for mercy. Seizing the moment, Murong Qing'er stepped forward and grasped the hilt of the Qinsheng Longyin sword. With lightning speed, she utilized her sword heart to imprint her mark upon it. Upon successfully subduing the Qinsheng Longyin sword, before she could revel in her triumph, she felt the emotions emanating from the blade. Fear, trepidation, submission. The once mighty Qinsheng Longyin sword, now trembling in terror, dared not release even a hint of sword energy. Moonking a full hippos, a flicker of brilliance dancing in her eyes as she gazed at the 3-inch broken sword hovering above. What exactly was the origin of this broken sword? With a swift whoosh, the sound of air being sliced reached her ears as the 3-inch broken sword, seemingly satisfied, returned to Chu Fan's dantian. Chu Fan stepped forward, inquiring, Qing, are you all right? As she twirled the sword, the sound of air being cleaved resounded, as if she intended to rend the very fabric of space. She sheathed the blade and bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. If it were not for you, I would have perished and never been able to condense my sword heart to subdue such a powerful blade. Her perception of the charming, yet fickle Chu Fan began to shift subtly. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It was merely a trifling act. No need for formalities. Now is not the time to make excessive demands. Although he had aided Murong Qing'er significantly, it was not yet the moment for frivolous banter. Perhaps, when the opportunity arose to assist the Tianjin Mountain Manor in reviving the ancient sword heart tree, Murong Qing'er might be even more moved and could offer herself in gratitude. Just as Chu Fan was lost in his musings, Si Lingyun interjected, Darling, what is this stone door? Standing before the stone door, Si Lingyun surveyed her surroundings, occasionally tapping it lightly with her hand, yet receiving no response. Yu Qiming stepped forward slowly, remarking, This stone door is of no consequence. Chu Fan's interest was piqued as he asked, Do you know something? Yu Qiming nodded, fixing his gaze upon the seemingly unremarkable stone door, and said, My father once mentioned that at the core of the Xingyue secret realm, there exists a stone door. Within lies a treasure of great significance to the future of the empire. Unfortunately, the key to opening this door remains lost. For many years, my father has tirelessly searched for the key, yet to no avail. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Chu Fan's face. A treasure that could capture the attention of the Xingyue Emperor was undoubtedly extraordinary. It could very well surpass the Qinsheng Longyin sword in power. At that moment, Murong Qing'er twirled her wrist, summoning the Qinsheng Longyin sword into her grasp, and boldly declared, "Stand back, I shall shatter it with a single strike." Having subdued the Qinsheng Longyin sword, Murong Qing'er's strength had increased significantly, filling her with confidence. Dragon-slaying sword slash. With a thunderous roar, Murong Qing'er's sword heart surged, enveloping her blade in sword intent, unleashing an astonishing wave of sword energy. The terrifying sword energy struck the stone door, raising a cloud of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, the stone door remained unyielding, showing not a single scratch. Murong Qing'er frowned, incredulously exclaiming, "How is this possible?" With her 8th level embryonic stage cultivation, her full-powered strike from an earthly tier upper-grade sword should have caused some damage. The degree of hardness exhibited by the door seemed beyond even that of a heavenly tier treasure. Yu Qiming shrugged, stating, "I told you it was useless." Chu Fan stood to the side, pondering whether the 3-inch broken sword could cleave the stone door. Just as he was about to test this theory, his gaze was drawn to a recess in the center of the stone door. Examining it closely, he murmured, "This shape seems familiar." Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. With a flick of his wrist, a bizarrely shaped key, engraved with a star and moon pattern and shimmering with golden light, appeared in his hand. Yu Qiming, witnessing this, inquired, "Elder brother, what is that?" Chu Fan did not respond. He stepped closer to the stone door, positioning the key above the recess before gently inserting it. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a series of thunderous sounds erupted, causing the entire hall to tremble. The 3-meter-tall platforms on either side collapsed, and the star and moon carvings on several stone pillars began to radiate light. With a resonating hum, the glow from the pillars transformed into streams of light that shot toward the stone door. Yu Qiming stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sight before him. He could scarcely believe that the key sought by the Xingyue Empire for thousands of years was now in Chu Fan's possession. "Elder brother, where did you get this key?" Chu Fan smiled nonchalantly. "I found it lying around. Do you believe me?" Subsequently, he recounted the encounter with the 3 third-tier demon beasts after entering the Xingyue's secret realm. As the others listened to the tale of the key, which had plagued the Xingyue Empire for millennia, dropping from the body of a demon beast, their astonishment was palpable. If the Xingyue Emperor were to learn of this, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Yu Qiming could not help but exclaim, "Elder brother, you truly are the chosen one. The demon beasts you effortlessly slay yield treasures. What fortuitous encounters you possess." In the face of Yu Qiming's praise, Chu Fan chose not to elaborate further. Gazing upon the slowly opening stone door ahead, the shimmering barrier revealed an air of mystery. Chu Fan smiled lightly and remarked, "Since what lies within pertains to the future of the empire, we shall refrain from entering." Yu Qiming waved his hand, his youthful face glowing with warmth as he said, "It's fine. There are no outsiders. Let us venture in together." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt no particular concern. The deep gratitude reflected in the eyes of Si Ling Yun and Mu Rongqing Air spoke volumes. As natives of Qingzhou, their reverence for the imperial authority was deeply ingrained. For Yu Qiming, the newly crowned emperor, to place such trust in them, treating them as kin, was indeed a tremendous honor. One could not help but commend the discerning eye of the Xingyu Emperor in matters of character. It was no wonder he wished to pass the throne to Yu Qiming. The innate royal demeanor he exhibited was beyond the grasp of Yu Qifei. Before long, the group traversed the luminous barrier of the stone door and entered. Inside the modestly sized chamber, aside from a wooden box positioned at the center, there was nothing else. Chu Fan could not help but scoff. "This is rather simplistic, isn't it?" Yu Qiming, equally perplexed, approached the wooden box with a look of profound curiosity, his innocent face tinged with caution as he opened it. The group cast their gazes around, only to find that the box contained neither the anticipated extraordinary treasures nor rare materials, but rather 2 jade slips emanating a soft white glow, resting quietly within. "Is this a cultivation method?" Yu Qiming carefully lifted one of the jade slips, his consciousness sweeping over it, and was instantly taken aback. Chapter 67. The Haoyue Star Map. Yu Qiming's hands trembled with excitement, his expression unusually animated. After confirming several times that he was not mistaken, he erupted in joyous applause. Ha ha ha! It is indeed the How US star map. My father was not wrong. Hidden behind the stone door are treasures crucial to the Empire's future. To the side, Chu Fan maintained a calm demeanor and inquired. It is merely a low-grade heavenly cultivation method. Is it truly that significant? While heavenly cultivation methods are undoubtedly powerful, the key lies in the talent and effort of the practitioner. For an ordinary person devoid of spiritual roots, even a celestial-level technique would be of little use. However, Chu Fan's words drew bemused expressions from Mu Rongqing Air and Si Lingyun, who regarded him with peculiar glances, as if to say, "Is it so difficult for you not to be pretentious?" Noticing their looks, Chu Fan asked, "Why do you gaze at me so? Have I said something amiss?" Si Lingyun entwined her arm with Chu Fan's and replied, "Darling, this is a heavenly cultivation method. It must be the only one in the Xingyu Empire, right?" "Not quite." Chu Fan waved his hand and chuckled. "The first heavenly cultivation method was practiced by your master." Si Lingyun was utterly astonished. "My master practiced a heavenly cultivation method?" Mu Rongqing Air was equally shocked. The head of Tianyu's sect, Tang Wenlan, practiced a heavenly cultivation method? How could that be? Seeing their disbelief, Chu Fan raised his hand and flicked his fingers, a stream of light piercing into their foreheads. Before they could react, the intricate cultivation formulas surged into their minds, leaving them momentarily speechless. The Zhao Hua Di Tianjing, a low-grade heavenly cultivation method? You truly possess a heavenly cultivation method and have imparted it to me? Mu Rongqing Air was rendered speechless. A heavenly cultivation method could indeed incite turmoil in Qingzhou, stirring blood and strife. While passing it to Si Lingyun was understandable, given that she was his celestial partner and would not leak the method. How could he so casually bestow such a formidable technique upon someone he barely knew? Chu Fan shrugged and smiled. Isn't it just a heavenly cultivation method? No need for alarm. When the opportunity arises, I'll pass you a heavenly sword technique that will surely propel your cultivation to new heights. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongqing Air's eyes sparkled with fervor as she stepped forward and grasped Chu Fan's arm tightly. When will that be? Chu Fan's lips curled into a smile as he replied, I only impart my techniques to those closest to me. With that, he turned to Si Lingyun and said, Yin Air, while the Xianbing Tian Shundian is merely a mid-grade earthly technique, is far more suited to you than the Zhao Hua Di Tianjing. Si Lingyun nodded obediently, happily clutching Chu Fan's arm, her proud peaks brushing against him as she said, Darling, I understand. Chu Fan worried that Si Lingyun might forsake the Xianbing Tian Shundian in favor of the Zhao Hua Di Tianjing, which would be a grave mistake. At that moment, Mu Rongqing Air was at a loss for words. The cultivation method Si Lingyun practiced was also imparted by Chu Fan, and it was even superior to the one she was currently cultivating. No wonder Tang Wenlan and Si Lingyun were able to break through their limitations in such a short span. Though she harbored doubts about Chu Fan's earlier claims, she still held a glimmer of anticipation. However, to become Chu Fan's closest person clearly implied a celestial partner, and Mu Rongqing Air felt a pang of hesitation in her heart. The spirited blush that crept across her cheeks was entirely unintentional. Little did she know, she had already fallen into Chu Fan's trap. The intention behind imparting the Zhao Hua Di Tianjing to Mu Rongqing Air was to stir her inner desires and aspirations. Only in this way could he pique her interest and diminish her resistance towards him. When a woman develops an interest in you, congratulations. The day of intimate contact draws near. After a few moments, Yu Qiming emerged from his excitement regarding the How US star map. Brother, you are unaware. The How US star map is no ordinary heavenly cultivation method. It is the technique practiced by our ancestors and the very foundation of the Xingyu Empire. However, thousands of years ago, this technique was gradually lost, leading to the empire's increasing frailty. The current Xingyu Huangju is merely a fragment of the How US star map. After a brief pause, Yu Qiming gazed at the jade slip glowing with white light in his hand, as if caressing a peerless beauty. As a descendant of the ancestors, with their blood coursing through his veins, cultivating the How US star map would surely yield extraordinary results. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan nodded slightly, stepping forward to pat Yu Qiming's shoulder, saying with a smile, It seems that even heaven wishes for you to become the Xingyu Huangju. Yu Qiming nodded in agreement, but said nothing further. Since fate had led him to the Hao star map, he would no longer resist. He believed that with the Hao star map, he could undoubtedly lead the Xingyu Empire to reclaim its former glory. Subsequently, Yu Qiming bent down to pick up the other jade slip, scanning it before exclaiming in shock, "This is a high-grade earthly martial technique. The Tianyu Zhaixing Shou." Chapter 68. A calculation of your fate reveals that you lack me. Ha ha ha. The Tianyu Zhaixing Shou. Heaven is indeed aiding our Xingyu Empire. Yu Qiming erupted in a fit of laughter, throwing his head back in exultation. Ling Yun, hiding behind Chu Fan, whispered, "Darling, has he lost his mind?" Chu Fan nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent. He could empathize with Yu Qiming's exhilaration. The Tianyu Zhaixing Shou should, like the Hao Yuxing too, belong to the sovereign of the Xingyu Empire, a treasure long thought lost. Its reappearance heralded the resurgence of the Xingyu Empire. Throughout the realm of Qingzhou, the history of the Xingyu Empire stands unparalleled in longevity. However, the current strength of the empire pales in comparison to the rising Yin-Yang Empire. Ultimately, the foundation of the Xingyu royal family has crumbled, with not only the techniques lost, but also the national martial arts vanished without a trace. Even if Yu Qiming were reluctant to ascend as the sovereign of Xingyu, possessing both the Hao Yuxing Tu and the Tianyu Zhaixing Shou, he could no longer evade the weight of his destiny. The thought of the Xingyu Empire flourishing under his stewardship stirred within him a profound excitement. "Big brother, thank you." Yu Qiming composed himself and approached Chu Fan, bowing deeply in earnest gratitude. "Without you, the Xingyu Empire might never regain its former glory. On behalf of the royal family, I express my heartfelt thanks for your contributions. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me." If outsiders were to overhear Yu Qiming's words, they would surely be taken aback. This undoubtedly elevated Chu Fan's status immensely. Without a doubt, a mere word from Chu Fan could dictate the fate of sects within the Xingyu Empire. Even if Yu Qiming felt unworthy, it was conceivable that the sovereign of Xingyu might take matters into his own hands, solely to express gratitude for Chu Fan's deeds. The ascension of Yu Qiming to the position of sovereign was a foregone conclusion. Given his relationship with Chu Fan, the future of Tianyu sect appeared boundless. It was even plausible that, in the near future, Tianyu sect could surpass Taichu sect and Tianjin Mountain, emerging as the foremost of the seven sects. A subtle smile graced Chu Fan's lips as he helped Yu Qiming to his feet, saying, "Your Highness, you are destined to be the future sovereign. There is no need for such formalities." His address had shifted slightly, acknowledging the decorum befitting a future sovereign while also testing Yu Qiming's character. When one lacks power and wealth, it seems effortless to share joys and sorrows as brothers. Yet, when one party ascends to greatness, few can maintain their original intentions and continue to regard you as a true brother, sharing in both fortune and misfortune. Yu Qiming understood Chu Fan's implications. His clear, bright eyes sparkled with mirth as he replied, "Big brother, there are no outsiders here." Laughter erupted between them, and Chu Fan clapped Yu Qiming on the shoulder, saying, "This place is too cramped. Let us step outside to cultivate our techniques." Yu Qiming nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Yu Qiming tightly grasped the Hao Yuxing Tu, seating himself cross-legged as he entered a state of meditation. A flicker of intent coursed through his mind, and his consciousness swiftly penetrated the jade slip, imprinting the esoteric and formidable techniques into his memory. The jade slip in his hand gradually lost its luster, crumbling into dust upon the ground. This was a protective mechanism of the technique jade slip. All could discern the rank and name of the technique, yet none could peruse its entirety at will. Once someone imprinted the techniques into their mind, the jade slip would disintegrate instantaneously. Simultaneously, Murong Qing'er also closed her eyes in meditation, her internal spiritual energy circulating as she attempted to cultivate the Zhao Hua Di Tianjing. Regrettably, after running through a full cycle, she realized that Chu Fan's words rang true. Though Zhao Hua Di Tianjing was of the lower tier of heavenly techniques, it was ill-suited for sword cultivators. Forcing its cultivation would not only fail to enhance her strength, but could also compromise the purity of her sword heart, thus hindering her ability to unleash her full potential. Consequently, her yearning for the high-tier sword techniques that Chu Fan had mentioned deepened. "Dao friend Chu, do you truly possess high-tier sword techniques?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fan smiled faintly and replied, "Well, sort of. How could it be otherwise? If I take you down, wouldn't the system reward me with it? Murong Qinger exhaled sharply, her expression serious as she said, "Name your conditions. As long as I can acquire the high-tier sword techniques, I am willing to agree to anything." At her words, Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Gazing at Murong Qinger's enchanting beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, no man could resist. "If I were to make you my wife, would you be amenable?" You. Faced with Chu Fan's teasing remark, Murong Qinger clenched her fists, the aura of her sword rising. Yet soon, she reined in her emotions, calming her ire. Although she had attained the 8th level of condensation, for some unfathomable reason, she lacked complete confidence when confronting the enigmatic Chu Fan. Setting aside whether she could withstand the 5 thunder burning heaven palm, that mysterious 3-inch broken sword was beyond her capability to counter. She held a deep yearning for love. Yet with 2 celestial companions by Chu Fan's side, and even the sect leader of Tianyu having an ambiguous relationship with him, becoming his wife would place her in a position of 4th place. In truth, Murong Qinger's desire for high-tier sword techniques was not solely for her own benefit. Tianjin Mountain had once shown her life-saving grace. With the vitality of the sword-heart ancient tree waning, Tianjin Mountain was no longer the foremost among the Xingyue 7 sects. If she could acquire high-tier sword techniques, it might just compensate for the loss of the sword-heart ancient tree and restore it to its former glory. At that moment, Murong Qinger's heart was in turmoil. Though she bore no animosity toward Chu Fan, neither did she harbor feelings of love. Sacrificing her body for high-tier sword techniques was something her character could not permit. Chu Fan had no intention of coercing her. He could discern her unwavering loyalty to love, and sharing that with another was something she found difficult to accept. With a shrug, Chu Fan settled onto the floor, taking Ling Yun's delicate and smooth hand in his, gently caressing it. "Yun'er, I see the lines of your palm. It seems your fate is intertwined with mine." Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushing with happiness. "Darling, you are insufferable." Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted nearby, and spiritual energy soared into the heavens, manifesting a vast expanse of stars. A crescent moon slowly ascended, enveloping the atmosphere in an aura of profound mystery. Indeed, a breakthrough has occurred. Chu Fan looked up and saw Yu Qiming experiencing a breakthrough in his cultivation, feeling a sense of gratification. Yet in the next moment, Chu Fan was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Has he consumed a heavenly elixir? Chapter 69, Grasping the Sun and Moon, Plucking the Stars. The Hao Yuxing too truly lived up to its reputation as the technique of the sovereign of the Xingyue Empire. For those possessing the bloodline, it offered extraordinary enhancements. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qiming's cultivation soared from the 1st level of condensation to the 5th level. It was no wonder Chu Fan was astonished. A century of cultivation could not compare to the benefits of a single technique. Where could one find justice in that? In truth, it was not that the Hao Yuxing too was excessively powerful. Had it been practiced by another, such monumental progress would not have been possible. It can only be said that bloodlines are an exceedingly mysterious and profound essence. More importantly, the Hao Yuxing too harbors a trace of pure spiritual energy bestowed by the ancestors of the star and moon. Unbeknownst to Yu Qiming, it is this very energy that propels his advancement with remarkable momentum. Murong Qinger, with her delicate willow-like brows unfurled and a slight smile gracing her lips, remarked, "It appears that the new emperor of the star and moon has been determined. With the enhancement of the Hao Yuxing too, Yu Qiming, at the 5th level of the condensed infant realm, is capable of contending with Yu Qifei. Furthermore, Tianjin Mountain Villa's prior rejection of Yu Qifei's overtures has effectively antagonized him. With Yu Qiming's rise and his connection to Chu Fan, the stance of Tianjin Mountain Villa is crystal clear." After a brief incense's time, Yu Qiming's cultivation stabilized, and instead of withdrawing from his training, he immediately commenced practicing martial techniques. The Tianyue Zhaixing Shou, a renowned martial art of the star and moon ancestors, though not perfectly executable at the high-grade Earth level due to Yu Qiming's 5th level of condensed infant realm, could still unleash a fraction of its might. Thanks to the Hao Yuxing too's support, as time elapsed, the spiritual energy in the world grew increasingly dense, and the vast starry river above the 9 heavens continued to coalesce. Suddenly, a resonant hum erupted, and the crescent moon of the 9 heavens shimmered with a hazy light, creating a stunning tableau with the surrounding stars. Each star seemed to pulsate with life, continuously providing spiritual energy to Yu Qiming. At that moment, Yu Qiming's eyes flew open, radiating a brilliant light. He leaped into the air, raising his hand with an air of supremacy, locking onto the vast constellation above and grasping at the void. In an instant, a star flickered with light before violently exploding, sending shockwaves that knocked back Chu Fan and the others. Murong Qing'er could not help but exclaim, "Such a powerful martial technique. Had it not been for my own sword intent, this force could have easily breached my defenses." It is noteworthy that Yu Qiming, at merely the 5th level of condensed infant, cannot fully manifest the power of a high-grade earth technique. Even so, its strength is truly astonishing. Chu Fan shielded Si Ling Yun behind him and gazed up at Yu Qiming in his flowing robe that seemed to billow without wind. Resembling a divine warrior of the star and moon, clutching the sun and moon, he mused that the star and moon empire would surely ascend to greatness under this individual's leadership. Soon, as Yu Qiming descended gracefully and reigned in his spiritual energy, he smiled and remarked, "Brother, how impressive is my martial technique." Chu Fan generously praised, "Quite remarkable. Such power from merely a fraction of its potential. It is hard to imagine the foes he would vanquish once he breaks through to the Yuanshan realm with the Tianyue Zhaixing show." With a grin, Yu Qiming replied, "Brother, the star and moon's secret realm has little left of value. Shall we depart?" Chu Fan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the situation in the expansive courtyard was far from harmonious. Those who should have been quietly awaiting the return of Chu Fan and others were now divided into 2 opposing factions. On the left, Wu Zhulian led the charge. Flanked by the 4 elders of the Star and Moon Empire, Pang Jianbai and Yu Ruiqing, the Grand Elder of Taichu sect, with Bai Cheng of the Taiyin sect and Yu Hua Palace's Grand Elder Yu Ba standing behind them. The first prince, Yu Qi Fei, sat quietly in the center, his handsome face shadowed with disdain as he surveyed the scene. In the back, Wei Xingjin, the dandy, lurked discreetly, wary of being implicated. On the right, Tang Luotian led, accompanied by the 3 elders of the Star and Moon Empire, Jiang Wenhua, and the Grand Elder of Tianjin Mountain Villa, Jian Lesan. Tang Wenlan and Liu Shutong stood behind them, blood trickling from their lips, their spiritual energy in disarray. At this moment, Wu Zhulian stepped forward, coldly questioning Tang Luotian. "Will you still cling to your delusions?" "Oomph." Tang Luotian snorted in anger, ignoring him. His pale brow furrowed, and his robust spiritual energy surged as he fixed his gaze on Yu Qi Fei. "Yu Qi Fei, for the sake of the imperial throne, you truly resort to any means necessary." Initially, as Chu Fan and others entered the Star and Moon secret realm, everyone had quietly awaited their exit. However, Yu Qi Fei had whispered something to Wu Zhulian and suddenly launched an attack. Clearly, Yu Qi Fei intended to seize this opportunity to eradicate any dissenting elders and foundational forces within his empire. Once Yu Qiming emerged from the Star and Moon secret realm, without support, he would no longer be able to vie for the imperial throne. As for Yu Ba and Bai Fong, despite not declaring their allegiance, they nonetheless joined Yu Qi Fei's side when the battle commenced. The greater the chaos within the Star and Moon royal family, the more advantageous it was for them. If they could truly annihilate Yu Qiming's faction and then manipulate Yu Qi Fei with the Blood Demon Stone, the task would become much simpler. However, Bai Fong had yet to reveal his true strength. Otherwise, Yu Qi Fei, not being foolish, would easily suspect ulterior motives. Should he turn against him and seek to control him first, it would lead to disastrous consequences. "Why such anger, Second Elder?" Yu Qi Fei rose slowly, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "As long as you support me in becoming the new emperor of the Star and Moon, I shall overlook past grievances." Upon hearing this, Tang Luotian's fury ignited. Gripping his sword tightly, his 5th level of Yuan Shun realm energy surged as he bellowed, "Not on my watch. As long as I live, you shall never become the new emperor of the Star and Moon." Yu Qi Fei's expression darkened, his pale visage twisted with malice, and the murderous intent in his eyes escalated. Although both factions possessed only 3 Yuan Shun realm experts, Tang Wenlan had just recently broken through and could hardly compare to Yu Ba and the others, whose combat strength was superior. In a life-or-death struggle, Yu Qi Fei was confident he could annihilate Tang Luotian and his comrades within the span of an incense stick. "Oomph." You refused to heed the warning. With that, Yu Qifei gestured for Wu Zhiyin and the others to prepare for battle. Suddenly, a resonant hum echoed as the altar in the courtyard shimmered with radiant light, capturing everyone's attention. Yu Qifei coldly murmured, "Ah, the timing is impeccable. I shall send you on your way." At that moment, the figures of Chu Fan and his companions materialized atop the altar in the courtyard. Just as they prepared to speak, they sensed a peculiar tension in the atmosphere and grew cautious. Chu Fan turned to see that Tang Wenlan bore a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and even Liu Shutong's spiritual energy appeared depleted. "Lena, are you all right?" Tang Wenlan wiped her mouth and shook her head, responding, "I'm fine, dear," with a frosty demeanor. Chu Fan inquired, "Who has harmed you?" Tang Wenlan glanced at Wu Zhiyin ahead and slowly shook her head. Wu Zhiyin's strength was formidable. Had it not been for the defensive formations within the Zhangyan ring during the sudden bout, she would have likely perished. Understanding the implication, Chu Fan followed her gaze. Cognizant of the truth, Wu Zhiyin, a cultivator of the 7th level of Yuan Shun realm, posed a significant threat, and Tang Wenlan refrained from divulging more for fear of exacerbating the situation. Chu Fan gently brushed back Tang Wenlan's hair, saying softly, "Be good, my dear. Your husband will avenge you soon." On one side, Jian Leshan looked at Murong Qing'er with immense satisfaction and eagerly inquired, "Chen, have you succeeded in condensing the sword heart?" Murong Qing'er nodded and replied, "Yes." Jian Leshan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, splendid. It has been hundreds of years since any disciple of the Tianjin Mountain Manor has managed to condense the sword heart after the vitality of the ancient sword heart tree waned. With Murong Qing'er's success, her cultivation will soar, and soon, Tianjin Mountain Manor will reclaim its former glory." Suddenly, Jian Leshan noticed the sharp sword behind Murong Qing. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his aged eyes. "Qing'er, what about your sword?" Murong Qing'er frowned slightly and shook her head, saying, "Master uncle, let's discuss this later. What is the current situation?" Yu Qiming was equally perplexed. He turned to Tang Luotian and asked, "Second elder, what is going on?" Tang Luotian, filled with murderous intent, replied, "Your Highness, Yu Qifei disregards the Empire's development and seeks to annihilate us. Such a crime deserves death." Upon hearing this, Yu Qiming frowned and turned to glare at Yu Qifei, scolding, "Yu Qifei, are you an utter fool? In times like these, you still think of infighting? Has a donkey kicked your brain? The Yinyang Empire's sects have infiltrated our doorstep, and you still covet the throne?" Facing Yu Qiming's furious rebuke, Yu Qifei was momentarily stunned. Then his anger flared. "Enough of your nonsense. The new emperor of the Star Moon can only be me." Meanwhile, Bai Feng's gaze was fixed on the altar, now devoid of activity, the closed passage indicating that no one would emerge. "Yu Qiming, how despicable you are! As the second prince of the empire, you cruelly slay disciples of the sects within." Bai Feng was not particularly concerned about Liang Mingjie's fate. However, now that Liang Mingjie had not emerged, it signified their plan had failed, and the Blood Demon Stone was likely to fall into the hands of others. Bai Feng's inquiry nearly caused Yu Qiming to burst into laughter. With arms crossed and eyes fixed ahead, Bai Feng sneered, "Are you referring to the disciples of Taiyin sect or the disciples of Taiyin Palace?" "What?" Bai Feng was immediately taken aback. He retreated several steps, his body slightly bent and poised for battle. If Yu Qiming knew of Taiyin Palace, it meant the other party was already aware of their plan, which was certainly not a good sign. "What? You wish to flee?" Yu Qiming's handsome visage radiated imperial authority as he raised his hand and commanded, "Elders of the Empire, heed my orders. The Taiyin sect is a disguise of the Taiyin Palace of the Yinyang Empire, infiltrating the Star Moon realm with ill intentions. Kill without mercy." In an instant, Tang Luotian was the first to react, sword in hand, charging forward. With his formidable strength at the 5th level of the Yuan Shun realm, a terrifying attack descended, aiming to slay Bai Feng on the spot. Bai Feng's expression grew grave. Since the plan was exposed, there was no longer any need to conceal his cultivation. A tremor coursed through him, and his internal energy surged rapidly, reaching the 5th level of the Yuan Shun realm in the blink of an eye. The two figures collided thunderously, entangled in combat. Subsequently, Jiang Wenhua and Tang Wenlan exchanged glances and also initiated their assaults. Under the siege of the 3 Yuan Shun realm experts, Bai Feng quickly found himself at a disadvantage, being directly suppressed. "No!" As a wretched scream echoed, Tang Luotian swung his sword without hesitation, severing Bai Feng's neck the expert of the 5th level of Yuan Shan, meeting his demise on the spot. This scene unfolded too swiftly, leaving Yu Qifei and the others utterly unprepared. Not far away, Yu Ba's pale, emaciated face was marked with deep apprehension as he retreated, intending to escape. Despite surpassing Tang Luotian in cultivation, having reached the 6th level of Yuan Shan, he was still no match for the 3 Yuan Shan cultivators. If he did not leave soon, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as Bai Fong, spilling blood on the scene. At that moment, Yu Qiming noticed the sneaky Yu Ba and smiled coldly. What? Do you wish to run as well? Chapter 71. The True Lineage of Star Moon. This is the ancestral instruction. The Yuhuan Palace harbors treacherous ambitions, intending to rebel against the nation. Kill without mercy. With a single command, Tang Luotian and the others swiftly surrounded Yu Ba, their potent spiritual energy forming a terrifying pressure that enveloped the area. Yu Ba's expression changed dramatically. Paying no heed to anything else, he unleashed a black mist that spread around him, a sinister aura wreaking havoc and obstructing everyone's vision. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Ba utilized a secret method, using his own blood essence as a guide, to escape from the Star Moon Imperial City. Where do you think you're going? Second Elder, there's no need to pursue him. Yu Qiming stopped Tang Luotian, who was eager to chase after him. With Yu Ba's cultivation at the 7th level of Yuan Shan, no one present could obstruct his escape unless the Star Moon Emperor intervened personally. Yu Qiming turned to Yu Qifei and mockingly remarked, Yu Qifei, are you not skilled in political maneuvering? To have allowed the enemy to infiltrate your doorstep without realizing it? Yu Qifei was rendered speechless, though he was reluctant to admit it. This was indeed his oversight, as the Star Moon Emperor ceased to handle state affairs. Most matters have been taken over by Yu Qifei himself. Unexpectedly, such a situation had arisen. Eldest Prince, do not be misled by his words, Wu Zhulian said darkly. Though you may not have uncovered the Taiyin Palace's conspiracy, so what? The Taiyin Palace's plan has not succeeded, and the Empire has suffered no losses. The throne remains yours. Upon hearing this, Yu Qifei's eyes gradually returned to normal. The sinister expression flickered with a ferocious demeanor as he growled, Yu Qiming, you have hidden well. On the surface, you appear to do nothing, but behind the scenes, you investigate the matters of the Empire. Do you think this will allow you to usurp my throne? As his words fell, Yu Qiming let out a cold laugh. With one hand behind his back, he stepped forward, contemplating Yu Qifei prior to this. I indeed had no desire for the throne, but now it is destined. You cannot stop me. Yu Qifei showed no fear. He smirked disdainfully and said, just based on your 5th level of Ninging? Yu Qiming did not respond. He raised his palm, and a tremor ran through him as the Haoyue star map instantly activated, with spiritual energy soaring from within him. In the heavens above, the vast starry river appeared, and a crescent moon emitted a hazy light, illuminating the sky. Wu Zhulian looked up in shock, exclaiming, the Haoyue star map? Impossible. This cannot be. Yu Qiming coldly declared, the Haoyue star map is the national technique of the Star Moon, and those who cultivate this technique are deemed the Star Moon Emperor. This is the ancestral instruction. As the authoritative words fell, Tang Luotian and Jiang Wenhua both knelt on one knee, their eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. We bow before the Emperor. They could hardly believe that the long-lost Haoyue star map had re-emerged in Yu Qiming. Henceforth, Yu Qiming would be recognized as the legitimate Star Moon Emperor, and even the current emperor would have no right to intervene. Chu Fan did not kneel. A man's knees are made of gold. He kneels not to heaven or earth, only to his parents and mentors. At this moment, the 4th elder, Pang Jianbai, who had been standing beside Yu Qifei, swiftly stepped forward and respectfully knelt before Yu Qiming. Wu Zhulian, filled with rage, demanded, Pang Jianbai, what do you mean by this? Pang Jianbai's expression remained calm as he stated, the ancestral instruction of Star Moon, the Haoyue star map, is the true lineage of Star Moon. It is only right for you to ascend to the throne. Wu Zhulian's murderous intent was palpable, wishing nothing more than to dismember Pang Jianbai. However, before he could utter another word, the Grand Elder of Taishizong, Yu Ruiqing, followed suit, kneeling on one knee. Yu Ruiqing of Taishizong pays homage to the sovereign. He was a sagacious individual, although Taishizong had previously allied with the first prince. It was merely due to the latter's formidable power and high likelihood of ascending to the throne. Now that the Xingyue Zhengtong had emerged, he understood the path he must take. You lot, A bunch of traitorous scoundrels deserve death. The aura around Wu Zhilian erupted, and the formidable presence of a seventh-layer Yuanshan soared skyward, casting a terrifying pressure upon all. Brandishing his sword, his robe billowed without wind, and his expression twisted in fury. Since you are so ungrateful, then perish. In an instant, Wu Zhilian unleashed a dreadfully powerful attack. Tong Luotian and the others were equally unwilling to concede. Although Wu Zhilian was the strongest among them, he could not contend with numerous Yuanshan cultivators. Led by Tong Luotian, several Yuanshan realm practitioners, including Peng Jianbai and Yu Ruiqing, encircled Wu Zhilian. Particularly, Yu Ruiqing was in dire need of a token of allegiance, and Wu Zhilian's head would serve as the perfect proof. With the opponent's head severed, his own would be temporarily safe. Tong Wenlan, sword in hand, was about to join the fray when Chu Fan raised a hand to halt him. You are still injured. Leave this trivial matter to your husband. With that, Chu Fan rotated his wrist, and arcs of lightning danced between his palms. Above the 9 heavens, thunderclouds gathered, and a cacophony of thunder roared. Hurt my wife? You shall die. Suddenly, he pressed down, and the 5 thunder incineration palm was unleashed. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck Wu Zhilian, tearing his robe apart and disheveling his hair. Tong Luotian turned to Chu Fan, his eyes wide with astonishment. The disciple of Tian Yuzong possessed lightning techniques, and the power he demonstrated was astounding. Though Wu Zhilian had been caught off guard and did not fully defend himself, the defenses of a 7th-layer Yuanshan were not easily breached. More importantly, Chu Fan had executed earth-level lightning techniques at the 9th layer of Juden, leaving Tong Luotian baffled. Nevertheless, Tong Luotian and the others did not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, while Wu Zhilian was preoccupied with the lightning and flames, they combined their skills and concentrated their energy. With a resounding boom, thick clouds of dust erupted as Wu Zhilian's body crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Bastards, you! Before Wu Zhilian could finish his words, Yu Ruiqing lunged forward, raising his fist and striking with tremendous force. Die, you scoundrel! In an instant, Wu Zhilian's head exploded, his primordial spirit dissipating, and he perished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yue Qifei's dazed eyes gradually regained clarity, incredulously staring at the faint dust before him. The illustrious Grand Elder of the 7th-layer Yuanshan had fallen right before him. Yue Qifei, do you have anything to say? Yue Qiming questioned with an air of authority. Yue Qifei scoffed coldly, then broke into a maniacal laugh, his expression twisted with malice and resentment. So what if you are the legitimate heir? It is merely luck. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Hearing this, Yue Qiming's lips curled slightly as he stepped forward. Since you refuse, I shall grant you an opportunity. Let us engage in a life-and-death battle as brothers. Should you manage to kill me, the throne shall be yours. Upon his declaration, gasps of shock erupted among the crowd. Sovereign, you must not. Tong Luotian interjected anxiously. He has no more tricks up his sleeve. There is no need for you to take such risks. Though Yue Qiming possessed the vast star map, battling against the 7th-layer Yuanshan when he himself was merely at the 5th layer remained perilous. Moreover, Yue Qiming did not favor cultivation and was not well-versed in combat techniques. He feared he might not be a match for Yue Qifei. Very well, it is settled. Yue Qifei's delicate features flickered with delight as he eagerly agreed. Since Yue Qiming had sought his own demise, he could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Sovereign, 2nd Elder, please be cautious. Tong Luotian's anxious words were swiftly quelled by Yue Qiming's raised hand. With a slight smile and his clear eyes sparkling with determination, he stated, I have my own plans. Seeing Yue Qiming's confidence, Tong Luotian ceased further objections, stepping back a few paces. His aged eyes grew solemn, his inner energy stirring restlessly. He had resolved that should Yue Qiming find himself in peril, he would act decisively, willing to bear the stigma of breaking his word to ensure Yue Qiming's safety. As the two brothers stood poised to clash, the only ones without any concern were likely Chu Fan and his companions. Having witnessed the terror of Tianyue's Zexing, a mere 7th-layer Yuanshan was far from intimidating. This was also Yue Qiming's trump card. Otherwise, he would not have risked himself in such a precarious situation. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Yue Qifei was a declaration to all that he was not merely fortunate to ascend to the throne through ancestral teachings, but rather, he possessed absolute strength. Tong Wenlan's brows furrowed with concern as she inquired, Husband, is he truly safe? Chu Fan regarded the two poised to strike at any moment, shrugging. He is as good as dead. Instantly, the crowd gasped in disbelief. What? What shall we do? Should we intervene? Chu Fan smirked, waving his hand dismissively. Why save him? Yue Qifei deserves his fate. It is of no concern to me. Once he spoke, the crowd was momentarily taken aback before collectively exhaling deeply. Especially Tong Luotian, who was nearly driven to strangle Chu Fan in frustration. Can you not breathe so carelessly? You nearly provoked him into action. Just then, with a whoosh, Yue Qifei initiated the attack, unleashing his full power as a seventh-layer Yuanshan without holding back. Prepare to die, he roared, gathering his energy in his right fist, aiming to resolve the matter swiftly with a singular strike against Yue Qiming. This was his only chance. He understood that even if he managed to defeat Yue Qiming, Tong Luotian and the others would never allow him to slay him. However, if he could ensure his own survival, he might have the opportunity to rise again and reclaim all he had lost. Yue Qiming remained unfazed, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he slowly raised his palm, summoning the power of the celestial moon and stars. In an instant, the vast galaxy reappeared in the skies, the crescent moon hanging high, the stars swirling. Yue Qiming's eyes glimmered with brilliance as his body floated in midair, his hand turning before crashing down. Tianyue's Zexingshou. With a command, the stars twinkled, and the hazy moonlight coalesced into a colossal hand that enveloped the heavens and the earth, carrying an aura of annihilation. Witnessing this, Tong Luotian and the others were left dumbfounded, filled with exhilaration. Tianyue's Zexingshou, the long-lost martial arts of the nation, which had been forgotten for millennia, have unexpectedly resurfaced. I had my suspicions with the appearance of the Haoyue Xingtu. How could the Tianyue Zhaixing show not manifest? It is no wonder that the emperor exudes such confidence. Surely, Yu Qifei is doomed. The crowd murmured in excitement. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, effortlessly enveloping Yu Qifei. As Yu Qiming clenched his fist in the void, a thunderous explosion ensued, sending Yu Qifei flying several meters, crashing to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ghostly pale. Impossible. This cannot be. Why? Why does the old man favor you so? Why does the heavens favor you so? I cannot accept this. I refuse to accept it. The delicate features of Yu Qifei twisted into a grotesque expression, his hair disheveled, clothes tattered as he howled in despair. At this moment, Yu Qiming withdrew his aura, slowly descending before Yu Qifei. Your defeat is not merely a matter of strength, but rather stems from the corruption of your heart. You covet only the emperor's throne, while I value the future of the empire. After a brief pause, a flicker of compassion crossed Yu Qiming's eyes as he sighed deeply, saying, You may leave. I shall not kill you. With that, Yu Qiming turned and walked away. Yu Qifei furrowed his brow, his twisted visage radiating malice and intent to kill. The remaining energy within him surged forth, drawing upon his dantian, willing to burn his life essence. If I cannot possess it, then no one shall. If I must perish, then let us perish together. Chapter 73. The Star Moon Supreme Emperor, Yu Tianhao. Your Majesty, be cautious. Tang Luotian's expression changed dramatically. His aura erupted, and he exerted every ounce of strength to protect the emperor, but it was too late. Yu Qiming's heart sank as he sensed the terrifying energy approaching from behind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively, he attempted to channel his energy for defense, only to discover it was futile against Yu Qifei's life-burning attack. Boom! With a muffled sound, a cloud of dust erupted, causing the hearts of all present to skip a beat. Soon after, as the dust settled, Yu Qiming stood unharmed, a protective barrier shimmering with a celestial glow dissipating before him. Yu Qiming's eyes, filled with disbelief and resentment, widened. How could this be? Despite sacrificing his life essence, he could not inflict a single wound upon Yu Qiming. His frustration was palpable. Consumed by the lust for power, it ultimately leads only to your ruin. Suddenly, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from all directions, a chilling pressure descending, compelling all to submit. Before them appeared a middle-aged man clad in the regal robes of the Star Moon Empire. Crowned majestically, his sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes exuded an aura of unparalleled might, as if he could suppress the very heavens. All present, including Tang Luotian and others, knelt upon one knee in reverence. Chu Fan's brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated the Star Moon Supreme Emperor, Yu Qianhao, would personally arrive. This was a being of unparalleled strength at the peak of the Yuanshan realm. Arise! Yu Qianhao nodded with authority, a warm aura lifting everyone to their feet. With a wave of his hand, a lifeless body materialized before him. Looking down, they beheld the former Grand Elder of Yohuan Hall, Yu Ba, who had narrowly escaped previously through secretive means. A formidable expert of the 7th layer of Yuanshan now lay before them like a lifeless dog. Chu Fan could not help but marvel at the prowess of the Star Moon Supreme Emperor. Indeed, impressive. Yu Tianhao's swift execution of Yu Ba indicated he had been lurking in the shadows from the very beginning, whether in the midst of battle or familial strife. He had refrained from intervening until Yu Qiming faced a life-threatening crisis, at which point he decisively acted to save him. This approach likely aimed to allow Yu Qiming to establish his authority and assess his capabilities. Yu Qiming bowed respectfully. Father. Yu Qianhao furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure in his cold tone. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. This is a lesson you must remember well. Yu Qiming nodded in silence. Yu Qianhao then turned to face the powerless Yu Qifei, a fleeting shadow of compassion crossing his features before vanishing. Born into a royal family, the struggle for power often leads to demise. It is to be expected. Yu Qifei's obsession with power had reached a level of madness. If he were to ascend to the throne, this power would soon consume his very soul, becoming a malevolent force. It was precisely for this reason that Yu Qianhao had long hesitated to bestow the throne upon Yu Qifei, hoping he would awaken to this truth. Alas, it now seemed too late. Father, you are biased. Yu Qiming's lips moved slightly, uttering these words feebly, as the vitality within him faded, and he fell lifeless. Yu Qianhao sighed, saying, Luotian, see to it that he is interred in the royal mausoleum. Tang Luotian respectfully nodded. Yes, Supreme Emperor. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Yu Tianhao's sharp gaze as he intoned, Where do you think you are going? Upon hearing this, everyone followed his gaze to the corner of the courtyard, where Wei Xingjin appeared to attempt a discreet escape. Before he could utter a word, a terrifying pressure enveloped him, instantly sealing his fate. A piercing aura manifested as a blade, piercing through his dantian, reducing him to a mere mortal in an instant. For the sake of Ru Yi, from this day forth, you shall remain in the residence of the Princess Chong, never to step beyond its threshold, Yu Qianhao declared with unwavering authority. Wei Xingjin's face turned pale with horror, envisioning a lifetime spent in the presence of the loathsome visage and form of Yu Ru Yi. He felt as though death itself beckoned. Spare me, spare me. Yet, Yu Qianhao paid him no heed. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Wenhua understood instantly, stepping forward to seize Wei Xingjin by the neck, leading him away from the secret courtyard. Having resolved the matter, Yu Qianhao cast a significant glance at Chu Fan. Then, he patted Yu Qiming on the shoulder, and with a flash, he vanished from sight. The crowd exhaled in collective relief. The pressure from a being at the peak of the Yuanshan realm was indeed beyond their capacity to withstand. It is likely that Yu Qianhao stands but a step away from the He Su realm. Yu Qiming exhaled slowly, stepping forward with a solemn expression, and said, Everyone, please proceed to the royal palace to discuss important matters. Chapter 74, The Star Moon Duke. At the midnight hour in the Star Moon Imperial Palace, stone columns stood tall on either side, intricately carved with vast constellations, devoid of the dragon's form, yet abundant in its essence. Leading the imperial elders, Tang Luotian stood on the left side of the grand hall, clad in a cerulean robe adorned with the crescent moon emblem, his face aglow with excitement and anticipation. With the fall of Yu Qifei, it heralded a resounding victory for the faction of Yu Qiming in this contest for the throne. On the right side stood members of the sect, led by Jian Les Han, their expressions neutral. Only Yu Ruiqing and Chu Yujie bore peculiar looks. Gu Yuji, having just received a message from Tang Wenlan, was utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired, while Yu Ruiqing was consumed by trepidation. At the outset, Tai Chuzong opted for the Grand Prince Yue Qifei, even though he swiftly switched allegiances, abandoning darkness for light. History has shown that those who waver are seldom rewarded favorably. Should Yue Qiming seek retribution later, Tai Chuzong would find itself in dire straits. To this day, he has not dared to inform the sect leader about Wei Ziming's demise. If the leader were to discover that his favored disciple met a tragic end in the Xingyue Mijing, he would surely march upon Xingyue Huangcheng without hesitation. In that eventuality, should Yue Qiming catch him with incriminating evidence, he might not even realize how he met his end. At this moment, Yue Qiming sat upon the throne, surveying his surroundings, and spoke gravely. I trust everyone is aware of the purpose for our gathering. The assembly nodded in unison. Despite the unmasking of Taiyin Gong's conspiracy, Yohuan Dian still loomed ominously. With Yo Boss' unfortunate demise so recent, they likely had not yet notified Yohuan Dian. Thus, it was imperative to strike unexpectedly before they could react. Prior to eliminating Yohuan Dian, as a reward for your commendable efforts, I hereby decree, Tong Luo Tian shall be appointed as the Grand Elder of the Empire, Jiangwen Hua as the Second Elder, and Pang Jianbai as the Third Elder. The Tian Jian Shanzhuang, having rendered valuable assistance in the protection of the realm, shall henceforth be recognized as the foremost sect of Xingyue, enjoying all privileges associated with nobility. As his words resounded, all present bowed in gratitude. Yue Qiming's bestowal of honors was anticipated by all. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Chu Fan, and a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes. Furthermore, Chu Fan of Tianyuzong has greatly aided me in mastering the Hao Yue Xingtu, his accomplishments surpassing all others. I hereby confer upon Chu Fan the title of Duke of Xingyue, granting him free access to the imperial palace and all associated privileges. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd was filled with astonishment and envy as they turned their gaze toward Chu Fan. Even Chu Fan himself was taken aback. He looked up at Yue Qiming, who playfully winked at him from the throne, displaying a hint of mischief. Chu Fan shook his head in resignation. The title of Duke of Xingyue, in essence, was merely an honorary title devoid of real power, yet one that commanded respect from all. Were it not for the public setting, where he could not risk diminishing the emperor's dignity, he would have declined the honor. Meanwhile, Yu Rui Cheng, standing behind the assembly, let out a deep sigh of relief. Although he did not receive an award, he harbored no resentment. Yue Qiming's decision not to pursue retribution was, in itself, a concession to Tai Chuzong. How could he dare to demand more? Elder Jiang and Elder Pong, you shall remain in the imperial city. The rest shall accompany me to eliminate Yohuan Dian and purge the traitors. Yue Qiming rose, his presence exuding authority. Tong Luo Tian and the others knelt respectfully, declaring, we shall obey your imperial command. Chu Fan, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Yohuan Dian was the third-ranked sect in Xingyue. Even with the Grand Elder's tragic end, their strength remained formidable. Particularly, the leader of Yohuan Dian was undoubtedly more powerful than Yoba, and their group might not stand a chance against them. Tong Wenlan shared this concern. Her brows furrowed as she quietly asked, husband, attacking Yohuan Dian could be perilously risky. Chu Fan nodded slightly. Even if it meant facing near-certain death, they had no alternative. Yue Qiming was in dire need of vanquishing Yohuan Dian to solidify his authority as Emperor of Xingyue and to eradicate the threats facing the empire. This battle was unavoidable. Furthermore, given the magnitude of the risk, Chu Fan did not believe that Yue Tianhao would remain passive. Chu Fan turned to his companions and said, Yin'er, Tonga, you need not join us. Return directly to the sect. Husband, Ling Yun seemed poised to protest, but Chu Fan raised his hand to silence her. Gently caressing her hair, he reassured her, do not worry. Once we have dealt with Yohuan Dian, we will return to find you. Seeing Chu Fan's resolute demeanor, Ling Yun chose not to argue further. She understood that with her current abilities, she would be of little assistance and might even complicate matters. Her yearning for strength only grew more pronounced. Husband, please be cautious. Rest assured. At this moment, Xu Yujie inquired softly, what about me? Chu Fan glanced at him and replied, you shall accompany us as part of the death squad. Xu Yujie was momentarily taken aback before quickly stepping back, exclaiming, no way. I refuse to go. I will return to the sect with Si Shijie. Chu Fan cast a disdainful glance, but did not stop him. Given Xu Yujie's strength at the Ningning realm, venturing to Yohuan Dian would be akin to courting death. Moments later, Yue Qiming raised his hand, leading the Imperial Guard and the assembly into the skies, heading towards Yohuan Xiagu. Chapter 75. The Terrifying and Peculiar Miasma. Yohuan Xiagu was shrouded in a thick miasma, obscuring the sky and moon. In the conference hall, Li Yin donned a black and gold robe, the 9 skulls adorning it exuding an eerie presence, while his gaunt visage evoked unease. "Is there still no news from the Grand Elder?" he inquired. "Return to the Hall Master. There's been no word yet," Yoing replied respectfully. Although Yoing had previously sustained injuries from Tongwenlan, he had fortuitously used this time to cultivate, now reaching the pinnacle of the Ningning realm, just a step away from the Yuanshan realm. Li Yin's expression darkened. By his calculations, the Xingyue Mijing should have concluded long ago. Yet Yoba had yet to return. This left him feeling uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yin asked again, "What is the current status of Huaisha?" Yoing responded respectfully. "The young hall master is currently in seclusion and has already broken through to the 7th level of Ningning." Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. Huaisha's talent far surpassed his own, and it would not be long before he too broke into the Yuanshan realm. Despite Yohuan Dian's formidable strength, signs of instability were beginning to show, and they could only hope for Huaisha's swift growth. "Hall Master, something's amiss." At that moment, the ethereal 4th Elder, Yo Gue, hurried forward, his pale face filled with alarm. Lin furrowed his brow and mused. "What has happened?" Yo Gue uttered shocking news. "Just now, the Emperor took action personally, and the Grand Elder has fallen. Yue Qiming is leading the Imperial Elders and members of Tianjin Shanzhuang towards Yohuan Xiagu, and their intentions are clearly hostile." Upon hearing this, Lin sprang to his feet, furiously exclaiming, "Humph! The Xingyue royal family intends to destroy us completely?" Although seething with rage, Li Ying kept his wits about him, a flicker of caution flashing in his cold eyes. The fall of Yoba indicated that their plans had been uncovered. The others were unimportant. But should Yue Tianhao take action again, even he would face certain doom. Li Yin ordered, "Contact Taiyin Gong and request their assistance." Yo Gue replied, "Hall Master, I've already sent word, but they are ignoring us completely." With a thunderous crash, Li Yin unleashed a surge of terrifying demonic energy, shattering the throne behind him. "A bunch of treacherous scoundrels," he bellowed. Yoing, anxious, inquired, "Hall Master, what should we do now?" Li Yin's black and gold robe billowed without wind as he coldly declared, "If that is the case, let Yohuan Xiagu become their burial ground." After a brief pause, Li Yin turned his gaze to Yo Gue and instructed, "Go inform Huaisha to leave the gorge at once." Although Li Yin was confident he could withstand the assault from Yue Qiming and his allies. However, one should not fear the improbable, but rather the unlikely. Should any misfortune befall the Yohuan Dian, with Li Huaisha's innate talent and unwavering resolve, he shall undoubtedly seek vengeance one day. Yo Gue seemed to grasp this notion, nodding respectfully before vanishing in a flash. Subsequently, Li Yin raised his hand with authority, proclaiming, "Relay the order. Activate the sect's great formation. Those who approach shall be mercilessly slain." Amidst this turmoil, the stars were cloaked by ominous clouds, obscuring the Xianyu. Outside the Yohuan Gorge, several figures descended from the heavens, their gazes fixed upon the noxious miasma ahead, their expressions grave. Tang Luo Tian pondered, "Your Majesty, it seems Yohuan Dian has received word and has preemptively activated the sect's great formation. The location of Yohuan Dian is rather unique, with natural miasma preventing outsiders from entering. Coupled with the integration of the sect's formation, even a Yuanshan realm expert would face peril should they attempt a forceful entry." Yu Qiming furrowed his brow, surveying the dense miasma surrounding them, and solemnly inquired, "Elder, do you have any solutions?" Despite the significant enhancement of their powers due to the Haoyue star map, confronting such a terrifying miasma formation, relying solely on their 5th stage of Ningning, proved futile. Moreover, even if they managed to enter, the hundreds of Imperial Guard behind them will be unable to follow. This was his first time leading a team. The eradication of Yohuan Dian would allow him to return and hold the coronation ceremony, securing his throne. Yet, to be thwarted at the gates of Yohuan Dian by the sect's formation would surely invite ridicule, gravely impacting his prestige. Tang Luo Tian exhaled deeply, stating, "Your Majesty, allow me to try." He stepped forward, twisting his wrist to reveal a gleaming sword, the dense spiritual energy surging forth. At that moment, Jian Lushan also summoned his sword, declaring, "Elder Tang, I shall assist you." "I will as well." Yu Rue Chang followed closely, eager to contribute. Among those present, it was Yu Rue Chang from Taichu Zong who was most keen to prove himself, hoping that a successful feat might earn him favor in Yu Qiming's eyes. balancing his merits and demerits. Tang Luo Tian glanced at the figures beside him, nodded, and unleashed his potent spiritual energy. Shuanyang Define Slash. Shuanghua Sword Strike. Furious Wave, Dominating Fist. Boom. The three Yuan Shun realm experts unleashed their full might, converging terrifying spiritual energy that thundered into the miasma ahead. A tremendous explosion resonated, and dense smoke billowed forth. The dim and eerie miasma gradually dissipated, revealing a half-meter wide passage. Yu Qi Ming's spirit soared. Had we succeeded? However, his exhilaration was short-lived as the miasma surged once more, effortlessly obscuring the passage. How can this be? The group was horrified. Such a formidable attack. And yet, even Yu Tian Hao would likely not take it lightly. The fact that it had no effect on the miasma outside Yohuan Gorge was simply unfathomable. Jian Lushan's pale brow furrowed, and he muttered gravely, "This is troublesome. For Yohuan Dian to remain entrenched in the Xingyue Empire for so long as a demonic sect speaks to their extraordinary nature. Otherwise, they would surely have been attacked and obliterated long ago. Once more, I refuse to believe that Yohuan Dian's sect formation is invincible." Tang Luo Tian once again circulated his internal energy, preparing to unleash another assault. At that moment, Murong Qing Er, who had been silently observing from the back, spoke up unexpectedly. "I have a solution." The crowd paused in surprise, turning their gazes toward Murong Qing Er in unison. Jian Lu Shan inquired, "Qing Er, what's your plan?" Murong Qing Er stepped forward, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief as she looked at Chu Fan. "I believe the Duke of Chu can dispel the miasma. Can he not?" Chu Fan was taken aback. Why the conversation suddenly shifted to him. The miasma that even 3 Yuan Shin experts could not overcome. And she wanted him, a mere 5th-stage Ninging cultivator, to tackle it? Was she trying to hasten his demise? "Once I capture you later, I must give you a good thrashing." Murong Qing articulated her listening. The Duke of Chu's thunder technique is the bane of all malevolent forces, which naturally includes the miasma. Tang Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Last night, he had witnessed Chu Fan's 5 thunder burning heaven palm, capable of effortlessly piercing the defenses of a 7th-stage Yuanshan cultivator. Using the power of lightning to dispel the miasma before them indeed seemed plausible. Yu Qi Ming was equally thrilled. "Duke of Chu, we entrust this to you." Chu Fan nodded. "Very well." With the Emperor's command, he had no choice but to comply. He rotated his wrist, his eyes gleaming with intensity as arcs of lightning materialized in his palm, and storm clouds began to gather high above. 5 thunder burning heaven palm. Boom, boom. The heavens roared with thunder as colossal bolts of lightning descended, accompanied by the fiery wrath of destruction. Indeed, when the lightning infused with celestial fire struck the miasma, it effortlessly carved out a vast vacuum. The roaring flames illuminated the pitch-black sky, isolating the surrounding miasma, which could not approach even a step. Tang Luo Tian was overjoyed, exclaiming, "It truly works." Yu Qi Ming nodded, issuing the command, "Let us proceed." In a short while, under the protection of the lightning, the group ventured into the gorge, the miasma stirring ominously around them. Jian Lushan, sword in hand, cautioned, "Yohuan Dian specializes in illusionary attacks, and their sect formation likely follows suit. Be wary." The group nodded in agreement. As they entered, Li Yin sensed their presence. His fierce gaze narrowed, seemingly piercing through the void to lock onto the figures within the formation. "Ah, they can dispel the miasma. This is intriguing. However, now that they have entered the Yohuan formation, they shall not escape." Having said that, he gestured to the shadowy figure beside him, who immediately understood. With a flick of his hands, dark energy surged into the core of the formation, a strange ripple beginning to flicker ominously. Within the formation, Chu Fan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, instinctively raising his hand to rub his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a pristine room, clad in a blue and white hospital gown. "Am I in a hospital?" Chu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Just a moment ago, he had been in the Yohuan Dian sect formation. How had he suddenly returned to the urban expanse of Blue Star? "You're awake." At that moment, a nurse clad in a white coat entered. Upon seeing Chu Fan conscious, she expressed surprise. "You truly are fortunate. After being hit by a car, you merely sustained minor abrasions." Chu Fan sat up, gazing at the nurse, tending to his wounds with confusion. "I was hit by a car?" "Of course," she replied. But there's no need for concern. It's quite normal to experience a brief amnesia following such a trauma. A few days of rest will suffice. After speaking, the nurse picked up the emptied drip and exited the room. Gazing at the stark white walls and the falling leaves outside, Chu Fan fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that all of this was merely a dream? What happened to the branching system? It is merely the reluctant thoughts of a single soul, a mere dream before death. The lands of Xinshu, the Xingyue Empire, Tianyu sect, Tang Wanlan, and Si Lingyun, all these experiences, seemingly lived, are nothing but illusions before the brink of demise. Chu Fan helplessly shook his head, sighing, "This dream feels astonishingly real." Raising his gaze to the dripping four, he stood and hung it on the stand, departing the hospital room. The busy doctors donned modern attire, while the sounds of medical equipment echoed in his ears, casting him into a realm of disconnection. An orphan since childhood, he had no family or friends. After arduous trials, he traversed to a foreign land, encountering numerous beautiful souls, only to discover it was all an elaborate dream. Suddenly, as Chu Fan turned a corner in the hospital corridor, the stand collided with the wall, producing a faint buzzing sound. That sound seems familiar. He glanced at the stand, feeling a cold chill, yet sensed no anomaly. Could it be that I misheard? The buzzing returned, clearer than before. An overwhelming tide of memories surged into his mind, igniting a fiery wave within his dantian. Before long, Chu Fan lowered his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. With a tremor in his arm, he clenched his fist, and the hospital corridor faded into illusion. The thunderous light of the heavens began to wane, while the surrounding murky miasma stirred restlessly, as if intending to swallow everyone whole. In his hand, the stand transformed into a dark 3-inch broken sword. Truly, the Hall of Illusions possessed extraordinary illusions. Chu Fan murmured, somewhat apprehensive. Were it not for the 3-inch broken sword in his dantian, sensing his anomaly and autonomously protecting him, he might have succumbed to this deceptive realm, ensnared until the miasma consumed him, leading to his demise. Surveying the surroundings, Jian Leshan and Tang Luotian stood frozen, their expressions alternating between hesitation and joy. Clearly, they too were ensnared in a delightful illusion. With a slight shift in thought, Chu Fan spoke to the 3-inch broken sword beside him. "Now that we are awake, let's shatter this illusion array." With a clang, the sword sang, and the dark 3-inch broken sword burst forth, transforming into a beam of sword light that pierced the formation. With a resounding bang, the ethereal ripples shattered instantaneously. Tang Luotian and the others shuddered, gazing around in confusion. Have I fallen into an illusion array? As a Yuan Shun realm practitioner, he understood the situation and immediately assumed a defensive posture. The Hall of Illusions was indeed formidable. Even a brief moment of entrapment had resulted in over a dozen members of the Imperial City Guard perishing on the spot. Tang Wanlan hurried to Chu Fan's side, inquiring with concern, "My dear, are you all right?" Chu Fan shook his head, his gaze fixed ahead, and with a gentle grip, the 3-inch broken sword materialized in his hand. The spreading sword intent made Jian Leshan feel an overwhelming sense of submission, rendering him unable to meet Chu Fan's eyes. "The formation has been broken. We must leave swiftly." Having experienced the might of the Hall of Illusions Grand Array, the group dared not linger and hastily made their way forward. Meanwhile, before the assembly hall of the Hall of Illusions, Yu Ing spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression darkening. "Master, the illusion array has been broken." Just moments prior, a fierce sword intent severed his connection to the illusion array, and with the shattering of the array's core, he suffered a backlash. Li Yin's expression grew grim, filled with malice. He sensed several powerful auras drawing near, yet he had not anticipated that even he could not easily escape the illusion array. Yet it would be dismantled by Chu Fan, a mere practitioner at the 9th level of Gathering Dan. Moments later, Tang Luotian and the others finally exited the illusion array. Glancing back at the miasma, they exhaled in relief. Turning to Chu Fan, they clasped their hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Duke Chu, for your timely rescue." Although Chu Fan's cultivation was far inferior to theirs, had it not been for him, they might have already succumbed to their surroundings and met their demise. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Elder Tang, you flatter me." Jian Leshan remained silent, yet his aged eyes darted about, seemingly lost in contemplation. Just then, A sinister laughter echoed, sending chills through everyone, prompting them to brace themselves. Countless figures appeared ahead, resembling a dark cloud, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Li Yin stood at the forefront, his pressure as a practitioner at the 8th level of Yuan Shun radiating, a vast aura subtly enveloping the area. With one hand behind his back, his malevolent gaze pierced forward as he sneered. You few dare to approach my Hall of Illusions? How absurd! Yu Qiming stepped forward, twisting his wrist to reveal a black 7-section short mace, commanding Li Yin, as the leader of Xingyue's sect, you collude with outsiders. This day marks the end of the Hall of Illusions. At this, Li Yin burst into laughter, derisively retorting, "Ha! Such bravado! I shall see how you mere ants intend to bring about the downfall of my Hall of Illusions." In an instant, the winds shifted violently, plunging the skies into darkness. The air was thick with an eerie atmosphere, and a surge of demonic energy rose, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. Although the Hall of Illusions lacked many experts, Li Yin alone was worth 1,000 troops. Coupled with the thousands of disciples behind him, Tang Luotian and the others dared not underestimate the situation. With a swift motion, Tang Luotian, wielding his sword, initiated the attack. Jian Leshan and Yu Ruiqing quickly followed suit. Seeing this, Li Yin raised his hand and commanded kill. The battle erupted fiercely. Led by Jian Leshan, Tang Luotian and Yu Ruiqing coordinated their assault on Li Yin, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Tang Wenlan, sword in hand, furrowed her brow, setting her sights on Yuing. Just as she prepared to strike, Chu Fan raised his hand to stop her. "Lanner, leave this one to me. You assist the Imperial Guard in clearing the trash." Tang Wenlan expressed her concern. "My dear, are you truly all right?" Chu Fan smiled gently. "Do not worry. Is it not merely a practitioner at the 9th level of nurturing infants? Just a small fry." Seeing Chu Fan's resolute demeanor, Tang Wenlan ceased her protests. She understood Chu Fan well. He would never take risks without assurance. Then, Chu Fan turned to Murong Qing'er, smiling. "Qing'er, that ambiguous figure is yours to handle." Murong Qing'er glanced at the ghostly figure, a practitioner at the 7th level of nurturing infants, and asked, "Are you certain?" Although aware of Chu Fan's formidable strength, facing a practitioner at the 9th level of nurturing infants posed undeniable danger. In her view, the best course of action would be for her to confront Yuing with her own 8th level sword cultivation, while Chu Fan and Yu Qiming dealt with the ghost. Once she eliminated Yuing, she would return to assist Chu Fan. "Let the games begin," Chu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "How about we wager on who kills their opponent first?" Mon raised her delicate eyebrows, smiling. "All right," Chu Fan declared. "If you lose, then you shall be my wife." With that, he did not allow Murong Qing'er a moment to retort, swiftly positioning himself in front of Yuing. Murong Qing'er, with her breathtaking beauty, felt a rush of crimson to her cheeks. Despite her overwhelming shyness, she was resolute in her belief that she would not be bested by Chu Fan. Grasping the Chun Xing Long Yin sword, she charged forward with determination. Meanwhile, Yu Qiming stood somewhat dazed, observing the unfolding battle with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Am I being disregarded? How absurd. I am the emperor, yet I feel utterly insignificant." Chapter 78. Qing'er, do you require assistance? "Kid, is it you?" Yuing seethed with fury as he gazed at Chu Fan blocking his path. Had it not been for Chu Fan, the plans of the Yuhuan Palace would not have faced such calamity. Tang Wenlan would likely have perished by now. At that point, seizing control of the Tianyu sect would have propelled the Yuhuan Palace's strength to unprecedented heights. It was solely due to Chu Fan's interference that their schemes had unraveled, culminating in the tragic demise of the third elder, Yu Hu, at his hands. With a cold smirk, Chu Fan casually remarked, "Long time no see. What was your name again?" Yu Ying's expression darkened, and he barely managed to utter, "Remember this. I am the second elder of the Yuhuan Palace." Before he could finish, Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, interrupting, "I have no interest in knowing your name." With a splutter, Yu Ying, already weakened by the backlash of the formation, coughed up a mouthful of blood in response to Chu Fan's disdain. "You brat. Don't think that just because you killed Yu Hu, you can act recklessly. If you have the guts, do not use that broken sword." In response, Chu Fan let out a mocking laugh, his eyes filled with contempt as he gazed at Yuing. "Have you had your brain kicked by a donkey? In a battle of life and death, you dare to demand your opponent not use their trump card? What distinguishes you from a fool?" With a flick of his wrist, the ebony 3-inch broken sword materialized in his palm, exuding a sharp, piercing intent. Yu Ying braced himself, his body bending slightly, as the chaotic demonic energy surged within him, manifesting an impenetrable defensive barrier. Kid, I do not believe your trinket can breach my defenses. Yu Ying possessed his own hidden cards. This defensive barrier was conjured using the demon spirit shield, an earthly artifact. No matter how formidable Chu Fan's 3-inch sword was, it could not easily pierce through such a treasure. As long as he could withstand the sword assault, his peak condensation stage power would allow him to crush Chu Fan effortlessly. Unfazed, Chu Fan continued to regard Yu Ying with a scornful gaze, his lips curling into a smirk, then watch closely and perish with clarity. With that, a sound of air being sliced filled the space. The 3-inch sword trembled, as if sensing its prey, and shot forth like a beam of light. Yu Ying, perceiving the gravity of the situation, elevated his demonic energy to its peak, striving with all his might to maintain the demon spirit shield's defense. A muffled thud echoed as the 3-inch sword returned to Chu Fan's palm. Yu Ying erupted into raucous laughter, boasting, Kid, out of ideas? Do you think you can kill me? In your dreams. Chu Fan shook his head disdainfully, taunting. Perhaps you should take a closer look before you speak. What? Yu Ying was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze, only to see a small hole had appeared at his dantian, causing the demonic energy within him to disperse. The earthly artifact, the demon spirit shield, crumbled in an instant, reduced to scrap metal. This is impossible. It cannot be. Yu Ying howled in desperation, yet the dispersal of his demonic energy remained an undeniable reality. Without the support of his demonic energy, his body plummeted like a meteor towards the ground, crushing several unsuspecting disciples of the Yu Huan Palace into a bloody pulp. They could never have imagined that they would perish not at the hands of their enemies, but by their own elder, leaving them unable to rest in peace. Gazing at the lifeless forms below, Chu Fan sheathed his 3-inch sword. With his current cultivation at the 5th level of condensation, it was unlikely he could easily penetrate the defenses of a soul stage master, but the mere 9th level of condensation was akin to an ant. Turning his attention to Mu Rongqinger, who was still engaged in battle with Yu Gue, Chu Fan smiled gently. Although Yu Gui's prowess was mediocre, the demonic energy within him and his peculiar combat techniques rendered Mu Rongqinger's sword intent ineffective, particularly under the influence of Yu Gui's secret techniques. Even the slightest injury could be swiftly healed, much to her frustration. Moreover, Chu Fan recognized Yu Gue. It was this very specter that had single-handedly decimated the entire Fei He sect, while Chu Fan had cowered beneath a table. If Yu Gue were to discover this, who knew if he would regret it to the point of spitting blood? Bored, Chu Fan approached and inquired, Qinger, do you require assistance? Holding the Chunxing Longyin sword, Mu Rongqinger unleashed a fierce sword intent, but struggled to lock onto Yu Gue. Her spirited eyes glanced at Chu Fan, astonished. Within mere moments, he had effortlessly slain a peak condensation master. Was he even human? No need, Mu Rongqinger replied resolutely, her determination unwavering. With a tremor, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars, her sword transformed into myriad forms, locking onto the heavens and earth. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance as she executed the Yu Long sword slash. Countless illusory dragon figures surged from all directions to besiege Yu Gue, leaving him with no avenue of escape. This is bad, Yu Gue exclaimed in alarm, instinctively attempting to flee from the sword intent's grasp, but it was too late. The relentless sword intent assailed him, and even with his secret techniques, he could not recover in time. As time elapsed, Yu Gui's ethereal form grew nearly transparent. The demonic energy within him depleted entirely. No, his pitiful cries echoed as he succumbed to his fate, filled with bitterness. Mu Rongqinger exhaled a deep breath, firmly gripping her sword, casting a triumphant glance at Chu Fan. Chu Fan smiled serenely and stepped closer, saying, Qinga, you have lost. Recalling Chu Fan's earlier words, a blush crept across Mu Rongqinger's exquisite features, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, leaving her at a loss for words. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from a distance, capturing both of their attentions. Chapter 79, The Soul-Burning Magic Scroll, In the Heavens Above. Li Yin faced 3 adversaries yet remained undeterred. His formidable strength at the 8th level of the soul stage, combined with the illusory and enigmatic attacks of the Yuhuan Palace, rendered him nearly invulnerable. Do you truly believe you can kill me with just a few of you? How naive! Li Yin's pallid and gaunt visage twisted into a sinister smile, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Jian Lushan's expression grew grave as he unleashed a torrent of sharp sword intent, the sound of swords howling through the air. As the main attacker, every time he unleashed a powerful sword strike, Li Yin always managed to evade at the crucial moment, leaving Jian Lushan with a sense of impotent frustration, akin to striking cotton. Come at me again. Jian Lushan bellowed with fury, declaring that even the mightiest could not escape the realm of Yuan Shun, for they were not invincible. With that, Jian Lushan took the lead, launching a ferocious assault once more. Tang Luo Tian and Yu Rue Chang exchanged a knowing glance, and without hesitation, unleashed their spiritual energy, holding nothing back. Observing this, Li Yin's ruthless gaze brimmed with disdain as he sneered, "Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish." In an instant, dark clouds swirled ominously, shrouding the heavens and the moon, as if the apocalypse had descended, an awe-inspiring terror. The fiery soul, demon slaughter. Above Li Yin's head, a tome imbued with demonic energy and exuding a pitch-black halo manifested, radiating ripples of malice. Yu Rue Cheng's complexion paled significantly as he exclaimed, "This is bad. It's the fiery soul demon scroll." Jian Lushan and Tang Luo Tian shared a silent understanding of the impending peril. Instinctively, they retreated, fortifying their consciousness with their innate spiritual energy to guard their spiritual realm. The fiery soul demon scroll was an exceptional treasure unearthed from a relic of the Xinyu Empire centuries ago. It harnessed demonic energy to activate the scroll's internal martial techniques, executing terrifying area-wide annihilations. In the past, the scroll had autonomously devoured a demon cultivator, unleashing the fiery soul demon slaughter that rendered the land within 100 miles barren. Even cultivators attempting to enter the relic suffered grievous losses. Ultimately, it was Yu Tianhao who intervened with great powers, severing the scroll's demonic energy and sealing its essence. Yet, due to a moment of carelessness, the scroll's latent consciousness seized the opportunity to escape, vanishing for centuries. Little did they anticipate that the fiery soul demon scroll had fallen into the hands of the Yuhuan Palace. With the backing of Li Yin, an 8th-tier Yuan Shun cultivator's demonic energy, the fiery soul within the scroll became nearly invincible, capable of effortlessly incinerating the souls of cultivators and scorching their Yuan infants, leaving nothing but ashes. Li Yin laughed maniacally. "Only now do you realize? It is too late." As he trembled, his arms surged with demonic energy, pouring into the fiery soul demon scroll above him. Suddenly, the dim sky erupted with eerie, ethereal flames, glowing with an ominous green hue. As Li Yin's hand descended, the green flames cascaded down, engulfing Jian Lushan and the others. Li Yin's gaunt cheeks twisted into a malevolent grin. "Die. All of you perish." Under the searing torment of the fiery soul flames, even a master of the Yuan Shun realm would struggle to endure a mere incense stick's worth of time. At that point, their souls would suffer grievous injury, their Yuan infants on the verge of dissipating. Even without his intervention, their demise was all but assured. Simultaneously, the disciples of Yuhuan Palace, inspired by Li Yin's overwhelming might, surged with battle fervor, launching a counterattack without regard for casualties. Caught off guard, the royal guards of Xinyu Imperial City suffered heavy losses, and even Tang Wenlan sustained a slight injury. In desperation, Yu Qiming swiftly moved to Tang Wenlan's side, commanding the royal guards to regroup and utilize the Yu Tian Pearl for defense. Yu Qiming glanced anxiously at Chu Fan. "Brother, what shall we do now?" In his heart, he believed that no matter the obstacles, Chu Fan would always devise a solution at the first opportunity. Chu Fan raised his hand to stroke his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the strange flames in the sky. The fiery soul flames emanating from the scroll were likely illusory, lacking a physical form. This implied that even if he wielded the 3-inch broken sword with its formidable sword intent, he could not sever it completely. Unless he could directly slay Li Yin to cut off the flow of demonic energy, it was a futile endeavor, impossible to achieve with his current strength. If he did not devise a plan soon, Tang Luo Tian and the others might truly perish on the spot, resulting in the downfall of the Xingyue Empire. Tang Wenlan inquired, "Darling, do you have a solution?" Chu Fan exhaled a breath, his brows furrowed tightly as he replied, "At this juncture, we have no choice but to give it a try." With that, he rotated his wrist, summoning crackling lightning that swirled around him. And a flicker of flame emerged amidst the chaos. Since the Fiery Soul Demon Scroll invoked the Fiery Soul Flames through demonic energy to scorch souls and incinerate Yuan infants, he would use spiritual energy as a catalyst, invoking the heavenly thunder to quell the malevolent forces and employing the burning heaven fire to confront the Fiery Soul Flames directly. Qiming, open the barrier. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qiming focused his will, and the defensive barrier of the Yutian Pearl revealed a gap. Chu Fan's figure flickered, commanding the lightning as he hovered in midair. 5 Thunder, Burning Heaven Palm. Chapter 80, Borrowing the Sword. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering thunder roared, as the dark clouds above were gradually replaced by stormy lightning. The burning heaven fire descended, as if endowed with sentience, encircling the Fiery Soul artillery from all directions. In that fleeting moment, Jian Lushan and the others emerged from their daze, instinctively glancing at Chu Fan, their spirits lifted. The lightning martial technique could not utterly destroy the Fiery Soul Demon Scroll. Thus, they resolved to strike together. Agreed. The three, united in purpose, unleashed their most powerful strike while the burning heaven fire isolated the Fiery Soul Flames. At this moment, Li Yin's gaze fell upon Chu Fan below, his eyes gleaming with malice and murderous intent. With a derisive smile, Li Ma-ka, you think you could destroy the Fiery Soul Demon Scroll? Such delusions. His figure shifted, placing himself before the Fiery Soul Scroll, where his dense demonic energy formed a protective barrier to deflect their assault. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, stirring a thick cloud of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, Li Yin bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, starkly contrasting his pallid visage. Though injured, the Fiery Soul Demon Scroll remained intact behind him. Under the impetus of demonic energy, the Fiery Soul Flames surged back with renewed vigor, even pushing back the surrounding burning heaven fire. Not even the descending divine thunder could eradicate the Fiery Soul Flames entirely. Chu Fan thought grimly, this is bad. With a cultivation at the 5th tier of Yuan infant, even employing the 5 Thunder Burning Heaven Palm could not match the prowess of an 8th tier Yuanshan cultivator. Just as the Fiery Soul Flames were about to envelop them and incinerate their souls, a voice, deep and resonant, as if in the dawn of time, rang out, igniting hope within the crowd. Guyu, Shanxing. With a command, a fist soared from the edge of the 9 heavens, shattering the void and dispersing the black clouds. The might of this punch was cataclysmic, tearing through the heavens. Alarmed, Li Yin's countenance shifted dramatically. Instinctively attempting to evade, he realized it was too late. The demonic energy shield surrounding him was effortlessly shattered by the force of the punch, sending his body flying several dozen meters. With a cough, he spat blood, and his already ashen face turned ghostly pale, his eyes filled with dread. As the dark clouds dispersed, the surrounding Fiery Soul Flames vanished, as if defeated soldiers retreating back into the Fiery Soul Demon Scroll. At this moment, Li Yin, gritting his teeth against the pain within, raised his hand to retract the Fiery Soul Demon Scroll. Unfortunately, a wave of oppressive force descended, sealing his body and rendering him immobile. The crowd turned to observe, seeing Yu Tianhao clad in the starry robe of the Xingyue Empire, standing resolutely in midair with one hand behind his back. His determined visage exuded authority as his gaze swept across the surroundings, ultimately locking onto Chu Fan. To wield the exquisite earth-rank superior martial arts at the realm of fivefold Ying, Ning Ying, and to withstand the searing flames of the soul incineration is indeed a formidable feat. Chu Fan gazed intently at Yu Qianhao, silently acknowledging the truth of his earlier suspicions. He had anticipated that Yu Qianhao would conceal himself and accompany them. After all, although Yu Qiming possessed the orthodox lineage of Xingyue, his current strength was somewhat lacking, and Yu Qianhao would never allow him to take such risks recklessly. Yu Qianhao, is indeed you. Li Yin struggled incessantly. The demonic energy within him stirred restlessly, attempting to break free from the seals imposed by Yu Tianhao. Yu Tianhao regarded Li Yin with a steady gaze, remaining silent. With a mere wave of his hand, an overwhelming pressure descended. as if a colossal hand was relentlessly constricting Li Yin's form. No, a muffled sound followed, and before his wretched cries could fully dissipate, Li Yin's body exploded into a mere mist of flesh and bone. In the presence of a formidable being at the half-step He-Shu, Hushi realm, an 8th level Yuan Shun, cultivator appeared no more significant than an ant. Subsequently, Yu Qianhao redirected his oppressive aura towards the flame soul demonic scroll, sealing its attempt to escape stealthily. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Utilize the sword." Before anyone could react, the Qinxing Longyin sword in Murong Qing'er's grasp slipped from her hand uncontrollably. Holding the sword, Yu Qianhao's eyes shimmered with brilliance, and a lethal sword strike descended from the heavens. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as spiderweb-like fissures emerged around the flame soul demonic scroll. As the demonic energy dissipated, the scroll collapsed instantly, transforming into an ordinary tome, consumed and scattered by the winds of the heavens. The Qinxing Longyin sword, a transcendent existence beyond the celestial rank, though currently reduced to earth rank superior, contained a sword intent so profound that it could not be resisted by the flame soul demonic scroll. Yu Qianhao gazed at the sword in his hand, a hint of reverence flickering in his eyes. He had not expected to behold the ancestral sword one day. With a deft motion, he returned the Qinxing Longyin sword to Murong Qing'er, solemnly advising, "Do not squander the legacy of this sword." Murong Qing nodded respectfully, replying, "I shall heed your guidance, esteemed senior." Jian Leshan exhaled deeply, relieved. As the ancestral sword of Xingyue, he had genuinely feared that Yu Qianhao would claim it for himself. Scanning the surroundings, Yu Qianhao waved his sleeve, vanishing from sight, his ancient voice resonating from all directions. Half a month hence, the coronation ceremony. After Yu Tianhao's departure, Yu Qiming gathered his thoughts and turned his gaze towards the disciples of the Youhuan Temple ahead, raising his hand with an air of authority. The Youhuan Temple has betrayed the nation. Their disciples shall be executed without mercy. Chapter 81. I swear not to live as a human if I do not avenge this grudge. Li Yin was dead. The disciples of the Youhuan Temple, bereft of fighting spirit, scrambled in all directions, desperately seeking to survive. Alas, amidst the relentless onslaught and the encirclement by the imperial guards, all thousands of disciples of the Youhuan Temple perished, with none escaping. A faint smile graced Yu Qiming's handsome features. Thus, within the borders of the Xingyue Empire, there were no more demonic cultivators. This was of immense benefit to the future of the empire and would be one of his notable achievements. Your Majesty, Yu Ruiqing stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Since the Youhuan Temple has been eradicated, I shall take my leave. Half a month from now, the Taichu sect will surely attend the ceremony in the imperial city. Yu Qiming nodded at Yu Ruiqing, offering no further comment. With the Youhuan Temple no longer in existence, and Yu Qiming having already issued his orders, there was no need for posthumous reckoning. After all, the Taichu sect ranked among the top 3 sects of the Xingyue Empire. If relations were to sour, it would not serve the empire's interests. Of course, this was contingent upon the Taichu sect not causing trouble. Otherwise, Yu Qiming would not hesitate to ensure they met the same fate as the Youhuan Temple. Meanwhile, Chu Fan furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings. Tang Wenlan approached, linking her arm with his, and inquired, "Darling, what is it?" Chu Fan pondered. "It's nothing, just a feeling that I seem to have forgotten something." Tang Wenlan looked puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, Murong Qing'er interjected coldly. "Li Huaisha." Upon hearing this, the others immediately reacted. How could we forget the young master of the Youhuan Temple? It appeared that they had not noticed Li Huaisha's absence from the outset. Had he perhaps fled in advance? Tang Luotian and the others wore solemn expressions, each expanding their spiritual awareness to envelop the entire Youhuan Gorge. After a few breaths, they exchanged glances, perplexed. Strange, could he have truly escaped? As the young master of the Youhuan Temple, Li Huaisha was no weakling. His talent rivaled that of Murong Qing'er. If he were not completely eradicated, he would undoubtedly pose a future threat. With the demise of the Youhuan Temple, Li Huaisha would no longer have any reservations, which was far from a good omen. Shortly after, Tang Luotian sighed, saying, "I didn't expect Li Yin to have left behind a contingency plan, warning the disciples to be wary of Li Huaisha's assassination." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in concern. Moments later, The morning light pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the gorge, while the surrounding miasma seemed to dissipate slightly. Yu Qiming smiled broadly, stepping forward. Elder brother, with half a month to go, would you care to accompany me to the imperial city for some leisure? Chu Fan felt a stir in his heart. He was indeed curious about Yu Qiming's earlier mention of the entertainment district. However, he was not naive. Yu Qianhao had scheduled the coronation ceremony for half a month later, and it was unlikely that he would allow Yu Qiming any leisure time. No, thank you. Chu Fan shook his head with a smile. You will likely be quite busy in the next half month. We shall meet again after that. Yu Qiming appeared somewhat confused, but did not press further. Meanwhile, Jian Leshan, his aged face displaying astonishment, gazed incredulously at Chu Fan and Yu Qiming. The emperor of Xingyue referred to Chu Fan as elder brother? What does this portend? With such a connection, the Tianyu sect would undoubtedly soar to new heights, possibly even surpassing the Tianjin manor. In light of this, the Tianjin manor must act swiftly to forge an alliance. Not to mention, the 3-inch broken sword within Chu Fan was enough to pique the interest of the Tianjin manor. Chu Daoyu, Jin Leshan smiled warmly, inviting if you have no other matters. Would you be interested in visiting the Tianjin manor? Chu Fan paused, glancing at Jian Leshan and the seemingly eager, yet shy Murong Qinger beside him. He could not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Taking Tang Wenlan's slender hand, he nodded. Since you have extended an invitation, I shall graciously accept. After their departure, in the forbidden grounds of the Youhuan Temple's rear mountain, as the surrounding formations rippled, Li Huaisha's shadowy figure materialized. Had he not entered this aura-secluding formation beforehand, he would have likely perished by now. His gaze fixated on the spot where Li Yin had met his tragic end, his fists clenched tightly, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Father, rest assured, I vow not to live as a human if I do not avenge this grudge. Chapter 82. The Master of the Tianjin Manor, Jian Xingzhou. In the northern reaches of the Xingyue Empire, a vast ancient mountain range stretched for miles, an unbroken chain. From above, it resembled a sharp sword, cleaving the earth in twain. At the mountain's peak, a towering summit soared into the clouds, enveloped in a formidable sword intent that spiraled skyward. At the foothills, an ancient manor stood, expansive and magnificent, exuding an air of grandeur. A stone sword stands tall, inscribed with vigorous and majestic characters that embody a formidable sword intent. It is named Tianjin Shanzhuang. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of air being sliced through resonates as several figures descend from the sky. The disciples surrounding them, upon witnessing this, promptly sheathe their swords and bow respectfully. I have met the Grand Elder. Jian Leshan nods and gestures lightly. Turning to face Chu Fan, he smiles faintly and says, Dao Yu Chu. The master has been waiting for quite some time. One must admit, those who receive such treatment from Tianjin Shanzhuang are indeed rare and extraordinary individuals. Even if the emperor of Xingyue, Tai Shanghuang Yu Qianhao, were to arrive, it would be no different. Chu Fan slightly nods, following Jian Leshan's lead toward the imposing assembly hall ahead. As he surveys his surroundings, he quietly inquires, Lanner, have you been here before? Tang Wenlan shakes her head and replies no. Her lively eyes scan the area, brimming with curiosity and envy. Tianjin Shanzhuang truly deserves its reputation as the foremost sect of Xingyue. Although the number of disciples is few, each possesses a profound cultivation level, far surpassing that of Tianyu sect. Were it not for the Jinshin ancient tree's inability to produce Jinshin fruit, Tianjin Shanzhuang would not have been surpassed by Taichu sect. In terms of combat prowess, Tianjin Shanzhuang ranks second in the entire Xingyue Empire, with no one daring to claim the first position. Dao Yu Chu, please enter. Jian Leshan stands at the entrance of the hall, gesturing for Chu Fan to proceed. Chu Fan halts, glancing into the dim interior of the hall, seemingly grasping the situation. The corners of his lips curve slightly as he steps inside. Just as Tang Wenlan intends to follow closely behind, she is stopped by Jian Leshan. Elder Jian, what is this? Clang. Before Tang Wenlan can finish her words, an overwhelming sword intent erupts from within the hall, instilling a primal fear within all present. At this moment, Chu Fan stands at the entrance, unfazed by the terrifying sword intent rushing toward him. From a moment Jian Leshan invited him in, he had already surmised that this overwhelming sword intent must originate from the master of Tianjin Shanzhuang, intended to test him. Unfortunately, as the sword intent envelopes him, The 3-inch broken sword within his dantian reacts instantaneously. It trembles slightly, unleashing pure sword intent that forms a protective barrier, shielding Chu Fan from the incoming sword attack. In a life-and-death battle, even with another Chu Fan, he would stand no chance against the master of Tianjian Shanzhuan. However, when it comes to sword intent, not even a high-grade earth-tier sword could rival the 3-inch broken sword. Moments later, a smile graces Chu Fan's lips as he murmurs, "That should suffice." Clang! The 3-inch broken sword seems to understand his intent. A crisp sword sound resonates, and the sword energy, infused with the essence of the Tao, swiftly disperses the opposing sword intent, restoring clarity to the hall. Chu Fan gazes at the middle-aged figure seated at the main seat, approaching with neither humility nor arrogance, and respectfully bows. "Junior Chu Fan, greetings to the senior." Jian Xingzhou furrows his brow, his square face revealing a hint of astonishment as his sharp eyes lock onto Chu Fan. As a 9th-level Yuanshan sword cultivator, the sword intent he exudes is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Yet, Chu Fan not only effortlessly counters it, but even retaliates, dispersing his own sword intent. Jian Leshan's words ring true. This individual likely possesses an extraordinary opportunity in the sword path, especially with that broken sword, which undoubtedly holds significant value. Young friend, there is no need for such formalities. Jian Xingzhou collects his thoughts and slowly rises, smiling. "I hope you do not hold my earlier actions against me." Chu Fan shakes his head, choosing not to elaborate. Were it not for the desire to win over Mu Rongqinger, he would have already dealt with such provocations. Regardless of whether you're merely at the 9th level of Yuanshan, even if you were to enter the Hisu realm now, I would still be able to bind you. At this moment, Jian Leshan and the others also enter the assembly hall. Tang Wenlan quickly steps forward, inquiring with concern, "Darling, are you all right?" Chu Fan slightly shakes his head. Tang Wenlan's brows furrow tightly as she glares at Jian Xingzhou, coldly stating, "Master Jian, this is a bit excessive. Isn't it?" Chapter 83, If I Had Known, Would I Still Need to Ask You? As a fellow sect leader in the Xingyue Empire, despite the vast difference in strength, Tang Wenlan's status is not significantly inferior to that of Jian Xingzhou. It is indeed perplexing that they would invite us as guests only to subject us to such tests, which explains Tang Wenlan's ire. Jian Xingzhou is taken aback. The master of Tianyu sect at the Yuanshan level seems to share an extraordinary bond with his disciples. What on earth is happening in this world? Do not be offended. Master Tang, it was merely a friendly spar, Jian Xingzhou explains. Tang Wenlan is evidently unsatisfied with his explanation. Chu Fan squeezes her delicate hand, signaling her to calm down. Mu Rongqinger steps forward, offering a bow. "Master." Jian Xingzhou nods, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, as he remarks, "You've condensed your Jinshin and advanced in cultivation. Well done. Have you changed your sword? It appears its aura has reached the high-grade earth tier." Mu Rongqinger nods. Twirling her fingers, the sword blade manifests in her hand. "Master, this sword is called Qinxing Longyin, and it is indeed high-grade earth tier." Jian Xingzhou examines it closely. A look of astonishment crosses his square face as he incredulously asks, "Qinxing Longyin? The sword of the founding emperor of Xingyue?" Mu Rongqinger confirms, "Yes." "Ha ha ha." Jian Xingzhou bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "The sword of the founding emperor has actually fallen into the hands of Tianjian Shanzhuan. How furious would Yu Qianhao be if he found out?" Though both are at the same level, Yu Qianhao has already stepped into the semi-Hisu realm, while Jian Xingzhou has yet to find that threshold, leaving a slight gap between them. However, given the formidable offensive power of sword cultivators in a life-and-death battle, the outcome remains uncertain. At this moment, Jian Leshan recounts the events that transpired earlier. Jian Xingzhou's brow furrows slightly as he muses. "Such composure is admirable. It seems I still have much to learn." After a brief pause, Jian Xingzhou continues, "Regardless, your ability to subdue it is also a testament to your fortuitous encounter." Mu Rongqinger gazes at Chu Fan with gratitude in her eyes, stating, "Master, it is thanks to Dao Yu Chu that I was able to attain such an opportunity. Indeed, whether it is condensing Jinshin, advancing in cultivation, or subduing the Qinxing Longyin sword, without Chu Fan, Mu Rongqinger would have been unable to achieve any of it." Jian Xingzhou's penetrating gaze fixes on Chu Fan, and the depth of his eyes briefly sparkles with brilliance. "Young friend Chu, the sword intent you manifested earlier was remarkably pure. May I inquire about the origin of your sword? Beside him, Murong Qing'er furrowed her elegant brows, casting a perplexed glance at Jian Xingzhou. Such an overt inquiry into another's fortune was a significant taboo in the realm of cultivation, and Jian Xingzhou could not possibly be unaware of this. Fortunately, Chu Fan remained unconcerned. Sheathing the 3-inch gunjian, he shrugged nonchalantly, stating it was a gift from another. A gift from another? The crowd fell into momentary silence, only to swiftly come to a realization. Clearly, Chu Fan was not being truthful. Such an extraordinary treasure could not possibly be a mere gift from someone else. Even a father would likely hesitate to part with it. Chu Fan, however, paid no heed to their thoughts, for he had not uttered a single lie. He inquired, "Senior, do you know the rank of this Donjian?" Jian Xingzhou, well versed in various matters, might be able to discern its quality through its aura. Yet, in Jian Xingzhou's perspective, Chu Fan's question was evidently a test. Could one truly be unaware of the rank of their own possession? Jian Xingzhou raised his hand, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and remarked, "Many years ago, during my travels, I encountered the formidable power of a heavenly tear blade. In comparison, the aura of a heavenly tear blade is akin to that of an ant. It bears no comparison. Thus, young friend, this Donjian must transcend the heavenly tear. Am I correct?" As his words fell, the crowd was astounded. A mere 3-inch Ganjiang possessed a rank superior to that of the heavenly tier. Should the Donjiang be reforged someday, it might even become a celestial tear blade. Chu Fan responded with a serene smile, choosing not to answer. "If I knew, would I even need to ask you?" Jian Xingzhou stepped forward amicably, saying, "Qing'e, since Chu Xiaoyu and Tang Zhongzhu have arrived, be sure to host them well and show them around Tianjian Mountain Manor." Murong Qing'er respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Turning to gesture towards Chu Fan and Tang Wenlan, she said, "Dao friend Chu, Zhongzhu Tang, allow me to show you around." Chu Fan nodded, bidding farewell to Jian Xingzhou, taking Tang Wenlan's delicate hand as they proceeded toward the hall's exit. After Chu Fan's departure, Jian Xingzhou returned to his seat, his square face reflecting solemnity, and his sharp gaze glimmering with brilliance. "Les Han, elaborate on this, Chu Fan." Under Jian Leshan's exposition, Jian Xingzhou gained some understanding of Chu Fan. Having joined the Tianyu sect not long ago, the strength of the disciples surged dramatically. Even the sect leader Tang Wenlan broke through limitations and reached the realm of Yuanshan. More importantly, Chu Fan possessed such charisma that he not only captured the attention of the Tianyu sect's talented disciples, but also the sect leader herself. Coupled with the formidable Leifa of Wu Lei, Fin Shinzhang, and the enigmatic 3-inch Shijin, it was evident that Chu Fan's identity was far from ordinary. "Senior brother, I suspect that Chu Fan may very well be a descendant of a hidden sect." Jian Leshan mused. Jian Xingzhou nodded, affirming, "You make a valid point, otherwise he could not have such opportunities." The phrase hidden sect carried immense weight, capable of determining the fate of an entire state or empire. It was not something a mere Tianjian Mountain Manor could contend with. At this moment, Jian Leshan seemed to recall something and spoke up, "Senior brother, I noticed that Qing'er shares an unusual relationship with him. Should we, as the most talented disciple of Tianjian Mountain Manor for a millennium, Murong Qing'er also possessed an innate sword body. Should she be swept away by Chu Fan, the manor would have no place to grieve." However, Jian Leshan's concerns did not capture Jian Xingzhou's attention. With a calm smile, he replied, "It matters not. If they can come together, it is also an opportunity for Tianjian Mountain Manor." Jian Leshan, puzzled, asked, "An opportunity?" Jian Xingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. "If Chu Fan truly is a descendant of a hidden sect, he cannot linger in the Xingyue Empire for long. Qing'er, with her exceptional talent as an innate sword body, cannot remain confined to this remote corner her entire life. If Chu Fan stays by her side, her safety would be greatly assured." Pausing for a moment, Jian Xingzhou crossed his arms, gazing at the sky outside the hall, his lips curling into a subtle smile. Moreover, the Emperor of Xingyue is willing to refer to him as elder brother. Yu Qianhao cannot possibly be unaware. If he does not intervene, it suggests that he may well know Chu Fan's true identity. Do they think they can conceal the existence of a hidden sect's descendant? Do they truly regard Tianjian Mountain Manor as fools? Upon hearing this, Jian Leshan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jian Xingzhou's meticulous considerations. What if the royal family and Chu Fan refer to each other as brothers? The disciples of Tianjin Mountain Manor, however, are Chu Fan's celestial partners, whose relationship is closer, is self-evident. In due time, the Xingyue royal family would not dare to act against Tianjin Mountain Manor, and its future development would undoubtedly be glorious. Jian Leshan expressed his admiration. Senior brother speaks wisely. I am in awe. Jian Xingzhou waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am merely concerned that Qing'er may find it difficult to let go. If it becomes necessary, we might give her a nudge. At noon, under Murong Qing'er's guidance, Chu Fan and his companion nearly traversed the entirety of Tianjin Mountain Manor. Meanwhile, their astonishment only grew. Truly, as the foremost sect of Xingye, both the depth of the sect and the strength of its disciples far surpassed those of other sections. In comparison, the path ahead for the Tianyu sect remains long. Qing'er, Chu Fan halted, surveying his surroundings, and inquired, Why have I not seen the Jinshin ancient tree? Murong Qing'er appeared somewhat troubled. Her lively eyes darted towards the direction of the back mountain, stating, Follow me. In truth, the Jinshin ancient tree is the very foundation of Tianjin Mountain Manor. Not only outsiders, but even ordinary disciples are forbidden from approaching it. However, since Jian Xingzhou had permitted them to explore, he did not impose restrictions on visiting the forbidden grounds. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the back mountain's restricted area, gazing upon the towering ancient tree that pierced the clouds. Chu Fan felt a surge of emotion. The Jinshin ancient tree before him was grander and more robust than the one in the Xingyue secret realm. Yet, the dispersing sword aura seemed somewhat feeble, lacking the sharpness of the one within the secret realm. Chu Fan murmured to himself, It appears that the vitality of this Jinshin ancient tree has indeed diminished significantly. Murong Qing'er stared at the ancient tree, her exquisite features reflecting deep sorrow. Should the Jinshin ancient tree fail to restore its vitality and produce the Jinshin fruit, Tianjin Mountain Manor would inevitably decline. Even with a powerhouse like Jian Xingzhou, if the core disciples could not coalesce their sword hearts, the sect's foundation would remain perpetually compromised. Observing Murong Qing'er's mournful countenance, Chu Fan offered reassurance. Do not worry. There will surely be a solution. Suddenly, a faint hum resonated in his mind, interrupting Chu Fan's words. Within his dantian, something seemed to be yearning to break free from his body. What is happening? Chu Fan murmured, turning his focus inward. He discovered that the branch of the Jinshin ancient tree, which the three in Shanjiang had autonomously severed in the Xingyue secret realm, was stirring restlessly. Simultaneously, the Jinshin ancient tree before him began to shimmer with light, the faint sword humming gradually intensifying. Murong Qing'er furrowed her brows tightly, filled with concern. What is happening? This is the first occurrence since the vitality of the Jinshin ancient tree began to wane. Beside her, Chu Fan, without elaborating further, urged the 3-inch Genjan, forcefully suppressing the restless branch within his dantian. He had an inkling that something significant was about to transpire. This branch is likely the key to revitalizing the Jinshin ancient tree. However, a more significant figure has yet to arrive, and it is only natural that he would not act so readily. Whoosh whoosh. In the next breath, several sounds of air being sliced through emerged. Chapter 85. I only need a promise. Jian Xingzhou descended from the heavens, followed closely by Jin Leshan and the elders and stewards of the Tianjin villa. Master. Murong Qing'er stepped forward to bow respectfully, saying, The Jinshin ancient tree has just emitted a sound of sword resonance on its own. Jinshin Zhou nodded. He stepped forward, placing his hand on the sturdy trunk, his eyes narrowing slightly as he focused on sensing something. As the master of Tianjin Villa, he could use his own sword heart as a guide to communicate simply with the Jinshin ancient tree. At the very least, he could ascertain the current condition of the Jinshin ancient tree immediately. After a brief moment, Jinshin Zhou opened his eyes slightly, confusion and astonishment flickering in their depths. Jin Leshan inquired, Master, what did the ancient tree say? Jinshin Zhou pondered. It seems the ancient tree is yearning for something. As soon as he spoke, Jin Leshan and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unable to grasp the situation. The Jinshin ancient tree is born of the world. What could evoke such a yearning feeling in it? Could it be another treasure of the world? Master, did the ancient tree specify what it desires? No. At this moment, Chu Fan smiled slightly, stepping forward, and said, Senior, I know what the Jinshin ancient tree wants. This declaration immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Jinxing Zhou and Jin Lishan exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. The Jinxing ancient tree had been dormant for centuries, yet just by Chu Fan approaching it, such an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Perhaps Chu Fan, as a disciple of a hidden sect, possessed a means to heal the Jinxing ancient tree. However, the others did not recognize Chu Fan. With his cultivation at the 9th level of Gathering Dan, he was not even qualified to become a core disciple of Tianjin Villa, and thus they naturally did not regard him highly. Who is this kid? What right does he have to speak here? They scoffed. The Jinxing ancient tree is born of the world, and you think you can fathom its thoughts? You don't seem to be a disciple of Tianjin, do you? Who brought you to this forbidden place? Facing their scorn and mockery, Chu Fan let out a cold smile, taking Tang Wenlan's hand, and said, "It seems we are not very welcome here. Lon, let's depart." At this moment, Jinxing Zhou grew anxious. If Chu Fan truly knew what the ancient tree needed, once he left, the Jinxing ancient tree might indeed be without hope. With this thought, Jinxing Zhou's brow furrowed, his authority evident. "Everyone be silent," he commanded. The surrounding elders and stewards retreated half a step, glancing at Jinxing Zhou in confusion. The next scene left them utterly astonished. Jinxing Zhou stepped forward, standing before Chu Fan, and courteously bowed. "Young friend Chu, I apologize on their behalf, and hope you will not take offense. The Jinxing ancient tree holds profound significance for Tianjin Villa, and if you truly know what it requires, I urge you to share." Jinxing Zhou's courteous demeanor left everyone baffled. Who is this young man to receive such treatment from Jinxing Zhou? Even Yu Tianhao likely did not possess this privilege. Chu Fan's expression remained calm, yet internally he was elated. "You thought I was easy to bully without showing you my true colors?" Subsequently, Chu Fan feigned a troubled expression and said, "Senior, you overestimate me. I do indeed know what the Jinxing ancient tree desires, but..." Jinxing Zhou, fully aware of the implications, quickly interjected, "Young friend Chu, whatever conditions you have, Tianjin Villa will do our utmost." Chu Fan's lips curled into a smile. He turned to Murong Qinger beside him, revealing a mischievous grin, and said, "My condition is quite simple. I merely need a promise from the senior that when Tianyu sect is in need, Tianjin Villa will come to our aid." Upon hearing this, Murong Qinger was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes. In contrast, Tang Wenlan was filled with happiness and gratitude, gazing at Chu Fan with shimmering eyes. "No problem." Jinxing Zhou responded without hesitation, stating, "I swear by the Tao of the Sword that Tianjin Villa will ally with Tianyu sect, unchanging through the ages." Hearing this, Chu Fan nodded satisfactorily. "Senior, what the Jinxing ancient tree needs is a branch." "A branch? What does that mean?" Jinxing Zhou inquired, though he did not doubt Chu Fan's words. For at that moment, as Chu Fan's voice fell, the Jinxing ancient tree visibly shimmered, as if affirming his statement. Chu Fan explained, "Literally, it requires a branch of its kind. It should be able to restore its vitality." In an instant, Jinxing Zhou and the others were ecstatic, though a hint of regret also surfaced. The Xingyue Empire has only 2 Jinxing ancient trees. To obtain a branch of its kind, they would have to venture once more into the Xingyue secret realm. Murong Qinger lamented, "Had I known in the Xingyue secret realm, I would have cut off a branch." Jinxing Zhou shook his head, saying, "That would have been futile. The branches of the Jinxing ancient tree are exceptionally hard. Leaving marks is already difficult, let alone severing one." After a brief pause, Jinxing Zhou exhaled deeply and murmured, "It seems I must swallow my pride and seek out Yu Tianhao. The Xingyue secret realm opens once every 50 years. However, for the sake of the Jinxing ancient tree, as long as it can be opened early, Tianjin Villa would spare no expense." Just as Jinxing Zhou was preparing to leave, Chu Fan astonishingly stated, "Senior, there is no need to seek anyone out, for I have the branch that the Jinxing ancient tree requires." Chapter 86. If missed, will there be regrets? Is this true? Jinxing Zhou exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Chu Fan nodded. Stepping back a half step, he twirled his wrist, and a branch emanating vitality and sword intent appeared. Chu Fan feigned depth as he said, "Ever since I heard Qinger mention the waning vitality of your sect's Jinxing ancient tree, I secretly cut off a branch in case it was needed." Upon hearing this, Jinxing Zhou and Jin Lishan exchanged glances, their suspicions confirmed. Chu Fan was undoubtedly a disciple of a hidden sect. Otherwise, how could he possibly know the means to revitalize the Jinxing ancient tree? Furthermore, The Jinshin ancient tree, dormant for centuries, likely sensed Chu Fan's extraordinary nature, leading it to emit a call for help. Meanwhile, Murong Qing'er, with her striking beauty, appeared momentarily stunned. Chu Fan was remarkably thoughtful. She had merely mentioned the situation of the Jinshin ancient tree in passing, and he had taken it to heart. This stirred ripples in her steadfast resolve, and she frequently cast shy and tender glances at Chu Fan. Brother Chu, this branch. Unbeknownst to her, Jinqing Zhou had already altered his address for Chu Fan. Before Jinqing Zhou could finish speaking, Chu Fan bestowed a gentle smile, declaring, "Given my relationship with Qing'er, this branch shall be a gift to Tianjin Shanzhuang." With that, a flicker of thought coursed through his mind as he lifted the pressure of the 3-inch Jianjian from the branch. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound of air being split, the branch in his palm transformed into a streak of luminous energy, rushing directly into the trunk of the Jinshin Gushu. Before one's eyes, the branch was absorbed by the ancient tree, causing its robust trunk to shimmer with radiant auras. The sword intent contained within was extraordinarily potent, forming beams of sword light that forced the onlookers to retreat several paces. Subsequently, the spot where the branch had vanished began to sprout anew, with the ancient tree's foliage becoming increasingly lush and vibrant, pulsating with sword intent. Notably, a flower resembling a diminutive sword began to take shape at the very top, its formation perceptibly accelerating. Jinqing Zhou and the others were elated. Jinshin Hua, the ancient tree is blooming once more. The Jinshin will blossoms every 20 years and bears fruit after 30, maturing in another 50 years. This implies that the branch provided by Chu Fan not only rejuvenated the Jinshin Gushu, but also directly saved 20 years. In merely 80 years, Tianjin Shanzhuang could reap a Jinxingua. For cultivators, 80 years pass in the blink of an eye. While Jinqing Zhou and the others were consumed with excitement, Chu Fan was enveloped in perplexity. Could it be that the 3-inch Danjiang had long known the method to revive the Jinshin Gushu? As night fell, the aura of the Jinshin Gushu finally settled, its sword intent radiating vibrantly. Jinqing Zhou exhaled deeply and approached Chu Fan, his demeanor solemn, and clasped his hands in respect, stating, "Brother Chu, your kindness is beyond words." Chu Fan was momentarily startled, reaching out to support him. "Senior, what is this? You flatter me." Jinqing Zhou remained resolute. A cultivator at the 9th level of Yuanshan could not be easily supported by Chu Fan's strength. He spoke with utmost gravity. "What you have done for Tianjin Shanzhuang is a tremendous blessing, and I am at a loss for how to repay you." Meanwhile, those who had earlier spoken harshly towards Chu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of shame. They too raised their hands and bowed, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance." Chu Fan feigned reluctance, appearing surprised by the reverence. Yet inwardly he was elated. This was precisely the effect he desired. Thus, even if he truly had an affair with Murong Qing'er, they would likely have no significant objections. Chu Fan urged, "Please rise, esteemed seniors. Otherwise, I may take my leave." Jinqing Zhou lowered his hands and replied, "Brother Chu, henceforth your affairs shall be the affairs of Tianjin Shanzhuang. Even if you wish to ascend to the throne, I would fight alongside you at Tianhao." This declaration left Chu Fan genuinely astonished. He had underestimated the significance of the Jinshin Gushu to Tianjin Shanzhuang. "Senior, you jest," he began. But Jinqing Zhou interrupted, "Brother Chu, I am several centuries your senior. If you bear no objections, shall we refer to each other as brothers?" Chu Fan hesitated, casting a glance at Murong Qing'er, and with a wry smile, he responded, "Senior, that may not be appropriate." After all, Jinqing Zhou was Murong Qing'er's master. If he were to call him brother, it would make him her uncle in the hierarchy. Jinqing Zhou seemed to grasp the implications and laughed heartily. "Haha, let us speak as we wish, it matters not." Seeing Jinqing Zhou's earnestness, Chu Fan felt compelled to acquiesce. "Brother Jian," he said, "Haha, very well." Jinqing Zhou appeared delighted, as if he had gained a significant advantage. What a scandal this would be if it were to spread. Moments later, Jin Lishan led Chu Fan and Tong Wenlan to a side hall to rest, while Jinqing Zhou conversed privately with Murong Qing'er. His eyes filled with a sense of satisfaction as he inquired, "Qing'er, what are your thoughts?" "Huh?" Murong Qing'er was taken aback, questioning, "Master, what do you mean?" With a gentle smile, Jinqing Zhou replied, "Do not think for a moment that I cannot discern. Brother Chu likely harbors feelings for you." "What of you?" Murong Qing'er's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her delicate fingers fidgeting with the hem of her attire, unsure of how to respond. Those who cultivate should follow their hearts. There is no need to be overly restrained, Jian Xingzhou advised. Though the Xingyue Empire may seem vast, it is but a corner of the Xinshu continent. With your talent, you shall inevitably venture forth into the world. And Brother Chu may very well be a descendant of a hidden sect capable of safeguarding you. Noticing Murong Qing'er still hesitating, Jian Xingzhou continued, ask yourself, would it be regrettable to let this opportunity slip by? Brother Chu is likely still awake. Ponder this well. With that, Jian Xingzhou swiftly departed. Murong Qing'er grappled internally. The blush on her cheeks showed no sign of fading, yet her spirited eyes brimmed with determination, as if she had resolved something significant. Chapter 87. Are there any pills for kidney supplementation? Meanwhile, in the side hall of Tianjin Shanzhuang, Tong Wenlan diligently arranged Chu Fan's bedding before standing and saying, Husband, I shall take my leave. Chu Fan inquired, will you not sleep with me? Tong Wenlan entwined her arm around Chu Fan's, coyly responding, Husband, do you still require my company tonight? Sister Qing'er will likely arrive soon. Seeing Tong Wenlan's sweet and understanding demeanor filled Chu Fan with warmth. What more could a husband desire than such a wife? He leaned down and planted a fervent kiss on her lips, playfully squeezing her soft form, and said, Ah, my dear Wenlan truly understands. Tong Wenlan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shortly after her departure, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Creak. Murong Qing'er pushed the door open. Clad in a loose, sky-blue robe that concealed her delicate figure, she exuded an ethereal beauty. With her Qinqing Longyin Jian tucked away in her dantian, she approached with a rosy complexion. Chu Fan sat leisurely in a chair, sipping tea as he feigned ignorance. Qing, seeking me so late, is there something on your mind? Murong Qing'er's face deepened in hue. Her small hands twisted nervously, her lips parted as if to speak. Yet words eluded her. Chu Fan set down his cup, rising slowly to stand before Murong Qing'er, the rush of her breath mingling with her fragrant aura enveloping him. Have you come to seek high-tier sword techniques, or to express gratitude for my revival of the Jinshin Gushu? At his words, Murong Qing'er trembled slightly. Her intelligent eyes bore into Chu Fan's resolute gaze, revealing a divergence from her prior understanding of him. Indeed, why had she come? Was it truly the high-tier sword techniques she sought? Or was it gratitude for all Chu Fan had done for Tianjin Shanzhuang? Or perhaps, was it due to Chu Fan's identity as a scion of a hidden sect, a potential pillar to lean on when she eventually departed the empire? Murong Qing'er's thoughts spiraled chaotically, a struggle within her being. Chu Fan returned to his seat and gestured, if that is the case, you may take your leave. Though my feelings for you are genuine, I shall not impose. In that instant, something soft within Murong Qing'er seemed to be struck, as if an immensely significant aspect of her life was receding ever farther away. As her eyes fluttered, Murong Qing'er clenched her fist, finally arriving at a decision. I do not desire the advanced sword techniques, and your actions on behalf of the Tianjin Mountain Manor are of no concern to me. My master once said that those who cultivate should act according to their hearts, and I do not wish to betray my true self. Therefore, I come here solely as myself to express my feelings. I like you. As her words fell, Chu Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was precisely what he desired. Although he could have coerced Murong Qing'er into submission through threats or temptations that would have rendered the experience akin to visiting a brothel. Only when mutual affection exists can one truly reach the pinnacle of such moments. Murong Qing'er was not mistaken. Perhaps it began when Chu Fan gifted her the Jinshin fruit, or when he assisted her in taming the Qinqing Longyin sword, or even when he prepared the Jinshin branches to alleviate her regrets. Regardless of the moment, it seemed that Murong Qing'er had unknowingly developed an indescribable affection for the enigmatic Chu Fan. If she did not express her innermost thoughts, her Jinshin would inevitably be affected, and she would regret it for a lifetime upon Chu Fan's departure. At that moment, Chu Fan slowly rose, positioning himself before Murong Qing'er and gently enveloping her in his embrace. As he caressed her silky hair, the fragrance overwhelmed him with excitement. Cautiously, he removed the long robe from her shoulders, revealing her flawless skin, akin to congealed fat, illuminated by the moonlight in an indescribable haze of beauty. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chu Fan lifted her into his arms and laid her upon the bed. Murong Qing, his heart raced, grasping his hand and whispering, "Will hurt." Chu Fan replied tenderly, "Do not worry, I will be gentle." The night passed without sleep. In the morning, the bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Chu Fan, who lay on the bed in a T-shaped position. Opening his eyes, he beheld the soft and delicate form nestled in his embrace. Her long legs draped over his waist, prompting a knowing smile. He had not anticipated that the seemingly icy beauty could exhibit such fervor. Her slender waist twisted and turned, nearly overwhelming him. He pondered whether the Shunshur continent possessed any restorative elixirs. Just as his musings faded, the long-absent voice of the system echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, host, for branching out successfully. Reward, 150 years of cultivation. Reward, low-grade heavenly technique, Tianqiong sword technique. Reward, upper-grade earthly martial skill, Yitzi Lingkong slash." Chu Fan's heart soared with joy. Originally, he had harbored concerns that the system might not reward him with a sword technique. Even with a prepared excuse, he would have felt somewhat embarrassed. However, now he had no reason to worry. With Murong Qing's innate sword body, cultivating the heavenly sword technique would undoubtedly propel her strength to new heights. At that moment, as Chu Fan prepared to accept the 150 years of cultivation and break through his realm, the system chimed once more. Detected that the host's branching target possesses a special constitution. Chapter 88. Are you truly the heir of a hidden sect? Special reward? Chu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that securing the innate sword body would yield additional rewards. Did this imply that any future successful branching with a special constitution would yield special rewards? Congratulations, host, for acquiring the special constitution, innate sword body. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 6 5-grade elixirs, Juku Yuan Dan. Stunned, the special rewards were astonishing, leaving Chu Fan bewildered. The innate sword body was a rare treasure, sought after by sword cultivators for millennia. To have been gifted such a boon by the system was beyond his comprehension. Just then, a humming sound resonated. An extraordinary surge of pure spiritual energy flooded the surroundings, coalescing into a vortex around Chu Fan. It activated his meridians, and a fierce sword intent manifested, merging with the spiritual energy coursing through his veins. The Yuanying within his dantian began to transform, no longer resembling the miniature version of himself, but gradually evolving into a sharp sword, suspended at the center. Its dark form bore a resemblance to the 3-inch broken sword. With 150 years of cultivation, Chu Fan's realm began to ascend rapidly. Ningying 6th level, Ningying 7th level, Ningying 8th level. In the blink of an eye, his realm reached the pinnacle of Ningying, just a step away from the Yuanshan realm. As the spiritual energy in the world gradually diminished, Chu Fan stabilized his cultivation and exhaled deeply. He felt the abundant spiritual energy within him, with each movement seemingly infused with a fierce sword intent. Truly, the innate sword body was fearsome. His mastery over the 3-inch broken sword grew increasingly adept, as if it were an extension of his own body. With the strength of Ning Ing 9th level, he was confident in easily breaching Li Yin's defenses. Subsequently, Chu Fan focused his attention on the system's awarded elixirs. 5-grade elixirs were rare treasures throughout the entire Qingzhou, yet the system had generously provided him with 6. The Juku Yuan Dan could summon the spiritual energy of the heavens and refine the meridians, significantly enhancing a cultivator's realm. Were it not for the system, he would have considered consuming them all, potentially catapulting his cultivation directly to the He Su realm. It seemed prudent to utilize these 5-grade elixirs to elevate the strength of his beloved ones. Chu Fan mused silently. His peripheral vision caught sight of the beauty in his arms, her long eyelashes fluttering, indicating she had already awakened. A mischievous smile crept across Chu Fan's face as he gently pinched her soft and proud form. With a soft moan that melted bones, he teased, "Are you not getting up? Your husband is about to rise." At this, Murong Qing blushed deeply, her delicate ears turning crimson. She curled against Chu Fan, seemingly unwilling to part. Had she known it would be this pleasurable, why had she held back? During the Xingyue secret realm, she should have surrendered herself entirely. Seeing that Murong Qing remained unmoved, Chu Fan swiftly rolled over and positioned himself atop her, laughing. "Since you refuse to rise, I shall not hold back. "Ah, husband, please don't." Half an hour later, the disarray surrounding them bore witness to yet another fierce battle that had transpired. From the bed to the tea table, from the door to the window, traces of their passionate conflict were scattered everywhere. Chu Fan playfully patted Murong Qing'er's bouncy rear, saying, "Enough. If you do not get up, your master will come for you." Murong Qing'er's face turned crimson. She raised her hand to wipe her mouth and nodded. Rising to don her long robe, occasionally glancing at Chu Fan, she seemed to relish the memories of their earlier fervor. Chu Fan took a sip of tea and turned to the rosy-cheeked Murong Qing'er, smiling. "Qing'er, do you remember what I said before?" Murong Qing'er blinked, her lively eyes sparkling as she inquired. "What?" Chu Fan remarked. "Previously, my husband promised that once you become my wife, I would impart to you the advanced sword techniques." Upon hearing this, Murong Qing'er exhibited a calm demeanor. In the past, the prospect of receiving high-level sword technique from Chu Fan would have undoubtedly thrilled her. However, at this moment, it seemed to hold far less significance. As long as she could be with Chu Fan, the possession of advanced sword techniques appeared to be of little importance. Chu Fan, naturally, understood the thoughts swirling within Murong Qing'er's mind. With a serene smile, he stepped forward and declared, "What my husband has promised must be fulfilled." Following this, he raised his hand and deftly directed a stream of radiant energy into the center of Murong Qing'er's brow. As she felt the obscure techniques suddenly manifest in her mind, Murong Qing'er's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. Heavenly grade sword technique. She had never anticipated that Chu Fan truly possessed such advanced skills and so effortlessly imparted them to her. Reflecting on Jian Xingzhou's words, Murong Qing'er found herself increasingly captivated by the enigmatic Chu Fan. "Husband, may I ask you something?" she inquired. "Do tell," Chu Fan replied, somewhat puzzled. Remarkably, the first thing Murong Qing'er wished to do after acquiring the heavenly grade sword technique was not to practice it, but instead to voice her curiosity. With a slight furrow in her brow, she asked, "Are you truly a disciple of a hidden sect?" Chapter 89. Conditions not met, not yet unlocked. Chu Fan was taken aback. A hidden sect. Where did such rumors originate? If he were indeed a disciple of a hidden sect, would he need to toil so hard? He would have long since reclined in ease. However, since the misunderstanding had arisen, there was no need for him to clarify. His expression grew serious as he feigned depth and inquired, "Did Jian Xingzhou tell you this?" Murong Qing'er nodded. The absence of denial only reinforced her conviction that her husband's identity was extraordinary. No wonder he could wield thunderous magic and casually summon the heavenly grade sword technique. Who but a mysterious and formidable hidden sect could possess such profound resources? Chu Fan sighed as he sat to the side, confessing, "My identity is indeed somewhat special, and I am bound by a certain seal." "A seal?" Murong Qing'er found it in concern. "What kind of seal?" Chu Fan explained, "My true realm has reached an unimaginable level. Yet it is currently suppressed. Only through intimacy with a woman can it be gradually lifted, restoring me to my peak state." Having said this, he seemed to sense her skepticism, and with a tremor of his body, he revealed his realm at the 9th level of Ningying. Murong Qing'er was utterly astonished. She distinctly remembered that just yesterday, Chu Fan was at the 9th level of Judan, and now he had ascended to the 9th level of Ningying. This meant that after their intimate encounter, a portion of the seal within Chu Fan had been lifted, enabling him to return to the 9th level of Ningying. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed through Murong Qing'er's mind as she recalled Chu Fan's earlier words. The necessity for intimacy to dissolve the seal indicated that Chu Fan was not a frivolous playboy. At the very least, he had not acted promiscuously due to his seal. This revelation touched Murong Qing'er's heart, deepening her affection for the man before her. Chu Fan gazed at Murong Qing'er and, lacking confidence, asked, "Sure, do you believe what I say?" Murong Qing'er nodded earnestly. "I believe." On the surface, Chu Fan remained composed, but inwardly he was elated. "Goodness, you actually believe this?" By the end, even he felt he was stretching the truth. Murong Qing'er entwined her arm around Chu Fan's, sweetly proclaiming, "I believe whatever my husband says." Chu Fan smiled indulgently, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, and said, "Be good. Focus on practicing the sword technique first." "Yes." Murong Qing'er nodded, sitting cross-legged. her hands weaving the sword gestures as her potent sword intent surged skyward. Before long, Murong Qing'er's realm began to stir, and she swiftly broke through to the peak of Ning'ing. At the same time, a crisp notification echoed in Chu Fan's ear. Ding! Host successfully imparted techniques. The innate sword-body Murong Qing'er's loyalty has reached 100, unwavering and forever loyal. Host successfully bound with immortal partner. The cultivation gains of the immortal partner will feed back to the host. Loyalty maxed out instantly. Chu Fan felt a twinge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Murong Qing'er would be so formidable, reaching full loyalty immediately upon binding. Upon reflection, it seemed understandable. With her steadfast heart, as an innate sword body, she would not easily fall for someone. If she liked someone, it would surely be with complete devotion, never half-heartedly. Of course, the fictitious identity he had concocted had played a role. After all, he was not entirely lying. Wasn't the identity of a transmigrator special enough? Chu Fan gathered his thoughts and inquired within, "System, what is the use of this loyalty?" Until now, he remained unaware of the significance of the immortal partner's loyalty. The surroundings fell silent for a few moments before the system's cold mechanical voice responded. Conditions not met. Not yet unlocked. Conditions not met? Chu Fan's eyes gleamed. This indicated that loyalty was indeed valuable, but it might not yet be activated. What conditions were necessary for unlocking? No information available. Will there be any rewards upon unlocking? No information available. Does it require all partners to reach 100 loyalty to unlock? No information available. After a brief pause, Chu Fan was left exasperated, muttering in frustration. Goodness gracious! Would it kill you to reveal a little? No information available. Chapter 90. Yuan Ing transforms the divine, arriving at the Yuan Shun. Chu Fan exhaled deeply. Since the system refused to divulge anything, further inquiries seemed pointless. No matter the conditions, he believed they would eventually be unlocked. With this thought, he settled down to relax with a cup of tea, dismissing any further concerns. Moments later, Murong Qing'er stabilized her realm at the peak of Ning'ing, poised to step into the Yuan Shun realm. As she reined in her sword intent and rose gracefully, she smiled. "Husband, I have reached the peak of Ning'ing." Feeling the refreshing fragrance emanating from Murong Qing'er, Chu Fan found himself momentarily distracted, his thoughts wandering. Struggling to suppress his impulses, he noticed Murong Qing'er teasingly pressing against his arm with her alluring figure. With thoughts of tranquility and detachment swirling in his mind, he recited the Taoist calming mantra. Yet, it proved futile. Goodness gracious! I can't hold back any longer. Life is short, and seizing joy is the true path. Scooping Murong Qing'er into his arms, he swiftly shed her long robe, elevating her graceful legs, and the battle commenced. Half an hour later, Chu Fan exhaled a contented breath, collapsing onto the bed with Murong Qing'er in his embrace. Murong Qing'er's delicate hand rested on Chu Fan's chest, drawing circles in a clockwise motion. "Husband, you are truly remarkable." Chu Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Even if you are a stunning beauty akin to an iceberg, under the vigorous and powerful abdominal exercises of Laozi, your fate would only be one of inevitable surrender." Subsequently, Chu Fan rotated his wrist, and a pill shimmering with a lustrous white aura appeared in his palm. Above it, 9 intricate patterns seemed to be inscribed, flowing continuously in an exceedingly mysterious manner. "King Ye, allow me to bestow upon you another opportunity," Chu Fan said as he handed the pill to Murong Qing'er, explaining. "This is the Juku Yuandan, capable of assisting you in breaking through to the Yuan Shun realm." Murong Qing'er immediately sat up, her excitement palpable. "Really?" The intense movement caused dazzling flashes to dance before Chu Fan's eyes, and without hesitation, he raised his hand to rub. "Indeed, a 5th-grade pill is sufficient to help you shatter your bottleneck." Upon hearing this, Murong Qing'er suppressed the sensations coursing through her body, donned a long robe, and resolutely swallowed the pill. The spiritual energy within her surged forth, invoking the powers of heaven and earth to form a vortex that greedily absorbed the surrounding spiritual essence. After a short incense stick's time, the spiritual energy within Murong Qing'er reached its zenith, and she effortlessly broke through to the Yuan Shun realm, even ascending directly to the 2nd level of Yuan Shun. A terrifying sword intent shot in the sky, startling the entire Tianjin villa. In the council hall, Jian Xingzhou was discussing the late-stage changes in the Xingyue Empire and their implications for Tianjin Villa with the elders. The sudden surge of sword intent took everyone by surprise. They hurried to the entrance of the hall, their gazes fixated on the nearby side hall. Jian Yueshan remarked, "That direction seems to be where Dao friend Chu resides." Jian Xingzhou's eyes sparkled with realization, and he suddenly beamed with joy. Could it be that Jianing is transcended? After discussing matters with Mu Rong Qing'er last night, Jian Xingzhou knew she had sought out Chu Fan. What transpired between them was self-evident. As a descendant of a reclusive sect, it was highly likely that Mu Rong Qing'er had ingested some rare treasure, resulting in her rapid rise in cultivation. Master, are you saying Qing'er has broken through to the Yuanshan realm? That seems improbable, doesn't it? Did she not just reach the 8th level of Ningying? The short span of time to achieve Yuanshan is nothing short of extraordinary. The crowd whispered among themselves, filled with joy. Jian Xingzhou smirked slightly and said, "We shall see for ourselves." Meanwhile, after Mu Rong Qing'er broke through to the Yuanshan realm, her spiritual consciousness connected with the universe, as if she had merged with the Tao. With each breath, she seemed to be permeated with the sword intent of the heavenly path, attempting to shatter the void in the celestial dome. Chu Fan stood nearby, nodding with satisfaction. The efficacy of the 5th-grade pill was indeed terrifying. With 5 more Juku Yuandans. Upon returning to Tianyu sect, I shall have Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong consume them as well. Their cultivation will surely experience a significant enhancement. At that moment, as Mu Rong Qing'er's aura stabilized, the spiritual energy feedback from the system surged into Chu Fan's body. To his astonishment, the shackles of the peak of Ning shattered instantaneously, and he ascended unimpeded to the 1st level of Yuanshan. Have I also broken through? Chu Fan pondered in surprise. Although Mu Rong Qing'er had made a substantial breakthrough, the feedback of spiritual energy alone should not have been sufficient for him to transcend. Subsequently, Chu Fan seemed to recall something. It must be that Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong at Tianyu sect had also achieved breakthroughs. The collective spiritual energy feedback allowed Chu Fan to reach the Yuanshan realm in one fell swoop. Chu Fan smiled with satisfaction, murmuring, "Indeed, capturing Mu Rong Qing'er has yielded rich rewards." Before long, Mu Rong Qing'er descended, her eyes wide open, brimming with excitement and exhilaration. "Husband, am I dreaming?" She could hardly believe that within just a few days, she had soared from the 5th level of Ningying to the 2nd level of Yuanshan. All of this was thanks to Chu Fan. Chu Fan gently brushed Mu Rong Qing'er's hair back, affectionately saying, "Given your remarkable efforts just now, I shall impart to you a martial technique." With that, he waved his hand, and the character Ling Kongzhan entered Mu Rong Qing'er's mind. With her strength now at the Yuanshan realm, she could wield Earth-grade martial techniques without experiencing the earlier exhaustion. However, Mu Rong Qing'er, after all, was not Chu Fan. Even with Ling Kongzhan, she could not fully comprehend it in the short term. "Thank you, husband." Mu Rong Qing'er smiled sweetly, planting a tender kiss on Chu Fan's cheek. Chu Fan patted her gently on the back, saying, "Get dressed, we mustn't keep them waiting." Outside the door, Jian Xingzhou and others were eagerly anticipating, their gazes fixed on Mu Rong Qing'er as she stepped out. Just as they were about to speak, they suddenly noticed the realm within her, leaving them utterly astonished. 2nd level of Yuanshan. Mu Rong Qing'er's eyes sparkled like autumn waters as she linked her arm with Chu Fan, adoringly saying, "Thanks to you, husband. I could never have broken through so swiftly." Upon hearing this, Jian Xingzhou's gaze locked onto Chu Fan, internally acknowledging, "Indeed, the Yuanshan realm is not easily traversed. Countless individuals spend their lives unable to cross this threshold into the Yuan-ing stage." Chu Fan not only achieved this, but also enabled Mu Rong Qing'er to leap directly to the 2nd level of Yuanshan, which is simply unfathomable. Jian Xingzhou respectfully cupped his hands, saying, "Brother Chu, your great kindness is beyond words." Chu Fan smiled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "Brother Jian, you are too kind. Qing'er is my wife. Assisting her cultivation is my duty." Jian Xingzhou solemnly replied, "Regardless, Tianjin Villa owes you a great favor." Chu Fan smiled nonchalantly. Checking the time, he said, "Brother Jian, since the Jinshin ancient tree has been restored and Qing'er has broken through, we shall take our leave. Are you in such a hurry?" Jian Xingzhou appeared reluctant to let Chu Fan depart. Spending more time with the heir of a reclusive sect could yield further opportunities for Tianjin Villa. Chu Fan jested. If I don't return soon, the disciples of Tianyu sect might think I've abducted their sect leader. Tang Wenlan stepped forward, adorably standing beside Chu Fan, casually linking her arm with his. Meanwhile, Mu Rongqing'er appeared somewhat reluctant, her sparkling eyes pleading, "Husband, I want to go with you." Upon hearing this, Jian Xingzhou and the others were rendered speechless. She had just become someone's wife and yet was willing to leave her own sect? Sensing the bemused expressions of Jian Xingzhou and others, Chu Fan gently stroked Mu Rongqing'er's hair, saying, "Be good. Focus on mastering your martial techniques, and we shall meet again in half a month." Whether it be the Tianxiong sword technique or Ling Kong Zhan, Mu Rongqing'er had yet to truly grasp them, necessitating a period of seclusion for comprehension. Otherwise, even possessing celestial-grade martial techniques would amount to mere decoration. Mu Rongqing'er nodded, filled with reluctance. All right. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, glancing at Jian Xingzhou and the others, inquiring, "Husband, may I?" Although Mu Rongqing'er did not finish her sentence, Chu Fan understood her intent. She clearly wished to present the Tianxiong sword technique and Ling Kong Zhan to Tianjin Villa, yet was apprehensive about his reaction, hence the cautious inquiry. Chu Fan affectionately nodded, saying, "Of course you may." Mu Rongqing'er smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, my dear husband." Shortly after, Chu Fan bid farewell to Jian Xingzhou and Jian Leshan, taking Tang Wenlan's hand as they ascended into the sky. At the Tianjin Villa, in the discussion hall, Jian Xingzhou occupied the main seat, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he inquired, "Qing'er, what cryptic message were you exchanging with Brother Chu just now?" Mu Rongqing'er suppressed her feelings of longing. Her strikingly beautiful face broke into a smile as she replied, "My husband imparted a martial art and technique to me, which I wish to bestow upon Tianjin Villa." Martial arts and techniques? Jian Xingzhou and the others were momentarily taken aback. As a sect focused on sword cultivation, typical martial arts were generally unsuitable for disciples to practice. Jian Xingzhou asked, "What kind of martial arts?" Mu Rongqing'er astonishingly declared, "A low-grade heavenly technique, the Tianxiong sword technique." What? Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded. Jian Xingzhou, a formidable 8th-layer Yuanshan sword cultivator, nearly lost his balance and instantly appeared before Mu Rongqing'er. "What did you just say? The heavenly sword technique?" Mu Rongqing'er nodded and added, "Indeed, along with the top-grade earthly sword maneuver, the one-word sky slash." In that moment, the atmosphere in the hall surged with tumultuous emotions, as their hearts were tossed like waves, unable to find calm. They never anticipated that Chu Fan would unhesitatingly gift the heavenly sword technique and the one-word sky slash to Tianjin Villa. Consequently, the overall strength of Tianjin Villa would undoubtedly multiply, rightfully becoming the foremost sect of Xingyue. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a slap echoed, causing Jian Leshan beside them to shudder. Turning to inquire, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Did I just get startled out of my wits?" Before him stood an elder who had previously mocked Chu Fan in the Forbidden Grounds, now with a crimson handprint on his face, filled with shame. A person so selfless. And I looked down on him last night. I truly deserve to be condemned. Jian Leshan agreed. Indeed, as a scion of a hidden sect, he is remarkably selfless. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Xingzhou's piercing gaze sparkled with a decisive light. "In the name of Tianjin Villa, let it be proclaimed to the world. We honor Chu Fan as the honorary elder of Tianjin. Anyone who stands against him shall be considered an enemy of Tianjin Villa. There shall be no respite." Chapter 92, Eat, and not a word shall be uttered. Meanwhile, Chu Fan and Tang Wenlan had just arrived at Tianyu Peak. Feng Xiuda hurriedly approached, casting a respectful glance at Chu Fan before bowing to Tang Wenlan. "Sect Master." Tang Wenlan nodded, exuding an air of authority as she inquired, "Elder, what is it?" Feng Xiuda replied, "Just now, Tianjin Villa announced to the world, honoring Chu Fan as the honorary elder of Tianjin Villa." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Forcing a bitter smile, Jian Xingzhou is truly courteous. It must be because Mu Rongqing'er gifted the Tianxiong sword technique and the one-word sky slash to Tianjin Villa that he acts this way. Given that it had been proclaimed to the world, Chu Fan had no intention of denying it. After all, he planned to leave the Xingyue Empire soon, and the title of elder mattered little to him. Tang Wenlan was likewise astonished, quickly followed by delight. In this way, Tianjin Villa was irrevocably bound to Tianyu sect. Even if Taichu sect or the royal family sought to move against Tianyu sect, they would need to carefully consider whether they could withstand the wrath of Tianjin Villa. Tang Wenlan's lively eyes twinkled mischievously. Dear husband, what if Tianyu sect also honored you as an honorary elder? With Chu Fan's Yuanshan being at the first layer, it was not just the title of elder that would be suitable. Even the position of supreme elder would pose no issues. Please, no, Chu Fan replied, his forehead lined with black lines as he waved his hand. I have no interest in that. You attend to your matters. I shall go check on Yun'er and the others. Observing Chu Fan depart, Tang Wenlan did not stop him. Before long, Chu Fan arrived at the entrance of Si Lingyun's cave dwelling. Entering without obstruction, he beheld Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong, who were deeply engrossed in their cultivation. A smile crept upon his lips as he noted their significant breakthroughs. Si Lingyun had reached the 3rd layer of the nascent infant stage, while Liu Shutong had attained the 5th layer of the gathering dance stage. Although their progress was astonishingly rapid, they still paled in comparison to the extraordinary Murong Qing'er. Sensing Chu Fan's presence, Si Lingyun hastily gathered her spiritual energy, her long eyelashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. With a sweet smile, she rose and leaped into Chu Fan's embrace. Dear husband, you have returned. At that moment, Si Lingyun also noticed that Chu Fan had reached the realm of Yuanshan, a fleeting shadow of despondency sweeping across her eyes. Not long ago, Chu Fan was merely a qi-refining realm cultivator, far inferior to her. In such a short time, he had left her far behind, making her feel unworthy. Shortly after, Liu Shutong awakened from her meditation and also approached, linking her arm with Chu Fan's. Chu Fan opened his arms, enveloping both women in a warm embrace. The softness of their bodies and the intoxicating fragrance of their presence stirred his desires. With no hesitation, he placed his hands on their curvaceous forms, eliciting a soft squeal from them. Have you missed your husband? Indeed, they replied in unison. Chu Fan smirked devilishly. In that case, let me take good care of you. With that, he lifted both women and somewhat roughly placed them upon the bed. With a wave of his hand, their garments fell away, and he pounced upon them like a tiger descending from the mountain. The scene became quite chaotic. An hour later, satisfied, Chu Fan released the 2 women. Gazing at their languid forms sprawled upon the bed, their flawless bodies bared, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. In terms of beauty, Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong might slightly fall short of Murong Qing'er. Yet Si Lingyun's graceful waist and Liu Shutong's proud stature offered a unique allure that captivated Chu Fan's senses. However, indulging in such activities repeatedly left even Chu Fan feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Were it not for the system within him, subtly enhancing his capabilities in that regard, he might have truly struggled to keep up. After a while, the 2 women emerged from their bliss, gently helping Chu Fan adjust his robe. Their sparkling eyes filled with affection. Enjoying their attentions, Chu Fan spoke, Yun'er, I have a gift for you. Si Lingyun blinked, her curiosity piqued. With a twist of his wrist, he revealed the 9 Qing embossed with 9 intricate patterns, glowing with a radiant white light. This is a 5th-grade medicinal pill, the 9 Qing. Consuming it will allow your cultivation to soar. Really? Si Lingyun's eyes sparkled with joy, brimming with excitement. Ever since encountering Murong Qing, she had felt a sense of guilt and shame, realizing her low cultivation level prevented her from being of help when it mattered most. As the cherished daughter of Tianyu sect, she had long harbored some resentment toward herself. Chu Fan chuckled. You will know once you consume it. I guarantee it will leave you speechless. Si Lingyun did not hesitate. She accepted the pill, sat cross-legged, and swallowed it. A surge of rich spiritual energy enveloped her as she circulated her cultivation method, the Xianbing Tiangong emitting a pure chill as her realm began to ascend. Meanwhile, Liu Shutong wore a slightly forlorn expression. Her limited talent made her realize that such a precious elixir was likely a one-time opportunity. Even if administering it to her would be somewhat wasteful. Though she felt a pang of envy within her heart, she remained exceptionally well-behaved and did not voice her desires. Standing quietly by the side, how could Chu Fan not perceive Liu Shutong's disappointment? With a gentle smile, he stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Liu Shutong's waist, saying, Tonger, your share will be given to you shortly. I have one too. Liu Shutong exclaimed with great joy. However, her little face soon displayed a look of concern as she said, "Husband, this elixir is so precious. Wouldn't it be a bit wasteful to give it to me?" Chu Fan affectionately patted Liu Shutong's head and replied, "Silly girl. You are equally important to me as everyone else. There's no question of waste." Upon hearing this, Liu Shutong's eyes brimmed with emotion. She wrapped her arms around Chu Fan's neck and bestowed a delicate kiss, her agile tongue playfully dancing. Fortunately, Chu Fan managed to regain his composure in time. Si Ling Yun was still in the midst of her training. If it were to disturb her, it would be a loss. Chu Fan let out a soft breath and stated, "Tonger, your current cultivation level is insufficient to directly consume a 5th-grade elixir. Once Yun'er completes her training, I will find someone to safeguard you, mitigating the terrifying energy the elixir may unleash." Given Liu Shutong's cultivation at the 5th level of gathering elixirs, consuming a 5th-grade elixir recklessly could easily lead to her demise. Though Chu Fan had attained a realm of Yuan Shan, the cultivation within his body was a reward from the system. While he could handle combat, manipulating the subtle energies for protection was still somewhat challenging. Nonetheless, he already had someone in mind. With that individual present, it should be no problem to alleviate the explosive energy the elixir would bring to Liu Shutong. As night fell, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gradually dissipated, and Si Ling Yun's cultivation stabilized at the 8th level of the Ning-Ing realm. Her eyes slightly opened, a glimmer of cold light shooting forth, causing the temperature in the cave to drop sharply. With a radiant smile gracing her exquisite features, Si Ling Yun rose and exclaimed, "Husband, I have broken through." Unable to fully absorb the potency of the 5th-grade elixir due to her realm, some energy was indeed wasted. However, the elevation of 5 levels was still quite commendable. Otherwise, with Si Ling Yun's innate talent, reaching the 8th level of Ning-Ing would take at least a century. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction, gently tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear, and said, "Well done. It won't be long before you can challenge the peak of Ning-Ing." Si Ling Yun nodded excitedly, "Mm." Subsequently, Chu Fan extended his spiritual awareness, initially intending to seek a favor from Tang Wanlan. Suddenly, he sensed another presence that sparked his imagination, his eyes gleaming with insight. "Yun'er, I have matters to attend to. Please remind your master to seek me once she is free." "All right." Leaving the cave, Chu Fan's figure flickered and arrived at Fei Ling Peak. Gazing at the middle-aged figure instructing the outer disciples in their training, a smile curled at the corners of Chu Fan's mouth. "Elder Zhao, it has been a while." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guang paused momentarily, instinctively turning his head. The moment he laid eyes on Chu Fan, astonishment filled him, especially in the face of the unfathomable aura that nearly brought him to his knees. "So it is Senior Chu." Initially, Zhao Guang intended to address Chu Fan as brother, but reconsidered. With Chu Fan's current identity and strength, he was not someone a mere outer sect elder could compare to. Chu Fan smiled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "Elder Zhao, you are too kind. You have done me a great service, and I am here to express my gratitude." "Thank me?" Zhao Guang was somewhat perplexed. As a mere 5th-level gatherer, what capability did he possess to assist you? He was, of course, unaware that the 3-inch broken sword he had given away was a terrifying entity surpassing heavenly grade. Naturally, Chu Fan had no intention of revealing this. With a flick of his hand, a luminous elixir appeared in his palm. "Elder Zhao, this is a 3rd-grade Ning-Ing Dan, a gift for you." Stunned, Zhao Guang was taken aback. The surrounding outer sect elders looked on in envy, their mouths watering at the sight. What extraordinary fortune had Zhao Guang encountered? Had he perhaps saved Chu Fan's father? Otherwise, how could he have been gifted a 3rd-grade elixir? "Senior, this is too precious. I cannot accept." Zhao Guang expressed his reluctance. Yet his eyes remained glued to the Ning-Ing Dan. Were it not for Chu Fan's overwhelming strength, he would have likely attempted to seize it outright. Chu Fan smiled, unfazed by Zhao Guang's sentiments, and tossed the Ning-Ing Dan over, saying, "This is what you deserve." The Ning-Ing Dan held no significance for Chu Fan. By presenting it to Zhao Guang, it could also be regarded as settling a karmic debt. Chu Fan continued, "It may be a bit wasteful for you to consume the Ning-Ing Dan now. You can choose to keep it or exchange it for an elixir that suits you better." Just then, a whoosh echoed as Tang Wanlan descended from the sky, her white robes flowing gracefully, illuminated by the moonlight in a breathtaking display. "Greetings, Sect Master." Everyone bowed in unison. Tang Wanlan's stunning visage exuded authority as she waved her hand and approached Chu Fan. With a sweet smile, she linked her arm with his and said, "Husband, Ying Tong mentioned you were looking for me?" Chu Fan nodded. "Let's discuss it elsewhere." The two figures flickered and departed from Fei Ling Peak. Zhao Wang and the other outer sect elders were left dumbfounded, staring incredulously in the direction the two had gone. What the heck? Did I hear that right? He actually called the sect master Lana. What is this? Did you hear the sect master call him husband? One weakly asked, what exactly is a husband? Is it useful? At Tianyu Peak, Tang Wenlan, linking her arm with Chu Fan, tilted her head and inquired, "Husband, what is this mysterious matter?" Chu Fan shrugged and replied, "It's not particularly mysterious. I merely wish to meet someone and hope you can introduce me." Meet someone? Who is it? The supreme elder of Tianyu sect. As they approached the forbidden area at the back of Tianyu sect, Tang Wenlan gazed at the dark cave entrance and said, "Husband, this is where my master is in seclusion." Chu Fan nodded slightly, his piercing gaze fixed ahead, refraining from extending his spiritual awareness for exploration. "Lana, please inform her. We must uphold the necessary etiquette." "All right," Tang Wenlan agreed. Just as she was about to step inside, a faint, aged voice resonated from within the cave. "Let him enter." With that, a smile appeared on Chu Fan's lips as he turned to Tang Wenlan and said, "Lana, please wait for me here." Tang Wenlan obedini note that. Having spoken with Gu Zhengxin previously, she was not concerned that he would harm Chu Fan. Moreover, given Chu Fan's current strength and hidden cards, it was uncertain who would harm whom. Shortly after, Chu Fan entered the cave, observing the tokens laid out within, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. While cultivators enjoy prolonged lifespans, there remains an upper limit. Without breaking through their shackles, they ultimately cannot escape the fate of dissolution. This is also why the strongest combat power of Tianyu sect only reaches the trifling realm of Yuan Shun's third level. Subsequently, Chu Fan's gaze fell upon the kind-eyed elder resting on the stone bed, and he raised his hand in salute. Disciple Chu Fan pays respects to the supreme elder. Gu Jingqing's figure flickered, and he did not accept Chu Fan's gesture of respect, although he held the esteemed title of Taishang Zhonglao. This identity was evidently not enough when compared to the heirs of reclusive sections. There is no need for such excessive courtesy. Gu Zhengxing waved his hand and asked, "You seek me out for a reason?" Chu Fan nodded, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. He spoke, "I am here to propose a transaction with Taishang Zhonglao." "A transaction?" Gu Zhengxing inquired, puzzled. He raised his hand to smooth his eyebrows, which hung near his eyes, and asked, "What kind of transaction?" Chu Fan replied, "In half a month, I will depart from the Xingyue Empire, but the current strength of Tianyu sect leaves me feeling uneasy. The Tianjin Mountain Manor and the royal family are ultimately external forces. Only by strengthening our own capabilities can we ensure the safety of the sect. Wouldn't you agree?" A glimmer of surprise crossed Gu Zhengqing's aged eyes. He did not expect Chu Fan to consider matters so far ahead. He truly was a worthy heir of a reclusive sect. "What is your plan?" "Quite simple." Chu Fan shrugged and spoke boldly. "Your enhanced strength will naturally signify the strength of Tianyu sect." Upon hearing this, Gu Jingqing smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "I understand this principle, but achieving a breakthrough is no easy feat currently." He was only at the third level of the Yuanshan realm, placing him among the lower ranks of martial strength within the entire Xingyue Empire. After years of seclusion, his limited talent had led to stagnation as he faced the impending deadline without any sign of progress. Chu Fan smiled and said, "This is precisely why I propose this transaction. I will assist you in breaking through your realm and extending your lifespan, and in return, you will do me a favor. What do you think?" At this declaration, Gu Jingqing's eyes lit up. "Are you certain?" As a successor of a reclusive sect, he surely possessed many mysterious methods that might indeed prove effective. Chu Fan nodded, rotating his wrist to reveal the Juku Yuandan resting in his palm. "A fifth-grade pill should suffice to aid your breakthrough. Wouldn't you agree?" As Gu Zhengqing gazed at the pill in Chu Fan's hand, he felt as if he were beholding a matchless treasure filled with fervor. However, he did not lose his composure. Fixating on Chu Fan, he asked, "What do you wish me to do?" Chu Fan smiled gently, tossing the Juku Yuandan to Gu Zhengqing, and said, "Rest assured, I will not act against principles, nor will I harm the interests of the sect. As for the specifics, we can discuss them once you have achieved your breakthrough." With that, Chu Fan turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Gu Zhengqing exhaled deeply The ambitions of reclusive sects are indeed formidable. Soon after, Gu Zhengqing collected his thoughts and gazed at the pill in his hand, infused with rich spiritual energy, before swallowing it whole. Meanwhile, Chu Fan exited the cave, spotting Tang Wenlan outside, and smiled. "Wenlan, let's go." Curious, Tang Wenlan asked, "Husband, what did you discuss with the master?" Chu Fan glanced back at the cave, waved his hand, and chose not to elaborate. Despite Gu Zhengqing's limited talent, the potency of the Juku Yuandan was sufficient to elevate his cultivation by 1 or 2 realms. Consequently, with the backing of Tianjin Mountain Manor and the Xingyue royal family, Tianyu sect would face no issues in the near future. Atop the mountain peak, the stars twinkled in the sky, and the occasional shooting star seemed within reach. A gentle evening breeze wafted through the air, mingling with the fragrance of flowers and trees. Chu Fan wrapped his arms around Tang Wenlan's slender waist and whispered, "My dear, with such a lovely evening, shall we explore a secluded grove?" Tang Wenlan froze instinctively, then quickly grasped Chu Fan's intent. Her eyes shimmered with autumnal hues, and her cheeks flushed as she nodded. "As long as you are happy, husband." Then let us proceed." Chu Fan laughed heartily, lifting Tang Wenlan and soaring towards the dense forest below. The following day, in the forbidden area of the back mountain, a surge of profound spiritual energy erupted skyward, piercing the clouds. Inside the cave, Tang Wenlan seemed to sense something, suddenly rising with a start, her chest swelling with pride like a little rabbit. Has the master broken through? Joy spread across her face as she hurriedly donned her clothes, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on Chu Fan's cheek. "Husband, it's time to get up." Chu Fan opened his eyes slightly, stretching lazily. Upon sensing the abundant spiritual energy from outside, he remarked, "The breakthrough came rather swiftly." Chapter 95. Such methods are remarkably astute. Tang Wenlan was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Chu Fan, who was getting dressed. "Husband, is your master's breakthrough related to you?" Chu Fan shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Taking Tang Wenlan's hand, he stepped outside. Whoosh! With a sound that pierced the air, Gu Zhengqing's aged figure descended from the sky, landing before Chu Fan, who had just exited the cave. "Dao friend Chu, thank you." Gu Zhengqing raised his hand in a bow, leaving the surrounding disciples of Tianyu sect utterly astonished. The Taishang Zhonglao of Tianyu sect had actually addressed a sect disciple as an equal peer, and he even bowed? Had the world gone mad? Even Tang Wenlan, standing to the side, appeared astonished, her eyes blinking in surprise as she looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan smiled calmly, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle. As a formidable expert of the Yuan Shun realm, he possessed the ability to completely absorb the spiritual energy of the 5th grade pill without any waste. With Gu Zhengqing having reached the 5th level of the Yuan Shun realm, he had barely entered the ranks of the top combatants within Xingyue. Thus, Tianyu sect's strength could now be considered among the notable factions in the entire Xingyue Empire. "You flatter me, Taishang Zhonglao," Chu Fan said. "Do you recall our transaction?" Gu Zhengqing clasped his hand behind his back and nodded. "Of course I remember. What favor does Dao friend wish me to perform?" Chu Fan gestured and replied, "Please follow me." Before long, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around them, Chu Fan led Gu Zhengqing and Tang Wenlan to Si Lingyun's cave. Upon entering, Si Lingyun awakened from her meditation. Seeing Gu Zhengqing, she was taken aback and quickly bowed. "I pay my respects to Taishang Zhonglao." Although Liu Shutong had never met Gu Zhengqing, she was astonished upon hearing Si Lingyun's address. The Taishang Zhonglao of Tianyu sect had actually appeared. At that moment, Chu Fan approached Liu Shutong, looking at Gu Zhengqing and stating, "Taishang Zhonglao, I would like you to protect my wife." "Protect?" Gu Zhengqing was somewhat bewildered. "She is cultivating on Tianyu Peak, in a cave where there is no danger. What need is there for protection?" However, when Chu Fan rotated his wrist and produced another Juku Yuandan, Gu Zhengqing's heart surged with tumultuous excitement. In the entirety of the Xingyue Empire, 4th grade pills were already rare, while 5th grade pills were exceedingly scarce. The fact that Chu Fan possessed more than one was astonishing. He quickly understood Chu Fan's intention. Given Liu Shutong's 5th level gathering of Dan, should she consume a 5th grade pill, she would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the overwhelming spiritual energy. Thus, it was essential for someone to be present to guide the energy, assisting her in absorption. Yet, as a successor of a reclusive sect, Chu Fan surely had top-tier guardians behind him. Why did he not call upon them for assistance? In a flash, Gu Zhengqing seemed to realize something. Chu Fan was being deliberate. Rather than seeking his assistance as a guardian, it would be more accurate to say that Chu Fan casually fabricated a pretext to bestow upon himself a fifth-grade elixir, thereby allowing himself to evade the consequences of his actions. Such cunning tactics are truly masterful. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Zhengqing's admiration for Chu Fan became even more pronounced. Dao Yu, this is indeed a fifth-grade elixir. Are you certain? Gu Zhengqing inquired solemnly. Bestowing a fifth-grade elixir upon a practitioner at the Gathering Elixir realm could lead to dire consequences should this information leak. It would be an utter waste of resources. Chu Fan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Is there a problem?" Gu Zhengqing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly, saying, "Your vision is truly expansive. I am in awe." Meanwhile, Liu Shutong's eyes brimmed with emotion as she clutched the Juku Yuandan and sat cross-legged, glancing anxiously at Chu Fan. "Darling, have faith. With the elder present, there will be no mishaps." Liu Shutong was not genuinely fearful of unforeseen events. Rather, she was touched that Chu Fan had gifted her a fifth-grade elixir. Exhaling deeply to calm her thoughts, she adjusted her spiritual energy to its optimal state and consumed the elixir, which melted instantly upon her tongue. An unparalleled surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, swirling around her like a vortex. Liu Shutong furrowed her brows tightly, continuously cycling her cultivation method in an effort to assimilate the sudden influx of energy, but to no avail. Just as the energy threatened to overwhelm her meridians and damage her dantian, Gu Zhengqing intervened. He harnessed the profound spiritual energy of the fifth layer of his primordial spirit, deftly guiding the surrounding energies into Liu Shutong's body like a gentle stream. Liu Shutong sighed in relief, her furrowed brows relaxing as she began to absorb the energy fervently. Time flowed by, and after 2 hours, the ambient spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Yet Liu Shutong's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Gathering Elixir realm. Gu Zhengqing withdrew the energy and stepped back, remarking, "Whether she can break through now depends solely on her own efforts." With a crisp crack, as if echoing his words, Liu Shutong's dantian manifested cracks upon the impact of the final surge of energy. Pure spiritual energy permeated the air, gradually coalescing into a diminutive primordial infant that traversed her meridians before finally settling into her dantian. Simultaneously, with the aid of the system's feedback, Chu Fan also ascended to the second layer of the primordial spirit, unbeknownst to the others nearby, sealed beneath the consciousness of the 3-inch broken sword. Liu Shutong's eyes fluttered open, revealing unmistakable joy. She leapt into Chu Fan's embrace, her proud form pressing against him. "Darling, have I truly achieved the primordial infant stage?" Liu Shutong seemed incredulous, astonished that her innate talent had enabled her to break through to this realm. Chu Fan tenderly stroked her hair, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned his gaze to Gu Zhengqing, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. You flatter me." Gu Zhengqing waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Now that matters are settled, I shall take my leave." With that, he departed with understanding. Meanwhile, Tang Wenlan appeared somewhat despondent. The allure of the fifth-grade elixir was overwhelming, and naturally, she yearned to partake in it to elevate her own cultivation. However, since Chu Fan did not mention it, she would not dare to ask. Chu Fan discerned her thoughts, and with a slight smile, approached her, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "Wenlan, do not worry. What they possess, you shall have as well." Upon hearing this, Tang Wenlan's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Before she could respond, Chu Fan cast a mischievous glance at the ethereal Si Ling Yun and Liu Shutong beside him. "Since we have all gathered, why not engage in a little game?" In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. With the aid of the Juku Yuandan, Tang Wenlan successfully broke through to the third layer of the primordial spirit. Her aura intensified, and her essence became increasingly substantial, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. In the assembly hall, Tang Wenlan sat at the head of the table, garbed in a snow-white robe, the feather insignia upon her brow shimmering with luminescence. Before the newly crowned emperor's coronation, there were several announcements to be made. After a brief pause, Tang Wenlan surveyed the assembly and declared, "From this day forth, I shall relinquish my position as the sect leader of Tianyu sect, appointing Si Lingyun as my successor. Liu Shutong shall serve as the second elder, and Zhao Guan as the third elder. I hope you will all assist the new sect leader wholeheartedly, guiding our sect to greater heights." The crowd, though somewhat surprised, was not taken aback. With Tang Wenlan's ascent to the realm of primordial spirit, they had anticipated such a day. Among those present, Zhao Guan was the most elated. Utilizing a third-grade elixir, he successfully exchanged several second-grade elixirs that enhanced spiritual energy and improved cultivation. With the aid of these elixirs, he reached the 9th level of the Gathering Elixir Realm. Without this, given Zhao Guan's innate talent, he might never have ascended to the rank of Intersect Elder. Of course, Chu Fan felt a profound sense of relief as well. The value of the 3-inch broken sword was beyond words. Had it not been for Zhao Guan's gift of the sword, Chu Fan would not have attained the primordial spirit realm, nor would he have been able to swiftly win over Mu Rong Qing. After a brief moment, as the assembly departed, Chu Fan called to Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong. "Contemplating, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Faced with Chu Fan's seriousness, the three women exchanged glances, an unsettling premonition rising within them. Chu Fan continued, "After the coronation ceremony, I will be departing the Xingyue Empire. Then I shall accompany you." Without a moment's hesitation, the three women replied in unison. Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong stepped forward, each taking hold of Chu Fan's arm. Tang Wenlan wished to join, but found no space, standing there with a hint of regret. Chu Fan sighed. "If you all come with me, what will become of Tianyu sect?" Observing the profound reluctance on their faces, he reassured them, "Do not worry. I merely wish to explore. Perhaps I shall return swiftly." He too longed to take all three women with him. What a delightful life it would be to embrace them at night without the need for cultivation. However, the boundary between the Xingyue Empire and the Yinyang Empire was fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. If he brought them all along, he would struggle to protect them, and any unforeseen incidents could lead to irreversible regret. Moreover, the ambitions of the Tang Palace were undeterred. Their previous plans had failed, and they could very well resurface. Chu Fan's primary objective in entering the Yinyang Empire was to find a way to eradicate the Tang Palace, ensuring that the Xingyue Empire and Tianyu sect would face no future threats. Tang Wenlan, filled with anticipation, said, "Darling, I am no longer the sect leader. I can assist you." Her decision to pass the leadership to Si Lingyun was driven by self-interest, without the responsibilities of sect affairs. She could spend more time with Chu Fan. Yet, she had not anticipated his desire to leave the Xingyue Empire. In truth, Tang Wenlan had sensed this coming. As a successor of a hidden sect, how could she expect to remain in the isolated confines of the Xingyue Empire indefinitely? She simply had not expected it to happen so soon. Chu Fan shook his head and remarked, "You all should diligently cultivate at home. If you become lax, I shall not hesitate to punish you." At this moment, Liu Shutong's reluctance was palpable, given her cultivation level. Accompanying Chu Fan on his journey would only render her a burden. Subsequently, she clung to Chu Fan's arm and began to walk towards the Great Hall's exit. Confused, Chu Fan inquired, "Tanjir, where are you taking me?" Without turning back, Liu Shutong replied, "My dear, since you are about to leave, you must leave behind something." Upon hearing this, Si Lingyun and Tang Wenlan also came to their senses and hurriedly stepped forward, almost carrying Chu Fan back to the cave abode, eagerly shedding their robes and pouncing upon him with fervor. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the discussion hall, Si Lingyun and Liu Shutong, with tears glistening in their eyes, said with deep reluctance, "Husband, you must return swiftly." Chu Fan nodded silently, words escaping him. Partings are always fraught with sorrow. For those who cultivate, a century feels but a fleeting moment. After this separation, the next meeting remains uncertain. However, this final encounter before his departure remarkably elevated the loyalty of both Si Lingyun and Tang Wenlan to 100. Regrettably, the system still failed to unlock new realms. Chu Fan inquired several times, receiving the same response. Conditions unmet, leaving him quite speechless. Meanwhile, in the forbidden grounds of Tianyu sect's rear mountain, Gu Zhengqing stood suspended in the void, arms clasped behind his back, gazing at the proud figure ahead with a slight smirk. The emergence of hidden sects into the world will likely shatter the tranquility of Qingzhou, which has persisted for millennia. Chapter 97. Who gave you the audacity? In Xingyue Imperial City, The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation for the upcoming coronation ceremony. Cultivators, with lifespans ranging from a few hundred to several thousand years, rarely see a change in emperors. As mere mortals, the privilege of witnessing such a historic moment stirred excitement within their hearts. Master Tang. As Chu Fan and Tang Wenlan were about to enter the inner city, a resonant voice called from behind. Turning to look, they saw a middle-aged man in a crimson robe, his expression tinged with melancholy, approaching with measured steps. His gaze fell upon Chu Fan, respect flickering in his eyes as he offered a salute. I have met Elder Chu. Chu Fan assessed the man before him and smiled. Ah, it is Master Ding. A pleasure to meet you. The individual was none other than Ding Yanfei, the leader of the Liu sect. The news of Tianjin Mountain Villa honoring him as an honorary elder had spread far and wide, including to the Liu sect. Notably, a fortnight prior during the sect's martial competition, Ding Yanfei seemed to have been at the 8th layer of the embryonic breathing realm. Yet now he had ascended to the 9th layer. It appears that after being ousted from the ranks of the 7 great sects, Ding Yanfei has been striving diligently. Tang Wenlan, linking her arm with Chu Fan's, smiled warmly. Master Ding, I am no longer the leader of Tianyu sect. Ding Yanfei appeared momentarily stunned, then quickly comprehended, offering a bittersweet smile. I almost forgot. Senior Tang has advanced to the Yuanshan realm. Originally, their strengths were comparable, but in just over a month, Tang Wenlan had attained the Yuanshan realm, becoming someone he admired. Tang Wenlan waved her hand dismissively. Master Ding is too kind. We are friends, so you may simply refer to me as Tang. Ding Yanfei expressed gratitude with a glance at Tang Wenlan, beseeching, Dear Tang, I have a favor to ask. Tang Wenlan understood immediately. Due to the influence of the Taiyin sect, the Liu sect had been expelled from the 7 great sects. However, with the downfall of the Taiyin sect and the obliteration of the Yuhuan Palace, the Liu sect could potentially rejoin the ranks of the 7 great sects. As long as the remaining 5 sects voted in favor, a simple majority would suffice. Hence, he sought the support of Tianyu sect for this vote. Tang Wenlan assured him, Rest assured, Master Ding, the Liu sect has always been one of the 7 great sects. Ding Yanfei's face brightened with joy. Thank you, dear Tang. The current strength of Tianyu sect has significantly improved. Securing this vote could also sway Tianjin Mountain Villa to support them. Thus, the possibility of the Liu sect's return to the 7 great sects appears promising. Though maybe merely a title, the morale of the Liu sect's disciples has been low since the martial competition, with several even falling into madness. The recent recruitment drive yielded scant interest. At this rate, it won't be long before the Liu sect faces gradual extinction without any external intervention. Meanwhile, Chu Fan narrowed his eyes, contemplating the jubilant Ding Yanfei before him. The Liu sect maintained a cordial relationship with Tianyu sect, although their strength was average. If they could rejoin the 7 great sects, their influence would certainly increase. As he was about to depart from Xingyue Empire, it was essential to lay a solid foundation for Tianyu sect. While Yu Qiming would not act against Tianyu sect, the royal court was rife with deceit and intrigue, making it impossible to guarantee unwavering loyalty. With the backing of the Liu sect and Tianjin Mountain Villa, Tianyu sect would likely remain secure for the time being. The only uncertainty lay with the Tai Chu sect. Initially, the Tai Chu sect supported the eldest prince, Yu Qifei, whose favored disciple tragically perished in the Xingyue secret realm. They were cautious about taking action against the royal court or Tianjin Mountain Villa, but it was difficult to ensure that they would not redirect their resentment towards Tianyu sect. Chu Fan mused inwardly. It seems I must devise a solution for this predicament. Just then, an elderly, disdainful voice interrupted his thoughts. A sect that has been replaced dares to hope for a return. How laughable. Tang Wenlan turned to look, her brows furrowing as she whispered, Husband, it's Zhao Harem, the leader of Tai Chu sect. Chu Fan raised his gaze slightly, observing the figure clad in a gray-white robe adorned with the Tai Chu insignia, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He had been seeking an opportunity to address this ticking time bomb, and unexpectedly, it had presented itself. Zhao Harem halted, hands clasped behind his back, appearing ethereal. Yet his wrinkled visage bore a sinister cunning. Ding Yanfei, vexed, demanded, What do you mean by that? Zhao Harem snorted, raising a hand, unleashing the aura of the 8th layer of the Yuanshan realm that forcefully pushed Ding Yanfei back several steps. A mere ant dares to question me? With the overwhelming force, Ding Yinfei coughed up blood, his face turning pale. Were it not for Tang Wenlan and Chu Fan channeling their spiritual energy to counter the terrifying pressure, Ding Yinfei would likely have perished on the spot. Tang Wenlan, dites bet, stated coolly, Zhao, sect leader, that is excessive. Zhao Haoran remained unfazed, responding with derision. Excessive? What is excessive about killing an ant? As the leader of the Taichu sect, Zhao Haoran harbored an arrogant demeanor, holding all other sects in contempt, save for Tian Jin Mountain Villa. Apologize. Suddenly, Chu Fan stepped forward, his expression dark as he commanded. Zhao Haoran paused, incredulity washing over his face as he gazed at Chu Fan, mocking. What did you say, boy? Chu Fan declared firmly, I demand you apologize. Ha ha ha. Zhao Haoran laughed heartily, regarding Chu Fan with the eyes of one observing a fool, disdainfully replying, who do you think you are to command me to apologize? As his words fell, before Chu Fan could utter a word, a piercing voice resonated from a distance. What audacity, Zhao Zhongzhu! How dare you look down upon the elders of Tianjin Shanzhuang? Who has granted you such boldness? In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended, and a fierce sword intent surged forth, manifesting thousands of lethal blades that directly suppressed Zhao Haoran's body. There, Jian Xingzhou stepped forward, one hand behind his back, his brows furrowed in anger. Jian Xingzhou? Zhao Haoran's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Though he prided himself on his strength, facing Jian Xingzhou, who could easily subdue him with one hand, was a daunting prospect. At the same time, he realized that the one who had spoken earlier, Chu Fan, was the esteemed elder recently announced by Tianjin Shanzhuang, which explained his audacious demeanor. With a solemn expression, Zhao Haoran inquired, Jian Xingzhou, do you intend to become an enemy of my Taichu sect? Jian Xingzhou paid him no mind, moving to stand before Chu Fan with a warm smile. Elder Chu, I hope I am not late. Chu Fan smiled faintly, shaking his head. Brother Jian, where is Qing'er? Hubby. Just as the words left his lips, a melodious voice rang out. A soft figure dashed into Chu Fan's embrace, the fragrance of her presence enveloping him. A smile crept onto Chu Fan's lips as he reached up to caress Murong Qing'er's hair, affectionately asking, Qing'er, did you miss your husband? Murong Qing'er gazed at him with adoration, replying, I did. Since solidifying their relationship, her personality seemed to be subtly changing. Had Jian Xingzhou not intervened, she would have likely rushed to Tianyu sect to be with Chu Fan. Gently brushing Murong Qing'er's delicate nose, Chu Fan said, Qing'er, please wait a moment. He then narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Zhao Haoran, and spoke in a low tone, You have 3 breaths to apologize, otherwise you shall face death. Upon hearing this, the crowd around them was taken aback. Although Chu Fan was a Yuantai realm cultivator, he currently exhibited only the first layer of power. How could he possibly contend with an 8th layer opponent? Jian Xingzhou, stepping in to mediate, was unexpectedly not backing down, but rather taking a firm stance. Ding Yinfei, clutching his chest and showing signs of distress, suggested, Friend Chu, perhaps we should let this go? He had no connection with Chu Fan and could not comprehend why the latter was supporting Liu's sect. The gap in strength between the 6th and 8th layers was insurmountable. Chu Fan remained unresponsive. This was a rare opportunity to teach Taichu sect a lesson, and he was not about to let it slip away. Turning to Jian Xingzhou, he commanded, Brother Jian, please remove the restraints. Jian Xingzhou hesitated, concern in his eyes. Elder Chu, are you certain? This old fellow is an 8th layer Yuantai. Chu Fan notet daisi sivin. I am aware. Recognizing Chu Fan's determination, Jian Xingzhou did not hesitate further. With a flick of his sleeve, he lifted the restraints surrounding Zhao Haoran. Yet the fierce sword intent remained palpable. Should Zhao Haoran dare to entertain any untoward thoughts, Jian Xingzhou would not hesitate to ensure Taichu sect had a new leader. Chu Fan slowly raised his hand, 3 fingers extended, and coldly declared 3. Zhao Haoran's pale brows lifted slightly, casting a wary glance at Jian Xingzhou beside him. He scolded Chu Fan, You brat, do not overstep. 2. Chu Fan's expression remained indifferent, ignoring Zhao Haoran's retort as he lowered a finger. Zhao Haoran's body tensed, preparing for confrontation. Were it not for the presence of Jian Xingzhou and the prohibition against combat in Xingyu Imperial City, he would have acted without hesitation. However, he dared not proceed. I will not stoop to your level. Taichu sect will remember this grievance. With that, Zhao Haoran intended to turn away. Yet, how could Chu Fan allow him to escape unscathed? 1. As the words fell, Chu Fan's eyes glinted with cold light, his hand grasping the air as lightning flickered. Dark storm clouds gathered, obscuring the heavens. Lightning, come. Boom! Thunder rumbled as lightning as thick as an arm descended, instantly enveloping Zhao Haoren. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Haoren's eyes. Brat, this is the Imperial City. I do not believe you dare to strike. Chu Fan disregarded Zhao Haoren's provocation, manipulating divine lightning and summoning the flames of destruction, compressing them towards Zhao Haoren. Naturally, Zhao Haoren would not remain passive. Since the opponent had initiated the attack, he would merely be defending himself. However, just as he activated his techniques to form a defensive barrier, a streak of dark sword light zipped past, aiming straight for his dantian. The overwhelming force of the strike would easily pierce through his defenses. Zhao Haoren was filled with dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding the black light's assault. At that moment, Chu Fan wore a triumphant smile. The reason he had unleashed the 3-inch broken sword was to disrupt Zhao Haoren's defenses. In doing so, the defenseless Zhao Haoren, even as an 8th-layer Yuan-Tai expert, could not withstand the 9 heavens' divine thunder. With a downward flick of his wrist, several bolts of lightning descended again, stirring up thick clouds of dust. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, Zhao Haoren's gray and white robe lay in tatters, a conspicuous trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This scene left the onlookers in utter astonishment. A first-layer Yuan-Tai cultivator could wield such formidable lightning techniques, even injuring a 7th-layer expert. Brat you! Zhao Haoren erupted in fury. Just as he prepared to say more, he suddenly noticed the lightning swirling in Chu Fan's palm, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. How is this possible? Such a powerful technique, even he would struggle to maintain it for long, let alone a lightning technique. Yet Chu Fan appeared to expend no energy at all, brewing an even more potent lightning attack. In an instant, Zhao Haoren was finally rattled. No wonder Chu Fan was revered as an honorary elder by Tianjin Shanzhuang despite being only a first-layer Yuan-Tai. His true strength likely rivaled his own. Friend, please show mercy. I apologize. Zhao Haoren's capitulation left everyone around him speechless. The esteemed leader of Taichu sect, an 8th-layer Yuan-Tai, was actually yielding to the onslaught of a first-layer cultivator? Yet, alas, Chu Fan had no intention of letting him off so easily. With a scornful smile, one hand crackling with lightning while the other raised, forming a sword gesture, he commanded, "Sword come." In the next chapter, the sword technique and lightning strike shall bring an end to Zhao Haoren. The clear sound of a sword echoed. The Chunqing Longyin sword at Murong Qinger's back was drawn in an instant, transforming into a beam of light, firmly grasped by Chu Fan. His gaze became intense as he rotated his wrist, positioning the blade across his chest. With a single, sweeping motion, the power of heaven and earth surged forth, merging spiritual energy with the essence of swordsmanship, howling outward from Chu Fan as the 9 heavens lightning followed suit, intertwining with the sword intent and charging toward Zhao Haoren. As Zhao Haoren felt the oncoming destructive force, terror overwhelmed him. No, the mournful cries had not yet faded when a thunderous sound erupted, sending thick clouds of dust swirling in every direction. All eyes were fixated ahead, particularly those of Jian Xingzhou. He had practiced the one-word sky slash, yet at present, he was unable to unleash its formidable power. In contrast, Chu Fan not only could wield the might of a top-tier earth-level martial technique to perfection, but also manage dual tasks simultaneously. Even he, at the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm, believed such a feat was beyond his capabilities. Was this the profound heritage of a hidden sect? Jian Xingzhou pondered deeply. Moments later, as the dust settled, the sight before them left everyone aghast. Zhao Haoren, the leader of the Taichu sect, lay sprawled in a pool of blood like a decrepit dog, devoid of life. His eyes were wide open in fury and regret. Who could have imagined that a formidable master at the 8th level of the Yuan Shen realm would so easily perish at the hands of a mere first-level practitioner? The gazes directed at Chu Fan brimmed with reverence, and a collective thought emerged. The Tianyu sect is not to be trifled with. At that moment, Chu Fan paid no heed to the thoughts of the crowd, but instead lifted his gaze. In that fleeting instant, the 3-inch broken sword seemed to sense something, its sharp sword intent piercing into the heavens. A figure observing from the void was suddenly startled. Despite having concealed his aura, Chu Fan was somehow able to perceive his presence. Even this figure felt a tinge of caution from that sword intent. Truly, the successor of a hidden sect is exceptional. Casting a meaningful glance at Chu Fan, he then swept his sleeve and departed. A subtle smile graced the corners of Chu Fan's lips. Although he could not detect the aura of the observer in the void, it was not difficult to guess. There was no one else but the Supreme Emperor of the Xingyue, Yu Qianhao. Since he did not intervene, it implied that Chu Fan's act of killing Zhao Haoren might align with Yu Tianhao's own intentions. With the sound of synchronized footsteps echoing, the Xingyue Imperial Guard advanced in formation from a distance. Observing this, the crowd retreated several paces. It was over. The Imperial Guard had arrived, and the Tianyu sect was bound to face repercussions. Alas, even if one could slay a powerful opponent across levels, they could not rival the might of the Empire. What does strength matter if one is too ostentatious? Ultimately, they would be unable to escape the fate of an untimely demise. Whispers filled the air. Chu Fan's expression remained calm and unperturbed. Countless guards surrounded the area, standing tall and announcing in a thunderous voice, "We pay our respects to the Duke of the Chu Kingdom." A suffocating silence ensued, the atmosphere turning to stone. No one had anticipated that the young man who had effortlessly slain an 8th-level Yuan Shin master was, in fact, the Duke of the Xingyue Kingdom. As Yu Qiming had not made a public announcement, few were aware of this fact. Gazing at the proud and imposing Chu Fan, admiration swelled within the hearts of the onlookers, compelling many to kneel in reverence. The prowess of the Duke of the Xingyue Empire was indeed formidable, instilling a profound sense of honor among the subjects of the empire. At that moment, from behind the Imperial Guard, Yu Qiming hurried forward, exclaiming, "Elder brother." Chu Fan assessed him and nodded. "Indeed, you have reached the Yuan Shun realm." Yu Qiming sheepishly scratched the back of his head and replied, "Compared to elder brother, I am still far from impressive." He had thought that after half a month of assistance from Yu Qianhao, achieving the first level of Yuan Shun was quite remarkable. Little did he know that Chu Fan had also advanced to the first level and could effortlessly slay an 8th-level master. It was simply inhuman. Yu Qiming glanced at the lifeless Zhao Haoren nearby and indifferently commanded, "Clear this place." "Yes, your majesty." As the guards carried away Zhao Haoren's corpse, the jaws of the onlookers nearly dropped in disbelief. What in the world? The new emperor referred to him as elder brother? How foolish of me to have worried about him. The real fool was me. Chu Fan paid little mind to the murmurs around him. With a flick of his wrist, he returned the Qinqing Longyin sword to Murong Qinger. Clapping his hands, he grinned, revealing a set of pristine teeth, exuding an air of innocence. "All done. The trash has been cleared." Subsequently, Ding Yanfei, trembling, approached with utmost respect, bowing deeply, "Elder Chu, I am truly grateful." Chu Fan waved his hand and smiled. "There is no need for such formalities, sect leader Ding. The Liu sect and Tianyu sect are allies, are they not?" Ding Yanfei was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the deeper meaning behind Chu Fan's words, he straightened up and assured, "You are absolutely right. The Tianyu sect and Liu sect will forever remain friends." Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Yu Qiming stepped forward, patting Chu Fan on the shoulder, and said, "Elder brother, let us go inside and discuss." Chu Fan shifted his body, freeing himself from Yu Qiming's embrace. He exchanged glances with Tang Wenlan and Murong Qinger, and they immediately understood. With sweet smiles, they swiftly approached and linked their arms with Chu Fan, leading him toward the inner city. Witnessing this, Yu Qiming's envy was palpable, his admiration overflowing. Idle. When will I ever have such a moment, with the leader of a sect on one arm and a natural-born sword body on the other? How envious. In the Xingyue Imperial Palace, apart from Chu Fan and the others, those from the Starry Sky Tower and Zhimu Mountain had also arrived. With a stern expression, Yu Qiming surveyed the crowd and declared, "Regarding the reinstatement of the Liu sect among the 7 great sects, is there anyone who disagrees?" As his words fell, Ding Yanfei grew anxious, his eyes darting around in fear of dissenters. Fortunately, the crowd merely glanced at him without uttering a word. It was a jest. The Liu sect was backed by the Tianyu sect, which essentially meant they had the support of the Tianjin Villa. The Starry Sky Tower and Zhinwu Mountain were not foolish. They did not wish to become the next Taichu sect or the second Zhao Haoren. Yu Qiming nodded. "In that case, I hereby announce the restoration of the Li Hui sect status among the 7 great sects. After a brief pause, he continued, additionally, the nomination for the 7th sect will be postponed until the next sect martial competition, where a strict selection will take place. The crowd raised their hands in salutation. Respectfully bowing, Your Majesty is wise. Subsequently, they discussed the details of the upcoming coronation ceremony before turning to leave. Just as Chu Fan was about to exit, he heard Yu Qiming's voice in his ear. Elder brother, please wait a moment. Chu Fan seemed to anticipate something, addressing Tang Wenlan and Murong Qing. You two return first and wait for me. The two exchanged glances, seemingly understanding, and nodded obediently. Before long, Yu Qiming descended from the throne, looking at the composed Chu Fan with curiosity. Elder brother, are you not curious why I asked you to stay? Chu Fan waved his hand, saying, Is it because the Supreme Emperor wishes to see me? Yu Qiming was somewhat taken aback. You already knew? Earlier, Yu Tianhao had messaged him, expressing a desire to speak with Chu Fan, and he was surprised that Chu Fan had guessed it. Without further elaboration, Chu Fan followed Yu Qiming's lead towards the back of the palace. Yu Qiming pointed to a room ahead, saying, Elder brother, father is inside. I shall not enter. Chu Fan nodded and confidently pushed the door open. Upon entering, he noticed Yue Tianhao, who seemed to have been waiting for some time. Chu Fan approached and respectfully bowed, saying, I, the junior Chu Fan, have come to pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Yue Tianhao turned, his square face exuding an air of authority, and with a calm smile he said, Sit. Chu Fan, unperturbed, took a seat beside the tea table and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yue Tianhao's gaze was fixed on Chu Fan, and the brilliance in his eyes grew more pronounced. Faced with the barely perceptible aura of a half-step to the Hisu realm, Chu Fan maintained an admirable composure, undoubtedly extraordinary. Yue Tianhao poured a cup of tea for Chu Fan, encouraging him to try it. Chu Fan took a delicate sip, and the fragrant taste, infused with pure spiritual energy, pleasantly surprised him. Excellent tea. Yue Tianhao smiled and remarked, This tea was a serendipitous find during my travels many years ago. If you like it, feel free to take some with you later. Setting down the cup, Chu Fan regarded Yue Tianhao and inquired, Esteemed elder, if there is a matter at hand, please speak directly. A flicker of curiosity appeared in Yue Tianhao's expression as he asked, May I inquire why you have come to the Xingyue Empire? Chu Fan, somewhat perplexed, pondered the question. Why had he come to the Xingyue Empire? It was not by his own volition. Who could have anticipated his sudden arrival? Had he not activated the system, he might still be unaware of how many times he had reincarnated. Naturally, he could not share this with Yue Tianhao, as the elder might not believe him. Feigning mystery, Chu Fan replied, I cannot disclose the details, but I assure you, I mean no harm to the Xingyue Empire. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight crossed Yue Tianhao's eyes, and he thought to himself, indeed, Chu Fan must be a descendant of a hidden sect. Though he did not comprehend why such a sect would choose the remote Xingyue Empire, he understood that the actions of hidden sects were beyond his purview. Understood. Yue Tianhao nodded. I was merely curious about why you would choose to descend into the Xingyue Empire. It is quite surprising. Vague words left Chu Fan even more bewildered. You all? Who else is there? He wondered, unable to grasp the situation. In resignation, he calmly continued to sip the spiritually infused tea. Yue Tianhao tentatively asked, What do you envision for the future landscape of Qingzhou? Chu Fan's brow furrowed slightly, internally musing, What does it matter to you how Qingzhou will change? Hesitating, he replied, The affairs of the world are such that what has united will surely divide, and what has divided will inevitably unite. No one can guarantee what tomorrow may bring. As the words settled, Yue Tianhao's square face betrayed intense astonishment, even revealing a hint of anticipation. If what has divided must unite, does that imply that Qingzhou may very well reform into a colossal empire? In that case, the ruling power must certainly be the Xingyue Empire. Chu Fan had never anticipated that his offhand remarks would spark such far-reaching thoughts in Yue Tianhao, whose imagination was indeed remarkable. Yue Tianhao inquired then, What do you believe the Xingyue Empire should do now? Shrugging, Chu Fan said, Remain still and nurture your strength. After all, the overall might of the Xingyue Empire is still rather lacking. Yue Tianhao nodded in agreement. Not to mention, the power of the Yin-Yang Empire was not something the Xingyue Empire could contend with. were it not for the stabilizing role of the Yin-Yang Empire. A mere Hisu expert from the Yin-Yang Empire could easily threaten the Xingyue Empire. After a brief pause, Yue Tianhao said solemnly, "Young friend Chu, although I am now at the half-step to the Hisu realm, I find myself unable to break through this final barrier. I have tried many methods, but have yet to take that last step. Do you have any advice?" Chu Fan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. "Are you serious? You, a half-step Hisu powerhouse, are asking a mere second-level Yuanshan cultivator for guidance on cultivation? You must either be out of your mind or completely deluded." Clearing his throat, Chu Fan replied, "In the beginning of heaven and earth, there is the nameless. The mother of all things is named. Therefore, one should often be desireless to perceive the subtle and often desirous to perceive the tangible." Yue Tianhao appeared somewhat puzzled, as he could not fully grasp the meaning of Chu Fan's words, yet he sensed an underlying wisdom. Just as he was about to delve deeper into inquiry, Chu Fan stood up and stated, "After the coronation ceremony, I shall depart from the Xingyue Empire. It would be best if you could comprehend my words. If not, consider it as though I never spoke." With that, Chu Fan turned decisively and walked towards the exit. Upon reaching the door, he paused and turned back to glance at the steaming tea on the table, grinning broadly. "This tea is truly remarkable." Yue Tianhao was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. With a flick of his wrist, an exquisite ceramic tea jar appeared, and he said with a smile, "Since you like it, I shall gift it to you." Chu Fan accepted the tea leaves without hesitation, expressing, "Esteemed elder, I take my leave." As he watched Chu Fan's retreating figure, Yue Tianhao clasped his hands behind his back, his brow furrowing. Indeed, he is a descendant of a hidden sect. He acts according to his heart, and his words are profoundly insightful. Unbeknownst to him, as Chu Fan exited the room, he let out a deep sigh of relief, not daring to linger for a moment longer as he made his way to the sleeping quarters. He had played his part a bit too grandly. Had he stayed any longer, he might have inadvertently revealed his true self. In truth, Chu Fan possessed the capability to assist Yue Tianhao in transcending to the Hisu realm with merely a Juka Yuandan. However, as Yue Tianhao was no kin of his, Chu Fan had no intention of doing so. Reflecting on Yue Tianhao's actions and words, Chu Fan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Had Yue Tianhao mistaken him for someone else? Did the esteemed emperor of the Xingyue Empire truly believe him to be a scion of a hidden sect? Indeed, rumors held a terrifying power. Upon returning to the sleeping quarters, he pushed open the door to find Tong Wenlan and Murong Qing'er, clad only in thin garments. Reclining on the bed, he quickly gathered his thoughts. The two exchanged shy glances before shedding their delicate clothing, revealing their flawless forms akin to shimmering jade. "Darling, you are back. Let us retire for the night." "Ha ha, my dear wives, your husband has arrived." Meanwhile, in the Yin-Yang Empire, at the Taiyin Palace, Wu Pengtian, clad in a deep gray robe adorned with the Taiyin emblem, sat in the main seat, his expression dark and foreboding. His sunken cheekbones and heavy brows gave him a sinister and calculating appearance. As the master of the Taiyin Palace, his formidable aura pressed down upon those present, causing them to lower their heads in silence. "Oof," Wu Pengtian scoffed, surveying the crowd. "It has been quite some time. Do you have nothing to say?" Originally, Wu Pengtian had secretly dispatched the fourth elder Bicheng to the Xingyue Empire to collaborate with the Youhuan Palace and acquire the Blood Demon Stone. Through the unique properties of the Blood Demon Stone, he intended to manipulate the master of the Sun Palace and thereby seize control of the entire Yin-Yang Empire. However, unexpectedly, such a meticulously crafted plan ended in failure. Not only had Bicheng met a tragic end far from home, but the Youhuan Palace had also been completely annihilated. Ceasing to exist, Wu Pengtian's fury surged. After extensive investigation, he had yet to uncover any confidential information, further amplifying the murderous intent brewing within him. "Palace Master." At that moment, the third elder Zheng Fenghai stepped forward, his frail form concealing a glint of cunning in his eyes as he raised his hand in a respectful salute. "Our plan has reportedly failed due to the interference of a cultivator named Chu Fan, a mere 9th-level Gathering Dam practitioner. As a result of his actions, he has been awarded the title of Duke by the Xingyue Empire and has even become an honorary elder of the Tianjin Mountain Manor." As this was said, Wu Pengtian's countenance darkened, radiating an aura of malevolence. Slowly rising to his feet, He exuded a terrifying pressure that filled the entire hall with an atmosphere of dread. Are you suggesting that such a lowly insect, merely a ninth-level gathering Dan cultivator, has thwarted our meticulously laid plans? Zhang Fenghai, overwhelmed with fear, immediately knelt before him, unable to utter a word. Wu Pengtian stepped forward, looming over Zhang Fenghai as he inquired, "Where is the blood demon stone?" Struggling to suppress his terror. Zhang Fenghai trembled as he replied, I do not know." In an instant, a sinister aura enveloped the room, manifesting countless blades of wind that ensnared Zhang Fenghai within. "Spare my life, esteemed lord." Zhang Fenghai repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, "If Chu Fan enters the territory of the Yinyang Empire, I will capture him alive and extract the precise location of the blood demon stone." Upon hearing this, Wu Pengtian remained unmoved. In his view, Chu Fan was merely fortunate to have overheard a conversation among others and subsequently reported it. Although he could not comprehend why the Xingyue Empire would appoint a mere ninth-level gathering Dan insect as a duke, he dismissed it without concern. "Bring him to me tomorrow. I shall see just how audacious he truly is." The surrounding malevolence gradually dissipated, and Zhang Fenghai exhaled deeply, resolutely assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. I will certainly capture him alive." A cultivator of the third level of the Hisu realm stood before Wu Pengtian like an insignificant insect, devoid of any dignity. Subsequently, Wu Pengtian returned to his seat, his thoughts consumed by the impending coronation of the new emperor of Xingyue the following day. His expression darkened with fury and murderous intent. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Yinyang Empire, I would have personally descended upon Xingyue City and slaughtered the entire city, due to the Xingyue Empire's frail strength, and to prevent it from being annexed. The Yinyang Empire had previously warned the Yinyang Empire to refrain from allowing Hisu realm practitioners to enter Xingyue territory. Should they discover any, the Yinyang Empire would not hesitate to strike, ensuring their obliteration. Why must my lord be so enraged? At that moment, a captivating voice echoed through the hall. The second elder of the Taiyin Palace, Guangro, gracefully approached, her slender waist swaying as she entered. Her alluring visage was accentuated by a beauty mark near her nose, enhancing rather than detracting from her charm. Dressed in scant fabrics that barely concealed her modesty, her proud curves were evident, and with each step, one could even glimpse the peaks of her form. Unfazed by her surroundings, she seated herself on Wu Pengtian's lap and remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall visit Xingyue City and ensure they experience an unforgettable coronation ceremony." Wu Pengtian smirked, placing his hand firmly on Guangrou's form, declaring, "Then I shall leave it to you." Although Guangrou held the position of second elder in the Taiyin Palace, her cultivation was merely at half-step Hisu, rendering her exempt from the Yinyang Empire's restrictions. Her ability to command authority over Zhang Fenghai, a third-level Hisu practitioner, stemmed from her ambiguous relationship with Wu Pengtian. Wrapping her arms around Wu Pengtian's neck, Guangrou's whispered, "My lord, I'm feeling a bit hungry." "Ha ha ha." Wu Pengtian laughed heartily, lifting Guangrou's into his arms, stating, "Then I shall take good care of you." Chapter 102. The Coronation Ceremony and Eerie Flute Sounds. The following day, the nation was adorned in festive decorations, celebrating jubilantly. In Xingyue Square, a colossal platform towered above, with 99 steps engraved with the Xingyue totem, forming a magnificent galaxy. The 5 major sects stood solemnly below, while the royal guards clad in gleaming white armor surrounded the square, brandishing long halberds in disciplined formation. Behind them, countless citizens filled with excitement and reverence gazed toward the elevated platform. For them, witnessing the transition of imperial power within their lifetime was a tremendous honor. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of air being split, Yu Qiming descended from the heavens, adorned with a bejeweled golden crown and draped in a royal robe embroidered with celestial patterns. He exuded an air of authority. His piercing gaze shone like cold stars, and his brows were as meticulously painted. Scanning the surroundings, he raised his hand and elegantly swept his sleeve, allowing his robe to flutter in the wind as he ascended the steps toward the platform. Chu Fan in Guit? Is he planning to walk up? Even a master of the Yuanshan realm, or a gathering Dan practitioner, could easily soar up these 99 steps. Tang Wenlan smiled and replied, "Dear husband, there must be a sense of ceremony. With so many citizens witnessing, he certainly needs to put on a show." Hearing this, Chu Fan turned to observe the crowd behind them. With each step Yu Qiming took, the adoration on the faces of the citizens intensified. After the duration of a joss stick, Yu Qiming reached the summit of the platform, turned, and with one hand behind his back, his voice enveloped in spiritual energy resonated throughout the entire Xingyue imperial city. I ascend the throne today as the sovereign of the Xingyue Empire, to safeguard the peace of the empire, protect the safety of the citizens, and ensure the stability of the sects. As his words fell, members of the 5 major sects raised their hands in salute, bowing deeply. The royal guards straightened their bodies, lifting their halberds high, with their left fists placed upon their chests, performing the halberd salute. Countless citizens knelt in reverence, filled with admiration. We pay homage to the sovereign. The deafening chorus soared to the heavens, breaking through the firmament, reverberating throughout eternity. Yu Qiming nodded slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the kneeling citizens, assisting them to rise. Is it over? Chu Fan stood upright, glancing around in confusion, asking, shouldn't there be a grand ceremony to worship the heavens and pray for favorable weather? Tang Wenlan shook her head helplessly, replying, cultivators defy the heavens. Would holding a ceremony to worship the heavens be believed? Chu Fan sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging that is indeed a fair point. Just then, as Chu Fan prepared to speak further, a faint yet distinct sound of a sword echoed from within his dantian, causing his brow to furrow and his sharp gaze to gleam with cold light as he surveyed the surroundings. Tang Wenlan questioned, what is it? Chu Fan, with a grave expression, replied, I suddenly have a very ominous premonition. He turned to Jian Xingzhou beside him, cautioning, Brother Jian, be alert to your surroundings. I suspect an enemy attack. Surely not? Jian Xingzhou was somewhat incredulous. Who would be so audacious as to launch an attack today? Are they seeking death? Moreover, the elders, including Tang Luotian, had long concealed themselves around the square to prevent any disruptions. Chu, my brother, are you certain your perception is not mistaken? I'm not. Chu Fan asserted with unwavering confidence. It has never misjudged. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingzhou and Murong Qinger exchanged glances, their eyes filled with dread. They believed that the entity Chu Fan referred to was an ancient and powerful being from a hidden sect, surpassing even the formidable Yu Tianhao. Given that even he sensed danger, it could not be a mistake. Just then, as the group cautiously scanned their surroundings, a strange flute melody resonated. The haunting notes stirred a sense of unease within, inciting a surge of agitation and even murderous intent. This is bad. Indeed, an enemy attack is imminent. Jian Xingzhou mused for a moment before suddenly leaping into the air. The sword behind him was unsheathed, firmly grasped in hand, while his aged eyes sparkled with a chilling light as he surveyed his surroundings. Simultaneously, Tang Luotian and the other elders of the empire ceased their disguise and swiftly ascended the high platform to protect Yu Qiming. The imperial guard of the royal city turned their formations, gripping their halberds tightly, their inner energy surging. Chu Fan's sword-like brows furrowed. As the 3-inch broken sword within him hummed, its formidable sword intent safeguarding his spiritual platform, rendering it impervious to external influences. He glanced around, attempting to discern the location of the enchanting flute sound. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The citizens who had previously stood in reverence with admiration erupted violently, even launching attacks against the Imperial Guard. Clearly, they had been ensnared by the seductive melody. With an air of authority, Yu Qiming commanded, Imperial Guard, do not strike. Protect the citizens. Jian Xingzhou and the others exhibited no hesitation, unleashing a massive pressure that sealed the citizens' bodies, restricting their movements. However, the sheer number of people in the Xingyue royal city was overwhelming. Even with a collective effort, they could not suppress them all. The urgent task at hand was to swiftly locate the source of the flute sound to resolve the issue at its core. Anger and murderous intent filled Yu Qiming's brow. Today was his coronation ceremony, and such a disturbance was clearly intended to embarrass him. If not resolved quickly, he would become a laughingstock on his very first day as emperor. If he could not protect the citizens of the royal city, how could he safeguard the entire Xingyue empire? At this moment, Chu Fan's gaze sharpened, utilizing the broken sword's probing ability to swiftly pinpoint a corner in the southeast. There, in an instant, Chu Fan flickered and dove toward it. Upon arrival, he found no figure present, only a bizarre half-life paper figure, crimson in hue, holding a miniature long flute, playing a beguiling tune. A paper figure? Chu Fan paused momentarily. With a swift motion, he tore the paper figure apart, silencing the flute's melody abruptly. Jian Xingzhou followed closely, gazing at the shredded paper on the ground, his square face reflecting astonishment. The art of controlling paper figures to play the flute? Chapter 103. Young Master, I will remember you. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Jian Xingzhou and inquired with curiosity, Brother Jian, do you know of this? Jian Xingzhou nodded, his expression grave. This is a technique of no rank. The method of cultivation has nearly been lost. To manipulate paper figures to produce flute sounds and bewitch living beings is truly unexpected to see here. Chu Fan's countenance turned serious. With such an incident occurring, the coronation ceremony of the new emperor of Xingyue had already been marred. This would significantly tarnish the reputation of the entire Xingyue Empire. Subsequently, Chu Fan bent down to retrieve the paper shreds, which seemed to be inscribed with mysterious and esoteric runes, though obscured by the crimson exterior, making them hard to discern. Suddenly, the flute sound resumed. Chu Fan concentrated and easily sensed the direction from which the sound emanated. To the east, just as he prepared to set off, a tremor ran through his body, and a look of horror crossed his face. Something was amiss. Flute sounds were also emanating from the west, southwest, northwest, and northeast. The ability to simultaneously control so many paper figures indicated that the opponent's mastery of this technique had reached an extraordinary level. Regardless, the priority was to eliminate the paper figures to prevent them from continuing to play the enchanting melody. Otherwise, the impact on the ordinary people could be irreversible. With this in mind, aside from leaving a few individuals to seal the citizens to prevent them from causing harm, the others rushed in various directions. With everyone working in unison, the flute sounds gradually diminished, yet the weight of concern in Chu Fan's heart remained unchanged. Without locating the spellcaster, the solution was merely superficial. Chu Fan stroked his chin, murmuring, where could they be hiding? Clang! The 3-inch broken sword seemed to sense Chu Fan's thoughts. Ringing out with a sharp sound, it detached from him, transforming into a streak of black light that shot into the sky. Soon after, the broken sword appeared to have locked onto a target, hovering mid-air and shooting northward. Chu Fan did not hesitate and followed closely behind. The northern side of Xingyue Square was the inner city, heavily guarded, with Yu Qianhao, a formidable figure on the brink of greatness, stationed there. Chu Fan never anticipated that the adversary would be so audacious. Indeed, the most dangerous place was often the safest. Before long, when Chu Fan arrived in the inner city, he scanned his surroundings warily but found nothing unusual. Chu, be careful. Suddenly, Jian Xingzhou's voice rang out, causing Chu Fan to tense up. Turning to look, a figure clad in revealing attire appeared, the flowing fabric swaying with the wind, and the sight of her alluring form sent a shiver down his spine. The figure bore a bewitching expression, with an eerily murderous glint in her eyes as she advanced directly toward Chu Fan. Unfazed, Chu Fan stood quietly in place. Just as she was about to strike, the 3-inch broken sword from the heavens whistled forth, effortlessly piercing through her body. The enchanting figure faltered, her sharp pink nails mere inches from Chu Fan's neck. At that moment, Tang Wenlan and Murong Qing approached, their faces filled with concern. Darling, are you all right? Chu Fan shook his head and did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on the figure ahead, which gradually dissipated, transforming into a cloud of paper shreds that fluttered in the wind. Tang Wenlan exclaimed in astonishment. That wasn't a real body? Jian Xingzhou furrowed his brow. Scanning the vicinity with caution, the real body is nearby. To manipulate paper figures and disguise one's appearance, it is impossible to stray too far from the original. Buzz. Just then, accompanied by a resonating hum, a tremendous force surged forth, suppressing the very heavens. Everyone turned to see Yu Qianhao standing with one hand behind his back, treading the void, his eyes glimmering with a cold light as he focused on a corner of the inner city. Thinking of escaping? With a commanding voice, Yu Qianhao raised his hand, bringing it down with force. A hand large enough to overshadow the heavens coalesced and descended, aiming to suppress the hidden figure in the shadows. Instantly, a figure materialized at the corner below, identical to the one that had just attempted to assassinate Chu Fan. Yu Qianhao, you really lack compassion, don't you? You frighten me. The bewitching figure covered her mouth and smiled, seemingly unperturbed by the enormous hand looming nearby. She glanced at Chu Fan, her alluring eyes narrowing slightly as she threw him a flirtatious glance and softly said, "Young master, I will remember you." With that, the enchanting figure flickered and transformed into a cloud of pink smoke, vanishing without a trace. "Vixen, where do you think you're going?" Tang Wanlan and Murong Qing were seething with rage, swords in hand, charging forward without hesitation. In broad daylight, daring to seduce their husband right in front of them was tantamount to seeking death. Unfortunately, the two were unable to apprehend her. Fuming, they returned, casting displeased glares at Chu Fan. Chu Fan felt utterly helpless. "Why are you both glaring at me? She was the one who approached me. I didn't say anything." Yu Tianhao descended to the ground and addressed Yu Qiming beside him, soothing the citizens and concluding the coronation ceremony. Yu Qiming nodded, understood. Moments later, everyone gathered in the Xingyue royal palace. Yu Tianhao's expression was grave as he turned his gaze toward Chu Fan and inquired, "Young friend Chu, do you know her identity?" Chapter 104. To attain high status, one must possess a unique skill. Huh? Chu Fan was taken aback. Feeling the predatory gazes from both sides, he found himself in a predicament. "Senior, please do not jest with me. How could I possibly know her identity?" Upon noticing his distress, Yu Tianhao seemed to realize that his words had caused a misunderstanding among the two women and swiftly changed the subject. "Her name is Guang Rou, the second elder of the Taiyin Palace in the Yin Empire." At this revelation, the crowd was filled with astonishment, their eyes brimming with rage and murderous intent. The Yin Empire was indeed unrelenting, daring to create turmoil before the ascension of the new monarch of the Xinyu Empire. Were they seeking to declare war? The Taiyin Palace's strength was formidable. The second elder was actually at the half-step Hishu realm. Chu Fan could not help but exclaim in awe. Unexpectedly, Yu Tianhao furrowed his brow and stated astonishingly, "As far as I know, the third elder of the Taiyin Palace reached the Hishu realm hundreds of years ago." Chu Fan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Then why is she overshadowed by the half-step Hishu?" Yu Tianhao smiled calmly and replied, "It is said that Guang Rou excels in bedchamber arts and has a close relationship with the palace master." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Chu Fan pondered inwardly. It seems that to achieve a high standing, one must indeed possess a unique skill. After a brief pause, Yu Tianhao relaxed his brow and said with a smile, "Everyone need not worry. Experts of the Hishu realm cannot enter the Xinyu territory." Although Yu Tianhao did not elaborate on the reasons, it was evident that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, Yu Tianhao turned to Chu Fan and advised, "To leave the Xinyu Empire, you must traverse the never-return forest, where ferocious beasts roam. Chu, you must exercise utmost caution." Chu Fan nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for the warning, senior." Muong Kingya apiavat zomavat astonisit. She had not anticipated that Chu Fan intended to depart the Xinyu Empire so soon. A glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes, as if she had made a decision. Yu Tianhao smiled slightly and saluted, saying, "Little friend Chu, shall we meet again?" Chu Fan returned the gesture with a smile. "Until we meet again." Half an hour later, at the border of the Xinyu Empire, numerous armored border guards stood at the ready, prepared for any incursions from the Yin Empire. As Chu Fan descended from the sky, the border guards raised their hands in unison to salute, exclaiming, "We greet the Duke." Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and waved his hand. "Thank you for your hard work, comrades." Unfortunately, the guards remained silent, leaving Chu Fan feeling somewhat disappointed, gazing at the dense and expansive, never-return forest ahead. Chu Fan could not help but exclaim, "Truly, this is a realm of otherworldly wonders. The never-return forest resembles the Amazon, shrouding the sky." Just as he prepared to step forward, a sound of rushing air emerged from behind him. Swish! Turning around, he saw Murong Qing and Jian Xingzhou descending from the sky, especially Murong Qing, who swiftly dashed forward and leapt into Chu Fan's embrace. "Husband, what are you doing here?" Chu Fan gently stroked Murong Qing's hair and asked, "I am quite capable of managing on my own. There is no need for you to see me off." Murong Qing pouted, tightly clinging to his arm. "I did not come to see you off. I want to go with you." However, before she could finish, Jian Xingzhou stepped forward and said, "Brother Chu, let Qing accompany you." Chu Fan felt a twinge of surprise. His journey to the Yinyang Empire was not for leisure, and should Taiyin Palace take notice, he could easily find himself in peril. Even with the system he possessed, he could not guarantee his safe return. Jian Xingzhou actually agreed to let Murong Qing'er take the risk. Jian Xingzhou smiled and said, "A swordsman must wield their blade across all directions. To be timid is not the way of the sword." Chu Fan smiled wryly. Jian Xingzhou had a point, given Murong Qing'er's talents. Remaining in the Xingyue Empire felt like a waste. Since Jian Xingzhou had spoken, so be it. Wonderful, Murong Qing'er cheered, linking her arm with Chu Fan's and planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. Jian Xingzhou shook his head in resignation. His expression then turned serious as he earnestly cautioned, "Brother Chu, the never-return forest is rife with dangers, not only from the beasts but also from hunting parties that may appear. Remain vigilant." Chu Fan nodded in agreement. Although the beasts were fearsome, they lacked cunning. The true danger lay in the hearts of men. Chu Fan raised his hand in farewell. "Brother Jian, I bid you farewell." "Take care." Jian Xingzhou returned the gesture. "Take care." Just as Chu Fan grasped Murong Qing'er's delicate hand and stepped into the never-return forest. In a mountain range within the Xingyue Empire, a peculiar light flickered as Su Gaofei materialized, an unusual energy swirling within him. Surveying his surroundings, Su Gaofei grinned ominously, the murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. "Ha ha ha, Chu Fan, did you ever suspect? I have encountered an incredible opportunity, inheriting the legacy of a great power. Before long, I shall shatter your body into 1,000 pieces and peel your skin." Chapter 105. If you dare, come and take it. The never-return forest, located to the east of Qingzhou, stretches across the border between the Xingyue Empire and the Yinyang Empire. Vast and boundless, it is a realm where ferocious beasts roam and dangers lurk at every turn. At this moment, Chu Fan and Murong Qing'er walk side by side, their energies flowing, ever vigilant of the potential beasts lurking nearby. Just moments ago, they had encountered a fourth-order beast that had attacked them. Had it not been for the timely warning from the San Siyuan Duanjian, even with Chu Fan's sudden readiness, it would have been challenging to fend off a surprise attack from a beast at the Yuan Shun realm. Murong Qing'er toyed with an oval-shaped greenish stone in her hand, smiling as she remarked, "A fourth-order beast core. It can fetch quite a sum." Chu Fan turned to inquire, "Is this really valuable?" "Of course," Murong Qing'er replied. "Beast cores contain the essence of the beasts. They can be utilized in high-grade elixirs or weapons and treasures." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was taken aback. He had never realized that beast cores held such significance. Murong Qing'er continued, "A fourth order would attribute beast core is worth about 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Enough to exchange for a low-grade earth treasure." "Only a low-grade earth treasure?" Chu Fan rolled his eyes, dismissively saying, "That hardly seems valuable." For him, a mere low-grade earth treasure felt no different than a toy, especially when compared to the San Siyuan Duanjian. Even a heavenly grade treasure would not hold much significance. Murong Qing'er could only smile wryly. It dawned on her that for Chu Fan, a descendant of a hidden sect, a fourth-order beast core was indeed trivial. Wait. Chu Fan suddenly thought of something and asked, "If beast cores are so useful, why is no one in the Xingyue Empire utilizing them?" Murong Qing'er chuckled softly and explained, "The Xingyue Empire is situated in a relatively remote area with limited spiritual energy, making it difficult for beasts to grow. Moreover, there are hardly any alchemists or artifact masters within the empire, so their utility is diminished." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan nodded slightly. It was no wonder that a mere third-grade elixir could astonish the second prince of the royal family. The absence of alchemists made any elixir a rare treasure. "Hev, used then." A chilling and eerie chuckle interrupted Chu Fan's contemplation. He stood firm, gazing at the frail figure that had suddenly emerged before him. "Who are you?" "Taiyin Palace, third elder, Zheng Fenghai." The withered cheeks of Zheng Fenghai were filled with arrogance, casting a disdainful glance at the two. Although he was somewhat surprised by the rapid advancement of Chu Fan's cultivation, he did not dwell on it. In his eyes, a mere first layer of Yuan Shun was nothing more than an ant. "Third elder of Taiyin Palace." Chu Fan's sword-like brows slightly raised, his expression turning grave as the spiritual energy within him began to stir. Yu Qianhao had previously mentioned that Zheng Fenghai had reached the Hisu realm hundreds of years ago, a level far beyond their capacity to resist. Moreover, The intelligence of Tai Yin Palace was indeed formidable. Just after leaving Xingyue Empire, they had already sent someone to ambush him, demonstrating their capabilities. "You must be Chu Fan," Zhang Fenghai said, his energy surging ominously. "Reveal the whereabouts of the Blood Demon Stone, and I can grant you a complete corpse." Chu Fan stepped forward, positioning Mu Rong Qing'er behind him, and coldly retorted, "How fortuitous! The Blood Demon Stone is right here with me. Come and take it if you dare." "Humph." Zhang Fenghai snorted in anger, his body trembling as the powerful pressure of the He Su realm erupted, shattering the surrounding trees. "Arrogant little brat, unaware of your impending doom." With a swift motion, Zhang Fenghai lunged towards Chu Fan, claws outstretched. Mu Rong Qing'er's expression shifted dramatically. She formed a sword gesture, causing the Chun Xing Long Yin sword to materialize in her hands. Bracing herself, "Husband, you must flee. We cannot withstand the attack of a He Su Rel powerhouse." Her sole hope was to delay Zhang Fenghai long enough for Chu Fan to escape. However, Chu Fan remained motionless, calmly observing the impending attack. Absolute binding. In an instant, Zhang Fenghai, who had been stirring the heavens with his overwhelming pressure, suddenly collapsed to the ground, devoid of any spiritual energy akin to a mere mortal. His expression turning ashen. "What? How is this possible?" Chapter 106. Controlling the third elder of Tai Yin Palace. A smirk graced Chu Fan's lips. With one hand behind his back, he strolled before Zhang Fenghai, looking down upon him. He Su realm, nothing more than a mere trifle. Zhang Fenghai was in turmoil, incessantly attempting to summon his Dantian's energy, yet to no avail. How could a dignified third layer of He Su be utterly powerless before an ant of the first layer of Yuan Shun? At this moment, Chu Fan's eyes glimmered with cunning as he twirled his wrist, revealing an irregular, blood-red stone. The Blood Demon Stone? Zhang Fenghai's expression turned grave. He never anticipated that the Blood Demon Stone would truly be in Chu Fan's possession. Feeling the crimson aura emanating from the stone, Zhang Fenghai's terror intensified. "What do you intend to do?" With a grin, Chu Fan replied, "What do you think? Despite being a third layer, He Su master and the third elder of Tai Yin Palace, it would be a waste to simply slay him. Moreover, it would be an affront to the final use of absolute binding. Instead, he could manipulate Zhang Fenghai using the Blood Demon Stone's properties, turning the third elder into an insider. This way, he would not only gain insight into the current situation of Tai Yin Palace, but also be informed of their future plans." "No, you cannot do this." Zhang Fenghai screamed in desperation, yet his body felt as though it was suppressed by the heavenly will, unable to muster a shred of energy to escape. Chu Fan paid no heed. He infused a wisp of blood energy into Zhang Fenghai's body using the Blood Demon Stone. Soon, the fear and rage in Zhang Fenghai's eyes vanished, replaced by a serene demeanor as a flash of crimson light passed. Chu Fan waved his hand, lifting the pressure of absolute binding. Zhang Fenghai gradually rose, his gaunt face reflecting respect as he knelt on one knee, performing a salute. Zhang Fenghai pays his respects. "My lord." Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. The Blood Demon Stone, coveted by Tai Yin Palace to the extent of risking entry into the Xingyue secret realm, was indeed a remarkable tool for control. He sensed no trace of the blood energy within Zhang Fenghai, indicating that he was still himself, yet not entirely the same. "Now, elaborate on everything you know about Tai Yin Palace." "Yes." After a brief period, through Zhang Fenghai's exposition, Chu Fan gained a measure of understanding regarding Tai Yin Palace. Tai Yin Palace and Taiyang Palace jointly governed the Yin-Yang Empire. However, as both palace masters reached the threshold of semi-ascendancy, the previously harmonious situation had subtly altered. Both sides aspired to reach the pinnacle first. Achieving this would allow them to strike decisively and eliminate the other. Additionally, the Yin-Yang Empire housed a supreme elder, a genuine powerhouse at the pinnacle of ascendance. Though this individual refrained from participating in the conflicts, his mere existence prevented large-scale confrontations between Tai Yin Palace and Taiyang Palace. Furthermore, this supreme elder appeared to have closer ties with Taiyang Palace, which explained why Tai Yin Palace was so eager to risk acquiring the Blood Demon Stone. Only by utilizing the Blood Demon Stone could they manipulate the master of Taiyang Palace, securing more time and benefits for themselves. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin as he murmured, "So, we find ourselves at an impasse. With the Blood Demon Stone in his possession, Tai Yin Palace's scheme had failed, and they would undoubtedly seek alternative methods. Chu Fan's immediate task was to find a way to connect with the people of Taiyang Palace to assist them in dismantling Taiyin Palace. Only then could the safety of the Xingyue Empire and Tianyu sect be thoroughly ensured. After a moment, Chu Fan looked at Zheng Fenghai and said, "You may return now. Contact me at the first opportunity if anything arises." Zheng Fenghai respectfully bowed. "Yes, my lord." After leaving behind a communication talisman imprint, Zheng Fenghai vanished in a flash. With Zheng Fenghai as an undercover agent, Chu Fan's security within the Yinyang Empire would significantly enhance. He could only hope that the master of Taiyin Palace would not discover the trace of blood energy within Zheng Fenghai. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. "Qing'er, let's depart." "Oh, very well." Mu Rong Qing'er sheathed her Chun Xing Long Yin sword, her spirited eyes still reflecting astonishment. Instinctively, she surveyed their surroundings. The towering trees cast a shadow that enveloped the entire Wugui forest, resembling a realm shrouded in night. It was no wonder Chu Fan had seemed so fearless moments ago. It appeared that the hidden master of the reclusive sect still lurked in the shadows, effortlessly suppressing the Hisu powerhouse. Truly terrifying. Not far along, a sudden roar from a demon beast echoed ahead. The two exchanged wary glances. It seems a demon hunting team is attacking a beast. Let's investigate. Chapter 107. A beauty in distress. How can one stand idly by? Roar. In the core area of Wugui Forest. A peak third-layer Qian Yao who roared to the heavens, flames engulfing its body as it cautiously guarded against its surroundings. A six-member team had encircled it. Despite all being practitioners of the Ning-Ing realm, their coordinated efforts quickly inflicted injuries upon the Qian Yao who. "Quick! It's wounded, do not hold back." A commanding voice rang out. As the crowd unleashed their formidable martial prowess, they swiftly vanquished the crimson flame demon tiger before them. Gazing at the beast, now sprawled on the ground with its fiery aura waning and its vitality dissipating, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. A young man, handsome and clad in an ornate robe, stepped forward with measured grace. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger materialized in his hand, and with the ease befitting his six-tier cultivation, he pierced the demon tiger's skull, extracting a fiery red demon core. After inspecting it with a satisfied nod, he turned to the beautiful woman behind him and declared, "Yutong, this demon core is for you. Isn't that inappropriate?" Mu Yutong replied bashfully, waving her hand. Dressed in a pale lotus-colored gown that accentuated her slender waist, her delicate oval face and exquisite features, coupled with her sparkling eyes, compelled one to gaze longer. "Dao Yu Bu, this was a collective effort. I cannot claim the spoils alone." "Why not?" Bu Shiren retorted nonchalantly, turning to the four companions beside him and inquiring, "Do any of you object?" A chorus of head shakes followed. No. As Bu Shiren's guards, they dared not voice dissent against their master's command. "See, everyone has no objections. Just accept it," he urged. However, before Mu Yutong could respond, a deafening roar erupted from a nearby beast. The terrifying pressure and frenzied aura sent a shiver down the spine of all present. Turning to look, they beheld a larger and more ferocious crimson flame demon tiger, its body engulfed in flames. Its blood-red, fierce eyes and muscular limbs, coupled with razor-sharp fangs, instilled a deep-seated dread. A fourth-tier demon beast. "Run!" In an instant, panic ensued, and everyone fled in haste. The crimson flame demon tiger glanced at its fallen kin, a flicker of sorrow crossing its eyes. Soon overshadowed by a surge of murderous intent. With a thunderous roar, it charged at the fleeing group, raising its powerful forepaw. It swiftly dispatched one individual while blocking the escape of several others. "You three, hold it off." Bu Shiren's face turned pale as he gestured frantically at the three remaining companions. They exchanged glances filled with resignation. The strongest among them was merely at the 8th tier, far from a match for a 4th-tier beast. Yet, as mere guards, they had no choice but to obey Bu Shiren's orders and confront the beast head-on. Meanwhile, not far behind the trees, Chu Fan stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing the unfolding battle. "Darling, aren't you going to lend a hand?" Muron Kuengir inquired. Casting a glance at him, Chu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "Why should I intervene on behalf of those from the Yin-Yang Empire? Moreover, that 3rd-tier Crimson Flame Demon Tiger seems to be its mate. In that case, it is only fitting that they risk their lives for one another." The oppressive might of a fourth-tier beast was something that cultivators of the sixth tier could not withstand, and the dense canopy of the Wugui forest obscured the sky, rendering flight impossible. It would not be long before this group met a grim fate at the jaws of the Crimson Flame demon tiger. Murong Qing clung to Chu Fan's arm, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Not saving others, yet you won't save her either? At that moment, Mu Yutong, in her panic, stumbled, her foot ensnared by the tangled roots beneath her. She turned back to face the frenzied Crimson Flame demon tiger, her beautiful visage filled with fear and reluctance. As for Bu Shuren, he had long since fled, not daring to look back. Chu Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Planting a gentle kiss on Murong Qing's cheek, he said, "You understand me well, Qing. How could he possibly stand idly by while a beautiful woman was in peril?" Murong Qing beamed sweetly, choosing not to voice her thoughts, although she wasn't particularly keen on Chu Fan's potential flirtations. She recognized the necessity of his actions given the seal within him. The Yin-Yang Empire was fraught with dangers, while powerful protectors might lurk in the shadows. True strength lay in one's own cultivation. If he could capture Mu Yutong, perhaps it would release a fraction of the seal within him, allowing his power to ascend once more. Had Chu Fan known of Murong Qing's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have been deeply touched. Chu Fan held Murong Qing's slender waist gently, stating calmly, "However, now is not the opportune moment to act. The three are still fiercely resisting, and the demon tiger has yet to target Mu Yutong. So there is no need for intervention. Once the tiger deals with them, and Mu Yutong finds herself in dire straits, that will be the moment to strike, allowing her to feel gratitude." Moments later, the Crimson Flame demon tiger completely tore apart the three obstructing its path, its fierce gaze locking onto Mu Yutong, who was at the fourth tier of cultivation. With a furious roar, it lunged forward, its massive jaws poised to devour her. Chu Fan, unfazed, remarked, "Qing go." After Feng Hai's departure, he had concealed his own cultivation at the fifth tier to keep a low profile. A mere fourth-tier demon beast was not worthy of him, revealing his true strength. Murong Qing narrowed her eyes, nodding in agreement. With a flick of her fingers, the Qin Xinglong Yin sword was drawn in an instant, gripped tightly, as she soared into the air, charging directly at the Crimson Flame demon tiger. "Beast, dare you!" The melodious clang of the sword resonated through the skies. With a deft motion, Murong Qing unleashed a fierce strike, forcing the demon tiger to retreat several paces. Landing firmly, she positioned herself protectively in front of Mu Yutong, her determined gaze fixed ahead. The Crimson Flame demon tiger, sensing the formidable sword intent emanating from Murong Qing, became wary. With a furious roar, it appeared to vent its pent-up rage. Murong Qing furrowed her brow, stating, "It is sufficient to sacrifice the lives of four for your mate, but you shall not harm her. Depart now, and I shall spare your life." The demon tiger roared in response, its fiery eyes ablaze with wrath. Its sharp claws twitched restlessly, as if intent on slaying all six of them to relieve its fury. Seeing that the Crimson Flame demon tiger remained unyielding, Murong Qing's arm trembled, summoning ethereal dragon shadows that danced around her sword blade. As a fourth-tier demon beast, it had begun to exhibit rudimentary intelligence. Faced with an adversary it could not defeat, it would naturally not choose to engage recklessly, especially under the oppressive aura of Murong Qing's gleaming sword. With a fierce command, Murong Qing declared, "Leave now, or die." The Crimson Flame demon tiger glanced at Mu Yutong, letting out a deep, resonant growl. Murong Qing seemed to comprehend the beast's intent. Turning to Mu Yutong, she extended her hand, saying, "Hand me the demon core." Mu Yutong hesitated for a moment, then tremblingly retrieved the fire-type demon core from the third-tier beast and passed it to Murong Qing. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the core back to the Crimson Flame demon tiger. The demon tiger caught the core in its mouth, then turned to retrieve its lifeless mate. Leaping away into the depths of the forest, Murong Qing let out a sigh of relief. She had not feared the earlier Crimson Flame demon tiger. She simply did not wish to kill it. Murong Qing turned to gaze at the still, shaken Mu Yutong, her wrist twisting as several strands of sword energy severed the stout tree roots. "Are you all right? I'm fine." Mu Yutong shook her head, struggling to rise. "Thank you for saving my life, senior." Murong Qing sheathed her sword and replied, You should thank my young master. He instructed me to intervene and rescue you. Mu Yutong paused in surprise. Your young master? Before she could finish her sentence, Bu Shirun, who had already fled some distance away, rushed back with a sword in hand, shouting, Beast, do not even think of harming Yutong. In a swift motion, Bu Shirun positioned himself protectively in front of Mu Yutong, declaring with a sense of valor, Rest assured, Yutong, I will not allow any monstrous creature to harm you. However, looking at the self-righteous Bu Shirun, Mu Yutong's bright eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. Just moments ago, he had fled in terror upon encountering the beast. Now, witnessing its expulsion, he returned to feigned concern, which was utterly revolting. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause echoed around them. What a splendid display of heroism. Chu Fan emerged from behind a nearby tree, a smile gracing his face as he remarked. The beast had scarcely fled before you returned to seize the opportunity. Bu Shiren felt a surge of anger at being so openly mocked. Yet, the presence of Mu Rongqinger, a formidable figure of the Yuanshan realm, restrained him from unleashing his fury. He forced a smile and replied, You jest, my friend. I merely went to regain my spiritual energy. Oh, Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems your recovery was remarkably swift. The sardonic tone of Chu Fan ignited a fierce hatred within Bu Shirun, who gritted his teeth, seething with resentment. Chu Fan, unfazed by Bu Shirun's turbulent emotions, approached Mu Yutong with a gentlemanly smile. You aren't hurt, are you? Mu Yutong surveyed Chu Fan with a curious gaze. His proud stature, handsome and resolute countenance, along with his unique aura, captivated her heart like a potent elixir. Although his cultivation was only slightly higher than hers, he radiated an otherworldly presence. Thank you for saving my life. May I ask your name? Chu Ping. Chu Fan did not disclose his true name. Aware that Taiyin Palace had already learned of his situation, he deemed it prudent to remain discreet within the borders of Yinyang Empire. Mu Yutong furrowed her brow and inquired, Are you from the Tian Luo Chu family? Not all. Chu Fan shook his head, shrugging nonchalantly. Just a wanderer. Mu Yutong found it hard to believe that a mere wanderer would have a Yuan Shun realm sword cultivator as a protector. Since Chu Fan seemed reluctant to elaborate, she chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Bu Shirun, relieved to hear that Chu Fan was not affiliated with the Tian Luo Chu family, felt a venomous spark of malice flicker in his eyes. Chu Fan asked, May I know how to address you? Fair maiden? Mu Yutong, she replied with a smile. Chu Fan nodded, grinning. What a splendid name. The palace notes of your beauty echo like the phoenix song. Upon hearing this, Mu Yutong's expressive eyes sparkled with surprise as she regarded Chu Fan. She was unaware that her name held such profound and beautiful connotations. Mu Dao. Chu Fan began, but Mu Yutong shyly interjected, You may call me Yutong. Noticing the flush on Mu Yutong's cheeks and her restless hands, Chu Fan's lips curled into a smile. Very well, Yutong. Are you here on a journey of training? Sort of. Mu Yutong sighed, her eyes reflecting disappointment. My father is ill and requires a third-tier beast core to concoct a medicinal pill. I had hoped to find luck in the Wu Gui forest, but unexpectedly encountered a fourth-tier beast. Had it not been for your intervention. Chu Fan nodded slightly, impressed by Mu Yutong's filial piety. She ventured into the perilous core of Wu Gui forest, risking herself for her father's health. Yutong, you must have hunted a third-tier beast earlier, correct? Chu Fan Questin. With the third-tier beast core secured, you should leave this dangerous area immediately. Staying here is quite foolish. Mu Yutong nodded despondently. Yes, but it was of no use. Why so? Chu Fan asked in confusion. Mu Yutong's eyes glistened with sorrow as she explained. Only a core of the wood attribute can be used for the medicinal pill to heal my father. That beast was of the fire attribute. Chu Fan understood. I see. He exchanged glances with Mu Rongqinger, who immediately understood his intent. With a flick of her wrist, a vibrant green, oval-shaped beast core appeared in her hand, which she unhesitatingly offered to Mu Yutong. Staring at the life-filled beast core in her hand, Mu Yutong was taken aback. What is this? Even Bu Shirun was astonished. This was a fourth-tier beast core, and of the wood attribute at that. Handed over so readily? Chu Fan said, We just happened to slay a fourth-tier wood attribute beast. This core should suffice, no? Mu Yutong, though yearning for the precious core, hesitated, realizing its immense value. Before she could respond, Chu Fan feigned anger. What? Do you not consider me a friend? Or do you not trust me? No, it's not that. Mu Yutong quickly waved her hands. Chu Fan chuckled, then it's settled. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let's depart. Mu Yutong nodded. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she carefully stored the fourth-tier beast core and headed towards the outskirts. Bu Shiren clenched his fists, filled with resentment at having his carefully cultivated image shattered. If not for Mu Rong Qing'er's presence, he would have seized the opportunity to attack Chu Fan and snatch the beast core for himself. Afterward, Bu Shiren gathered his thoughts and hurried to catch up with Mu Yutong. Yutong, wait for me. The smile on Mu Yutong's face vanished, replaced by disdain as she coldly replied, do not call me that. We are not so familiar. Upon hearing this, Bu Shiren was furious. Watching Mu Yutong's alluring silhouette, he muttered curses. Damn it. Mu Yutong, you wretched girl, is a fourth-tier beast core all it takes to win you over? With a flick of his wrist, a communication stone appeared, and he swiftly issued a series of commands. He glared at Chu Fan's retreating figure, seething, you brat. Dare to ruin my plans, and I will ensure you have no place to rest. Moments later, the group approached the outskirts of Wugui Forest, where they could even see the border guards of the Yinyang Empire. Through their conversations along the way, Chu Fan gleaned some insight into Mu Yutong's background. Although the Mu family was one of the two prominent families in Baishan City, within the vast expanse of the Yinyang Empire, they were merely a second-rate family. Mu Yutong's father, Mu Wenhan, had suffered an injury in his youth during battle, leaving him in a precarious state. This misfortune had caused the family's gradual decline, leaving them struggling to acquire even a third-tier beast core. Thus, Mu Yutong had secretly ventured into Wugui Forest, hoping to find fortune. As for Bu Shiren, he was the eldest son of the Bu family in Baishan City, who had long desired to possess Mu Yutong and, with her, seize control of the Mu family, thereby dominating Baishan City. After all, while Mu Wenhan was indeed a Yuan Shun realm cultivator, his condition rendered him vulnerable, and the Bu family could not afford to face the consequences of a direct confrontation. Thus, alternative paths must be sought. Although Mu Yutong is the daughter of a wealthy family, it does not imply that she is willful and unreasonable. She has long been aware of Bu Shiren's ulterior motives, yet she cannot act too decisively. Should the Bu family lose patience and annihilate the Mu family at any cost, the Mu family would find itself in grave peril. Just moments ago, Bu Shiren, in pursuit of his own safety, callously abandoned her to flee alone, a situation that would incite anger in anyone. The arrival of Chu Fan, in stark contrast to Bu Shiren, escalated Mu Yutong's disdain for him to its zenith. Glancing at Chu Fan beside her, Mu Yutong shyly invited, young Master Chu, if you have no other matters, would you accompany me back to the Mu residence? My father would surely express his gratitude. Chu Fan smiled broadly and readily replied, it would be my honor. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a returning team of demon hunters so swiftly. A figure clad in black robes descended from the sky, his face obscured by a mask, rendering his true appearance unrecognizable. The oppressive presence of a fourth-level Yuan Shin emanated from him, overwhelming everyone present. What do you intend to do? Mu Yutong instinctively took a half-step back, suppressing her fear, and exclaimed, we are not far from the border guards. If you dare act against us, they will not spare you. The black-robed figure scoffed disdainfully, glancing at the border guards behind him, and retorted, do you think I fear them? His audacity suggested that he had bribed the border guards. Even if he were to slaughter Mu Yutong and the others, the guards would merely turn a blind eye. Enraged, Mu Yutong shot back, you. Enough of your nonsense. Surrender the demon core, and I might grant you a complete corpse. At that moment, Bu Shiren stepped forward, bowing respectfully, Senior. I am from the Bu family of Baishan City. Could you show us a modicum of favor? I assure you, we will repay you generously in the future. Upon hearing the name of the Bu family, the black-robed figure seemed to show a hint of trepidation. After scrutinizing Bu Shiren, he declared, in that case, I shall grant the Bu family a favor. You may leave. However, Bu Shiren did not depart. Instead, he approached Mu Yutong and added, this is my fiancée. I hope you will be lenient. The black-robed figure glanced at Mu Yutong, waved his hand dismissively, and said nothing further. Thank you, Senior, Bu Shiren exclaimed, overjoyed, as he prepared to grasp Mu Yutong's hand and leave. However, Mu Yutong resolutely shook off Bu Shiren's hand and bowed, saying, Senior, these two are my friends. I wonder if the black-robed figure interrupted with an angry snort. Do you take me for a fool? Letting you two go is already a considerable favor. Now leave. Otherwise, death awaits. In an instant, the oppressive aura of a fourth-level Yuanshan surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. Bu Shiren feigned anxiety and helplessness, urging, Yutong, do not hesitate. We must go. No. Mu Yutong shook her head firmly, declaring, young Master Chu saved my life. I cannot abandon him. Witnessing Mu Yutong's resolve, Bu Shiren's anger could no longer be contained. Damn it. This wretched woman is willing to risk her life for a wild man. Meanwhile, Chu Fan remained calm and collected, his gaze indifferent as he observed the black-robed figure ahead. The moment the black-robed figure appeared, Mu Yutong's fear was palpable. Yet Bu Shiren exhibited no signs of panic. The smirk on his lips betrayed his intentions. Chu Fan inwardly scoffed. Ah, the young master plays quite the game. Clearly, the black-robed figure was a pawn orchestrated by Bu Shiren, aimed at regaining lost face and improving his image in Mu Yutong's eyes, while simultaneously seeking to eliminate Chu Fan to alleviate his resentment. Unfortunately, a mere fourth-level Yuanshan was but an insect in Chu Fan's sight. Yutong, fear not. What is merely a fourth-level waste? A trifling matter. Nonetheless, Mu Yutong remained deeply concerned. Although Mu Rongqing was present, she was only at the second level of Yuanshan and could not possibly contend with a fourth-level opponent. Yet, she overlooked the fact that Mu Rongqing was a sword cultivator, and her true strength could not be simply assessed by her realm. In the face of Chu Fan's derision, the black-robed figure seethed with rage, his murderous intent palpable. Brat, such arrogance. I shall see what you are truly capable of. With that, the black-robed figure lunged toward Chu Fan. Unfazed by the impending attack, Chu Fan remained composed. Yolong Jian slash. Suddenly, Mu Rongqing made a hand gesture, and the Qinxing Long Yin Jian burst forth, releasing a powerful sword strike. A thunderous roar echoed. The sword gleamed with a cold light as it hurtled forward. The fierce sword intent, coupled with an overwhelming assault, left the black-robed figure utterly astonished and terrified. No! A pitiful scream erupted as the black-robed figure was sent flying several meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string. The scene rendered everyone present speechless. A fourth-level Yuanshan master was effortlessly vanquished by Mu Rongqing in a single strike. Mu Rongqing, wielding her sword, advanced step by step toward the fallen black-robed figure. No, please don't kill me. The black-robed figure trembled, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Mu Rongqing. Such a shameless Yuanshan practitioner was a first for Chu Fan, filling him with disdain. As Mu Rongqing drew nearer, Bu Shiren grew increasingly anxious, urgently calling out, "Show mercy." Chu Fan smirked, teasing, "What does young Master Bu mean? Do you know him?" Bu Shiren was taken aback. His gaze tortured as he fixated on the black-robed figure, poised to perish beneath Mu Rongqing's sword. He felt as if he were caught between a rock and a hard place. If he claimed to know the figure, his image in Mu Yutong's eyes would be irreparably shattered. Conversely, if he denied knowing him, the black-robed figure's demise would cripple the Bu family, resulting in significant losses. While Bu Shiren grappled with his dilemma, Mu Rongqing deftly turned her wrist, her sword glinting with cold light, and sliced through the black-robed figure's neck. "Young master, save me." Before he could finish, the black-robed figure's eyes darkened, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Mu Rongqing sheathed her sword, as if she had merely crushed an ant, and casually returned to Chu Fan's side. Bu Shiren stood in stunned silence. A fourth-level Yuanshan expert was slain so effortlessly? Chu Fan glanced at Bu Shiren, mocking, "Young Master Bu, those who commit unworthy deeds will meet their end. Tread carefully." With that, he departed the Wugue forest, accompanied by the somewhat bewildered Mu Yutong. Emerging from his shock, Bu Shiren clenched his fists. His expression twisted with murderous intent as he yearned to devour Chu Fan alive. How audacious, Chu Ping! Do you truly believe that with a Yuanshan sword cultivator as your protector, you can act with impunity? I shall ensure you pay the price. And you, wretched Mu Yutong, once I have had my fill of you, I shall sell you to a brothel where you will be thoroughly enjoyed. Baishan City, situated on the border of the Yinyang Empire, might be referred to as a city, yet it is rather dilapidated. The city walls and the buildings within are not particularly towering. Compared to Taiping Town, they are only slightly more imposing. Before long, under the guidance of Mu Yutong, Several individuals arrived at the Mu residence. The somewhat unremarkable mansion appeared rather desolate, and in the spacious courtyard, only an elderly man was busily clearing fallen leaves from the ground. Upon seeing Mu Yutong, he displayed great joy, exclaiming, "Miss, you have finally returned." Mu Yutong approached and inquired, "Uncle Wang, where is my father? Is he feeling any better?" Uncle Wang sighed deeply, his aged face etched with sorrow as he shook his head, saying, "The master's injuries have worsened. If not treated promptly, I fear." A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed Mu Yutong's eyes. Then, recalling the fourth-tier demon core in her possession, she became excited, exclaiming, "Uncle Wang, could you please find Master Zhang and ask him to come as soon as possible?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang seemed to have an epiphany and was equally delighted. Without hesitation, he dropped the broom and nodded, "Very well, I shall go at once." Standing nearby, Chu Fan remained silent. Uncle Wang was quite loyal, for despite the Mu family's decline, his gaze towards Mu Yutong was still filled with affection. Unfortunately, being merely at the third level of the condensing infant stage, he could offer little assistance to the waning Mu family. "Yutong." Suddenly, a voice filled with authority, albeit slightly weak, called out. Turning to look, they saw a middle-aged man in a gray robe, his face pale, gazing at Mu Yutong with a hint of anger. Mu Yutong hurriedly stepped forward to support him, saying, "Father, why have you gotten up?" Mu Wenhan slowly sat down, his brow furrowed, his color drained with worry. "Who allowed you to venture into the Wugui forest? What, something happened?" Cough, cough. Before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was evident that his injuries had affected his internal organs. Even at the 6th level of the primordial spirit stage, he was unable to heal himself. If timely treatment was not administered, even deities would be helpless. "Father, are you all right?" Mu Yutong's face turned pale as she quickly fetched a cup of tea, patting her father's back. Seeing his complexion improve slightly, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a flick of her wrist, she produced the 4th-tier demon core, proudly declaring, "Father, look at this." Gazing at the demon core in Mu Yutong's hand, Mu Wenhan was incredulous. A 4th-tier demon core? Yutong, where did this come from? Given Mu Yutong's strength, she could hardly have encountered a 4th-tier demon beast, much less slain it. With a sweet smile, Mu Yutong pointed to Chu Fan beside her, saying, "It was given to me by young Master Chu. We encountered a 4th-tier demon beast, and thankfully, young Master Chu saved me." Mu Wenhan furrowed his brow, struggling to support his body as he took a step forward and bowed. "Thank you, friend, for your timely assistance." Before Chu Fan could respond, Mu Wenhan's tone shifted, becoming vigilant. "May I ask who you are? What is your purpose in approaching my daughter?" Faced with Mu Wenhan's inquiry, Chu Fan remained unperturbed. If he were in the same position, he too would be filled with caution and suspicion. A 4th-tier demon beast was indeed a rare find, valuable enough to exchange for earthly treasures. It was hardly likely to be used to curry favor with a young lady. In the heyday of the Mu family, perhaps this could be understood, but with Mu Wenhan's severe injuries and the family's gradual decline, who would voluntarily come to their aid? "Father, stop." Just as Mu Yutong was about to explain, Mu Wenhan sternly interrupted her. Turning to Chu Fan, he said, "Friend, this 4th-tier demon core rightly belongs to its owner. I must ask you to leave." Chu Fan did not reach for the 4th-tier demon core that Mu Wenhan offered. "There is no need for such wariness towards me. Master Mu, I am but a wandering cultivator, and your daughter risked herself to save you. This act of filial piety has deeply touched me. Moreover, a mere 4th-tier demon core is not overly precious." After a brief pause, Chu Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he added, "To speak frankly, if I had ulterior motives, why would I need to resort to a 4th-tier demon core?" Upon hearing this, the vigilance in Mu Wenhan's eyes diminished somewhat. The aura emanating from Chu Fan indeed did not resemble that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the presence of the beautiful Yuan Shun realm sword cultivator beside him, it was evident that Chu Fan's identity was far from simple. Mu Wenhan sighed in relief, raising his hand in a bow. "I may have overreacted. I hope you can forgive my rudeness." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There is no need for such formality, Master Mu." Subsequently, Mu Yutong assisted Mu Wenhan in sitting down and recounted the events that transpired in the Wugui forest. Upon hearing that Mu Rongqinger had effortlessly slain a 4th-level Yuan Shun realm expert with a single sword strike, Mu Wenhan's eyes widened in astonishment. While he understood that sword cultivators possessed formidable offensive capabilities, to be able to fight beyond one's level with such ease was not a feat typical cultivators could achieve. Friend Chu, do you know the identity of that 4th level Yuan Shin cultivator? The Bu family. Chu Fan disclosed his thoughts without reservation. Mu and Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Fan would be aware of this. Friend Chu, the Bu family will not let this matter rest easily. And what of it? Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. A mere Bu family is but a swarm of ants. Mu and Han was slightly startled. He glanced at the nearby Murong Qing'er and earnestly cautioned, Friend Chu, do not underestimate them. The head of the Bu family is a practitioner at the 8th level of the Yuan Shun realm. Those sword cultivators are powerful. It is not without its challenges to battle beyond 6 levels. In response to Mu Wenhan's warning, Chu Fan merely nodded politely without further comment. In his eyes, there is little distinction between the 4th and 8th levels of the Yuan Shun realm. Furthermore, he had dealt with 8th level practitioners before. At that moment, Uncle Wang's voice rang out from outside, interrupting their conversation. Master Zhang has arrived. Chapter 112. Never have I encountered such audacious and shameless individuals. Uncle Wang's aged face was filled with respect as he bent forward, gesturing toward a middle-aged man behind him, clad in a gray-white robe adorned with an embroidered alchemical furnace. His haughty demeanor and disdainful gaze were quite unpleasant, were it not for the palpable aura of the 3rd level Yuan Shun realm he exuded. Chu Fan might have mistaken him for an eminent figure visiting. Following this middle-aged man was a young figure, appearing like a subordinate. He was frail, seemingly malnourished, and his eyes darted around anxiously, filled with trepidation. Mu Wenhan promptly stood up, suppressing the torment of his internal afflictions, and politely raised his hand in greeting. Master Zhang, you have come. Chu Fan found the situation puzzling. Despite Mu Wenhan being a 6th level Yuanshan cultivator, he treated a 3rd level cultivator with such deference. More importantly, the so-called Master Zhang appeared unfazed by Mu Wenhan's greeting, his gaze landing on Chu Fan as he scrutinized him with caution. And who might this be? The unfamiliar face aroused a sense of wariness in him, especially considering the formidable aura emanating from Murong Qing'er beside Chu Fan. A clear indication that she was no ordinary individual. Mu Wenhan replied, Master Zhang, this young friend Chu is a companion of mine. Chu. Master Zhang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. From the Tian, Luo, Chu family? Though he possesses a certain background, if Chu Fan truly belongs to the Tian, Luo, Chu family, even as a collateral branch, he is not a rival to be compared. Mu Wenhan shook his head and said, Master Zhang has misunderstood. Chu Xiaoyu is not from the Chu family. He had contemplated allowing Chu Fan to impersonate a member of the Tian Luo Chu family, believing that Master Zhang would surely seek to curry favor with him, thus resolving all issues. However, the Tian Luo Chu family is the foremost clan of Yin Yang. Impersonating them would inevitably lead to a tragic outcome. Upon hearing Mu Wenhan's words, Master Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, his expression regaining its arrogance as he settled onto a chair. Mu Yutong respectfully poured him a cup of tea, saying, Master Zhang, please enjoy this tea. Master Zhang nodded and inquired, Is everything prepared? It is ready, Mu Wenhan quickly affirmed. In addition to the conditions previously promised, I have also found the demon core. He then presented the 4th-tier demon core. Upon seeing it, Master Zhang's teacup fell from his hand, and he stood up in disbelief. A 4th-tier demon core? He snatched the core and scrutinized it, asking, Where did this come from? Before Mu Wenhan could respond, Chu Fan stepped forward and, with a slight furrow in his brow, said, I provided it. Is there a problem? Master Zhang cast a disdainful glance at Chu Fan and asked, From where did you obtain this 4th-tier demon core? What does it matter to you? Chu Fan coldly retorted, A 4th-tier wood-type demon core is sufficient for refining a wood spirit pill. Faced with Chu Fan's icy demeanor, Master Zhang appeared displeased, for he had never encountered anyone so disrespectful towards him. Master Zhang snorted, gripping the 4th-tier demon core tightly as he declared, You must have stolen this core. I wondered where my 4th-tier wood-type demon core had disappeared to. It seems you are the thief. Upon hearing this, Mu Wenhan and the others were instantly stunned, looking at the two in disbelief. Chu Fan was so enraged that he almost laughed. He had seen shamelessness before, but never such brazen audacity. To claim possession of something he had no right to was a truly remarkable display of impudence. Especially beside him, Mu Rongqing'er felt a surge of fierce sword intent swelling within her. She nearly rushed forward to slay this pretentious Master Zhang. Chu Fan raised his hand to stop her, saying, "You claim this is yours. Do you have any evidence?" "Of course," Master Zhang replied confidently, turning to a young attendant beside him and asking, "Yongnian, isn't this fourth-tier demon core one that I personally hunted?" The young man hesitated. Although he knew Master Zhang was lying, he felt compelled to nod in agreement due to the latter's status and strength. Master Zhang grew increasingly arrogant, stating, "You dare flaunt what you've stolen from me? You are simply courting death. However, for the sake of Mu family's head, I shall not hold it against you. Begone." In that instant, Mu Rongqing'er's murderous intent surged uncontrollably. The Chenxing Longyin sword strapped to her back erupted with a series of sharp cries, as if yearning to unsheath itself and silence Master Zhang's insolent remarks. "Ha!" Chu Fan said with a frigid smile, "Allow me to present my evidence." Master Zhang scoffed. "What evidence could you possibly have?" Before he could finish, the ensuing scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. With a swift stride, Chu Fan appeared before Master Zhang and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Mu Wenhan frozen in shock. He could scarcely believe that Chu Fan had the audacity to strike Master Zhang. This act would not only jeopardize the prospect of having the wood spirit pill refined, but would also provoke Master Zhang's wrath. "Chu Dao you this." Mu Wenhan began to intervene, yet Mu Rongqing'er blocked him with an imposing sword intent, rendering him motionless. "Those who hinder the young master shall perish." Her cold voice sent a shiver down Mu Wenhan's spine, and he cast a wary glance at her, recognizing the overwhelming pressure of her sword energy. At that moment, Master Zhang, who had been sent sprawling against the tables and chairs, covered his face with his hand, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he glared with fury and malice at Chu Fan. "You dare to strike me? Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, another crisp slap resounded. Chu Fan seized Master Zhang by the neck, delivering slap after slap, leaving Mu Wenhan in a state of frantic anxiety. He wished to intervene, but the intimidating presence of Mu Rongqing'er left him at a loss. After a brief interval, Chu Fan finally ceased his assault, rising slowly. The once proud Master Zhang was now bruised and battered, resembling a pig, to the extent that even his own mother might not recognize him. Chu Fan dusted off his hands and, looking down imperiously at Master Zhang, asked, "Is this evidence sufficient?" Master Zhang's lips trembled as he attempted to speak, but no words emerged. The look he directed at Chu Fan was filled with not only rage, but also fear. He could not fathom that Chu Fan would act so recklessly, and the shadow of death he had briefly sensed left him genuinely terrified. Subsequently, Chu Fan grasped Master Zhang by the neck once more and addressed Mu Wenhan, saying, "Master Mu, I shall borrow a side room." Without waiting for Mu Wenhan's response, he dragged Master Zhang away from the hall. As he passed the trembling young attendant, Chu Fan raised his other hand, pulling him along into the side room as well. Mu Wenhan exchanged glances with Mu Yutong, completely bewildered by Chu Fan's intentions. Had Mu Rongqing not been present, he would never have allowed Chu Fan such liberties. Inside the side room, Chu Fan casually tossed the bruised Master Zhang and the trembling young man onto the floor. With a flick of his wrist, the blood demon stone materialized, filling the room with an eerie aura. Chu Fan's intentions were straightforward. Even after reprimanding Master Zhang, the latter would harbor resentment and would not sincerely refine the wood spirit pill. Thus, it was better to directly manipulate him using the blood demon stone, ensuring the quality of the wood spirit pill while also gleaning insights into the Yin-Yang imperial family. In no time, the blood demon stone emanated 2 streams of blood energy, completely subjugating Master Zhang and the young attendant. With one hand behind his back, Chu Fan looked down at them, commanding, "Open your sea of consciousness." Without hesitation, they complied, presenting their sea of consciousness for Chu Fan's examination. Moments later, he uncovered everything he needed to know from their memories. The young attendant was named Zhang Yongnian. Although he was a member of the esteemed Zhang family, he was a collateral branch-born of a servant girl, even with the Zhang surname bestowed upon him. His low aptitude for alchemy and his background meant he was never accepted by the family. Over the years, Zhang Yongnian had endured a life akin to that of an ant within the Zhang household, subjected to countless inhumane torments. particularly from the family's young master and other core members, who frequently assaulted him without provocation. In his presence, Zhang Yongnian's mother was forcefully violated, leading to her tragic demise filled with resentment. The audacious Zhang Wendi, a distant relative, held a status far beyond that of Zhang Yongnian. For many years, Zhang Wendi had also tormented Zhang Yongnian, showing no mercy even to his mother. After the core members concluded their malicious deeds, he retained the essence of wickedness. However, Zhang Yongnian remained oblivious to this grim reality. Years ago, he had narrowly escaped the Zhang family, only to unexpectedly encounter Zhang Wendi. Due to the latter's formidable strength, Zhang Yongnian had no choice but to follow him as a subordinate. From the outset of the alchemical endeavor, Zhang Wendi never intended to sincerely assist Mu Wenhan. His sole aim was to leverage the Mu family's resources to acquire a third-tier demon core, thus aiding his own ascension to the rank of third-tier alchemist. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen variable, Chu Fan, emerged, disrupting his plans entirely. Before long, Chu Fan gathered his thoughts, his gaze glinting with cold resolve, and a palpable aura of murder surrounded him. With a flick of his wrist, a 3-inch broken sword materialized in his palm, piercing through Zhang Wendi's neck without mercy. Zhang Yongnian trembled, fear coursing through him, as he prostrated himself, too terrified to meet Chu Fan's gaze. To Chu Fan, a scoundrel like Zhang Wendi was unworthy of existence in this world. Sheathing the broken sword, Chu Fan stepped forward and inquired, Zhang Yongnian, can you concoct a Mu Ling Dan? Zhang Yongnian paused, suppressing his inner turmoil, and timidly lifted his gaze, his voice quavering as he replied, I can give it a try. Chu Fan nodded, tossing a 4th-tier demon core to Zhang Yongnian, saying, begin your concoction. I have faith in you. With that, Chu Fan turned and exited the side room. As Zhang Yongnian gazed at Chu Fan's retreating figure and the bloodied form of Zhang Wendi beside him, he felt as if he were dreaming. The sudden trust bestowed upon him seemed to pull him from the depths of despair, granting him a new lease on life. Gripping the 4th-tier demon core tightly, Zhang Yongnian exhaled a shaky breath, his expression resolute. In the main hall of the Mu family, upon seeing Chu Fan emerge, Mu Wenhan hurriedly approached, asking, Chu Daoyu, what about Master Zhang? Chu Fan replied with a calm smile, waving his hand. He is currently concocting medicine. What? Mu Wenhan exclaimed, glancing towards the side room, his heart still heavy with worry. Chu Fan paid little mind to his concerns, settling down beside him, picking up a teacup and stating, rest assured, a good beating will make him compliant. Indeed, Zhang Wendi was presently subdued, likely having crossed the Naya Bridge and partaking of Mengpa soup. Chu Fan remained unfazed by Mu Wenhan's anxiety, leisurely sipping his tea, only to grimace and spit out. What in the world is this? Chu Fan's expression soured as he hastily set down the cup, the bitter taste compelling him to rinse his mouth. The esteemed Mu family of Baishan City served such dreadful tea to their guests, a true testament to their decline. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, Chu Fan produced the tea gifted by Yu Tianhao and handed it to Mu Yutong. Yutong, brew this tea. All right, Mu Yutong replied obediently, taking the tea leaves and turning to leave. Mu Wenhan approached, his pallid face appearing weaker as he anxiously asked, Chu Daoyu this. Before he could finish, Chu Fan interrupted, rest assured, today I will ensure your hidden ailment vanishes. Even if Zhang Yongnian, as a 2nd-tier alchemist, could not concoct Mu Ling Dan, Chu Fan could easily bestow Mu Wenhan a Juku Yuan Dan, effortlessly remedying his ailment and enhancing his cultivation. Although reluctant, he had no other choice if he wished to win over Mu Yutong. Seeing Chu Fan's unwavering confidence, Mu Wenhan refrained from pressing further. Shortly thereafter, Mu Yutong returned with a pot of tea. The robust aroma and pure spiritual essence permeated the air, instantly brightening Mu Wenhan's demeanor. Chu Fan took a delicate sip, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, Mu family head, do give my tea a try. Without hesitation, Mu Wenhan seated himself beside Chu Fan and eagerly drank the tea. Indifferent to its temperature, the moment it touched his lips, its fragrant flavor flooded his mouth. The pure spiritual essence coursed through his meridians, alleviating his hidden ailment significantly. This tea, Mu Wenhan's lips quivered, but words eluded him. Chu Fan smiled softly. This tea is revered even by the Taishang Huang of Xingyue. Is no ordinary brew. Qing'er, Yutong, you should also partake. All right, the two replied, each taking a sip, their eyes sparkling with delight. Mu Rongqing'er, being a Yuan Shun realm cultivator, was not overly astonished by the energy contained within the tea. However, Mu Yutong, upon consuming a mouthful, felt her internal energy surge, seamlessly breaking through to the 5th level of the Ning-Ing stage. I have broken through, she murmured in disbelief. It seemed preposterous that a mere sip of tea could elevate her cultivation. Little did she know, while the tea possessed spiritual essence, its effects were not so exaggerated. It merely nudged her over the threshold, as her energy was already on the brink of breaking through. Mu Wenhan sat nearby, his expression grave, eyes fixed on Chu Fan, his suspicions deepening. This Chu Fan's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds erupted, accompanied by arrogant and furious shouts that reverberated throughout the Mu residence. Mu Wenhan, get out here! Upon hearing this, Mu Wenhan furrowed his brows, sighing, alas, what must come will come. With Mu Yutong's support, he struggled to rise and made his way to the courtyard. Gazing at the figures descending from the sky, Mu Wenhan greeted, Zhu family head. I apologize for not welcoming you appropriately. At the forefront stood Zhu Yaoyan, draped in a black robe that exuded a chilling and oppressive aura. His face was obscured by a thick beard, and his hair stood disheveled, resembling a rogue. Zhu Shering followed closely behind, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he shot a glare at Chu Fan and Mu Rongqing'er, whispering something into Zhu Yaoyan's ear. Zhu Yaoyan turned his head, surveying them with a disdainful expression before glaring at Mu Wenhan. Barking, Mu Wenhan, do you truly wish to stand against my Zhu family? Mu Wenhan was momentarily taken aback. Feigning ignorance as he asked, Zhu family head, what do you mean? Zhu Yaoyan scoffed, stop with the nonsense. Hand over these two. I can overlook the previous incident. Before Mu Wenhan could respond, Mu Rongqing'er stepped forward, her voice icy. What old fool dares to bark so loudly? Mu Rongqing'er disdainfully remarked. Have you grown so old that your hearing has failed you? I declare you an old scoundrel. Do you understand? In an instant, the murderous intent in Bu Yao Yin's gaze surged, and the profound spiritual energy within him began to surge rapidly. Since you seek your own demise, allow me to fulfill your wish. Although Mu Rongqing'er was a sword cultivator at the Yuan Shun realm, Bu Yao Yin, being a practitioner at the 8th level of Yuan Shun, was confident in his strength. Just as Bu Yao Yin was about to make his move, Mu Wenhan stepped forward, shielding Mu Rongqing'er behind him, and said, Bu Yao Yin, do you truly believe my Mu family is easy to bully? They are friends of my Mu family, and it is not your place to dictate here. Looking at Mu Wenhan, whose spiritual energy was surging, Bu Yao Yin was somewhat astonished. He did not expect Mu Wenhan to risk the eruption of his internal ailment to protect Mu Rongqing'er and Chu Fan. Although he was not afraid, if they both attacked together, with Mu Rongqing'er's swordsmanship combined with Mu Wenhan's willingness to perish together, he could very well find himself at a disadvantage. Ha, good. Very good. Bu Yao Yin laughed in fury. Mu Wenhan, I shall see how many days you have left to live. To speak frankly, tomorrow, emissaries from the Taiyin Palace will visit. Once the Bu family joins the Taiyin Palace, the Mu family will no longer have a place in Baishan City. With that, Bu Yao Yin waved his hand and turned to leave. Bu Shiren fixed his fiery and ruthless gaze upon the exquisitely beautiful Mu Yutong. Licking his dry lips, he thought to himself, Mu Yutong, you vile woman, tomorrow I shall make you kneel before me. Just as Bu Yao Yin and the others departed, Mu Wenhan spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Father! Mu Yutong rushed forward to support Mu Wenhan, her lively eyes filled with tears. Chu Fan also stepped forward, rotating his wrist, channeling his robust spiritual energy into Mu Wenhan's body. However, Mu Wenhan had just forcibly operated his internal energy, causing his ailment to run rampant, clearly nearing the brink of death. Even if spiritual energy was infused, it could only sustain a breath of life. Recovery was beyond hope. Cough, cough, Mu Wenhan coughed twice, his gaze filled with reluctance as he looked at Mu Yutong. Yutong, my dear, do not cry. Mu Yutong was inconsolable, her stunning visage bearing a look of panic and sorrow. Mu Wenhan turned to Chu Fan and weakly said, Chu Daoyu, may I ask you for a favor? Chu Fan replied, speak your mind. Mu Wenhan implored, in the future, please take care of Yutong and lead her away from Baishan City. The farther the better. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's brows furrowed slightly, disregarding Mu Wenhan's last request. He had no interest If he wished to leave, he would take her himself. Since the Bu family was already joining the Taiyin Palace and emissaries would arrive tomorrow, it was impossible for Chu Fan to depart. Moreover, although Mu Wenhan's life force was weak, as long as Zhang Yongnian could refine the Mu Ling Dan, the problem would be easily resolved. Chu Daozu, you. Mu Wenhan's words were cut off as Chu Fan waved his hand, interrupting him. Stop wasting your breath and save your strength. At that moment, Zhang Yongnian emerged from the side room, tightly gripping a porcelain vial, approaching with great excitement, utilizing a fourth-tier wood-type demon core as a catalyst. He had not only successfully refined the Mu Ling Dan, but had also elevated his alchemist rank to third tier. A third-tier alchemist was a rarity throughout the Yin-Yang Empire, not exceeding a mere handful. Although manipulated by Chu Fan through the blood magic stone, Zhang Yongnian's admiration grew ever stronger. Sir, the elixir is ready. Administer it to him, lest he continues to babble. Understood. Zhang Yongnian opened the porcelain vial and placed a vibrant green pill, imbued with rich vitality, into Mu Wenhan's mouth. The pill melted upon entry, and a surge of vitality exploded, coursing through his meridians. Naturally, Mu Wenhan would not forfeit this singular opportunity for life. Struggling to sit up, he formed hand seals, utilizing the life force provided by the Mu Ling Dan to continuously mend his internal injuries. Chu Fan sat leisurely nearby, sipping tea, entirely unconcerned about Mu Wenhan's condition. With a flick of his wrist, a communication spirit stone appeared, and he casually spoke a few words before putting it away. Gazing at the dim sky outside, a slight smile graced his lips. Tomorrow, there shall be a spectacle to behold. Chapter 116. A taste of the next life. At the Taiyin Palace, Zhang Fenghai's face was pale, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth as he knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I am guilty beyond redemption. After leaving the Wugui forest, Zhang Fenghai did not return to the Taiyin Palace immediately, but sought a place to inflict self-harm. Only in this way could he convince the suspicious and cautious Wu Pantian to trust him. In the main hall, Wu Pantian's expression was grim, a flash of murderous intent darting through his eyes. The third elder of the Taiyin Palace, a dignified practitioner at the third level of Hisu, had failed to capture even a mere ant and was grievously injured. Should this news spread, it would be a significant disgrace for the Taiyin Palace. Since you recognize your guilt, why return at all? The icy words fell like a chilling blade, sealing Zhang Fenghai in place. With a mere thought from Wu Pantian, Zhang Fenghai could meet his demise in an instant. However, Wu Pantian did not strike immediately, which indicated that Zhang Fenghai's life was not forfeit just yet. Understanding this, Zhang Fenghai prostrated himself, speaking with respect and trepidation. Your Majesty, that scoundrel Chu Fan is accompanied by powerful protectors. It was my carelessness that led to the ambush. I beseech your Majesty to grant me another chance. I am willing to atone for my sins. Wu Pengtian's brows knitted together, coldly saying, atone for your sins? How do you propose to do so? Zhang Fenghai exhaled deeply, managing to raise his head. I wish to venture to the borders of the empire, to recruit families for the Taiyin Palace, and support your Majesty as the sole emperor. It must be said, Zhang Fenghai's words struck a chord with Wu Pengtian. His most pressing desire was to break through to the Wending realm and become the true sovereign of the Yin-Yang Empire. Wu Pengtian slowly rose, the surrounding murderous aura dissipating as he looked down from a height. If that is the case, I shall grant you another opportunity. There happens to be a second-rate family eager to submit. Go and assess the situation, using this as a starting point to expand outward. Zhang Fenghai bowed respectfully. Your Majesty can rest assured. I shall do my utmost. With that, he turned to leave. Wu Pengtian did not notice the fleeting glimmer of triumph in Zhang Fenghai's eyes. Just then, Guangrou sauntered in, her slender waist swaying, the few strips of cloth on her body fluttering in the breeze. Your Majesty, I have returned. Wu Pengtian's expression darkened as he questioned, why have you returned so late? Guangrou approached confidently, unbothered by Wu Pengtian's ire, her arm entwined with his, her proud bosom brushing against him. Your Majesty, on my way back, I discovered a promising talent. A promising talent? Wu Pengtian relished the softness against his arm. While rubbing Guangrou's rear, he inquired, what do you mean? Guangrou let out a playful huff, gesturing towards the entrance of the hall. Come in. As her words fell, a young figure slowly stepped into the hall, his handsome face somewhat pale, his eyes filled with malice and an eerie glint. Upon seeing this, Wu Pingtian's expression brightened with delight. He could distinctly sense the enigmatic spiritual energy contained within the youth. The youth's exceptional talent seemed as though he had obtained some extraordinary opportunity, setting him apart from the ordinary. The youth stood firm, raised his hand in a respectful gesture, and saluted with dignity. "I pay my respects to the palace master." Wu Pingtian nodded slightly, observing the youth, and inquired, "What is your name?" The youth's gaze sharpened slightly as he replied indifferently, "My name is Mo Tian." As night descended, Mu Wenhan exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing forth. Thanks to the effects of the Mu Ling Dan, the afflictions within Mu Wenhan's body had nearly healed. His previously pale cheeks had regained a healthy hue, and his overall aura seemed significantly enhanced. Mu Yutong hurriedly approached, concern evident in her voice. "Father, how do you feel?" Mu Wenhan nodded, but did not elaborate. He ambled over to Chu Fan, raised his hand in a bow, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Daoist friend Chu, for your assistance. I am forever indebted for your life-saving grace." Without Chu Fan's intervention, given the current circumstances of the Mu family, acquiring a Tier 4 wood-type demon core would have been impossible. What awaited him would have been the outbreak of his affliction, leading to a tragic demise. Leaving Mu Yutong in solitude. "Master of the Mu family, you exaggerate," Chu Fan replied with a calm smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Yutong and I are friends. It is only natural to assist within my capabilities." Mu Wenhan glanced at Chu Fan, then turned to look at Mu Yutong, whose cheeks had flushed slightly, seemingly understanding something. Although still uncertain of Chu Fan's true identity, the presence of a Yuanshan realm sword cultivator as a guardian was sufficient to indicate his extraordinary status. If Mu Yutong were to truly be with Chu Fan, it could potentially be a fortuitous opportunity for the Mu family. Afterward, Mu Wenhan surveyed the surroundings and inquired of Zhang Yongyan, Daoist friend, "Where's Master Zhang?" Despite Zhang Wendy's initial ill intentions, Mu Wenhan believed it necessary to express gratitude for the alchemical assistance he had provided. Zhang Yongyan glanced at Chu Fan, but did not speak. Chu Fan in does it. He had matters to attend to and left early. Mu Wenhan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting toward the side room. "Left? Where to?" Chu Fan shrugged and smiled. "To experience the life of the next lifetime in advance." Upon hearing this, even a fool could discern the implications of Chu Fan's words, and Mu Wenhan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Chu Fan had actually eliminated a member of the Yao Wang Zhang family. If the Yao Wang Zhang family were to learn of this, even if it were from a collateral branch, they would surely not let it go lightly. However, since the deed was done and Chu Fan had saved his life, Mu Wenhan naturally would not repay kindness with enmity. Reflecting on what Bialian had said earlier, Mu Wenhan's expression grew serious, filled with concern as he said, "Daoist friend Chu, I hope you will consider taking Yutong away." Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you so afraid of the Bu family?" "It is not that." Mu Wenhan slowly sat down, pondering, "Now that my strength is restored, I may not necessarily lose in a life-and-death struggle. Yet, the circumstances have changed. The Tyne Palace's emissary will arrive tomorrow, and the Bu family will undoubtedly not spare the Mu family." Mu Wenhan, as the head of the family, could not abandon his home in Baishan City, but he could not bear to let Yutong perish alongside him. After his words, Chu Fan nodded slightly. For the Mu family, the Tyne Palace was akin to a divine existence, utterly beyond their ability to resist. Gazing into Mu Wenhan's pleading eyes, Chu Fan remained unperturbed. He slowly rose and said, "Master Mu, it is getting late. May I stay the night?" Seeing this, Mu Wenhan sighed deeply, standing to address Wang Bo, "Arrange a room for Daoist friend Chu." Wang Bo respectfully nodded, "Yes, master." Watching Chu Fan's retreating figure, Mu Wenhan's fists clenched tightly, determination and resolve filling his brow. If the Bu family truly sought to annihilate the Mu family tomorrow, he would not allow Yutong to be harmed, even at the cost of his own life. In the room, Chu Fan sat beside the tea table, listening to the news conveyed by Zheng Fenghai, a smile gracing his features. He was genuinely curious to see the expression on Bu Yalian's face when the Bu family learned of everything. At that moment, Murong Qing'er finished tidying the bed and approached Chu Fan, gently asking, "Darling, what are you thinking about?" Chu Fan collected his thoughts and, with a mischievous grin, picked up Murong Qing'er, saying, I was pondering what position would be best for tonight. The next day, sunlight streamed onto the bed as Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes. He gently pinched Murong Chinger's pert backside, affectionately saying, "Chinga, it's time to get up." Murong Chinger let out a soft sound, her long, slender legs draped over Chu Fan's waist, seemingly reluctant to let go. Chu Fan shook his head helplessly, just as he prepared to engage in another round with Murong Chinger. An untimely knock interrupted from outside. "Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Chu, are you awake?" Hearing Mu Yutong's voice, a hint of disappointment flickered in Murong Chinger's beautiful eyes, and she ceased her playful antics. Moments later, Chu Fan donned his clothes and opened the door, asking, "Yutong, so early? Is there something you need?" As Mu Yutong was about to speak, her gaze fell upon Murong Chinger exiting the room. Realizing something, her face turned slightly red. "Young Master Chu, father wishes to speak with you in the main hall." With that, she turned and hurried away. Murong Chinger approached, linking her arm through Chu Fan's, teasing, "Darling, it seems she's a bit jealous." Chu Fan's my bito li. If Mu Yutong could not accept his companionship with other women, she was destined not to be his immortal partner. Although it was rather unkind, there was no alternative. After a brief pause, in the Mu family's main hall, Chu Fan entered with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Yongnian greeted him respectfully, "My lord." Chu Fan nodded, disregarding the greeting, and turned to Mu Wenhan, asking, "Master Mu, did you call for me?" Mu Wenhan's expression was unusually grave. Sighing deeply, he said, "Daoist friend Chu, I have just received news that the Taiyin Palace's emissary has already arrived in Baishan City. The Bu family's strength is formidable, and with the support of the Taiyin Palace, it is likely that no one in Baishan City can contend with them. The primary target of the Bu family is undoubtedly the Mu family, which fills Mu Wenhan with anxiety." Chu Fan, seated nearby, smiled and remarked, "They arrived quite swiftly." Mu Wenhan expressed concern. "Daoist friend Chu, it is still possible to leave now. Otherwise, it will truly be troublesome." Chu Fan leisurely sipped his tea, nodding slightly. His gaze shifted, and he stood, saying, "You are right. If that is the case, let us depart." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in Mu Wenhan's eyes. While he hoped that Chu Fan would take Mu Yutong away from Baishan City, he also wished for him to remain. With his mysterious background, perhaps he could persuade the Taiyin Palace to spare the Mu family. Banishing the unrealistic thoughts from his mind, Mu Wenhan urged Mu Yutong, "Yutong, pack your things and go with Daoist friend Chu." "I will not go," Mu Yutong declared resolutely, shaking her head. "If we are to leave, we leave together. Otherwise, I would rather die alongside my father." Mu Wenhan's face appeared to age considerably. Did he not wish to leave as well? Yet Baishan City was the foundation of the Mu family. Leaving like this would make it impossible to face their ancestors in the future. As he gazed at the tender bond share between the father and daughter behind him, Chu Fan helplessly remarked, "You two, stop being so sentimental and come along." Mu Wenhan was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and responded, "Daoist Chu, I will not leave Baishan Sheng." Chu Fan rolled his eyes in disdain and retorted, "Who said anything about leaving Baishan Sheng?" Mu Wenhan, perplexed, inquired, "Then what do you mean?" "Chu Fan et lai. The envoy from Taiyin Gong has arrived, has it not? As one of the two great families of Baishan Sheng. How can we not go and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Mu Wenhan was instantly struck with shock. Chu Fan's earlier suggestion to leave was not about departing Baishan Sheng, but rather about visiting the Bu family to meet the envoy from Taiyin Gong. "Daoist Chu, are you joking? Do I seem like I'm joking?" Chu Fan shrugged and urged, "Stop dawdling. Old Zhang is watching the house. Come with me to witness a grand spectacle." In the Bu family's main hall, Bu Yaolian wore a respectful expression as he handed a cup of tea to the esteemed Zheng Fenghai, saying, "My lord, please enjoy your tea." Zheng Fenghai gave a slight nod, accepting the tea, and with a raised brow, indifferently stated, "Tell me about the situation in Baishan Sheng." "Yes," Bu Yaolian replied with a respectful nod. "Most of the resources in Baishan Sheng are under the control of the Bu family. As long as Taiyin Gong requires it, the Bu family will provide full cooperation." After a brief pause, Bu Yaolian seemed to recall something and subtly added, "Of course, my lord's share has already been prepared." As the head of the Bu family, he understood such matters of human sentiment well. A mere second-rate family, even if they controlled all the resources of the city, would likely not attract the attention of Taiyin Gong. Therefore, to strengthen the Bu family's power, the most straightforward approach was to curry favor with Zheng Fenghai before him. The terrifying realm of He Su San Zhong Tian appeared to Bu Yaolian as an insurmountable mountain. leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. Zhang Fenghai took a sip of tea and inquired, "To my knowledge, there should be another family in by Shancheng, correct?" Upon this question, Bu Yaoyan's eyes were filled with contempt as he replied, "My lord, the Mu family has already fallen into decline, and their patriarch has little time left. They possess only a few ancestral properties, and with a word from you, the Bu family can certainly seize them." Observing Bu Yaoyan's confident demeanor, Zhang Fenghai paid him no heed. Rising slowly, he declared, "By Shancheng only needs one family. As for the other, its existence is unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Bu Yaoyan's face brightened, and he flattered, "You speak true, my lord. I shall go and eliminate the Mu family at once." Just then, before Bu Yaoyan could make a move, a voice filled with indifference and mockery rang out from outside the Bu estate. What an audacious claim from the head of the Bu family. Chu Fan strolled leisurely into the estate and mockingly addressed Bu Yaoyan, "With just you? You think you can eliminate the Mu family? Like a toad trying to enter a snake's hole, seeking its own demise." Instantly, Bu Yaoyan's fury surgit, and a murderous intent erupted from within him, enveloping the surroundings. "You little brat, what did you say?" Chu Fan stood firm, raised a hand to his ear, and scoffed, "Your hearing seems rather poor." Bu Yaoyan's expression darkened, and just as he was about to strike, his gaze fell upon Mu Wenhan behind him, whose profound spiritual energy left him astounded. Just last night, he had appeared frail, and yet, after only one night, how could he have fully recovered? This realization made it clear that with the combined strength of Mu Wenhan and Murong Qing'er, even the Bu family might not stand a chance. However, Bu Yaoyan felt little concern at that moment. Zhang Fenghai was still present. The realm of Isu Sanzhong Tian was not something an ordinary person could contend with. "You little brat, even with the Lord here, you dare to act so arrogantly. Do you wish to become an enemy of Tai Yinggong?" To Bu Yaoyan's surprise, before he finished speaking, Zhang Fenghai waved his hand and said, "Do not mind me. I have already stated that by Shancheng only requires one family. As for who that is, it makes no difference." Bu Yaoyan immediately sensed the peril of the situation. If Zhang Fenghai did not intend to intervene, then with his own strength, it would be nearly impossible for him to contend with Mu Wenhan and Murong Qing'er. Mu Wenhan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not know why Zhang Fenghai chose to remain aloof, it was undoubtedly a good thing for the Mu family. At this moment, Chu Fan took a step forward and proposed, "How about this? If neither of them intervenes, if the head of the Bu family can defeat me, you may do with me as you wish. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, especially Mu Wenhan and Mu Yutong, whose expressions were filled with concern as they looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan was merely a cultivator at the 5th level of Ningying, compared to Bu Yaoyan. There was a significant gap of an entire realm. How could he possibly be his opponent? Perhaps only Murong Qing'er remained unconcerned. After all, if Zhao Haoren, at the 8th level of Yuan Shun, could not match Bu Yaoyan, then he was certainly no match as well. "Are you certain?" Bu Yaoyan scrutinized Chu Fan, seemingly worried about some hidden scheme. Chu Fan nodded and shrugged, saying, "If you are afraid, then let it be." "Humph." Bu Yaoyan snorted angrily, his murderous intent surging forth. "A mere Ningying insect. Since you seek your own death, do not blame me." With a swoosh, accompanied by the sound of something cutting through the air, Bu Yaoyan raised his hand into a claw and lunged at Chu Fan. Mu Wenhan's expression changed dramatically, instinctively wanting to intervene. However, Murong Qing'er raised her hand to stop him, her stunning beauty devoid of any emotion as she said, "Patriarch Mu, just watch calmly." Yet, the worry in Mu Wenhan's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Even if Chu Fan had an impressive background or exceptional talent, he could not possibly cross an entire major realm to engage in combat. Unless, of course, Chu Fan was not human. Among those present, the most delighted was Bu Shiren. Due to his excitement, he rubbed his hands together and cast fiery glances at Mu Yutong's graceful figure, imagining that soon he would be able to embrace that figure, to toy with her as he pleased. He could not help but feel exhilarated. "Humph, you vile creature, I will make you cry out in pleasure soon," Bu Shiren thought to himself. However, just as he believed his father would easily slay Chu Fan, the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. 5 thunder, burning heaven palm. With a command, dark clouds gathered, lightning flickered, and a deafening roar echoed through the heavens. As Chu Fan pressed down with his wrist, several bolts of lightning, thick as arms, descended from the sky, instantly encircling Bu Yaoyan's body. The cataclysmic force rendered Bu Yaolian's face pale, rendering him unable to move. How can this be possible? Chu Fan was merely a cultivator at the 5th level of Ningying, yet the martial technique he casually displayed was so powerful that it could easily suppress him. On one side, Mu Wenhan gazed forward, wide-eyed in disbelief. No wonder Chu Fan appeared so calm, completely disregarding Bu Yaolian. It was evident that Chu Fan's true realm was certainly not limited to the 5th level of Ningying and had likely reached the Hisu realm, or perhaps even higher. Recalling how Chu Fan had sent Zhang Wendi at the 3rd level of Yuan Shun, flying with a mere slap, Mu Wenhan's conviction in his guest deepened. Mu Yutong, too, was filled with astonishment. Her spirited eyes blinked as she looked at the proud and imposing Chu Fan, her heart swelling with affection. Although Mu Rongqing and Chu Fan share a relationship that transcends the mere connection of master and bodyguard, what significance does this hold in the realm of Shinsu? In this world, strength reigns supreme. With such extraordinary talent capable of dominating an era, what does it matter if a few beautiful companions surround him? Little did they know, this was precisely Chu Fan's design. His intention in taking action was to exhibit formidable prowess before Mu Yutong, instilling within her a sense of admiration. Only then could he expedite his plans to win her over. With a slight smirk, Chu Fan jested, "Master Bu, it seems that the only family in Baishan City is not the Bu family." Bu Yaolian remained silent, turning with difficulty to cast a pleading glance at Zheng Fenghai. "My lord, save me." He firmly believed that if Zheng Fenghai intervened, he could easily obliterate Chu Fan. Indeed, upon hearing Bu Yaolian's plea, Zheng Fenghai rose slowly, his dark robe billowing in the wind as he stepped forward. Bu Yaolian, emboldened by the presence of the elder, shouted, "Young man, I admit you are strong, but before Taiyin Palace, you are but an ant." "Ah!" Observing the malevolence and arrogance etched on Bu Yaolian's face, Chu Fan could only shake his head in exasperation. This fool truly was an imbecile. Mu Wenhan wore a worried expression, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, his gaze fixed on Zheng Fenghai, bracing for action. Should Zheng Fenghai truly lend his hand, he would defy Taiyin Palace to ensure Chu Fan's safety. However, just as Bu Yaolian erupted in laughter and Mu Wenhan remained on high alert, Zheng Fenghai approached Chu Fan directly. To the astonishment of all present, he raised his hand in a respectful gesture, bowing in deference. "Zheng Fenghai, I pay my respects to you, my lord." A suffocating silence enveloped the crowd. Stone-faced disbelief. How could a venerable elder of Taiyin Palace bow to a mere practitioner of Ningying? Was it possible that Chu Fan was the illegitimate son of the Taiyin Palace's sovereign? Bu Yaolian's heart quivered as he loudly inquired, "My lord, what does this mean?" Zheng Fenghai paid him no heed, standing stoically beside Chu Fan, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Bu Yaolian. Chu Fan offered a nonchalant smile, tauntingly remarking, "Master Bu, it seems you have learned quite a bit before your demise." With that, he clenched his palm, summoning a tempest of lightning that struck its target with impeccable precision. Bu Yaolian struggled to fend it off. Just when he believed he could withstand the destruction wrought by the lightning, a streak of dark sword light pierced through his defenses. Under the searing assault of lightning and flames, the unfortunate head of the Bu family was reduced to ashes without uttering a single cry, carried away by the wind. Moments later, as the lightning faded and the ominous clouds above dissipated, Chu Fan turned to the trembling Bu Shiren, grinning broadly. "Young Master Bu, do you have any final words?" With a thud, Bu Shiren collapsed to his knees, repeatedly bowing before Chu Fan. "Please spare me. I was forced into this. It was all Bu Yaolian's coercion. Do not kill me." Chu Fan felt a wave of frustration. How aptly named you are, truly a fool. In a desperate bid for survival, he was willing to cast all blame upon his father. Seeing that Chu Fan remained unmoved, Bu Shiren shifted his gaze towards Mu Yutong, pleading, "Yutong, please say something for me. I beg you." Before he could finish, Chu Fan waved his hand, directly slaying him to prevent any further defilement of Mu Yutong's ears. Surveying the surroundings, he addressed the fleeing members of the Bu family, "Leave none alive." With his command barely spoken, Zheng Fenghai acted decisively, unleashing the overwhelming force of Hisu, showing no mercy. Chu Fan strode into the main hall and took his seat at the head, casting an amused glance at the astonished Mu Wenhan. "Master Mu, do not look at me with such astonishment." Mu Wenhan exhaled deeply, suppressing his fears and concerns as he shielded Mu Yutong behind him, inquiring, "Elder, may I ask if you're a member of Tai Yin Palace?" Chu Fan shook his head, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he replied, "No, I have an irreconcilable feud with Tai Yin Palace." Mu Wenhan was utterly perplexed. If Chu Fan was not affiliated with Tai Yin Palace, how could he command an elder of the palace? As a member of the management, it was improbable that Zheng Fenghai had been swayed mid-journey. If Zheng Fenghai had always been Chu Fan's ally, it was a terrifying prospect. This implied that Chu Fan or the force behind him had been scheming against Tai Yin Palace for centuries. "Chu Ping, who exactly are you?" After a few breaths, Zheng Fenghai easily dispatched the remaining members of the Bu family, as if they were mere insects. Blood stained the courtyard, the stench overwhelming. Zheng Fenghai returned to the main hall, bowing deeply to Chu Fan. "My lord." Chu Fan nodded and inquired, "What is the plan of Tai Yin Palace?" Zheng Fenghai replied, "To use Baishan City as a base to expand to surrounding cities, recruiting families to join the ranks of Tai Yin Palace." Chu Fan nodded slightly, stroking his chin in contemplation, his eyes narrowing as he delved into thought. The recruitment of families by Tai Yin Palace was likely a preparation for future control over the entire Yin-Yang Empire. If Wu Pengtian truly intended to ascend to the realm of inquiry after obliterating Taiyang Palace, he would not allow the chaos among the families in the empire to disrupt his own status. However, Wu Pengtian had not anticipated that the elder sent to recruit families had already become Chu Fan's ally. His plan was doomed to fail. Subsequently, Chu Fan regained his focus and instructed, "Transmit a message to Tai Yin Palace, stating that the Bu family has temporarily rebelled and defected to Taiyang Palace. With the aid of the Mu family in Baishan City, we have successfully eradicated them. Furthermore, do not disclose the Mu family's affiliation with Tai Yin Palace." Zheng Fenghai nodded, "My lord, rest assured I understand." The Mu family had not genuinely joined Tai Yin Palace. It was merely a strategy to buy time. Should this information be leaked, it could provoke Taiyang Palace's ire, leading to catastrophic consequences for the Mu family. Wu Pengtian was not foolish. There was no need to hastily announce the inclusion of a second-rate family. This interval would grant Chu Fan ample opportunity to execute his plans. After a brief pause, Chu Fan remarked, "Master Mu, with the Bu family eradicated, controlling the resources of Baishan City should be a trivial matter, correct?" Mu and Han's eyes gleamed with excitement as he affirmed, "Absolutely no problem." He had already resolved that regardless of Chu Fan's identity or allegiance, the Mu family would steadfastly stand by him. In their moment of peril, it was Chu Fan who had stepped forward to safeguard the Mu family. This debt of gratitude could never be repaid. "I will have Zheng Fenghai assist you, while also putting on a show for Tai Yin Palace." Understood? After a brief moment, Chu Fan returned to Mu Fu with Mu Rongqing and Mu Yutong. Throughout the journey, Mu Yutong cast shy and affectionate glances at Chu Fan, her heart still captivated by the image of him wielding lightning to slay Bu Yaolian, an indelible mark in her memory. Love blossomed within her like a flood, overwhelming her senses. Turning to her, Chu Fan inquired, "Yutong, why do you gaze at me so?" Mu Yutong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly shook her head and dashed towards her room. Observing her retreating figure, Chu Fan's lips curled into a smile, sensing that winning her heart was merely a matter of time. At that moment, Zhang Yongyan, who had been waiting for Chu Fan in the main hall, approached quickly and respectfully bowed, "My lord." Chu Fan inquired, "What is it?" Zhang Yongyan replied, "My lord, I have just received news that Tianbao Pavilion will hold an underground auction in Bayan City in more than half a month." Chu Fan's brows raised slightly, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. As a time traveler, he had read no fewer than 180 web novels and naturally understood the significance of an underground auction. As the protagonist, he might stumble upon extraordinary treasures even with his eyes closed. Is the information accurate? Indeed, Zhang Yongyan affirmed confidently. The Zhang family has issued orders to acquire the auction's centerpiece at any cost. Perhaps they were not attentive, which is why I was also informed. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed Zhang Yongyan's face. As an unacknowledged, illegitimate son, the Zhang family loomed over him like a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. Chu Fan seemed to see through Zhang Yongyan's sorrow. He stepped forward, patting his shoulder and offering comfort. "Do not worry. With my assistance, you will become someone they cannot aspire to reach." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongyan was momentarily taken aback, and gratitude and admiration filled his eyes. He knelt on one knee and raised his hand in salute. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord." Chu Fan waved his hand and asked, "What exactly is this Tianbao Pavilion?" Zhang Yongnian rose and explained, "Tianbao Pavilion is the foremost commercial establishment in the Yinyang Empire. They can procure anything one can imagine." Upon hearing this, a spark of intrigue ignited in Chu Fan's gaze. He had not anticipated such a formidable trading house existing in this otherworldly land. "Where's Bayan City?" Zhang Yongnian pointed downwards, saying 300 miles west of Baishan City. Chu Fan was slightly astonished. He had not expected it to be so close. 300 miles could be traversed in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea for a cultivator. With over half a month remaining, there was something Chu Fan must accomplish before leaving Baishan City. "Old Zhang, prepare more elixirs in the coming days." Days later, with the assistance of Zheng Fenghai, Baishan City was completely under the control of the Mu family. The Mu family's power surged to its peak in a remarkably short time, surpassing their former glory. Indeed, several rogue cultivators, having heard of the Mu family's reputation, voluntarily pledged their allegiance and became guest worshippers of the Mu family. In the Mu family's main hall, Mu Wenhan appeared invigorated, his resolute features brimming with excitement and anticipation. He had never imagined that within such a short time, the Mu family would transform from the brink of collapse to the rulers of Baishan City. Of course, none of this would have been possible without Chu Fan's support from behind the scenes. Mu Wenhan raised his hand in salute, sincerely expressing, "Senior, I am profoundly grateful for all you have done for the Mu family." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Since the Mu family has fully taken control of Baishan City, I shall leave for Bayan City tomorrow." "Huh? Are you in such a hurry?" Mu Wenhan was somewhat surprised. Chu Fan's identity was extraordinarily mysterious. If he could build a closer relationship, there might be greater opportunities. Beside him, Mu Yutong felt even more reluctant. During this time, she had often sought out Chu Fan for conversation. Although their relationship had not been defined, there was an unspoken understanding between them. If Chu Fan were to leave, she did not know when they would meet again. Perhaps he might soon forget her, and an inexplicable sadness welled up in her heart. "There are some matters I need to attend to." Chu Fan nodded and said, "With the Mu family strength, there should be no more dangers." Mu Wenhan replied, "If that is the case, I shall not keep you. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command. The Mu family will never falter." Chu Fan smiled lightly. Casting a glance at Mu Yutong, he said, "You know, I do indeed have a matter that requires the Mu family head's consent." "Oh." Mu Wenhan raised an eyebrow. "Please, senior, go on." Chu Fan gestured to Zhang Yongnian, who promptly understood and produced several porcelain vials to present to Mu Wenhan. Perplexed, Mu Wenhan asked, "What is this?" Chu Fan replied, "These are elixirs for enhancing cultivation and healing wounds. Consider them my betrothal gifts." Over the past few days, Chu Fan had instructed Zhang Yongnian to concoct numerous elixirs. After all, if he wished to court the daughter of the Mu family, he could not show up empty-handed. Proper etiquette must be observed. Mu Wenhan expressed astonishment. "Betrothal gifts?" Chu Fan nodded and approached the blushing Mu Yutong, saying, "Yutong and I share mutual affection. I hope the head of the Mu family will grant us his blessing." Upon hearing this, Mu Wenhan smiled knowingly, filled with excitement. With a mysterious background, formidable strength, handsome appearance, and commanding presence, Chu Fan was like a deity descended upon the mortal realm. How could he possibly refuse such a remarkable suitor for his daughter? Of course, certain formalities must still be observed. Looking at Mu Yutong's flushed face, Mu Wenhan chuckled. "Now it depends on whether Yutong is willing. If she is not, I'm willing." Mu Yutong interjected eagerly, seemingly afraid that Chu Fan might change his mind. Only then did she realize that both Mu Wenhan and Chu Fan were smiling at her. Mu Yutong understood that she had been playfully teased. "Ah!" she exclaimed, covering her flushed cheeks with her hands before turning to flee. This left the few people in the main hall laughing heartily. That night, Chu Fan stealthily entered the room. Gazing at the delicate figure wrapped in the quilt upon the bed, a smile playing on his lips, he approached slowly, sitting on the edge of the bed, extending his hand beneath the covers to touch the bare skin, feeling a wave of warmth. Mu Yutong sensed Chu Fan's mischievous intentions. Her body trembled suddenly, instinctively trying to evade, but Chu Fan firmly grasped her arm. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he traced up her smooth arm, soon coming into contact with her proud curves. Suddenly, he squeezed, causing her to let out a soft gasp of embarrassment. This gasp was like a spark that ignited the powder keg within Chu Fan's heart. He shivered, shedding his robes and rolling into the bedding, tightly embracing her soft form. Lowering his head, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Yutong, I'm here. Be gentle. The following night was sleepless. Chu Fan lay sprawled on the bed, appearing somewhat exhausted. He had not anticipated that Mu Yutong, who seemed like a well-behaved girl, could become so wild that he nearly succumbed to her fervor. Perhaps, in terms of beauty, Mu Yutong could not compare to Murong Qing'er or Tang Limon. Yet, her agile waist, adept at riding, dominated the night, especially her tight embrace. Had it not been for Chu Fan's strong will, he might have surrendered before the battle truly began. Fortunately, Murong Qing'er did not join the fray. Otherwise, Chu Fan's once mighty image would have crumbled completely. It seems that last night was quite exhausting. Mu Yutong remains ensconced in her sweet slumber, a gentle curve gracing her lips, as if she is lost in a delightful dream. Her arms, resembling those of a koala, are wrapped around Chu Fan's neck. Her long, slender legs intertwine, effectively trapping Chu Fan's right leg in the middle. With a wry smile, Chu Fan muses to himself, "Alas, it seems I must hasten my search for the kidney-replenishing elixir." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully branching out. Reward: 80 years of cultivation. Reward: Earth-level superior technique. Piao Miao Ling Ju. Reward: Special martial skill of no rank. Away 18 styles. What the heck? Away 18 styles? Isn't that the technique of Sister Bao? Chu Fan is utterly astonished. He never anticipated that the system would grant him a martial skill derived from the virtual techniques of the Blue Star anime. However, upon scrutinizing this martial skill, a wave of frustration washes over him. System, you shameless entity. It is no wonder that Chu Fan curses aloud. The primary issue is that this martial skill imposes stringent conditions on its practitioners, unceremoniously excluding Chu Fan. It is a technique passed down to females only. In other words, only Chu Fan's immortal companion can wield the Away 18 styles. Nevertheless, recalling the techniques encompassed within Away 18 styles, Chu Fan's dissatisfaction swiftly dissipates. After all, mastering this martial skill ultimately benefits him. A glimmer of excitement sparkles in Chu Fan's eyes as he murmurs, "I must admit, I am somewhat looking forward to it." Suddenly, a resonant hum interrupts his reverie. A surge of vibrant spiritual energy floods the surroundings, rapidly entering Chu Fan's body, filling his dantian, and coursing through his meridians. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan's cultivation successfully breaks through to the 4th level of the Yuan Shun. Upon reaching this stage, he distinctly senses the slowing of his cultivation speed. 80 years of cultivation have merely allowed him to advance 2 levels, though he is tantalizingly close to the 5th level. He has yet to cross that threshold. "Husband." Just as Chu Fan completes his cultivation, a sweet and crisp voice calls out from his embrace. Mu Yutong blushes, blinking her sparkling eyes, gazing affectionately at Chu Fan. He smiles gently, raising his hand to tousle her hair, saying, "From now on, call me husband." MHM. Mu Yutong gives a soft hum, burying her head in Chu Fan's embrace. "Husband." Chu Fan's fingers playfully tease her delicate form as he instructs, "Time arise. I have an opportunity to share with you." MHM. Although Mu Yutong appears a tad reluctant, she obediently nods. Shortly after, both don their garments, and Chu Fan gazes at her exquisite visage, akin to a blooming rose, feeling a surge of warmth within. It must be said that as she transitions from girlhood to womanhood, an inexplicable allure envelopes her, rendering her irresistibly captivating, especially her enchanting gaze, which seems capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Chu Fan steadies his mind. With a flick of his fingers, a stream of luminous energy flows into Mu Yutong's brow. She shivers slightly, feeling the enigmatic incantation manifesting in her mind, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Earth-level superior technique. "Husband, is this for me?" Chu Fan nods affirmatively, saying, "Yes, it should suit you perfectly." Upon hearing this, Mu Yutong's eyes brim with gratitude, and she swiftly steps forward, embracing Chu Fan, her nimble tongue exploring. Chu Fan playfully pats her rear, saying, "Be good and cultivate." Mu Yutong, her face flushed with embarrassment, nods, and Machem. She sits cross-legged, her hands forming the requisite madras. channeling the technique as the spiritual energy within her begins to surge wildly. After a short while, once Mu Yutong masters the Piao Miao Ling Ju, the spiritual energy within her meridians seems to undergo a transformation, becoming more refined and potent. With a crisp crack, Mu Yutong's realm begins to soar. Congealing infant 6th level. Congealing infant 7th level. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yutong reaches the 8th level of congealing infant, with only a step remaining to reach the 9th level. Exhaling a deep breath, Mu Yutong releases a cloud of stagnant energy, her eyes narrowing slightly. Her lively gaze brims with joy as she throws herself back into Chu Fan's embrace. Husband, I have broken through. Chu Fan nods with satisfaction. It is likely that Mu Yutong's original cultivation method was only of the Xian rank, resulting in her spiritual energy being less than pure. Now, having transitioned to the earth-level technique, her spiritual energy naturally undergoes a qualitative change, propelling her realm to new heights. At this moment, just as Chu Fan prepares to speak, the system's voice suddenly resonates in his ear. Ding! The host has successfully imparted a technique. Mu Yutong, daughter of the Mu family, has reached a loyalty level of 100, steadfast and unwavering. The host has successfully bound an immortal companion. The cultivation gains of the immortal companion will feed back to the host. Binding of the immortal companion successful. Mu Yutong's breakthrough of 3 realms successfully elevates Chu Fan to the 5th level of Yuan Shun. However, at this moment, Chu Fan's concern is not the breakthrough in realm, but rather Mu Yutong's loyalty level. To achieve full loyalty upon binding is quite extraordinary. Upon reflection, it is rather understandable. Without Chu Fan, Mu Yutong's father would likely have perished long ago, and the Mu family would have ceased to exist. Even Mu Yutong herself might have fallen victim to Bushurin, tragically enduring a miserable existence. Chu Fan's appearance is akin to a glimmer of hope emerging from the abyss of despair, rescuing both Mu Yutong and the entire Mu family from an endless void. Ding! At this moment, the system's voice rings out once more, and Chu Fan initially freezes, only to be overcome with elation. Congratulations to the host for binding 5 immortal companions, all achieving full loyalty. Conditions met. Unlocking the first page of the Immortal Companion Totem. Chapter 123. The dragon is leaping, the phoenix is crying aloud. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the first page of the Immortal Companion Totem. Reward: no rank technique, Longhua Fengming. Reward: no rank special elixir, Qing Tian Great Supplement Pill, 1 bottle. Suffocated, petrified, astounded. Chu Fan's mind goes blank, frozen in place. The loyalty that had previously puzzled him has been unlocked so effortlessly. Not to mention, just that single bottle of special elixir, by its very name, is something Chu Fan has long desired. With a flick of his wrist, a white porcelain bottle materializes, containing 100 black pills, capable of nourishing the roots and replenishing vitality, enhancing both hardness and length. This will sustain Chu Fan for an extended period, allowing him to face 2 opponents, or even more. The first page of the Immortal Companion Totem? Does it imply that the more immortal companions one binds, the greater the rewards upon achieving full loyalty? Chu Fan's eyes shined with excitement. Within his mind's eye, a totem engraved like an ancient tome floats serenely. The first page has turned, revealing a radiant golden aura, as if a divine artifact has descended. It clearly records the immortal companions Chu Fan is currently bound and their loyalty levels. The second page of the Immortal Companion Totem remains an expanse of black and gray. Beneath the currently bound companions, 5 additional slots indicate unbound entities. This signifies that to unlock the second page of the Immortal Companion Totem, he must bind 5 more companions, ensuring their loyalty reaches full capacity. Chu Fan bitterly smiled and shook his head, exclaiming, "This task is indeed a heavy responsibility with a long way to go. No wonder the system rewarded me with the Qingtian de Bomai. Otherwise, with Mu Yutong and others employing the Wei 18 styles, I would soon be drained." As for the third page of the Xianlu Totem, it was completely inaccessible, so he ceased further examination. At the very least, he now had a goal. The next step was to bind 5 more Xianlu, which would not only enhance his cultivation and yield rewards, but also unlock the second page, achieving 2 objectives at once. What is this nameless technique about? Chu Fan murmured to himself, searching through the techniques in his mind. Soon, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he instinctively gasped in disbelief. Lanhua foaming, like a dragon soaring and a phoenix singing. In essence, it was a combined cultivation technique that harmonized yin and yang while accomplishing important tasks, thus enhancing the cultivation of his Xinlu. For Chu Fan, it was akin to an existence on par with celestial-grade techniques. In the Xinshu continent, cultivators, even when not in seclusion, chose to cultivate rather than sleep at night to enhance their strength. Due to the existence of the branching system, Chu Fan did not need to engage in arduous cultivation, and thus did not need to follow the customary practice of other cultivators at night. Consequently, Murong Qing'er and others were also unable to cultivate at night. Even with extraordinary talents, over time, their realms would inevitably lag behind others. Now, with the Lanhua foaming technique, they had no need to cultivate. They could simultaneously practice while engaging in physical activities at night. Truly a divine skill. At this moment, Mu Yutong gazed at Chu Fan with her bright, expressive eyes and asked, "Hubby, what's wrong?" Her alternating expressions of surprise and excitement left Chu Fan somewhat puzzled, leading him to wonder if she thought he had some mental ailment. "It's nothing," Chu Fan replied, wrapping his arm around Mu Yutong's slender waist with a smile. "I am thrilled to be your husband." His unreserved words of affection caused Mu Yutong's cheeks to flush instantly. Leaning against his reassuring chest, her delicate hand began to slide downwards. Suddenly, her soft hand slipped under Chu Fan's inner robe, grasping the deep-sea giant eel, and began to knead it gently. Chu Fan smirked and said, "Yutong, why not invite Qing'er to join us for some fun?" Huh? Mu Yutong had just recently embraced womanhood, and the idea of being so open with others made her somewhat bashful. However, seeing Chu Fan's eager expression, she obediently nodded, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chu Fan gently kissed her forehead and used his lips to convey a message to Murong Qing'er in the adjacent room. Before long, Murong Qing'er entered, her cheeks rosy as she looked at the two embracing figures. "Hubby, what's going on?" Since Mu Yutong had become his sister, there was no need to disguise her address towards Chu Fan. He waved his hand and said, "Qing'er, come, I will impart a martial technique to you." "Martial technique?" Murong Qing'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. The previous technique Chu Fan had taught her, the Yitzi Linkhong Slash, was powerful and awe-inspiring. She never expected that he would teach her another technique so soon. Quickly, the two sat cross-legged, filled with anticipation as they awaited Chu Fan's instruction. With a subtle smile, Chu Fan examined the stunning figures before him and raised his hand to form a sword-like gesture, sending a streak of light into their minds. Moments later, Murong Qing'er and Mu Yutong's exquisite faces turned crimson, their seductive gazes captivating. They never anticipated that the martial technique Chu Fan imparted would be used for such purposes. Although they felt shy, a deep-seated anticipation surged within them, eager to try. Chu Fan feigned ignorance and asked, "So, how is it? This martial technique shouldn't be too difficult, right?" The two slowly rose, each embracing one of Chu Fan's arms, gently assisting him in removing his robe. "Hubby, today, we sisters will let you experience the power of this martial technique." With that, they exchanged glances and candidly revealed their intentions. Chu Fan discreetly turned his wrist, revealing a small black pill that quickly vanished into his mouth. The battle was instantly ignited. At noon, Chu Fan donned a long robe, his handsome and resolute face radiating freshness. Gazing at the two women sleeping peacefully in each other's embrace on the bed, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. It must be said that Lanhua foaming truly deserved its reputation as a reward from the system. Combined with the Away 18 styles, their movements intertwined. The dragon and phoenix united, creating pure spiritual energy that harmonized yin and yang, refining their meridians. After a morning of diligent effort, Murong Qing'er successfully ascended to the third level of the Yuan Shan, while Mu Yutong reached the pinnacle of the Ning Ying stage, just a step away from the Yuan Shan realm. As for Chu Fan, he had attained the sixth level of the Yuan Shan. Moreover, the Qing Tian de Bomai, gifted by the system, was an extraordinary elixir, unparalleled in its effects. Without it, the two adept practitioners of the Away 18 styles could have easily drained Chu Fan in a short time, rather than leaving him in control. So exhausted they could hardly get out of bed. Taking a deep breath outside, Chu Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling invigorated. The system's enhancements, combined with Lanhua Fengming and the Qing Tian de Bomai, caused his cultivation to soar like a rocket. Cultivation? It was impossible to cultivate. In this lifetime, he would never be able to do so. Only engaging with women and sleeping could barely sustain the tedium of this otherworldly life. Master. At that moment, Zhang Yongyan approached, interrupting Chu Fan's contemplation. Once the auction begins, our supply of spirit stones may not suffice. Chu Fan's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he stroked his chin, muttering, "Damn, I almost forgot about this." Without spirit stones, even if he attended the auction, he would be powerless against the treasures presented. His eyes shifted, seemingly struck by a thought. He asked, "Old Zhang, what is the value of a mid-grade Earth-level technique?" "Well, that's hard to say." Zhang Yongyan pondered for a moment before responding. "If it's being auctioned, around 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones should be reasonable." Chu Fan was astounded. "How much? 200,000? 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones could exchange for a low-grade Earth-level treasure. I never expected a mid-grade Earth-level technique to be worth 200,000. Zhang Yongyan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. As far as I know, the Zhang family's clan technique is a mid-grade Earth-level one. A single Earth-level treasure, no matter how powerful, could only enhance one person's strength. However, techniques were entirely different. The Tianyu sect's foundational technique was merely a top-grade Xin level 1. Yet it was sufficient to establish it as one of the 7 great sects of the Xinyue Empire. One can imagine that a mid-grade Earth-level technique could indeed support a family or sect, elevating it to a top-tier existence." Chu Fan smiled. "In that case, it will be easy to resolve." He raised his hand, and, with a flick of his finger, a streak of light entered Zhang Yongyan's mind, leaving him utterly astonished, standing frozen in place. This is a mid-grade Earth-level technique? He could hardly believe that Chu Fan had casually imparted such a technique to him. Chu Fan calmly stated, "You will engrave the Xianbing Tianshan Dian onto a jade tablet and auction it off when the time comes." Zhang Yongyan, suppressing his inner astonishment, swallowed hard and inquired, "My lord, are we truly going to auction off a mid-level Earth-tier technique?" "This is a mid-level Earth-tier technique. If a second-rate family were to acquire it, given a century, they could ascend to a first-rate family. Such a precious technique, and yet Chu Fan seems utterly unconcerned about putting it up for auction." His admiration for Chu Fan grew increasingly evident. Even without the control of the Blood Demon Stone, his loyalty would remain steadfast. "Is there a problem?" Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely a mid-level Earth-tier technique. No need for such alarm. Off you go." If not for the concern of shocking the world, he would not hesitate to auction even a celestial-tier technique. The reason he chose the Xianbing Tianshan was that, in his eyes, its rank was not particularly high, making it suitable for liquidating. Furthermore, its cultivation requirements were quite stringent. It would be nearly useless for anyone not practicing ice-based techniques. As for Li Yun, perhaps the system would reward her with an even higher-tier ice technique in the future, which could be imparted to her upon their return to the Xinyue Empire. "My lord, there is one more matter," Zhang Yongyan continued. "To gain entry to the underground auction, we must provide sufficient spirit stones as proof. Otherwise, we may not even gain entrance." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt speechless. What fool established such a rule? Was their mind truly unhinged? Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated the situation. "Very well. I will find a way to manage this." Moments later, just as Chu Fan was preparing to borrow some spirit stones from Mu Wenhan, Zhang Fenghai approached respectfully. "My lord," he said, raising his hand in greeting, "Wu Peng Tian has sent word for me to hasten my pace, so I am preparing to leave Baishan City." Chu Fan nodded, acknowledging that Zhang Fenghai had indeed lingered in Baishan City for quite some time, making it easy for Wu Peng Tian to become suspicious. "Understood. Report any developments to me at the earliest opportunity." "My lord, rest assured, I will remember." Just as Zhang Fenghai was about to leave, Chu Fan seemed to recall something and raised his hand to stop him. "Old Zhang, is there any way to quickly procure spirit stones?" Zhang Fenghai was momentarily taken aback. "My lord, are you looking to participate in the auction in Biant City?" As the third elder of the Taiyin Palace, he was well acquainted with the rules of the Tianbao Pavilion. Chu Fan nodded and asked, "Indeed, do you have a solution?" After pondering briefly, a glint of mischief sparkled in Zhang Fenghai's eyes as he whispered, "There is. The Taiyin Palace will also attend the auction, and Wu Peng Tian has dispatched a trusted steward there. He must possess a significant quantity of spirit stones. If we intercept him on the way." At this, a sly smile crept onto Chu Fan's lips. "Robbing the rich to aid the poor?" Ha, I like that. Chapter 125. Being too beautiful isn't always a blessing in the Mu residence's main hall. Chu Fan strolled in leisurely, hands behind his back. Mu Venkhan, who was conversing with several newly joined offerings about the future development of Baishan City, quickly rose upon noticing him. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze fell upon Mu Yutong beside him, leaving him utterly astonished. As someone who had experienced the same, Mu Yutong's radiant complexion radiated a rosy glow, and he instinctively understood what had transpired. However, Mu Yutong had only reached the 5th level of the condensation stage yesterday. Now, after just one night, she had directly ascended to the 9th level. This was nothing short of a miracle. What divine elixir had Chu Fan administered to Mu Yutong to facilitate such a meteoric rise in her cultivation? Yutong, what is your current cultivation level? Mu Yutong playfully smiled, linking her arm with Mu Wenhan's, and declared, Father, I have reached the pinnacle of the condensation stage. Mu Wenhan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. His gaze towards Chu Fan was filled with admiration, further solidifying his prior suspicions. Chu Fan's identity was undeniably extraordinary. Meanwhile, the surrounding offerings were equally dumbfounded. Having witnessed Mu Yutong's previous level, the rapid breakthrough of 4 stages, coupled with her solid and abundant aura, was simply astonishing. They finally grasped why the Mu family had so easily obliterated the far more powerful Zhu family. Beyond the assistance of the Taiyin Palace, the greater reason lay with the man before them. This meant that the Mu family was not merely supported by the Taiyin Palace, but was also backed by an immensely powerful force. Realizing this, the individuals exchanged glances and silently communicated, alerting their friends and brothers to come here. It wouldn't be long before the Mu family soared to unprecedented heights, possibly ranking among the top families in the Yin-Yang Empire. At that point, they would be esteemed elders, enjoying elevated status and prominence. Mu family head, Chu Fan, nonchalantly remarked, I have come to bid you farewell. Mu Wenhan, suppressing his inner shock, nodded and replied, Safe travels. The two exchanged no further pleasantries. The arrangements had already been made the previous day, making excessive formalities unnecessary. Subsequently, after Mu Yutong similarly bid farewell to Mu Wenhan, she followed in Chu Fan's footsteps, departing the Mu residence. Watching Chu Fan's retreating figure, Mu Wenhan exhaled deeply, reflecting, the heavens of the Yin-Yang Empire are about to change. Bayan City, located on the eastern side of the Yin-Yang Empire, lay just over 300 miles from Baishan City. Chu Fan entered the city at a leisurely pace, gazing at the broad streets and the array of vibrant stalls and shops lining both sides, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In comparison, Baishan City seemed like a mere rural outpost. Mu Rongqing